Chapter 2801. The Postponed Astronomical Parliament Parliamentary Meeting. This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard spring praise a spiritual ingredient to such a degree. Spring's compliment proved the value of the sacred golden wind crystals to Lin Yuan. This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard about elements with utmost purity. However, it did not prevent him from understanding the concept. The sacred golden wind was a higher level wind element than regular wind elements. Shiny gave Lin Yuan the chance to take control of wind elemental energy of such a level. None of Lin Yuan's previous phase allowed him to attain elemental energy of utmost purity. However, it was not easy for Shiny to produce the sacred golden wind crystals. Moreover, when Shiny used its divine kingdom ability, Sacred Golden Wind Nest, to produce sacred golden wind crystals from the faith power in its divine kingdom, Shiny would also be substantially affected. Lin Yuan did not want his nurturing of other species to affect Shiny's development potential. Furthermore, there was no point in Lin Yuan nurturing other species in the sky beyond the clouds. There were simpler ways for Lin Yuan to obtain divine kingdom abilities. Additionally, his body of all spirits could also take control of the bloodlines of other species. It would enable him to easily take control of other species in the sky beyond the clouds if he wanted to do so. After all, many species prioritized and revered bloodlines. With sacred golden wind, it would be better to nurture powerful wind-type life forms than to nurture species. There were a considerable number of powerful wind-type feys in the sky beyond the clouds, and a few members of Sky City had also contracted wind-type feys. Now that he understood elemental energy of utmost purity, Lin Yuan intended to obtain even more types of elemental energy of utmost purity in the sky beyond the clouds. For the Satan Devil Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that Lin Yuan had contracted, it needed increasingly pure elemental energy to continue increasing its power. The elemental dolls had appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and they had perfect purities. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had been developing freely in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. In truth, Lin Yuan did not know the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's current situation. He expected that its grade and quality had improved significantly. Lin Yuan was initially slightly unsatisfied with Shiny's divine kingdom ability. But now that he understood its value, he had a high appraisal of its divine kingdom ability. Aside from its divine kingdom ability, Shiny had gained two new abilities and exclusive skills. The ability Elemental Sword Feathers allowed Shiny to change from a purely flesh life form into a special life form that could be elementalized. When all Shiny's feathers were elementalized, the pure wind elements in the feathers could be triggered. Shiny could activate many elements, and they could increase Shiny's attacking and defensive abilities. It was difficult for Shiny to avoid being injured during combat. Once Shiny's feathers were damaged, the wind elemental energy in the environment would immediately replenish Shiny's feathers. This increased Shiny's defensive ability. The elementalized feathers could also be shot out like sharp swords and had extremely strong penetrating effects, potentially causing severe damage to targets. An ability that could improve both the attacking and defensive effects was very suitable for Shiny's comprehensive abilities. However, Elemental Sword Feathers' boost of Shiny was far from being able to match up to Sacred Golden Wind. Sacred Golden Wind enabled the wind elements under Shiny's control to change into Sacred Golden Wind. Sacred Golden Wind was produced from Shiny's body and went beyond the regular wind elements in elemental states. It had damaging and immunity effects against inferior elemental states. This kind of immunity effect was not only restricted to inferior wind elemental energy. It also applied to other elemental energy. Sacred Golden Wind gave Shiny new life and did not weaken the reputation of a wind-type barren beast. Aside from these two abilities, Shiny also acquired two new exclusive skills. They were Golden Wind Enters Body and Wind Territory Release. Both of these exclusive skills made use of Sacred Golden Wind. Golden Wind Enters Body involved Shiny absorbing the Sacred Golden Wind into its body and turning it into sacred entities that could control wind elements. It would be able to suppress inferior wind elements. In the transformed state, Shiny's characteristics and attributes would be boosted. Wind Territory Release involved the Sacred Golden Wind in Shiny's body being released into the surroundings to take control of the environment that had been filled with the Sacred Golden Wind. In the Wind Territory, all feys weaker than it would be suppressed. The suppressed targets were directly related to the speed of the Sacred Golden Wind. The faster the speed of the Sacred Golden Wind, the larger the size and strength of the Wind Territory. After Shiny evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, there was still a fair amount of dragon lungs and phoenix blood left. There was enough to feed Shiny for a very long time. This was the highest level of dragon lungs and phoenix blood that Coiling Dragon's Valley and the Dark Clouds Bird Shrine could provide. Going forward, Lin Yuan would have to obtain Shiny's food from the sky beyond the clouds. Shiny flapped its wings and tested its elementalized feathers. Shiny was delighted by its increase in power. Lin Yuan, if the sacred golden wind crystals produced by my divine kingdom ability are useful to you, I will produce as many of them as I can for you. Lin Yuan knew how much Shiny liked to fight. A warrior like Shiny was not suited to being a producer. Lin Yuan said to Shiny seriously, "Golden Wings, if I need you to provide the sacred golden wind crystals, I will let you know. At any other time, you should focus on increasing your power. The divine kingdom level isn't the end. It's possible that as your grade increases, the sacred golden winds level will also break through." This was Lin Yuan's encouragement for Shiny, but this was truly how he felt. He had a special body composition, and Morbius was also a treasure trove that produced resources. In the future, Shiny's power would inevitably continue to grow. Spring nodded lightly when she heard what Lin Yuan said. If someone else had said this, Spring would think that they were spouting nonsense. However, it made much more sense for the words to have come from Lin Yuan. The body of all spirits could improve even elements with utmost purity. Lin Yuan already achieved this in his previous life. With Lin Yuan of this life also setting his sights on this target, there was no doubt that he would be able to achieve it. Lin Yuan played with Shiny for a while before contacting Wen Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Because of him, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had been postponed for some time. Now that he was done with what he needed to do, it was time to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan did feel attached to these members of the Astronomical Parliament who he and Wen Yu had saved and nurtured. Lin Yuan had also been the one to watch over the step-by-step growth of promising members such as Yin Lin and Su Yiren. Wen Yu had already sent out the news. While Lin Yuan was nurturing Shiny, the members of the Astronomical Parliament all began thinking and preparing. They all had their own answers. The meeting among the constellations began once again. Lin Yuan sat on the throne that represented Leo for the first time in a long while. Frankly, the Astronomical Parliament had not been properly built up in the main world. This did not mean that the Astronomical Parliament lacked potential, rather, it would be part of Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's strategy for the main world in the future. There was no need for the Astronomical Parliament to continue taking in new members. In the beginning, the Astronomical Parliament did not take in many members due to the restrictions from Wen Yu's sacred source life forms stars. By the time Wen Yu's sacred source life forms stars were increased, there was no longer any point in filling the Astronomical Parliament with members from the main world. Lin Yuan intended to continue developing the Astronomical Parliament in the sky beyond the clouds. He could take in life forms of a few species from the sky beyond the clouds who were willing to offer their lives in exchange for having their prayers granted. The Astronomical Parliament would become the medium by which he created tools and extended his control. The seats that represented the North-South constellation seats were filled with figures who were familiar to Lin Yuan. These people greeted Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Yin Lin, who were seated on the thrones. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Every single person here has transformed and grown in the past few years. You have all also chosen paths that suit your liking. You should be aware that I will be leaving this world for a higher level one soon and continuing my development there. Why don't all of you take the opportunity of this gathering to have a chat about your future plans?" While he spoke, Lin Yuan's eyes landed on Su Yiren. Lin Yuan and Su Yiren had exchanged very few words over the last few years. Su Yiren had been focused on rebuilding the Dark Continent and developing the Sand Island continent. She had done a fantastic job of both. The citizens of the Sand Island continent were all living in bliss, and their standards of living had multiplied by numerous times of the original level. Su Yiren had spent all her energy on the governance of these two continents in the last few years. Lin Yuan needed to know what Su Yiren's current plans were. In the past, Su Yiren had already expressed her opinion to Lin Yuan. However, that was a decade ago. Time had passed, and every person's thoughts changed constantly. Lin Yuan had asked for the opinions of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. This meant that he was very willing to respect their wishes. At the same moment that Lin Yuan looked at Su Yiren looked at Yin Lin. Yin Lin was currently staring at Lin Yuan. Wen Yu knew that Yin Lin had obvious feelings for Lin Yuan. Aside from deep respect, she also felt romantic sentiments. Yin Lin had never revealed how she felt to Lin Yuan. Wen Yu expected this, but it also surprised her. After all their years apart, Yin Lin's feelings towards Lin Yuan had intensified. However, as one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys who was also about to become a member of royalty, Yin Lin had undergone significant training. She now had the aura of a superior and was no longer as weak as she was a decade ago. Her elegance had also become sterner. Unsurprisingly, Yin Lin was going to take over the Azure Cloud Leopard family and was shouldering heavy responsibility. With such responsibility, she needed to make a solemn decision. Wen Yu felt that if she were in Yin Lin's position, she would not be able to remain this composed. At this moment, Wen Yu sharply noticed that Yin Lin had reluctantly peeled her gaze away from Lin Yuan's body. Eventually, her reluctance morphed into resolution. The change in Yin Lin's demeanor and gaze told Wen Yu what Yin Lin's decision would be. As one grew up and gained authority, it was inevitable that one would also lose one's freedom. Wen Yu was very glad that she had started out as Lin Yuan's assistant and only ever needed to follow his decisions. After Lin Yuan was done speaking, the first to respond was Buletin-po. Buletin-po bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before saying seriously, "Liu, I know that my talent is limited. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to become a Class 4 creation master even if a decade passed. I also have Libra to thank for my being able to oversee the Spirit Mother Federation. All I want to do in my life is be by my sister's side. Once her lifespan comes to an end, I will protect the main world and carry out your will." Lin Yuan was not surprised by Buletin-po's decision. He nodded at Buletin-po. It would be good if Buletin-po could protect the main world, but it would be fine even if he could not because Lin Yuan had already prepared the forces that would be sufficient to protect the main world. "I hope your dreams come true. Fate willing, let us meet again in the future." Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the others. "The rest of you should also tell me your decisions just like Buletin-po just did." The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, Bei Su said calmly, "Liu, if it's possible, I would like to go wherever you go." At this point, Bei Su gently pursed his lips and looked over at Su Yiren, Wen Yu and Lu Ji before saying with faint disappointment, "If you find my talent lacking, I can join Buletin-po in protecting the main world." Bei Su sincerely wanted to follow Lin Yuan, but he was aware that he lacked power. Presently, he was only an emperor-class expert with a suzerain/myth fey. Such power was insignificant in the ranks of Sky City. Almost every white-clothed follower was stronger than him. Lin Yuan smiled brightly. After the decade that has passed, Bei Su still stuck by his initial decision. For the past decade, Bei Su had been focused on developing his faction rather than raising his power. In terms of developing his faction, Bei Su was very successful. Although Bei Su was not as talented as Wen Yu and Su Yiren when it came to internal governance, he could still hold his own. Once Lin Yuan accepted Bei Su into Sky City, he would allow him to become one of the white-clothed followers led by Lu Ji. "Bei Su, since you've made your decision, come and join me. Try your best to leave the Radiance Federation as soon as possible." Bei Su jumped up from his chair in excitement. After Bei Su, Su Yiren expressed her stance that she was willing to follow Lin Yuan. Luo Lan followed suit. Wen Yu was taken aback by Luo Lan's decision. Chapter 2802. Ten-Winged Red Thorn and Silver Corona. Wen Yu did not interact with Luo Lan much in her day-to-day life, but she had a good impression of her. Luo Lan ruled the Iron Hammer Federation with benevolence and righteousness. The Radiance Federation had always been ruled by the same creed. Luo Lan had single-handedly improved the happiness of all the Iron Hammer citizens. In the past, the Iron Hammer Federation had been covered by snow, and food had been scarce. In spite of the harsh conditions, Luo Lan had managed to breathe new life into the Iron Hammer Federation after taking over as ruler. With Lin Yuan's help, the Snow Celestial Mountain had transformed into a fairy. The Iron Hammer Federation had been buckling under snow and ice because of the Snow Celestial Mountain. Now, the Iron Hammer Federation had the best development of the three federations in the Startling Lines continent. Normally, a federation filled with scholars like the Great Lush Federation should be the one that advanced the fastest. However, Jin Kyungsun had been fully focused on the harbor, causing many of the Great Lush scholars to depart for the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations. This strongly facilitated the homogeneity of the Startling Lines continent's culture. The halt in the Great Lush Federation's development was linked to the decisions of the one in power. However, the Divine Wood Federation's weather conditions were even better than that of the Iron Hammer Federation before the Snow Celestial Mountain left. They were overtaken because Yi Huailong prioritized the profits of the Yi family before that of the Divine Wood Federation. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan were aware of this. But neither of them commented about it because Yi Huailong had not made a mistake pertaining to the Divine Wood Federation's management. If the Startling Lines continent's three federations were going to be addressed, the Great Lush Federation should be first. Compared to Yi Huailong, Luo Lan stood out as a shining beacon. Luo Lan lacked power of her own, but Lin Yuan had the ability to help her increase it. The gap in her management abilities could be compensated by an increase in power. Yin Lin was not surprised by Luo Lan's choice. Although Yin Lin and Luo Lan were not as close as Su Yiren and Luo Lan were, Yin Lin also communicated in depth with Luo Lan and gave her significant help. Luo Lan had told Yin Lin long ago that she intended to follow Lin Yuan. Yin Lin envied Luo Lan's carefreeness. Luo Lan did not have any family. Without her family tying her down, she only needed to ensure that the Iron Hammer Federation was properly managed. By representing her own family and heading to the sky beyond the clouds, she would also be able to achieve better development. Alas, Yin Lin could not do the same. She had too many responsibilities that required her to answer to her family and the Azure Federation. If she left, it would have a severe impact on her family. The Azure Federation could no longer be considered one of the three major federations alongside the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation had suffered the heaviest losses during the Dead Spirits crisis. As an Azure envoy, Yin Lin had also taken on the associating duties. Once Luo Lan was done stating her decision, Yin Lin turned to look at Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji. Leo, Libra, Virgo, I have decided to stay. The Azure Federation and Azure Cloud Leopard family need me. Wen Yu had already seen this decision coming from Yin Lin, but Lu Ji frowned when he heard what she said. In Lu Ji's opinion, Yin Lin had only made it this far because of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had saved her in the same way that he had saved Lu Ji. Without Lin Yuan, the two of them would be disabled and crippled. It was wrong for Yin Lin to make such a decision at such a time. However, Lu Ji did not say anything because Lin Yuan had asked the Astronomical Parliament's members to state their opinions and was not making any decisions on their behalf. However, Lin Yuan could request them to follow him to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan looked at Yin Lin's expression and knew she had only come to such a decision after deep and careful contemplation. He looked at Yin Lin seriously before saying somberly, I respect your decision. Buletin Po had been the first to state his stance because his world revolved around his sister. After Yin Lin expressed her stance, Wolun, Tale, and the rest followed. In the end, the only members of the Astronomical Parliament whom Lin Yuan would be taking to the sky beyond the clouds were Bei Su, Su Yiren, and Luo Lan. Now that the official matter was settled, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Yuan was about to head to the sky beyond the clouds, and it was highly possible this would be their final goodbye. Lin Yuan had made many arrangements for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Although Yin Lin, Tale, Buletin Po, Wolun, and the rest would not be following Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds, they had all contracted the lifespan mice and were worthy of being the protectors of this Class 2 world. Lin Yuan would increase their strength so they could safeguard the main world together. Lin Yuan was assured in their personalities and characters. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured them so seriously when he accepted them into the Astronomical Parliament. While Lin Yuan was making the arrangements for them, his soul started to react. Red Thorn and Silver Corona were done clearing all the dead spirit corpses in the main world. At first, they only absorbed the death aura that summer had funneled into the sea below the Startling Lines continent. But after the dead spirits crisis ended, there were many dead spirit corpses left in the main world. The demon insects could consume and digest the dead spirit corpses. However, it would be a waste to do so because Red Thorn and Silver Corona could also do the same. Hence, Lin Yuan had instructed Kira to commandeer the army of demon insects to move all the dead spirit corpses to the area covered by Red Thorn and Silver Corona so they could use the energy to evolve their bloodlines. Red Thorn and Silver Corona needed blood energy to evolve. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits could not directly increase their strength. Moreover, using inappropriate methods to forcefully evolve Red Thorn and Silver Corona would not do them any good. Lin Yuan intended to head into the sea under the Startling Lines continent immediately after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended to check on Red Thorn and Silver Corona so he could see how these two fellows had improved. In previous Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings, the members always brought Lin Yuan various information. But now, the main world no longer had any secrets from Lin Yuan. Hence, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting would be coming to an end very soon. After the Astronomical Parliament meeting ended, Lin Yuan gave Wen Yu and Lu Ji a heads up before he immediately headed to the Startling Lines continent. Morbius was also in the Startling Lines continent, and Lin Yuan could meet up with Morbius there. As for the other members of the Astronomical Parliament, they all rushed to the Radiance Federation. During the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Peace had only said that she did not want to go to the sky beyond the clouds and nothing else. This was not because she did not want to communicate with Lin Yuan but because she felt slightly guilty toward him and did not know how to face him. However, Feys still had no idea where she had gone wrong to have gotten herself in such a state. Lin Yuan communicated with Morbius through their minds. When Morbius controlled the Pure Land of Bliss personally, it could activate a larger area than Lin Yuan could. Hence, Morbius could help Lin Yuan collect the spirit chi crystals extremely quickly. When Morbius found out that Lin Yuan was coming, it did not wait for him in Thick Soil City but headed directly to the sea where Red Thorn and Silver Corona were located. Ever since Morbius gained a body and could move around freely in the main world, its demeanor was extremely carefree. It really enjoyed its current condition. Despite being the totem god, all it had been able to do for the past few long epochs was sleep and had been unable to produce its body. This was very ironic. However, the awakened Morbius did not regret the decision it made with its partner back then. After the passing of numerous long epochs, Morbius had gained the companionship of another partner. In this entire world, Lin Yuan was the only one Morbius cared about. Red Thorn and Silver Corona had left the sea once they no longer had any more resources to absorb. The moment they saw Morbius, they immediately gathered around it and instinctively saw Morbius as Lin Yuan's proxy. Morbius could not help but smile faintly at Silver Corona and Red Thorn's actions. Morbius entertained Silver Corona and Red Thorn but did not retract its aura. Once Silver Corona and Red Thorn drew near to Morbius, they did not leap into its arms like they did with Lin Yuan. Rather, they instinctively halted. Both of them had realized that this figure resembled Lin Yuan but was not truly him. Yet, Morbius did carry a concentrated aura of Lin Yuan. Otherwise, Silver Corona and Red Thorn would have already attacked Morbius. Morbius said coolly, "Silver Corona and Red Thorn, you have done well with your evolutions. Yuan will definitely be surprised when he arrives. He has never stopped investing in the two of you." Red Thorn and Silver Corona did not let down their guard because Morbius carried Lin Yuan's aura. Morbius was very satisfied with Silver Corona and Red Thorn's actions. Silver Corona and Red Thorn were now both 10-winged fairies. Red Thorn's bloodline was slightly stronger than that of Silver Corona. Silver Corona and Red Thorn were only able to have such sensitivity and intelligence because their bloodlines were so elite. Lin Yuan's other feys would not be able to tell Morbius apart from Lin Yuan this easily. As the totem god, Morbius had created this appearance using its totem power. Its totem power enabled it to replicate Lin Yuan's spiritual attributes and bloodline, much less his aura. When Lin Yuan rushed to the shallow sea, he was drawn in by Red Thorn's aura from far off. Red Thorn's bloodline power suppressed that of Silver Corona, and its appearance was much more exquisite than before. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Red Thorn. Fey name, Red Thorn, 10-winged fairy, 1000 eyes relinquish. Fey species, Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade, suzerain, 8/10. Fey type, source/wood. Fey quality, myth 3. Abilities. Mouth of relinquish, secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing faster absorption of energy from food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth can significantly increase digestion speed. It can also release a special corrosive fluid from the consumed flesh and blood. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be severed and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can manipulate the target to appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grow in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine can grind and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a substantial amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish is maintained below 60, they can only store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flowers state transition. By rapidly depleting stored energy, the Sea of Flowers child Raymit's attacking power and mobility can be improved significantly. The child Raymit's weapons will also morph to increase functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. When any of the Ortet's Raymits touch an enemy target and break through the target's defense, the target will be cursed. Each curse carries a negative effect that stacks with every additional attack. Tongue Pouch births demons. When a corpse is consumed, it can be stored in the tongue pouch and nurtured. If the corpse's power is intact, it can be nurtured into a special life form containing a fairy bloodline. Its previous power will be retained, and its power can increase when tempered by blood energy. Demon Transformed Bound Fairy. Its bloodline will be injected into the demon nurtured by tongue pouch births demons. The demon will transform into a fairy with a bloodline one level lower and be controlled by Red Thorn. The fairy will acquire the same abilities and, with sufficient vitality, can become an individual mouth of relinquish. The bound fairy's bloodline and power will increase as the main body evolves. The nutrients absorbed by the bound spirit's mouth of relinquish will be channeled to the main body. Exclusive skill. Spore growth, emits a vast number of spores, which can absorb energy or flesh energy supplied by Red Thorn, out of its spore cavity to rapidly grow ramets and child ramets controlled by the Ortet. Wither glory, Red Thorn can rapidly absorb energy from the soil and channel it into the sea of flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered sea of flowers will reach its prime state. Spore's destruction death order. Each time the entity grown from a spore is on the brink of death after being attacked by the enemy's energy entering the spores will transform into pure death aura and death curse energy. The death aura will trigger the effects of the death curse energy, and a time can be set to decide when the accumulated death curse energy will attempt to kill the target. The target's survival is linked to the strength of the vitality in the target's body. Chapter 2803 Legend of 16 Wings. Lin Yuan had always harbored high hopes for Red Thorn. He had acquired it from the spirit guards using the merit accumulated by his parents in this life. Red Thorn was not an ordinary source-type life form but an amalgamation of 3 source-type life forms. Red Thorn's bloodline level was extremely high. Otherwise, it would not have been able to evolve into a 10-winged fairy when it was myth breed. It went without saying that this was also related to Lin Yuan's nurturing of Red Thorn and all the resources he provided it. Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish was a foundational ability that Lin Yuan relied on in his earlier battles. Without the tongue of relinquish, Lin Yuan would not have been able to nurture so many eternal weapons or take control of the Abyss Great Emperor. The Abyss Great Emperor had been the strongest weapon at Lin Yuan's disposal for a long time. As Red Thorn evolved from Diamond/Fantasy to Suzerain 8/Myth 3, it wasn't just its bloodline that improved significantly. By evolving from an 8-winged fairy to a 10-winged one, its bloodline was of an extremely high level, and it also gained a very powerful ability and exclusive skill. Red Thorn's suzerain ability was called Demon Transformed Bound Fairy, allowing Red Thorn to inject its bloodline into a demon produced by the tongue of relinquish. The demon would then transform into a fairy with a bloodline 1 level lower than Red Thorn's. Red Thorn's bloodline was currently higher than 10 wings. The fairy bloodline nurtured through Demon Transformed Bound Fairy would be higher than 8 wings. A fairy with a bloodline higher than 8 wings would be considered outstanding. The fairy produced by injecting bloodline into the demon would not only have the same abilities as Red Thorn but could also produce a mouth of relinquish if there was sufficient vitality. When the mouth of relinquish digested and absorbed energy, it would channel the energy back to Red Thorn to speed up its growth. This essentially solved the issue of Red Thorn's grade being difficult to evolve. Moreover, Red Thorn's depleted bloodline could be recovered in the future. With Lin Yuan's help, Red Thorn's roots would not be affected in any way. Red Thorn's myth breed exclusive skill was called Spore's Destruction Death Order. Red Thorn produced the Sea of Flowers for combat, which was its weapon against enemies. While in the midst of fighting enemies, it was inevitable that many flowers would be destroyed. The Sea of Flowers was grown from the ramets of spores. When the plants grown from the spores were killed by enemies, the energy from the enemies would be changed into pure death aura and death curse energy. The death aura could trigger the effects of the death curse energy. Death curse energy was a type of curse energy. It could decide if the target lived or died by placing curses on the target and was extremely potent. The decision depended on the strength of vitality in the target's body. Undeniably, death curse energy had a low probability of affecting targets with powerful vitality in their bodies. As long as there was sufficient death curse energy, even life forms with powerful vitality in their bodies could be killed by the curses. Lin Yuan highly approved of Red Thorn's actions, but it could not be denied that it was an extravagance. The moment Lin Yuan arrived, Morbius shifted its gaze away from Silver Corona and Red Thorn onto Lin Yuan. Morbius' gaze instantly softened when it landed on Lin Yuan. Red Thorn and Silver Corona had also noticed Lin Yuan's presence. Both of them had been in seclusion in a state of half-slumber. Being in half-slumber, the two of them could absorb energy faster, but this also prevented them from snuggling up to Lin Yuan despite him being present in the startling Lines continent. Red Thorn was just as domineering as ever, especially when it came to occupying Lin Yuan's time and attention. In the past, Red Thorn's bloodline was firmly above Silver Corona's. Hence, Silver Corona had not dared to compete with Red Thorn. But now, they were 10-winged fairies, and the gap between their bloodlines was no longer as wide as it used to be. Hence, Silver Corona was now brave enough to compete with Red Thorn for Lin Yuan's affection. This greatly displeased Red Thorn. Red Thorn watched Silver Corona perch on Lin Yuan's shoulder and released its higher 10-winged fairy bloodline aura more than once as a warning to Silver Corona. Silver Corona felt trepidation due to Red Thorn's warning, but it did not leave Lin Yuan's shoulder. With pitiful puppy dog eyes, it looked at Lin Yuan as though silently pleading with him to stand up for it. This further incensed Red Thorn, and it raised its small fists that looked as though they had been carved from jade and swung them around to intimidate Silver Corona. When Lin Yuan saw this, he smiled vexedly and was about to speak when he saw Morbius shake its head. Almost immediately after, he heard Morbius' voice through his soul. "Partner, fairies have clear ranks between each other. Fairies of different bloodline levels will be able to restrain each other. There's no need for you to stand up for Silver Corona. In the future, Red Thorn's bloodline will definitely become stronger than Silver Corona's. If you step in for Silver Corona now, it won't be able to handle itself once Red Thorn's bloodline evolves. Red Thorn might be domineering, but it is very disciplined and reasonable. Once its bloodline evolves, it will punish Silver Corona for any disrespect. At that time, Silver Corona will no longer dare to act in such a manner. If you step in for Silver Corona, you'll only give it undeserved favor. This will not only harm Red Thorn but will also ruin the order of your feys. There's absolutely no need for such a thing." Lin Yuan nodded. He agreed with what Morbius said and did not say anything. Although Silver Corona's bloodline could not compare with Red Thorn's, Silver Corona had a much higher grade than Red Thorn. Silver Corona had reached suzerain/myth before Lin Yuan sent it below the startling lines continent to absorb death aura. Lin Yuan checked on Silver Corona. Fey name, Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species, Water Willow/Water Bone Lotus. Fey grade, Sovereign, 6/10. Fey quality, Creation 7. Abilities. Spotted Coral, when trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style, nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style, place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and their souls can also be absorbed when the external life force is still weak. Bone powder mist, the bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of a layer. Blood bone insect drunk, while the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming lotus, the bone lotus flower's structure will change and split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while the main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses bloom, the spots will use the vitality they absorb to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume them to repair the damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death, when the hermit's dead servants cannot stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of death that place death penalties on the target's souls. Soul Parasite Rebirth, the soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the life form soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, the main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state, and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Lotus Territory Fairy Shadow, the fairy bloodline in its body will be used to nurture lotus fairies in the sea of bone lotus flowers. When the lotus fairies attack targets, there is a chance that the target will die instantly. The life forms killed by the lotus fairies will be turned into lotus puppets, and they will retain a portion of the target's abilities from when they were alive. Soul receives bone territory, use the fairy bloodline to trigger its own soul. The soul will be linked to the sea of flowers and can temporarily store the sea of flowers. The larger the sea of flowers, the shorter the period it can be stored in the soul, its soul energy can be used to replenish its soul territory. If there is insufficient soul energy to replenish or strengthen the sea of flowers, the soul will suffer irreparable damage. Exclusive skill. Hermit's Dead Servant, when attacking the target, the bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 hermit dead servants, every hermit dead servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Rotted bones into fireflies, both vitality and death aura will be absorbed simultaneously. The vitality will turn into fireflies that will mend the sea of bone lotus flowers. The death aura will increase the strength of every bone lotus flower. If there is a pile of rotting bones below the bone lotus flowers to supply nutrients to them, as long as the main lotus is alive, rotting lotuses will be produced from the rotting bones and energy will be saved. Lotus territory symbiosis, all of the life forms in the territory will be classified as one entity, and their lives will be linked together. When individual targets are attacked, the lotus territory will take on some of the damage. Before the lotus territory is destroyed, the individual targets will continue to live. Parasite bone revives life. During combat, branch lotuses will be sacrificed to repair the sea of bone lotus flowers. Other bone lotus flowers and insect patterns can also be rejuvenated. Lin Yuan checked and confirmed that Silver Corona had indeed reached Sovereign 6/Creation 7. Silver Corona was much stronger than Red Thorn in terms of grade and quality. Yet, Silver Corona's bloodline was still no match for Red Thorn's. It was clear that Silver Corona's bloodline had less potential. If Red Thorn attained a few more opportunities, there was a high possibility that its bloodline would evolve to 12 wings by the time it reached Silver Corona's grade and quality. According to Spring, the most powerful fairy in the sky beyond the clouds was a 16-winged fairy. However, this legend came from ancient times. Now, it was unlikely that there were still any 16-winged fairies in the sky beyond the clouds. 14-winged fairies were the peak there. The sky beyond the clouds fairies were managed and developed by a faction called Fairy Institution. A few powerful factions also managed the fairies from the various universes. 10,000 Fairy Celestial Palace was the strongest fairy faction in the East universe, and it had a 14-winged fairy. Lin Yuan knew that the stronger the fairy's bloodline, the tougher it would be to evolve. 10,000 Fairy Celestial Palace's fairy only reached 14 wings when it reached Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. With the way that Lin Yuan was nurturing Red Thorn, if it could reach 12 wings when it was Sovereign/Creation, it was likely that its bloodline would be able to reach 14 wings when it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. It was possible for Red Thorn to take over the fairies' legend. Fairies decided their ranks based on bloodline. If Red Thorn's bloodline could truly reach 16 wings, it would be able to command all the fairy factions across the 4 universes. Silver Corona's potential paled compared to Red Thorn's, but it was not bad at all compared to other fairies. Silver Corona's bloodline would definitely be able to reach 12 wings when it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. If it could attain a few opportunities, it would be able to grow its 7th pair of wings to reach 14 wings when it reached Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. Lin Yuan only needed to focus on nurturing Silver Corona and Red Thorn. Lin Yuan always felt that Silver Corona had a drawback: its sea of bone lotus flowers could not be grown and destroyed at will like Red Thorn's sea of flowers could. Hence, relocating Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers would be very difficult once it was grown in one area. Once this sea of bone lotus flowers was abandoned, Silver Corona would have to regrow it from scratch. But now that Silver Corona had gained its sovereign ability, Soul receives bone territory, it could use its fairy bloodline to open a soul territory and use it as a vessel for the sea of bone lotus flowers. This would allow the sea of bone lotus flowers to be moved easily and significantly reduce the inconvenience that Lin Yuan had to work around. Although the soul territory could only temporarily contain the sea of bone lotus flowers, external soul energy could replenish the sea of bone lotus flowers. This would allow Silver Corona to be sustained endlessly. Chapter 2804 Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow and Lotus Creations. Among Lin Yuan's feys, Remember Ling had the ability to replenish soul energy. When Silver Corona used Soul Receives Bone territory to contain and move the sea of bone lotus flowers, Sky Sea would take on the job of sustaining Silver Corona. Silver Corona's sea of flowers was so enormous that it was difficult for it to sustain it for long with its current soul strength. This was because Lin Yuan never instructed Silver Corona to curb the growth of the sea of bone lotus flowers. In fact, he had made it so that the sea of bone lotus flowers would be able to develop with greater convenience. He provided Silver Corona with food by essentially spoon-feeding it. Millions of dimensional life forms had already been buried within Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers when it was only platinum grade. Luckily, Remember Ling could ensure that Silver Corona could sustain the sea of bone lotus flowers. Without Remember Ling, the spiritual ingredients that were chock full of soul energy would not be able to meet Silver Corona's needs. Going forward, Silver Corona could nurture the sea of bone lotus flowers without holding back. Even when it went to the sky beyond the clouds, it would still exist in a forbidden zone. Aside from soul receives bone territory, Silver Corona also gained parasite bone revives life. This new exclusive skill had a very simple description. During combat, Silver Corona could sacrifice the branch lotuses to repair the main lotuses or replenish the insect patterns. It did not seem very strong, but if it was paired with Lotus Territory Symbiosis, it would become completely different. Lotus Territory Symbiosis allowed Silver Corona to become one with all the life forms in the Lotus Territory. Its life would be linked to all the life forms in the Lotus Territory so that every target would share the damage equally. As long as the main lotuses were alive, the life forms in the Lotus Territory would not die. This meant that unless the enemy destroyed the entire Lotus Territory, all the life forms in the Lotus Territory would go on living. If Parasite Bone Revives Life was used at this moment to sacrifice a large number of branch lotuses to recover the entire sea of flowers, it would instantly return to its strongest state. There was also no need to worry about the branch lotuses being depleted because the sea of flowers would continuously consume enemy life forms while battling. The enemy life forms that were absorbed by the sea of flowers would naturally turn into new branch lotuses. The branch lotuses would grow continuously and naturally maintain the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan was very happy with Silver Corona's abilities. Alas, next to Red Thorn, Silver Corona's brilliance waned. Morbius watched the interactions between Silver Corona and Red Thorn and sensed their affection toward Lin Yuan. A faint smile appeared on Morbius' face. Truthfully, Morbius also wanted to cling to Lin Yuan. However, Morbius had a very different personality from Red Thorn and Silver Corona and would not act on its desire. Lin Yuan played with Silver Corona and Red Thorn for a while before solemnly introducing them to Morbius. Red Thorn and Silver Corona naturally felt positive toward Morbius because it had Lin Yuan's aura, and it did not take long for the two of them to become comfortable with it. However, Morbius was not very friendly toward them. All of its friendliness was saved for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instructed Silver Corona to remain below the Startling Lines continent for now. Although most of the dead spirit corpses had been cleared out from the main world, there were still remnants. Silver Corona and its sea of bone lotus flowers would be able to eliminate the remnants. Once Lin Yuan was really about to leave the main world, he would instruct Silver Corona to use Soul Receives Bone territory to carry and shift the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan would then send Silver Corona and Red Thorn into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, where there was sufficient space for them to play. Both of them liked being submerged in the pure spirit chi, and the environment was also beneficial for them. Morbius and Lin Yuan worked side by side, and Morbius placed all the spirit chi crystals it had collected into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Even after a few days had passed, the wind speed rapid antelope was still unable to finish organizing all the spirit chi crystals. However, Lin Yuan was not delighted with the large harvest. He had experience using spirit chi crystals to increase his feys strength and knew how many spirit chi crystals were required to evolve a fey from myth breed to world emperor/divine kingdom. This amount of spirit chi crystals was far from enough. Now, Lin Yuan normally used his body composition to help the spirit chi professionals and feys increase their strength. As for the spirit chi crystals, he stored them away as backup resources. Partner, among all the feys I've spirit locked, the one you should be paying the most attention to is the Abyss Red Lotus. It has tremendous potential to transform. We obtained a substantial amount of world roots from the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds. You have already given all the world roots to the Abyss Red Lotus to absorb. Its power must have increased enormously. This was the first time Lin Yuan heard Morbius voluntarily bring up a fey that had spirit locked. Lin Yuan had obtained the Abyss Red Lotus from the Abyssal World. The fire elemental energy within the Abyss Red Lotus enabled all the life forms in the Abyssal World to gain a fire elemental aura. Although the Abyss Red Lotus had an extremely high level, it was very challenging to nurture. In order to increase its power, it needed to consume and take control of World Root power before tempering the World Root power. The Abyss Red Lotus had already tempered all the continent vein cores in the main world as well as the 5-dimensional world's treasures. Yet, its power had only just reached Suzerain/Myth 2. After all the World Root power that Lin Yuan had just fed the Abyss Red Lotus, its power had only reached Sovereign/Immortal. Now that it had reached Immortal breed, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that it was even tougher to evolve the Abyss Red Lotus than before. The amount of World Root power it required had increased by an unimaginable extent. This also proved to Lin Yuan that Creation breed was a large milestone in the evolution journey of feys. This was why the leaders of factions who sought help from Class 5 creation masters were only able to evolve their feys to pinnacle creation breed. Only a small number of them could enable their feys to reach immortal breed. Lin Yuan summoned the Abyss Red Lotus. Black lotus roots hung in the air like scars. It was as though the air was soil that was holding these roots firmly in place. The lotus leaves stretched outward, and it looked as though they were covering up the sky. However, the leaves were not blue but dark red. Two giant red lotuses that emanated a fire elemental aura protruded into the air. As Morbius looked at the Abyss Red Lotus, its eyes filled with nostalgia. It wondered when this lotus would be able to return to its original state. It was also possible that with the saint's reincarnation, this lotus would receive a completely new destiny. None of this was up to Morbius or this lotus, this depended on Lin Yuan's choices. Morbius had regained its memories from its past life and was fully aware of what this lotus was. However, Lin Yuan had no clue. Morbius agreed with Lin Yuan's decision not to regain the memories of his past life because this was the only way that he would be able to walk down a different path from before. At that moment, Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Abyss Red Lotus. Fey name, Abyss Red Lotus. Fey species, Abyss Red Lotus species / Abyss Red Lotus genus. Fey grade, Sovereign, 3/10. Fey type, Fire. Fey quality, Immortal 4. Abilities. Lotus Nirvana, after deciding to self-destruct, all the energy in its body will gather inside the seed. When the seed sprouts to life, the bloodline will be passed on. Splendor of Fire, fill the area with fire elemental energy. All other energies besides fire elemental energy will be eliminated, and the ability of other life forms to control fire elemental energy will be removed. Hellfire Lotus Imprint, the Lotus Imprint will place a lock on the target and prevent it from gaining energy. Every layer of the Lotus Imprint added will strengthen the lock on the target's energy and bloodline. Cleansing Aura Lotus Flames, the flames will transform into a lotus coffin. Choose a space, and the flames will preserve it. Time and fixed entities will be preserved in their current condition. Lotus World Law, control the core of the world and issue orders to the life forms in the world. Those who are defiant will be blocked from receiving energy from that world. Hellfire Application, combine with other life forms and combine the energy of the world controlled by Lotus locks the world with its own to boost itself. Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance, the body will burn up into nutrients and turn into a lotus. The lotus will be in a cleansing state. Burning the main body will increase the effects of Hellfire Application and protect the world's link to Lotus locks the world. Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow, the lotus will turn into a lotus seat that protects the contractor's feet. It will continuously project a lotus shadow to protect the contractor and remove all energy in the vicinity that could harm the contractor. It will also enable the contractor to gain all the world energy and world fusions it controls, and the present world's energy's influence on the contractor will be reduced. Exclusive skill. Red Lotus Hellfire, a target's karma, bloodline, and energy will be burned up. The flames will add the Hellfire Lotus imprint on the target's body. Lotus locks the world. When contact is made with the core of a world, the lotus roots will wrap around the world's core. The core of the world will become an energy source for the lotus while the lotus takes over the world. Everything to ashes, fire elemental energy will nourish the body. All entities and energy can be burned, injecting increasingly pure fire elemental energy into itself. The higher the level of the burned entities and energy, the greater the impact on the roots if internal energy is lacking. If the impact on the roots is too severe, the utilization of cleansing lotus might be affected. Lotus creations, its bloodline will be injected into mature lotuses, and the lotus roots will activate bloodline energy based on the injected bloodline. The energy in the lotuses will be sacrificed to turn the activated bloodline and its genes into a replicated life form. Sky repairing lotus roots, when a divine kingdom constructed from faith power collapses or is damaged, its lotus roots can repair the damaged divine kingdom and recover it to its complete state. The Abyss Red Lotus has gained a new ability and exclusive skill. Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow was a defensive ability. When Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow was used, the Abyss Red Lotus 2 flowers would turn into lotus seats that would be affixed to Lin Yuan's feet. They would project lotus shadows that protect Lin Yuan and remove all energy in the surroundings that could harm him. Poison, curses, elemental attacks, the transfer of force, faith power, death aura, and even bloodline power were all representations of energy. Given that Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow targeted energy, it could be considered a perfect shield. The Abyss Red Lotus could consume the roots of worlds and fuse them with itself to take control of the world. The Abyss Red Lotus could use perfect lotus seed shadow to enable Lin Yuan to gain the effects of world energy and world fusions. At the same time, the harmful effects of all the energy attacks from the world in which Lin Yuan was present would also be reduced. This meant that if the Abyss Red Lotus took control of the Sky Beyond the Clouds world roots and if its experts used the Sky Beyond the Clouds elemental energy to target Lin Yuan, the attacks would be weaker than they originally were. This ability greatly shocked Lin Yuan. This was only the Abyss Red Lotus sovereign ability. Yet, it was already able to affect world wills. The Abyss Red Lotus had an enormous lotus root, and it was clear it contained many glowing silver lotuses within it. Its black roots also had a few white and silver-lined lotus roots growing on it. The white and silver-lined lotus roots contrasted strongly against the black roots. The Abyss Red Lotus had undergone such a change because of lotus creations and sky-repairing lotus roots. In the sky beyond the clouds, it was not difficult to extract bloodline. Rather, it was difficult to store bloodlines. According to Spring, there were a few legendary species in the sky beyond the clouds that had gone extinct long ago. But if the corpses of these legendary species were obtained, their bloodlines could be extracted. At first, the experts from the sky beyond the clouds' various species liked to inject the bloodlines of ancient species with whom they shared similar bloodlines into themselves to trigger their bloodline transformations. However, this method always came with negative effects. A light consequence would be the degradation of their bodies. A serious consequence would be their bodies being infected by the ancient life forms' bloodlines, causing them to turn into unrecognizable monsters. There were a few experts from powerful species whose bloodlines had mutated after absorbing the bloodlines of ancient life forms and ended up hunting their own species. Eventually, their species were gravely injured, and some were even exterminated. With lotus creations, Lin Yuan could inject the bloodlines of these ancient life forms into the Abyss Red Lotus matured lotuses. After sacrificing these lotuses, the life forms would once again be able to walk the earth. Chapter 2805 Divine Kingdom Ability that supports Holy Spirit Realm. This was an ability that could revive an extinct species of life forms. It was an undeniably fearsome ability that could even alter the culture of a place like the sky beyond the clouds. With lotus creations, Lin Yuan could use his hard work and resources to enable the sky beyond the clouds to return to the golden era of ancient times and completely overhaul the species rankings. It was shocking that an exclusive skill could have such effects. If Lin Yuan could enable the ancient life forms to reappear in this world, it would make it easier for Lin Yuan to obtain their bloodlines and use them to improve his body composition. However, in terms of function, lotus creations could not compete with sky-repairing lotus roots. After a Fey reached the Divine Kingdom level, its Divine Kingdom would become its strongest combat technique as well as its energy core. Once there was an issue with their Divine Kingdom, death would not be far off in this life form's future. Flesh, spirits, and souls could be healed if they were injured, but it was challenging to fix any damage to a Divine Kingdom. Once a Divine Kingdom showed signs of collapsing, the life form would be headed toward death's door. There were very few known ways to fix Divine Kingdoms. Sky-repairing lotus roots could do just that. In the future, if any of the experts under Lin Yuan suffered damage to their Divine Kingdoms, Lin Yuan could use the Abyss Red Lotus roots to heal them. Lotus roots were grown by the Abyss Red Lotus and were replenishable. Lin Yuan observed the Abyss Red Lotus while touching its roots and suddenly noticed it was very sensitive to his body composition. Before Lin Yuan retracted his body composition's effects, his palm naturally released the spirit chi that circulated in his body. When the spirit chi was injected into the Abyss Red Lotus roots, its roots began trembling. The Abyss Red Lotus swayed its roots gracefully. Lin Yuan looked surprised. The Abyss Red Lotus was able to absorb spirit chi crystals and pure spirit chi on a daily basis. Hence, it should not be reacting so strongly after coming into contact with his palm. The spirit chi that Lin Yuan released from his palm was not much purer than the spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone. What if the Abyss Red Lotus was not reacting to the spirit chi but to his body composition? With this thought, Lin Yuan tapped into the body of all spirits with full force, and spirit chi continuously flowed into the Abyss Red Lotus through its roots. The Abyss Red Lotus's roots and body twisted around in joy. After some time using the body of all spirits to strengthen the Abyss Red Lotus, Lin Yuan noticed the root his hand was touching was slowly becoming lighter in color. The originally black root slowly faded to grey, then to white. When Lin Yuan saw that the root was becoming lighter in color, his first thought was that there was something wrong with the root and was no longer as healthy as it used to be. However, injecting spirit chi into the root should not have any impact on the Abyss Red Lotus's well-being. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to realize he was wrong. The lighter-colored root had become thicker than the other roots. Could it be that his body composition was aiding the Abyss Red Lotus's transformation? This was the only way to explain what was happening. Lin Yuan decided to conduct more tests in the future. If he could truly help the Abyss Red Lotus to transform its bloodline, it would be good news for them. At first, Morbius had intended to give Lin Yuan a reminder. But when it saw that Lin Yuan had noticed how special the Abyss Red Lotus was, Morbius stayed silent. Lin Yuan only needed to use his body composition to change the Abyss Red Lotus, and it would be able to transform into the Floating World Lotus very soon. Once it became the Floating World Lotus, it would be uncertain if it would progress to transform into the Floating World Controlling Honorable Lotus or head down a completely new path. To Morbius's memory, the previous Floating World Controlling Honorable Lotus had not gained Divine Kingdom-related abilities and exclusive skills when it was at this stage. After checking on the Abyss Red Lotus, Lin Yuan and Morbius went to the edge of the Barren Sea together. Lin Yuan intended to spend around a year here evolving Grey and Dark Blue to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom before spending another few years evolving the human experts he had chosen. He would take his time to evolve the other phase once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Once he evolved the chosen human experts to Pinnacle Spirit Fire, the entire main world would meet his expected standards. There was no need for Lin Yuan to spend any more time in the main world after that. Compared to Dark Blue, Grey was more difficult to nurture. He only needed to provide Dark Blue with top-grade Strange Water, Water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade Elemental Pearls, and Spirit Chi Crystals to nurture it. On the other hand, only Spirit Chi Crystals were needed to nurture Grey. However, the plant-type phase that provided Grey with weather needed to be evolved. Once the deposit vegetable pods in the Spirit Lock spatial zone changed into human form, they became servants there who worked under the wind speed rapid antelope. Lin Yuan had intentionally told the deposit vegetable pods to nurture the weather-producing plant-type phase. After years in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the weather-producing plant-type phase had changed into human form earlier than the deposit vegetable pods did. After being carefully nurtured by the deposit vegetable pods, the weather-producing plant-type phase had all reached immortal breed. With the help of these immortal weather-producing plant-type phase, Grey evolved its grade and quality at a decent rate. 8 months later, Grey finally underwent cleansing from the world wills. Spring stepped in as usual and helped Grey to evolve successfully. Grey finally became a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Heavenly Family Fey. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Grey. Fey name, Sky Clouded Crane. Fey species, Crane species/Red Crane species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 1/10. Fey type, Natural. Fey quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Cloudy weather, the body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms' light-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. Darkness of a cloudy day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy day, in an area covered by clouds or after the weather has been changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen, numbed, and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Roar of a windy day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to windy weather, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a windy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' wind-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will experience reverse currents, wind pressure, and other negative effects. Judgment of thunder weather, an area covered by clouds or transformed into cloudy weather will be branded with a thunder weather imprint. When thunder hits friendly life forms, their ability to cause damage will increase. When thunder hits enemies, they will feel numbness and other related negative effects. Fusion of rainbow weather, cloudy weather will turn to rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather and allow them to coexist. Foggy days coverage, cloudy weather will change into foggy weather. At the same time, a cloudy weather imprint will be placed on life forms in the area. Friendly targets will effectively hide their presence in the fog, while enemies will be hit with a series of negative effects such as blindness and dizziness. Exclusive skill. Jade contract, condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into the jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. But when the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. Body of weather, the body will comprehend the construction of natural phenomena it controls and produce them accordingly. These natural phenomena can be used to aid other targets, so they will receive double empowerment regardless of the weather they are experiencing. Abandon weather reincarnation, when it is severely injured or in a near-dead state, it will immediately give up one of the weather it controls and instantly return to full health. After the ability is used, the weather can be taken control of again. However, regaining the abandoned weather will require accumulation and will not change the respective ability. Weather transformation seal, gather all the weather it has under its control and create a seal full of weather power. It will be used to suppress a target. Under the weather seal, friendly targets will receive comprehensive boosting from weather-related elemental power. Sky shading weather, 4 types of weather will be combined to block any phenomenon in the sky. The sky and earth will be separated, and all long-distance detection will be blocked. While this ability is in effect, the abilities represented by the 4 combined weathers cannot be used. Cloud cover sky calamity, when world wills descend, the clouds it produces will absorb the might of the world wills and produce calamity clouds. The calamity clouds will have both attacking and defensive effects. Its cloud's ability to contain world wills is linked to the faith power under its control. The stronger the faith power under its control, the more capable its cloud's ability to contain world wills. Divine Kingdom abilities. All weather dependency, its divine kingdom will be linked to the divine kingdoms of other life forms. The divine kingdoms will become dependent on each other. It will be able to borrow the faith power from the other divine kingdoms, and the weather phenomena under its control will also nourish the other divine kingdoms to speed up their derivations. Lin Yuan had picked up Grey from the wild. At that time, its feathers had been a mess, and based on its color alone, it looked nothing like a celestial crane. It could be said that Grey only managed to live because of Lin Yuan's kindness. But now, Grey was a heavenly family fey that could control all weather phenomena. Grey's growth was the best repayment for Lin Yuan's kindness. Lin Yuan was delighted with Grey's divine kingdom ability. All weather dependency was a support type divine kingdom ability, which was the most inferior type of divine kingdom ability. However, all weather dependency was extremely useful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom had always been different from others. The divine kingdoms of regular life forms were just miniature kingdoms that contained fountains of faith. The divine kingdom would only gain value when faith power was absorbed to expand the divine kingdom. However, Lin Yuan's divine kingdom could derivate. There was a Holy Spirit in the divine kingdom that managed its development and was fully obedient to Lin Yuan. After communicating with Spring, Lin Yuan found out that this was a trait of Holy Spirit experts. The divine kingdoms of regular divine kingdom experts could not derivate life. Hence, the life forms in the sky beyond the clouds that did not know any better would not think much of Grey's divine kingdom ability. However, the same could not be said if Grey's divine kingdom ability was discovered by Holy Spirit experts. Once Grey used all weather dependency to combine its divine kingdom with that of Holy Spirit experts, the weather would take form in their divine kingdoms and significantly speed up the speed of derivation. A life form's level was linked to the value that it could create. Grey could create value for the Holy Spirit experts. This was proof of how high Grey's level was. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was currently in a stage of constant development. He intended to combine Grey's divine kingdom with his own. This would create a win-win situation. Ever since Truth began managing his divine kingdom, Lin Yuan had not attended to it for a long time. Truth was akin to Lin Yuan's representative, who worked on the divine kingdom. It would allocate the faith power in the divine kingdom according to his needs so as to develop and adjust it. As a result, Lin Yuan had actually been investing significantly into his divine kingdom and enabling it to develop along the best route. Chapter 2806. The Attacking Merciful Star Peony. Before Grey used all weather dependency to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's, he intended to check what level his divine kingdom had reached in the long time that had passed. Lin Yuan shifted his consciousness and entered his divine kingdom. The moment Lin Yuan entered his divine kingdom, Truth appeared. Lord Ruler, welcome back. Please take a look at the present divine kingdom. The drop of holy blood you dropped into the divine kingdom has enabled life to blossom in the divine kingdom sea. Many of them have the potential to eventually be able to walk on land. Truth spoke in a very jovial tone. It seemed to think that it had made an enormous contribution. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He had dropped that drop of holy blood into the Divine Kingdom's water region very long ago. At least 14 to 15 years had passed. This was the same amount of time that Lin Yuan had been a spirit qi professional. Despite the passing of such a long period of time, his holy blood had only just enabled the evolution of a few multicellular life forms. It was not yet guaranteed that these multicellular life forms would be able to walk on land. They only had the potential to do so. It seemed that developing a divine kingdom took a very long time. When Truth saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face, it thought he was dissatisfied with the results of the divine kingdom's development. Truth hurriedly began to explain, "Lord Ruler, I have been developing your divine kingdom at full capacity. If you didn't have so much faith power, I wouldn't dare to maintain operations at its maximum limit. Your divine kingdom is developing faster than anyone else's. The development of a divine kingdom is slow and gradual. It can't be accomplished easily." Lin Yuan nodded, and he did not put Truth on the spot. Lin Yuan trusted that Truth would not dare to lie to him. If the development of the divine kingdom was naturally this slow, it meant that Truth had truly tried its best. Although the divine kingdom had not changed much in all these years, Truth had grown rapidly during this time. "Truth, if I provide the divine kingdom with some weather, will the life forms be able to derive quicker?" Ever since it sensed that Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with the speed of the divine kingdom's development, Truth had been feeling aggrieved. Hence, Truth added a few more lines in response to Lin Yuan's question. "Lord Ruler, the derivation of the divine kingdom and the real world is fundamentally different. The derivation of the divine kingdom does not include external conditions. The weather you mentioned is one such external condition. Due to the lack of these external conditions, the derivation of the divine kingdom can go in any direction. Each time an alteration is made, the derivation of the divine kingdom will halt. If you introduce external conditions, the number of times that the divine kingdom will need to be altered will be reduced. It will also increase the speed of the divine kingdom's development." Once he heard Truth say this, Lin Yuan exited his divine kingdom and instructed Gray to combine its divine kingdom with his own. Gray was more than happy to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's. In terms of their emotional connection and its own improvement, there were no drawbacks for Gray to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's. Gray used all weather dependency, and it did not take long for their divine kingdoms to be combined. Gray's divine kingdom was subsumed into Lin Yuan's divine kingdom and was akin to a bucket of water being poured into a small river. It was fully taken over by Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. Meanwhile, various weather conditions, such as clear, cloudy, snowy, windy, stormy, and foggy weather and rainbows, appeared in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. It could be said that it was as though all the different types of weather that could exist in the main world had been drawn into Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. Truth initially thought that the introduction of weather that Lin Yuan had referred to would be done using precious treasures that could influence the divine kingdom. It did not expect Lin Yuan to use such a method to enable so many different types of weather to appear. These various types of weather could affect the life forms in the water that had evolved from Lin Yuan's holy blood. It would not be long before these life forms were able to walk on land. The weather phenomena had the largest impact on the land. With cooperation from the life forms that could walk on land, the weather phenomena would enable vitality to surge continuously on land. Lin Yuan was very happy with the changes in his divine kingdom. Although the speed of derivation was rather slow, the size of the divine kingdom had grown considerably. Lin Yuan went to the edge of the divine kingdom and looked at the mist that enveloped it. He tried to detect what was beyond the mist and realized that the mist blocked his wills. This did not change even after he used faith power to strengthen the extension of his wills. Lin Yuan ventured a bold guess. If every divine kingdom was enveloped in such mist, it was inevitable that his continuously expanding divine kingdom would eventually meet the divine kingdoms of other life forms. Once two large divine kingdoms met, there would be an explosive interaction. There were cases in the sky beyond the clouds where one divine kingdom consumed another. This would indeed enable one divine kingdom to become stronger. Lin Yuan did not spend much time in his divine kingdom. He also did not use the faith power in his fountain of faith to make sweeping changes there. It would be better to stock up on faith power. This would only benefit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already spent enough faith power building the divine kingdom's frame. This method of investing and building his divine kingdom did not align with the development of a divine kingdom. Once his divine kingdom developed to a certain extent, Lin Yuan would spend more faith power to shape his divine kingdom. Aside from all weather dependency, Gray had obtained two new exclusive skills. They were Sky Shading Weather and Cloud Cover Sky Calamity. Sky Shading Weather suited the function that Lin Yuan had assigned to Gray. Gray used cloudy weather to cover Sky C's body. On the other hand, when Gray used sky shading weather to seal off 4 of its weather abilities, it would be able to shade the entire sky and separate the sky from the land. This significantly increased Gray's ability to hide Sky C and also prevented experts from using long-distance detection techniques. It also improved the link between Sky C, Gray, and Dark Blue. Cloud Cover Sky Calamity took Lin Yuan by even greater surprise. Once a Fey evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed, it would begin experiencing numerous types of world cleansings. These world cleansings were unavoidable. Even Divine Kingdom and Holy Spirit Feys feared these cleansings. Lin Yuan used the best methods to nurture every single one of his Feys. But despite using the best methods to nurture these Feys to the Divine Kingdom level, it was difficult to escape being targeted by world wills. This was proof of how difficult it was for life forms to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The Spirit Chi professionals in the main world who did not have the support of factions would not carelessly engage their Feys in evolutions. Lin Yuan was aware of this and had used these circumstances to take in numerous talented individuals into Sky City. It was likely that this situation was even more severe in the sky beyond the clouds. It was virtually impossible for small species and exiled members of species to evolve. If they forcefully underwent evolution, there was a high chance they would be repelled by the world wills. Cloud Cover Sky Calamity would allow Gray to use the clouds it produced to absorb the might of the world wills and turn them into calamity clouds that could be used for both attack and defense. Gray's cloud's ability to contain the might of world wills was related to the strength of its faith power. The stronger the faith power that Gray controlled, the more capable its clouds would be at containing the might of world wills. Once Gray used all-weather dependency to merge its Divine Kingdom with Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom, the faith power in Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom became Gray's source of support. Gray could use the strength of the faith power in Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom to contain world wills. As a result, spring, summer, autumn, and winter would not need to step in to fend off the world wills during the evolutions of World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase. Gray could take on this heavy responsibility. The cleansings from the world wills that were the bane of other experts' existences would become Lin Yuan's unique weapons. Once Lin Yuan was done evolving Gray and Sky C, he sent them back into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Firstly, Hu Chuan needed to replant the weather-producing plant-type phase on Sky C's back and build a separate garden for them. Secondly, the newly evolved Gray and Sky C also needed to become accustomed to their evolved bodies in the Spirit Lock spatial zone's environment that was highly concentrated with Spirit Chi. Now that he had settled Gray and Sky C, Lin Yuan turned his attention to Dark Blue. Luckily, Lin Yuan had evolved more of the water-type elemental shellfish when he had been nurturing them. As a result, he currently had sufficient water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Otherwise, if he did not have enough of the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to continue evolving Dark Blue. Dark Blue's evolution also involved its mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan had already fully awakened his body of all spirits, and his mermaid bloodline was no longer his secret weapon. Lin Yuan used the body of all spirits to nourish his mermaid Thearch bloodline while simultaneously injecting it into Dark Blue's body. It would take considerable time for Dark Blue to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. During this time, Lin Yuan only needed to inject his mermaid Thearch bloodline into Dark Blue's body, as well as continuously supply it with water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and Spirit Chi. Lin Yuan summoned the merciful star peony so he could see how it had grown. Lin Yuan summoned the merciful star peony almost daily so it could absorb power from the stars. Although the Suzerain/Myth 3 merciful star peony was very close to but had yet to reach creation breed, it could already change into human form. The merciful star peony's long dress looked as though it had been dipped in starlight. Its human form was a textbook example of soft beauty. However, its soft features fully brought out the merciful star peony's aura. After being summoned by Lin Yuan, the merciful star peony bowed gracefully to him before quietly standing next to him while it absorbed power from the stars. It was completely quiet, and did not utter a single word. Lin Yuan did not say anything to the merciful star peony either. This was just the merciful star peony's personality. As a Fey that he had used his spiritual energy to contract, Lin Yuan was fully aware of how the merciful star peony felt about him. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the merciful star peony. Fey name, merciful star peony. Fey species, buttercup species/peony species. Fey grade, suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, wood/light. Fey quality, myth 3. Abilities. Activate light. In a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item starlight. When stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve its quality. Tempering essence starlight. In a place with starlight, it will absorb energy from the starlight to temper spiritual energy and increase the strength of spiritual energy. Condensing spirit starlight. In a place with starlight, and when its soul is injured, the starlight will nourish its soul and heal it quickly. Starlight robes. The starlight will be directed to a target's body and transform into a robe. While the target is draped in the robe, they will be immune to poison and curses, and the harm suffered from poison and curses will be reduced. Star storing flower jade. Once the flower petals have absorbed sufficient starlight, they will become jade textured and break away from the flower. The jade textured flower petals can be stored for a long time and will speed up the rate at which starlight tempers the body. Star river guide. In any environment, it can link its thoughts and the star river to confirm its location. It will also experience blessing effects to raise luck and turn adversity into fortune. Exclusive skill. Constellation imprint. Attempt to communicate with the stars. If communication is successful, a star imprint will appear on the body. The star imprint can help the body take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Star contraction. It will become deeply bound to a star and be able to use the star's energy to raise its defensive capabilities. The degree to which the defensive capabilities will be raised depends on the strength of the star and the bond with the star. Merciful stars. For stars containing too much energy, it will become a negative burden. The hardship of stars will be comprehended, and the energy within the stars will be extracted. The energy from the stars will be used to strengthen the body composition of a target. If the target is forcefully strengthened and is unable to handle the power from the stars, the strengthening will be halted. It will need to take on the additional power from the stars as well as the consequences. When Lin Yuan previously checked on the merciful star peony's data, it had only been silver grade. After more than 10 years of absorbing starlight to improve itself, the merciful star peony had grown at a rather rapid rate. The Moon Empress had given the merciful star peony to Lin Yuan to contract because it did not need him to provide it with a willpower rune and could automatically comprehend a willpower rune from the environment. Although the merciful star peony had not been able to comprehend a willpower rune for a long time, it had finally succeeded and done its best. It was normal to be unable to comprehend a willpower rune even after a decade had passed. Chapter 2807. Mermaid Crown. In the wild, it was rare for even the most talented feys to comprehend a willpower rune within a decade. It was more common for them to take centuries to comprehend a willpower rune. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had taken centuries after evolving to Diamond X/Legend before they comprehended willpower runes. Lin Yuan was rather amazed. He had contracted a fair number of feys. If he did not intentionally check their attributes, it would be very difficult for him to keep track of their growth. Lin Yuan was overjoyed with the merciful star peony's growth. He had contracted it because of its ability, casted item starlight, an exclusive skill, constellation imprint. Constellation imprint would enable the strengthening of the body within a short time, while casted item starlight used the power of stars to temper the body and, accordingly, improve the physique. Lin Yuan did not feel the effects of casted item starlight in his day-to-day life, but it did significantly improve his physique. The merciful star peony's silver ability, tempering essence starlight, and gold ability, condensing spirit starlight, had similar functions to casted item starlight. However, one targeted the increase in spiritual energy and increased the strength of spiritual energy, while the other healed injuries to the soul. These three abilities individually targeted the body, spirit, and soul. Although Lin Yuan was now a pinnacle spirit fire expert, these abilities were still useful to him. The platinum ability, Starlight Robes, was a defense type 1. It used a piece of clothing made from starlight to help the target fend off the effects of poison and curses. Starlight Robes could be used on multiple targets and could be deemed as serving a group function. This ability was outstanding, but Lin Yuan had many abilities that defended against curses. Only abilities with special functions could truly be of help to Lin Yuan. However, just because the ability Starlight Robes was not of much help to Lin Yuan did not mean that the merciful star peony was not excellent. Star storing flower jade was just like constellation imprint in that it was based on casted item starlight. After the merciful star peony's flower petals absorbed sufficient starlight, they would become jade textured. The energy in the jade textured flower petals would be able to speed up the starlight's tempering of Lin Yuan's body. The biggest function that the merciful star peony served for Lin Yuan was improving his physique. Hence, all the abilities the merciful star peony gained that were related to this function were precious and effective. The suzerain ability, Star River Guide, allowed Lin Yuan to communicate with the stars and confirm his location. This ability could see through deception and tricks at crucial moments. Apart from using the Star River to confirm his location, he could also obtain blessings from the Star River and improve his fortune. The concept of fortune was broad and abstract. It was difficult to quantify. However, no one would stop seeking fortune. To everyone, the more fortune, the better. The merciful Star Peony could bring fortune to Lin Yuan. This was enough for Lin Yuan to keep it by his side. Aside from new abilities, the merciful Star Peony had also gained new exclusive skills. Star Contraction allowed the merciful Star Peony to become bound to a star and use the energy in the star to raise its defensive level. This significantly increased the merciful Star Peony's ability to protect itself. When it faced enemies, it could use the power of the star to defend against damage. The energy from the star that the merciful Star Peony could utilize depended on the strength of the star and the depth of its bond with the star. In the sky beyond the clouds, there would be many powerful stars. In order to increase the merciful Star Peony's upper limit, Lin Yuan could pick the most powerful star and enable it to bond to the merciful Star Peony. Among all of the merciful Star Peony's abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan found merciful stars the most interesting. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan understood the significance of stars. However, the sun, moon, and stars of this world were different from the ones that Lin Yuan had learned about in his previous life. These celestial bodies did not revolve around tangible worlds but manifestations of world wills and energy. Spring had told Lin Yuan this. If Spring had not casually mentioned this during one of their conversations, Lin Yuan would not have begun pondering over this. The different stars were the different representations of world wills that had split off. If the sun and moon in the Fey world were real, the Fey world should be a celestial body as well. Then, the Moon Empress would be unable to use Forage Moon to consume the main world and dimensional world's moons. The stars formed from the world wills would accumulate energy continuously. When the energy in the stars reached a limit, they would break, and the world wills that comprised the stars would be absorbed by other stars. Through merciful stars, the merciful Star Peony would take mercy on and experience the hardship of a star and extract the energy within. It would then use the energy to strengthen the body of other targets. The amount of energy that could be accumulated in a star was enormous. There was a high possibility that such an immense amount of energy would cause the life form that was being strengthened to collapse. Luckily, there was a safety net during the strengthening. Once the target that was being strengthened could not handle the power of the stars, the strengthening would halt immediately. The additional energy would enter Lin Yuan's body, and he would have to carry the burden. Lin Yuan's current body was not strong enough to carry too much star power. But once his body was continuously tempered by starlight, it would eventually be able to handle the star power. At that time, Lin Yuan could instruct the merciful Star Peony to use merciful stars to strengthen all the members of the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan was unsure how powerful the sky beyond the cloud stars were. If spring, summer, autumn, and winter could handle the power, Lin Yuan could strengthen the four of them. This would essentially be strengthening his strongest forces. As the merciful Star Peony absorbed the power of the stars, it formed an exceptionally beautiful streak of light above the sea. Lin Yuan was not in a rush to increase the merciful Star Peony's power. The merciful Star Peony would be able to come into contact with even more star power in the sky beyond the clouds, and it would be able to increase its power much faster than when it was in the main world. In the day, Lin Yuan allowed the merciful Star Peony to move around freely. At night, the merciful Star Peony stayed by Lin Yuan's side and absorbed the power of stars. When the power of stars tempered his body, Lin Yuan experienced extreme pain. However, he was already accustomed to the pain. Hard work paid off for those who put in the work. Dark Blue finally received the attacks of the World Wills and began evolving toward World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Normally, Lin Yuan would send Spring to help with such situations and help the evolving Fey to fend off the attacks from the World Wills. But this time, Lin Yuan stopped Spring. Instead, he instructed Grey to use Cloud Cover Sky Calamity to absorb the World Wills that were targeting Dark Blue. Grey's ability to absorb the World Wills was linked to the faith power it controlled. Grey had used all-weather dependency to fuse with Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom. Hence, it easily used its clouds to absorb the World Wills attacking Dark Blue. A black ball of Calamity Cloud was formed. Grey never excelled at combat. But now that it could control such Calamity Clouds, it had leaped to the front ranks of Lin Yuan's Feys. After Grey produced the Calamity Cloud, Dark Blue successfully reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Dark Blue. Fey name, Moving Source Water, Mermaid Emperor Throne. Fey Species, Source Genus/Sacred Source Species. Fey Grade, World Emperor, 1/10. Fey Type, Water. Fey Quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Grade, Miniature. Abilities. Flowing, the water will rush rapidly, and the energy from the water can allow it to flow in any location. Halted flow, separating from the main body and turning all the water elemental energy in the body into raging energy that shoots towards the target. Faith Water, change faith power into a warm stream of water that can nurture other life forms using faith power. Faith Water can increase the rate at which faith power heals and replenishes the life form and slow down the faith power in larger bodies. Faith Water can also be used to draw back faith power that was given out, along with any additional faith power gained by the target. Faith Application, the owner can be combined with the moving source water and use all the power in the moving source water. The owner can also inject faith power into the moving source water to increase the strength of the moving source water's abilities. Faith Gift or Robbery, Dark Blue can inject the faith power in its body into targets that can possess faith power to bolster them. It can also steal the right to control faith power from the bodies of targets with weaker faith power. Water Vein Block, use its bloodline energy to trigger its water elemental energy that is not in its vicinity. The water elemental energy will take on the water characteristics under its control and gather them closely together to form a block. Faith Shackle, link its bloodline power to a target with a similar bloodline. The target's bloodline will be sealed away. If together, they have greater bloodline power than that of the target will lose the ability to accept and manipulate the faith power in its body. Faith Charging Tide, its own faith power will form tidal water and attack specific targets. The faith power in its body will be sacrificed, and the tidal water will take away the same amount of faith power from the target as the amount that had been sacrificed. Half of that faith power will be returned to its own body. Quiet Faith Weak Water, the faith power and bloodline power in its body will be combined to form a special water source. When this water source is injected into a target's fountain of faith, it will slow down the speed at which faith power circulates, thereby quieting down the water in the fountain of faith. Faith Refinement, it will organize patches of faith power before purifying the faith power to enable it to directly absorb from other targets. Exclusive Skill. Power Water Soul, choose a power and condense it into the soul of the moving source water. Any power can be chosen, but the choice cannot be undone. The power will affect the moving source water's future abilities and exclusive skills. When the moving source water receives a certain level of feedback from the power, the moving source water can comprehend any willpower rune according to the water elemental characteristics in its body. Undepleted clean water, the water elemental energy it controls will have an extremely strong resistance to other elements and will not be depleted. In a contaminated environment or when facing an ability with contamination effects, it can ensure the purity of the water elemental energy under its control. Disorientation Water Territory, its water elemental energy and bloodline power will fill up an environment and enable the water elemental energy in the environment to have the ability to block auras and energy fluctuations, thereby disorienting enemy targets in the area. All water surging tides, the water elemental energy in its body will be compared to the water elemental energy in the surrounding environment. If the purity of its water elemental energy is higher than that of the environment, it can extract the water elemental energy of the environment to heal its wounds and replenish its depleted energy. Charging Flow Body, the flow of water in its body will flow rapidly forever and will not be affected by the locking effects of other entities. The energy in the body will not stop because of special abilities. Rather, the speed of faith power collection will be increased. Mermaid Crown, when its bloodline is the best among the mermaid species, it will be able to tap into the faith power of inferior mermaids without receiving their respect. When it receives faith power from the surrounding mermaids, the faith power in its body will be improved. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Ocean Abundance, the water elemental energy in its body will turn into a territory of water and will be able to speed up the rate of evolution of water-type life forms. The water-type life forms' ability to produce resources will also be significantly improved. The life forms in the sea will also be able to gain more faith power. Lin Yuan saw that the moving source water and mermaid disorientation had changed into moving source water and mermaid emperor throne respectively. This change came about from the transformation of Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline. Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline had reached Emperor class but was still a far way off from Pinnacle Emperor class. However, the bloodline of the 12 streams of water surrounding it had all reached Pinnacle King class. Relative to Dark Blue's level, its bloodline was rather weak. However, This happened because Lin Yuan had not spent much time using the body of all spirits to evolve Dark Blue's bloodline. Additionally, Lin Yuan did not want to affect the mermaid bloodline in his body. Otherwise, the bloodline of Dark Blue's main body would have already reached the Thearch level. Lin Yuan could continue to evolve Dark Blue's bloodline. Lin Yuan looked through Dark Blue's new abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom ability in detail. Dark Blue's Ocean Abundance was a rare territory-type Divine Kingdom ability. Although Ocean Abundance was unrelated to the control of faith power, it was a treasure trove that could significantly increase the production of resources. Chapter 2808 Time to set off. In the main world, there were many more sea clans than terrestrial life forms. Without Lin Yuan, the main world's federations and feys would be no match for the sea clans, even if they worked together. The vast sea labyrinth was the strongest sea faction but had always kept a low profile and stayed out of the main world's affairs. They only stepped forward to save the sea clans when the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. Now, Lin Yuan was preparing to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan would not use Dark Blue's Divine Kingdom ability to nurture the sea clans. There were many life forms in the water territories of the sky beyond the clouds. The water species made up more than half of the ranks on the top 100 of the species ranking. Lin Yuan would be able to garner greater benefits if he used Ocean Abundance to nurture a species that could produce special resources. The Spirit Lock spatial zone was continuously expanding, and Lin Yuan decided to set aside a space to turn into a sea where Dark Blue could live. Lin Yuan would nurture more aquatic life forms in the sky beyond the clouds. The elemental shellfish that produced elemental pearls were also considered production-type aquatic life forms. These elemental shellfish could be boosted by Ocean Abundance. Rather than increasing the rate at which the water-type life forms produced resources, Lin Yuan was more interested in Ocean Abundance's ability to speed up the evolution of water-type life forms, as well as their provision of faith power. Aside from Ocean Abundance, Dark Blue had also gained 3 new abilities: Quiet Faith Weak Water, Faith Charging Tide, and Faith Refinement. Ever since Dark Blue reached Silver Grade, all of its abilities were related to faith power. Faith Charging Tide used faith power to attack enemies while reducing the other party's faith power. Faith power would turn into charging tides that washed over the target. When Dark Blue sacrificed its own faith power, the same amount of faith power would be stripped from the target. This depreciation did not come with any losses, but Dark Blue would be able to receive half of the faith power that had been depleted. This would allow Dark Blue to restrict enemies whose faith power was much more powerful than its own. Any ability that allowed a weaker entity to defeat a stronger entity was an amazing one. Compared to Faith Charging Tide, Quiet Faith Weak Water did not have any strong combat effects. However, it was a terrifying restricting ability. Quiet Faith Weak Water was something that Dark Blue produced using its own faith power, bloodline, and the 12 different attributes. It did not target the life form's body, spirit, or soul but the fountain of faith in the Divine Kingdom. Once the weak water that Dark Blue produced entered the target's fountain of faith, the water flow would slow down and eventually become still. Once the water in the fountain of faith became still, the Divine Kingdom would not be able to operate and would be rendered ineffective. However, it would not be easy to enable the Quiet Faith Weak Water to enter the enemy's Divine Kingdom. The target needed to be restrained and would need to open its Divine Kingdom to absorb the Quiet Faith Weak Water. Hence, Quiet Faith Weak Water was more so targeted at enemy captives. It was a functional type ability that could prevent the enemy captives from inappropriately using their abilities. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would inevitably need to conquer the powerful species. If the white-clothed followers carried the Quiet Faith Weak Water around with them, it would save them a lot of trouble while they were carrying out guard duties. Compared to Faith Charging Tide and Quiet Faith Weak Water, Faith Refinement did not have any combat functions and was a pure support type ability. Faith power could be extracted from targets using special methods. However, the extracted faith power usually contained substantial impurities. Dark Blue's Faith Refinement could be used to refine the impure faith power and enable it to be absorbed by other targets. Hence, in the future, Lin Yuan could use the impure fragments of faith power that he obtained from other life forms. Once the faith power had been purified, it could be used to evolve other life forms who needed faith power to strengthen themselves. Dark Blue's abilities were all related to faith power. However, its 2 exclusive skills were unrelated to faith power. Charging Flow Body allowed the water in Dark Blue's body to continue flowing rapidly. The rapidly flowing body would not restrain Dark Blue in any way. The circulation of energy in its body would not be affected either. For a life form, these effects were very powerful. It was a controlling type exclusive skill that would not restrict itself in any way but would essentially cripple other life forms. Moreover, charging glow body could speed up Dark Blue's collection of faith power. This would allow Dark Blue to gather faith power even faster than before. Mermaid Crown was strongly linked to Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline, enabling it to control the mermaid species. Even if the mermaids did not respect Dark Blue and its bloodline, Dark Blue could still extract and manipulate the faith power in the bodies of mermaids with inferior bloodlines. In the sky beyond the clouds, there was no guarantee that a mermaid with a strong bloodline would be able to gain authority immediately among new mermaid species. In the sky beyond the clouds, mermaids clustered together in different clans. A mermaid clan had inferior mermaids at the bottom and mermaid emperors and mermaid thearchs at the top. They were all linked by their bloodlines. Unless a mermaid's bloodline was at a much higher level than that of another mermaid, they would end up spurned. Mermaid Crown would allow Dark Blue to ignore the rejection from the other mermaids it wanted to control. After Dark Blue took control of these mermaids' faith power, it would not have to worry about these mermaids being disobedient and acting out. Lin Yuan would not express excessive pity toward mermaids just because he had the mermaid thearch bloodline. Ever since Lin Yuan activated his body of all spirits, he could control the bloodlines of all species in the world. If he was especially merciful toward them, there would be no need for him to head to the sky beyond the clouds to contest for supremacy. Aside from enabling Dark Blue to take control of the faith power of mermaids with inferior bloodlines, Mermaid Crown also allowed Dark Blue's faith power to improve when the mermaids in the vicinity gained faith power. Lin Yuan learned from his communication with Dark Blue that Mermaid Crown could cover an area the same size as that of Ocean Abundance. It seemed that aside from using Ocean Abundance to nurture aquatic life forms that could produce resources, Lin Yuan also needed to nurture promising mermaids to speed up the improvement of Dark Blue's divine kingdom. Lin Yuan had learned from Fan Lu and Kong Huan that most of the mermaids from the East Universe had relocated to the North Universe. The Blue Dians in the East Universe had targeted the mermaids and continuously invaded their living spaces. It was said that this was because a big shot of the Blue Dians desired the mermaid bloodline. The East Universe was enormous. When Lin Yuan first arrived, he would have to begin by developing quietly. He could not begin searching for the mermaids immediately. This led Lin Yuan to think of the mermaids in the main world. The mermaids came to the main world through a dimensional rift and found the main world's environment to be suitable. They thus began proliferating their presence in the main world. Mermaids were affiliated with water. As a result, more water-type life forms felt a certain level of affection for mermaids. Even the violent sea beasts would never lay a hand on the mermaids and attempt to eat them unless they were starving. Now, the mermaids were done taking over the main world's seas. This had brought peace to the seas. The mermaids would even help the human trading boats they encountered to clear their paths. However, this was just the present. As time continued passing in the main world, the mermaids would eventually supersede the vast sea labyrinth as the rulers of the seas. Mermaids had beautiful appearances, but they were not kind. They were highly intelligent creatures and were just as ambitious as humans. If not reined in, they would definitely attack the main world. There were signs of the mermaids doing so in the water world. As a species that prioritized bloodline, the mermaids would be unwilling to share the sea with other species as long as they had sufficient power to keep them out. There were very few sea beasts in the water world's territory occupied by the mermaids. A few inferior mermaids would even leave the mermaids' territory to hunt sea beasts and cruelly attack them for sport. Lin Yuan had already noticed these issues some time ago. He felt he could use this opportunity to raise the mermaids in the Spirit Lock spatial zone before taking proper control of them. Dark Blue already had a higher mermaid emperor bloodline and was capable of ruling the mermaids. Under Lin Yuan's orders, the emperor-class mermaids, Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Dark Blue, and Red Beauty, listened to Dark Blue's orders and assisted it dutifully. It would not be long before Dark Blue's bloodline evolved to Mermaid Thearch. After evolving Dark Blue, Lin Yuan stretched. He did not intend to evolve any more feys in the main world. In the 3 years that had passed, Lin Yuan's appearance had not changed much. However, his charisma was outstanding. He radiated the aura of an elite. In the past 3 years, Lin Yuan had completed the final safeguards for the main world and had increased the power of all the people he needed to do so. Even if he left the main world with his team now, the main world would be able to continue functioning stably for at least the next 1,000 years. As for how the main world would continue developing after 1,000 years, that would be up to the main world's fate. Lin Yuan would continue to protect the main world in the sky beyond the clouds and would not allow it to be invaded or disturbed. In the past 10 years, Chu Xi had also grown up into a lady. After being nurtured by Lin Yuan, she had reached the divine kingdom level sooner than him. Chu Xi had been reliable since young. As she followed Lin Yuan around, she slowly came to understand that the meaning of power was protection. In Chu Si's journey of growth, she also came to have someone in her life whom she wholeheartedly wanted to protect. This person was Lin Yuan. In the past, Chu Si lacked power and was unable to protect Lin Yuan. But now, she had considerable power and would continue to increase it. Besides staying by Lin Yuan's side, Chu Si frequently went to see Cold Moon to receive her teachings. Cold Moon's teachings no longer only involved those of increasing her power. Instead, Cold Moon focused more on teaching Chu Si to nurture her capabilities. Cold Moon also taught Chu Si management skills and was considered Lu Ji's peer. In terms of military campaigns, she was no match for Lu Ji. But when it came to negotiation, she was stronger than him. For the past 3 years, Lin Yuan had sent Chu Si to liaise with the mermaids. The mermaids were now all living in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Luckily, the Spirit Lock spatial zone was sufficiently large, and the mermaids were a relatively small species. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have no way of containing all of them. In the last 3 years that Lin Yuan spent evolving the main world, Hu Chuan had also worked hard on building the base on Sky Seas back to the best of his abilities. Lin Yuan sought out Wen Yu. Wen Yu had slowed down her pace of life in the past few years. Since she already intended to leave the main world to head to the sky beyond the clouds, there was no need for Wen Yu to continue managing the main world. Once she left, someone would have to take over her job. In the past 3 years, aside from paying attention to Sky City and managing its internal affairs, Wen Yu had returned to her role as a weaver and helped Lin Yuan to make many new sets of clothes. Now that she had changed from a busy lifestyle to a rather mundane one, Wen Yu's mindset had improved significantly. When Wen Yu spotted Lin Yuan, she set down the scissors she was holding and smiled in greeting. Wen Yu's long hair reached her waist, and her lips curled gently. "Young master, I am almost done making this new set of clothes. I don't make many half-armors, so I spent a lot of time picking the inner lining." Lin Yuan smiled. "Wen Yu, in the past 3 years, your mindset has improved the most out of you, me, and Big Brother Lu. However, it won't be long before you lose all your free time." Wen Yu's eyes flashed. "Young master, all the people who will be heading with you to the sky beyond the clouds have received thoughts letter papers. I will send out the message now." Lin Yuan grinned. Regardless of what he said, Wen Yu was always able to understand his meaning immediately. "Wen Yu, inform the others, but I will let master know personally." Wen Yu nodded seriously. In truth, Wen Yu had not been very happy when the Moon Empress joined Sky City. This was not because Wen Yu disrespected the Moon Empress. It was actually the opposite. As a previous Moon attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace, Wen Yu had always seen the Moon Empress as her idol. It was also the Moon Empress who had given her the chance to change her destiny. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Wen Yu had established Sky City. Wen Yu was very afraid that after the Moon Empress joined Sky City, Lin Yuan would no longer be Sky City's true leader. However, it was proven that she had overthought. After the Moon Empress joined Sky City, she followed Lin Yuan quietly and acted as Sky City's support. With her joining Sky City, the faction's management simplified significantly. Both in the past and now, the Moon Empress quietly sheltered Lin Yuan and helped him to lay down a steady path. Hence, Wen Yu understood the respect that Lin Yuan felt for the Moon Empress. Chapter 2809 Night Leaning Moon has yet to come. Young master, I will go and let the rest know now. Where should I tell them to gather? Should we meet in Thick Soil City in the Startling Lines continent or the Radiance Federation's royal capital? Every person in the main world had their own ties. Lin Yuan would give them the time to say their goodbyes. The World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Sky Sea was not suited to appear in front of the main world's life forms. After some pondering, Lin Yuan decided that neither the royal capital nor Thick Soil City was the best choice. He eventually decided to set the location as Epic God Palace. After all, the path to the sky beyond the clouds started in Epic God Palace. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu the geographic coordinates of Epic God Palace so she could make the arrangements. There were no longer any dangers in the main world. Sky City's members would be able to handle any issues even if the journey was long. Now, all of Sky City's white-clothed followers had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. They were slightly stronger than Lin Yuan, the city lord of Sky City. Wen Yu had never been to Epic God Palace and did not know what location Lin Yuan had decided on. But he had to have his reasons for setting that location. The moment Wen Yu used the thoughts letter paper to send out the message, all of its recipients' expressions turned stern. All of them knew they would eventually be leaving the main world for the sky beyond the clouds. Now that the day had come, they felt excitement and reluctance. All of these emotions eventually morphed into determination. Sky City's white-clothed followers were now the strongest group in the entire main world. But a few decades ago, every single white-clothed follower had been the plainest among the main world's residents. None of them had been able to contract a decent fey in their youth. They had also been unable to comprehend willpower runes regardless of how hard they worked because they lacked the Creation Master resources to strengthen themselves. As adventurers, it was tough for them to join a faction and earn resources to increase their strength. It was a kind of hardship that could not be perceived or understood by anyone else. The turning point only came once they met Lin Yuan and joined Sky City. Their positions transformed, and their characters changed as well. Now, their incredible power has brought them great benefits and convenience. The white-clothed followers were thankful for the help they had received from Sky City. After making their arrangements, the white-clothed followers resolutely headed toward the coordinates that Wen Yu had sent. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and the rest also contacted Wen Yu immediately after receiving the message to tell her they needed a few days to tie up loose ends. However, the two of them continued serving as the compasses. They needed to leave a set of instructions before they could lay down their worries and leave. But now, the two of them had thought things through clearly. Remaining in the main world would curb their development. Rather than remaining in the main world, their dream was to head to a wider world and work alongside Lin Yuan in growing his faction. Previously, Lin Yuan had selflessly helped them while they were trying to revive the Dark Continent and take back and develop the Iron Hammer Federation. Without his help, neither of them would have been capable of accomplishing these feats. Once they went to the sky beyond the clouds, it would be time for them to help him. Luo Lan and Su Yiren would be working hard together for the same cause. When Wen Yu used the Thoughts letter paper to send out the message, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. Even after all the years that had passed, Lin Yuan was still the only one aside from Cold Moon, Mystic Moon, and the 4 T attendants who could enter and leave the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace freely. The Moon Empress' focus was no longer on increasing her power. She was the Radiance Federation's top expert. Despite possessing talent that far exceeded that of others, the Moon Empress' journey had not been an easy one, and she had brushed against death countless times. However, Lin Yuan's abilities made all her hard work seem insignificant. In terms of their level of power, Sky City's white-clothed followers were all just as powerful as the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress felt that her effort was better spent supporting Lin Yuan than increasing her power. After all, Lin Yuan could just use the method he used previously to increase her power. The Moon Empress was not an old-fashioned and conservative person. She understood what she needed to do to express her value to the greatest extent. Hence, unlike Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch, she was not in a dilemma over the purpose of increasing her power. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan, she set down the documents in her hand and told him with a smile, "Little Yuan, your subordinate Bai Qinghuan is a rare, talented strategist. With the world's current prosperity, her military talent and bloodthirst are two strong and not positive traits. But in a place like the sky beyond the clouds, these are necessary qualities. She is worth using but needs to be restrained." The Moon Empress' tone was serious when she said that. Lin Yuan also agreed with her assessment. The Moon Empress had to have carefully examined Bai Qinghuan before making such an assessment. Lin Yuan had not relied heavily on Bai Qinghuan in the past 10 years. Bai Qinghuan had remained in the Radiance Federation ever since she had been instructed to work alongside Hollow Earth in taking down the dimensional wall. This had caused Bai Qinghuan to be terrified, and she would frequently pray for the chance to speak to Lin Yuan. However, she had never been granted the opportunity. For the past few years, Lin Yuan had been busy nurturing feys and the main world's experts to increase the main world's overall strength. He had not had any time to meet with Bai Qinghuan. Moreover, he felt that rather than seeing Bai Qinghuan, it would be better to give her the chance to settle down and stabilize her mindset. 10 years had passed, and the Moon Empress had given Bai Qinghuan such an assessment. This meant that Bai Qinghuan had indeed grown and improved significantly these past few years. In the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would pair her up with Kira so they could commandeer the demon insects in the conquest across the sky beyond the clouds. This was akin to throwing a stone to ask for directions. Through the demon insects, Lin Yuan would be able to begin his development rapidly. "Master, Bai Qinghuan's character has improved significantly in the past few years. She could not be relied on in the past." At that point, Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Master, it's time to set off. We will leave the Radiance Federation together 5 days later." You should also say your goodbyes to your old cohorts. The Moon Empress had more ties in the Radiance Federation than Lin Yuan did. There was no question she was reluctant to leave them behind. However, she eventually chose to leave with him. Before she left, she needed to make her rounds to say her goodbyes. Lin Yuan would also have to do the difficult job of saying goodbye to his companions and loved ones over the next few days. Lin Yuan had already done this with Gao Feng, Xiaoqing, and the rest. Before he left, Lin Yuan would take Chu Xi to see Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang. The Moon Empress smiled and adjusted Lin Yuan's collar. Truthfully, she had already said her goodbyes. With the Moon Empress's position, these people had come to see her instead. However, there was one person who had yet to come to see her. This was the chief guard of the spirit guards, Night Leaning Moon. The main world seas were calm, and the Radiance Federation was peaceful and prosperous. The spirit guards had finished their expansion 6 years ago. Although there were still things that Night Leaning Moon needed to do as the chief guard, she was not overly busy. The reason Night Leaning Moon had not come to see the Moon Empress was that she did not want to say goodbye to her. Lin Yuan had already decided that they were setting off. Since Night Leaning Moon had yet to come to see her, she would go and see Night Leaning Moon instead. The Moon Empress knew why Night Leaning Moon had chosen to stay behind in the main world. It was because she knew that she supported Night Leaning Moon's decision. The Radiance Federation truly needed Night Leaning Moon badly as well. Everything had to come to an end eventually, and everyone had to eventually say their goodbyes to one another. Separation was something that every person needed to face. Little Yuan, stay for lunch. I will need to leave in the afternoon and will meet with you at the return from faraway mansion 5 days later. Since we're leaving, the space tunnel you created in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace can be removed. If you leave the space tunnel here, it will prevent the ethereal jellyfish from creating new tunnels. The Moon Empress was the one who had prepared the ethereal jellyfish for Lin Yuan, and she was well aware of its circumstances. The ethereal jellyfish needed to be the one to remove the space tunnel. Lin Yuan had not nurtured the ethereal jellyfish in the past 10 years. Ever since the ethereal jellyfish comprehended the willpower rune, it had remained in the spirit lock spatial zone to absorb pure spirit chi. It had successfully reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom 2 years ago. When Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish, he checked on it using true data. Lin Yuan had not looked at the ethereal jellyfish's data since its last evolution. Fey name, ethereal jellyfish. Fey species, Ulmeridi/floating jellyfish. Fey grade, World Emperor, 3/10. Fey type, spatial. Fey quality, elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, miniature. Abilities. Tentacle node, by breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node teleportation, by sensing a spatial node, it transports targets toward a certain spatial node. Node activation, the spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or toward itself. Tentacle node will be invalidated after the teleportation. Dissociate catch, when the ethereal jellyfish is traveling through various dimensions, it can catch some of the spatial energy in different dimensions and condense them into spatial crystals. Main tentacle, a main tentacle will grow from the ethereal jellyfish's body. When a large amount of spatial energy is supplied to the main tentacle, it falls off. The fallen main tentacle can create a space tunnel anywhere that connects to the ethereal jellyfish's location. Spatial shift, the energy in a specified area can be rounded up. When the ethereal jellyfish lights up and goes to another dimension, the energy from the specified area can be brought to the other dimension. Space collapse, a space will be selected, and its own spatial energy will be injected into this space. This will cause the space to collapse, and whatever is within it will be released. Space stasis, a space will be selected, and its own spatial energy will be used to fortify the space. This will prevent the space from crumbling or being targeted by special spatial abilities. Abyss fishing, its own energy will be drained, and its tentacles will be placed within an abyss to fish for entities that have been released into the abyss or life forms that exist within the abyss. The life forms being fished need to be weaker than itself. Overload transformation, the bottom of every main tentacle will split off into an imitation that is linked to the main tentacle. The imitation will be able to help it store a large amount of spatial energy. At key moments, the spatial energy can be used to make up for its lack of spatial energy. Exclusive skills. Space tunnel, break off a large number of tentacles or fuse the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before a new one can be set up. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation, form an antenna formation from all the tentacle nodes. When the tentacle nodes are sacrificed, the energy can be used as a guide to the antenna formation. Once the guide has been accepted, the spatial energy will freeze the surrounding space, and one will cross through space to return to the antenna formation. Tentacle strengthening, all of its tentacles will be strengthened while they are growing. The amount of energy in the tentacles will be increased and can be used frequently. The effects of sacrificing the tentacles will also be amplified. Abyss shining, a temporary location will be marked. All of the energy in its body will be drained to hide the marked location in the abyss. It will only reappear sometime later. Abyss beast transformation, the rare abyssal beast bloodline in its body will be triggered to turn its body into an abyssal beast. After the transformation, its abilities will also change and become more inclined toward attack, defense, and control, which are more related to combat. Its combat and survival capabilities will be significantly raised. Abyssal beast domination, the tentacles will be combined with the energy in the abyssal beast bloodline. The tentacles will be able to control the might of the abyssal beast bloodline and turn it into its servant. It will only be able to control abyssal beasts weaker than itself. Divine Kingdom abilities. Path duplication, when spatial teleportation tunnels or spatial teleportation gates are encountered, faith power can be used to dissect the path and make a copy of them. Its spatial energy can be used to reopen the teleportation paths. While Lin Yuan was checking on the ethereal jellyfish's data, the Moon Empress was also examining the ethereal jellyfish. Her expression was one of growing amazement. Chapter 2810 Your Name. The ethereal jellyfish was a spatial source-type life form that the Moon Empress had found for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress' ability to comprehend willpower runes was very strong, but it was still not easy. Yet, Lin Yuan had managed to nurture this spatial source-type fey to such a degree. It was difficult for the Moon Empress not to be amazed by Lin Yuan's ability to nurture feys. Lin Yuan looked at the abilities, exclusive skills, and divine kingdom ability that the ethereal jellyfish had gained and thought, when I realized that the ethereal jellyfish reacts to the abyssal beast bloodline, I gave it the extracted bloodline to absorb. Now, the ethereal jellyfish has gained abilities related to the abyssal beasts. This significantly increased the ethereal jellyfish's ability to acclimate to the sky beyond the clouds. Taking space collapse and space stasis as examples, one drained its energy to pierce a selected space and release the entities within, while the other used the energy to fortify the selected space to prevent it from crumbling or being targeted by others. These two abilities were useful in daily life and battle. However, compared to a special functional type ability like abyss fishing, the value of these two abilities was almost void. Abyss fishing allowed the ethereal jellyfish to drain all of the energy in its body to place its tentacles in an abyss before using the tentacles to fish for entities that had either been released into the abyss or that existed there. Life forms weaker than the ethereal jellyfish could also be picked out. Anything that could avoid being destroyed by the abyss and could continue drifting there was not simple and extremely valuable. Most of the life forms that could be found in the abyss were abyssal beasts. If the abyssal beast caught by the ethereal jellyfish was too strong, the ethereal jellyfish would suffer a backlash. But unless the abyssal beast, which was weaker than the ethereal jellyfish, had potential, it would not have much use. The ethereal jellyfish also had to undertake risks when it used abyss fishing. Unless the ethereal jellyfish could increase its power and reach pinnacle divine kingdom level, at the very least, Lin Yuan would not instruct it to use abyss fishing. Abyss fishing seemed similar to dissociate catch. However, dissociate catch targeted dimensional energy in a space, while abyss fishing targeted that which did not belong to this world. The World Emperor ability overload transformation fundamentally raised the ethereal jellyfish's potential and value. The ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles would produce an imitation that could store a large amount of energy. This meant that the ethereal jellyfish would be able to gain a large vessel in which to store a large volume of energy. This store of energy would allow the ethereal jellyfish to release the spatial energy explosively at crucial moments. This could get Lin Yuan out of sticky situations. In the past, the ethereal jellyfish did not have endurance-type abilities. But with its endurance-type ability, Iota T would be able to stay in the battle for longer. Alpha Nu Delta become more effective at shortening travel time. Among the newly gained abilities, abyss fishing was the only one related to the abyssal beast bloodline. However, abyss shining and abyssal beast transformation were linked to the ethereal jellyfish's abyssal beast bloodline. Abyss shining was a characteristic exclusive skill that most abyssal beasts had. An enormous space would be pulled into the abyss when there was a large-scale invasion of abyssal beasts in the sky beyond the clouds. They would then eliminate the life forms that had entered the abyss. The large factions from all 4 universes would send experts to exterminate the abyssal beasts because they feared that the abyssal beasts would gather together to set off a disaster. Abyssal beast transformation was an exclusive skill that enabled an abyssal beast to attack the main world. It was an exclusive skill that essentially sealed off a space. As a result, the entities in the space could not be removed temporarily. It increased the occupancy time of the entities. When the ethereal jellyfish tapped into its new bloodline, it would be able to transform into an abyssal beast. Its abilities would then change into attack, defense, and control type ones that increased its combat capabilities. This exclusive skill was very similar to Chime's transformation abilities. However, Lin Yuan was not satisfied with abyssal beast transformation because the ethereal jellyfish did not serve any combat functions. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation allowed the ethereal jellyfish to become an important fey that coordinated with Sky Sea. The ethereal jellyfish needed to be protected. How could it ever be in danger? Meanwhile, abyssal beast domination allowed the ethereal jellyfish to combine its tentacles with the energy in the new bloodline to control abyssal beasts and turn them into its servants. The abyssal beasts were extremely difficult to control and tame, but they had a myriad of abilities and stood out from the crowd. The strong factions in the 4 universes frequently went on expeditions to exterminate abyssal beasts, but they also spent resources to round up and take control of groups of them. If the abyssal beasts under fairy institutions' control went on a rampage, it would cause a Class A disaster. A faction like Fairy Institution insisted on taking control of abyssal beasts despite knowing that they were dangerous. This was enough to prove their value. The ethereal jellyfish would combine its tentacles with the new bloodline and inject it into the abyssal beast to take control of it. The ethereal jellyfish's tentacles would strategically move around in the abyssal beast's body. Hence, it could only take control of abyssal beasts with a weaker bloodline than its own. While the ethereal jellyfish was evolving, the abyssal beast it obtained externally defined its bloodline and was difficult to evolve. Without Lin Yuan's body of all spirits that could evolve the purity of the bloodline in the ethereal jellyfish's body, abyssal beast domination would be a useless exclusive skill. No spirit chi professional wanted their fey to obtain a powerful ability that did not serve any practical function. However, Lin Yuan felt that the 3 exclusive skills related to the abyssal beast bloodline could not be compared to tentacle strengthening. Almost all of the ethereal jellyfish's abilities came from its tentacles and antennae. When its tentacles and antennae were strengthened, all of its abilities would be enhanced. Once the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and antennae were strengthened and the energy within was improved, not only would its teleportation abilities and distance be enhanced, but the depletion of the teleportation process would also be reduced. This would enable a tentacle to be used multiple times. While Lin Yuan was looking through the ethereal jellyfish's data, the Moon Empress sighed softly. Little Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish's divine kingdom ability isn't bad. However, it will put you at risk. Lin Yuan smiled. Master, you know how I am. I won't put myself in danger unless absolutely necessary. But if I attain a useful ability, we will have more options when facing problems. If the ethereal jellyfish's divine kingdom ability is used to recreate a path, there will be a large number of benefits to grab hold of. There might even be the uncovering of secrets that no one else knows about. When the Moon Empress first found out about the sky beyond the clouds and learned that Lin Yuan intended to venture into that world, she thought that he had picked an arduous path. However, it was proven that she had underestimated him. Lin Yuan had begun accumulating energy in the main world. He had also used the experts under him to stop the invaders from plundering the main world. The Moon Empress learned a lot about the sky beyond the clouds from Lin Yuan. She knew full well why those experts had come to the main world. If Lin Yuan had not had the ability to slaughter them, the main world would either have been destroyed by the invaders or have lost the majority of its resources. The Radiance Federation was currently the heart of the main world and would definitely be the invaders' main target. The main world did not have a clear idea of the strength of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. After all, she had yet to watch them in action. But if they had the ability to take down the invaders swiftly and without making any waves, it was proof they would also be considered exceptional even in the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress did not nag at Lin Yuan to tell him to be careful. Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City and had the ultimate decision-making authority. With his current power and abilities, he was able to make the right decisions. The Moon Empress was not an old-fashioned teacher who thought she would always have to be the one teaching her disciple. When the Moon Empress was teaching Lin Yuan, her experience and knowledge had been above his. But now, she admitted that he was more capable and stronger than her. In the afternoon, the Moon Empress personally cooked lunch. After lunch, the Moon Empress left for the Midnight Palace. In the Radiance Federation's royal capital, the Midnight Palace was just as famous as the Radiant Moon Palace. The Radiant Moon Palace housed the Moon Empress, one of the Radiance Federation's 3 strongest creation masters, while the Midnight Palace housed the chief guard of the Spirit Guards. Both were members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. The Midnight Palace sat in the north of the city and was surrounded by an enormous garden filled with statues. Despite being part of the city, the garden afforded the Midnight Palace a solemn tranquility. The Guardia banquet was held in the Midnight Palace. Normally, it was Night Leaning Moon who went to the Radiant Moon Palace to see the Moon Empress. This was the first time that the Moon Empress visited the Midnight Palace since the Guardia banquet had ended. The Moon Empress did not ride the freezing moon pagoda carriage, which was iconic of her status. Instead, she made her way to the hidden entrance of the Midnight Palace's garden like a regular traveler. The entrance to the Midnight Palace's garden was guarded. The moment the 2 guards spotted the Moon Empress, they instantly recognized her and bowed hurriedly. The businesslike woman dressed in half-armor hastily said, "Moon Empress, I will go and send word to the chief guard this instant." This woman had already guessed that the Moon Empress had not informed Night Leaning Moon of her visit. If she had done so, given their relationship, Night Leaning Moon would have come to the entrance to receive the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress waved her hand. "The 2 of you can continue guarding this place. There's no need to send word on my behalf. I'll just go in to see Leaning Moon." Once the Moon Empress was done speaking, she morphed into a ray of moonlight and streaked through the garden before stopping at the Midnight Palace. In the Midnight Palace's study, a woman with black hair that fell to her hips and wearing a veil over her face was currently staring unsmilingly at the book in her hands. Her mind was someplace far away. Night Leaning Moon was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was a direct descendant of her family, and they had placed high hopes in her. Her childhood and younger days were similar to that of Long Tao of Coiling Dragon's Valley. In her younger days, Night Leaning Moon had also been arrogant and ignorant. However, everything changed when she appeared. The Moon Empress did not have the support of a family and only ever relied on herself. At first, Night Leaning Moon had not thought much of the Moon Empress. In the first 2 years since becoming classmates, the Moon Empress had not stood out. There had been absolutely nothing special about her. In the final evaluation of their 3rd year, the Moon Empress had leaped ahead of all the rest and became first place in their class. One of those she had surpassed was Ji Chongdeng, who had always butted heads with Night Leaning Moon. It was only then that Night Leaning Moon began paying attention to this tall and cold yet delicate girl. Night Leaning Moon's eyes had never left the Moon Empress since. From then on, they began walking their paths side by side, deepening their bond. Night Leaning Moon had experienced heartfelt separation twice in her life thus far. The first time was when she learned that the Moon Empress had suffered hidden injuries and only had 5 years left in her lifespan. The second was when she learned that the Moon Empress intended to leave for the sky beyond the clouds. Both times, Night Leaning Moon had felt a sense of helplessness. There was nothing that terrified Night Leaning Moon more than separation. However, she had no choice but to face the music. Previously, the separation had been filled with grief and ardent hatred for the Freedom Federation. But this one only had unadulterated reluctance. The Moon Empress leaving for the sky beyond the clouds was not as bad as her lifespan coming to an end. But it was likely they would never be able to meet again. The decades that they had spent together were clearly etched in Night Leaning Moon's mind and began playing through scene by scene. Slowly, Night Leaning Moon's gaze cleared, and she sighed woefully. "Xiu. Oh, Xiu. With this goodbye, our twin souls will be pulled apart. Do you still remember my original name?" Night Leaning Moon's sigh was soft and gentle. The last thing she expected was a response. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the door of the study. "Of course, I still remember your name. Chapter 2811 I'm leaving the Radiant Moon Palace to you." Night Leaning Moon's head snapped up. Night Leaning Moon was not surprised that the Moon Empress had come to see her. She had to say goodbye to Night Leaning Moon before she left. Night Leaning Moon did not have the courage to go and see the Moon Empress herself. Now that she was here, it meant that her departure was imminent. Night Leaning Moon could not stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Just as Night Leaning Moon was about to rise to open the door for the Moon Empress, she saw the latter push the door open and step in. It had been fine when they were not in each other's presence. But now that they were face to face, the emotions bottled up, and Night Leaning Moon lost her iron grip on her composure. "Yelin. That's your original name. But I prefer your current name to your old one. The name I gave you." "Leaning Moon, we spent our youths together and dedicated our lives to protecting the Radiance Federation once we became experts. We have always shared the same goals. But now, our goals have diverged, and we've made our own choices. Even if we're apart, we'll continue excelling in our chosen fields. You have formed a contract with the Lifespan Mouse and gained an endless lifespan. It's not impossible we'll be able to meet again in the future. The Moon Empress knew that Night Leaning Moon was not the type to beat around the bush. She had her own dreams and opinions. Otherwise, she would definitely have chosen to go with the Moon Empress to the sky beyond the clouds when she invited her. Night Leaning Moon's emotions had erupted because she could not bear for the Moon Empress to leave. The Moon Empress felt the same. The Moon Empress had an icy personality, which was undoubtedly related to her childhood. Night Leaning Moon was the direct descendant of an elite family, while the Moon Empress was an orphan who did not even know who her parents were. Had that mysterious beggar not taken her in, she would never have been able to step foot on the path to becoming a creation master, much less contract her feys. The Moon Empress had locked up her heart long ago. She had seen too much of the ugly side of the world. As a result, she no longer craved warmth and sincerity. Before the mysterious beggar took her in, she had once scrounged for food scraps in garbage bins to keep her skinny body alive. At that time, the Radiance Federation had not been as prosperous or abundant as it was now. This was why the Moon Empress had been able to connect with Lin Yuan when she took him in as her disciple. Only those who had experienced such a life could understand how tough it was. With such a mindset, the Moon Empress preferred to keep to herself. She had been a far cry from the person she was now, resolute in her dream of giving her everything for the sake of the Radiance Federation. Without Night Leaning Moon, the Moon Empress would never have accepted the feelings of her companions. When she saw Night Leaning Moon's expression, in a rare occurrence, the Moon Empress revealed her true emotions. She stepped forward and hugged Night Leaning Moon before saying softly into her ear, "Leaning Moon, since you aren't intending to go to the sky beyond the clouds, you can stay in the main world and help with its evolution. These are the resources I'm leaving for you to use. It should be able to last you almost 1,000 years. Since you've decided to stay in the main world, you can become the main world's protector. You can protect the main world from any anomalies that take place. I don't trust anyone else but you." The Moon Empress actually hoped that Night Leaning Moon would go with her to the sky beyond the clouds. But when Night Leaning Moon turned her down, the Moon Empress was reluctant but also relieved. Lin Yuan had made a lot of preparations to keep the main world safe. The Moon Empress had not had the chance to get to know the people Lin Yuan relied on. But she knew that regardless of what happened, Night Leaning Moon would never endanger the main world and the Radiance Federation. This was not just trust between friends. It could be said that the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon were soulmates. It was a bond that went beyond that of friendship and romance. Only those who possessed such a bond could understand it. Night Leaning Moon forcefully scrunched her nose twice before saying with a smile, "Ziu, with me around, there's nothing that you need to worry about. Little Yuan allowed me to contract the Lifespan Mouse and enabled me to gain an endless lifespan. Once the main world evolves, I might have the chance to head to the sky beyond the clouds. We will be reunited then." Night Leaning Moon's lips trembled while she said that. She still could not bear for the Moon Empress to leave. But she knew that this separation was unavoidable. If that were the case, it would be better for her to send the Moon Empress off with a smile. "Ziu, the date for the departure to the sky beyond the clouds must have been decided on. When are you leaving? I'll send you off personally." The Moon Empress looked at Night Leaning Moon calmly and paused for a moment before saying softly, "I will leave the Radiance Federation with little Yuan 5 days later. Why don't I stay here in the Midnight Palace for the next few days? Given the circumstances, it's the best time to drink the Moon Night wine you buried in the endless pond. Let's drink and make merry. Now that I'm thinking about it, we haven't had a proper talk since becoming members of royalty." At that point, Night Leaning Moon could no longer hold back, and tears began flowing down her cheeks. The image of the Moon Empress became blurry. Since the Moon Empress was going to spend her last 5 days before leaving in the Midnight Palace, it meant that Night Leaning Moon was the person the Moon Empress cared the most about. This alone was enough. "Ziu, I've been burying the Moon Night wine for you. I bury 30 bottles every year. The snow from the plum blossoms falls onto the endless pond every winter. I will go and fetch the oldest bottle now for us to drink. Why don't you take the remaining Moon Night wine with you so you can have a glass every time you think of me? Without you here, I wouldn't be in the mood to drink our namesake wine." The Moon Empress chuckled softly. "If you bury 30 new bottles annually, there must only be more than 1,000 bottles. If I have a glass every time I think of you, I'll finish all of the Moon Night wine in no time. Once I'm gone, no one will be living in the Radiant Moon Palace. Why don't I leave it to you? The Radiant Moon Palace is much more beautiful than your Midnight Palace. Night Leaning Moon gently wiped the snot from her nose and pushed down all of her feelings of bitter sadness and reluctance. She adjusted the veil across her face and said with a smile, Xiu, even if you didn't leave the Radiant Moon Palace to me, I would take it for myself after you left. I won't allow the place in the main world with the most traces of you to be handed over to anyone else. Night Leaning Moon retrieved the Night Moon wine before placing it in front of the Moon Empress. On the third night, Night Leaning Moon downed a full cup of the Moon Night wine before saying, Xiu, Ji Changdan's feelings for you are real. Have you gone to see him now that you are leaving? The Moon Empress shook her head. There's no need for me to see Ji Changdeng. It'll be better for him this way. The Moon Empress knew how Ji Changdeng felt about her. He had confessed his feelings to her more than once. Each time, she would firmly turn him down so he would not have any misunderstandings about how she felt. Ji Changdeng had been persistent in the past few years. If the Moon Empress went to see him now, she would be giving him empty hope. In the main world, there was no one aside from Night Leaning Moon, whom the Moon Empress felt reluctant to leave behind. The person who she cared about the most was Lin Yuan, and he would be going with her to the sky beyond the clouds. During the time that the Moon Empress was in the Midnight Palace, Lin Yuan brought Chu Xi to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. Chu Xi did not have many memories of their parents but had many fond memories of Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang. She did not see them as her parents but as seniors who were very important to her. In the past few years, Chu Xi had visited Kitchen Fragrance Palace to meet Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang more times than Lin Yuan had. Big brother, when we get to the sky beyond the clouds, will we be unable to see Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang ever again? Lin Yuan raised his hand and touched Chu Xi's head, pressing down the stray hairs on the top of her head as he said seriously. I can't say that we won't be able to meet ever again, but we won't be able to see them anytime soon. Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang made their choice. We need to respect them. They have both contracted the lifespan mice. If we ever get the chance to return to the main world, we will be able to see them again. It took a very long time for a newly promoted Class 2 world to be promoted to Class 3. Objectively, Lin Yuan did not want the main world to be promoted to Class 3 because of him. Once it did, it would no longer be under any safeguards. Class 3 worlds often clashed against each other. A Class 3 world that was held up by a powerful force was completely different from one that had developed and built up its strength slowly. Currently, it was difficult for the main world to compete with other Class 3 worlds. Unless the main world was promoted to Class 3, Uncle Li, Auntie Zhang, and the rest would never be able to depart from the main world to enter the sky beyond the clouds. According to Winter, it was not easy to visit a Class 2 world. Firstly, a strong enough mountable abyssal beast was needed. The experts also needed to be strong enough to withstand the world wills of the Class 2 world. The trip to the Class 2 world would only be successful once these two requirements were met. Moreover, it was difficult to escape the detection of the major factions in the East universe when one rode an abyssal beast to a Class 2 world. The main world currently had a spotlight on it in the sky beyond the clouds. For the sake of its safety, the main world could not continue to receive so much attention from the sky beyond the clouds factions. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not return even if he did gain an abyssal beast that could travel between the main world and sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was not dropping in unexpectedly. He had given advance notice before coming. It was a sign of respect to greet elders before visiting them. Uncle Li knew that Lin Yuan was bringing Chu Xi to bid farewell and had prepared a table full of dishes. Li Changlin had always been open-minded and did not get hung up over goodbyes. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would have access to a larger platform and receive even more extensive development. As such, there was not only no reason for him to be sad, but he should be congratulating Lin Yuan instead. Chef Supreme was devastated that his youngest disciple was also going to leave with Lin Yuan. That old fogey sure was resistant to change. His wife was just like her father. Not only was she reluctant to see Zhong Ziyi leave, but she also could bear for Chu Xi and Lin Yuan to go. When he left Kitchen Fragrance Palace with his wife, Chef Supreme had yet to take in Zhong Ziyi as a disciple. His wife only began seeing Zhong Ziyi as her junior brother when they returned to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. In truth, his wife had a much deeper link to Lin Yuan and Chu Xi. Chef Supreme made a personal appearance to greet Lin Yuan. Although Chef Supreme felt reluctant to see Zhong Ziyi leave with Lin Yuan, he knew that the sky beyond the clouds would be better for Zhongzi's development. The Moon Empress would accompany Lin Yuan and would be able to help look after Zhongzi. Chef Supreme left soon after welcoming Lin Yuan. He left the space to his daughter and first disciple. Zhongzi also wanted to stay behind, but Chef Supreme dragged him away. He had high hopes for Zhongzi and saw him as his grandson. Chef Supreme would be giving Zhongzi his final teachings and lectures in the next few days. Once Zhongzi went to the sky beyond the clouds, Chef Supreme would not be able to reach him to teach him anything. When Lin Yuan saw the usually bold and brash lady staring at him and Chu Ci with tears in her eyes, he hurriedly placed a golden red pork rib onto her plate. "Auntie Zhang, I remember that this dish is a favorite of yours and Uncle Li." Zhang Yingying rolled her eyes before placing 2 pieces of red braised meat on Lin Yuan's plate and scooping out a bowl of fish head soup for Chu Ci. "Little Yuan, you still remember what I like to eat. Once you leave, you won't be able to eat Uncle Li's cooking anymore. You and little Ci have to eat more this time. Uncle Li and I will be there to send you off. I can't stop you and little Ci from leaving, but you can't stop us from sending you off either." Lin Yuan mixed red braised meat around with the rice in his bowl. There was no better fragrance than that of red braised meat mixed with rice. Lin Yuan truly enjoyed his time with Zhang Yingying and Li Changlin. In spite of Chu Ci's young age, she could also understand the significance of separation. She also did her best to savor her final moments with Zhang Yingying and Li Changlin. After the meal, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci chatted with Zhang Yingying and Li Changlin deep into the night before returning to the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan needed to use the next few days to confirm the exact number of people that would head to the sky beyond the clouds. As the leader of Sky City, Lin Yuan would communicate with every white-clothed follower using the thoughts letter paper so he could ask if they needed any help. Some of the white-clothed followers had family in the main world. Lin Yuan had given them these 5 days so they could make their arrangements for their family. Chapter 2812 The Mother of Bloodbath returns. Duanhe was one of the first white-clothed followers to join Lin Yuan. On the other hand, Zhou Luo had fought side by side with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji in the evolving Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift. The 3 of them had braved death together. Hence, Lin Yuan trusted Zhou Luo implicitly. Duanhe and Zhou Luo worked under Sky City and eventually became friends. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were sworn friends. Zhou Luo did not have any family and had been staying with Duanhe. Duanhe had always been family-oriented. He never forgot to bid farewell to his family before going on any missions. But this time, the farewell would be forever. When Duanhe went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would no longer be able to see his family. Duanhe was full of woe, but his family had no clue. After Duanhe left the Duan residence, Zhou Luo told him, "Old Duan, can you really bear to do this? I think that, regardless of anything else, you should tell your family the truth instead of lying about going out on a mission. Who knows when we'll return from this journey?" Duanhe took a deep breath before responding candidly. "I am reluctant to do this, but who can bear such a goodbye? All I know is one thing. The Duan family's current position and development are solely due to the young master. Because of his power, I have reached the Divine Kingdom level, a level I never imagined attaining. Normally, we should be using the resources we earn to increase our strength. But in actuality, all the resources we use to increase our strength come from the young master. All the resources I earned went to elevating the Duan family. At present, there are 6 Thearch class Duan experts. 2 of them have reached immortal. The Duan family is now one of the strongest factions in Soaring Dragon City. Rather than saying that it's a result of my effort, it's more accurate to say that all credit goes to the young master's generosity. As such, I have to embark on this new journey with the young master. My reluctance is irrelevant. Once I'm gone, there will be others to tell them the truth. I just don't want to say goodbye face to face." Zhou Luo nodded. It was just as Duanhe said. If any white-clothed follower had a family, they would have bright futures ahead of them. It was true that all of this came from Lin Yuan. It was likely that the other white-clothed followers felt the same way. If Duanhe had not joined Sky City, he would never have been able to enable the Duan family to develop to such an extent. But, as opposed to Duanhe, Zhou Luo liked his current situation. He was alone and did not have many ties. All he needed to do was remain loyal to Sky City. He was the definition of being light-footed because he did not have love weighing him down. The day before they were due to set off, a crown-wearing spider that resembled a red gem discreetly crawled into Lin Yuan's hair. Although Blood Love had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan could still sense her presence. Blood love had eventually come to him. At first, Blood love had intended to go with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. At that time, Blood love had it all planned out. Her parents, Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial, would accompany her to the sky beyond the clouds. However, reality did not play out as so. Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial had no intention of going to the sky beyond the clouds. Instead, they would stay back in the main world. All of the ties the two of them had were in the main world. Moreover, as leaders of the heavenly family cottage, the two of them had their own responsibilities. Blood love had always craved for a family. Lin Yuan had realized this soon after he became acquainted with Blood love. Hence, Lin Yuan had sent Blood love to the heavenly family cottage to live for a period so she could think things through carefully and seriously. Would she really go with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds or stay in the main world to become one of the heavenly family cottage's leaders and enjoy the experience of being part of a family? Now, blood love that was hidden in his hair had just shown Lin Yuan the decision she had made. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he said, "My path protector, you will be in charge of my safety once we get to the sky beyond the clouds." When blood love heard that, she realized that Lin Yuan had seen through her attempt at being stealthy. She changed into human form and appeared next to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, don't think I'm not aware that there are many people in your camp who are stronger than me. How could it ever be my job to protect you? I decided to go with you to the sky beyond the clouds because I'm worried that leaving me behind will make you too sad." Blood love poured out a cup of water for herself, her gaze never leaving Lin Yuan. Blood love was usually a pillar of ice and never smiled at anyone. She only offered endless summer the occasional warm gestures. But after spending the past few years basked in the love of her family, Blood love's personality had changed drastically. All members of the heavenly family cottage loved her. Hence, it was inevitable that Blood love would become rather arrogant. This was one of the times when Blood love was acting arrogantly. Blood love had not said everything that she was thinking. Truthfully, rather than being afraid that Lin Yuan would be sad and missing her, Blood love was more afraid of being without Lin Yuan. Time had cemented Blood love's awareness of her feelings toward Lin Yuan. There was no greater bliss than being together with one's companion and supporting each other through the ages. There are a few spiritual ingredients that came from sacred source life forms in this spatial equipment. It is larger than regular diamond phase storage boxes. It has all sorts of treats to ensure that you'll be kept satisfied in the sky beyond the clouds. I heard from Spring that the sky beyond the clouds species place a high priority on food, so the standard of food there is rather high. You might become interested in the delicacies of some species." Blood love gleefully received the bracelet-shaped diamond phase storage box. From this, she could see how much Lin Yuan cared for her. He had made ample preparations despite being uncertain if she would also head to the sky beyond the clouds. Without waiting any longer, the gourmet and glutton blood love took a look at what food was in the spatial equipment. At that point, Lin Yuan said, "I have already spoken to Endless Summer. If you chose to go with me to the sky beyond the clouds, Endless Summer would come with me. But if you decided not to go, Endless Summer would stay in the main world. Since you've decided to come with me, I will notify Endless Summer." Blood love was once again touched by Lin Yuan. Her parents might not be aware of her relationship with Endless Summer, but Lin Yuan was definitely aware. Lin Yuan knew just how important Endless Summer was to Blood love. Endless Summer had been her steadfast companion over the years. They had survived the cruelty of the forest and worked together to increase their strength. This was a relationship that could not easily be described with words. The two of them had saved each other countless times. Endless Summer had great talent for internal governance. Listen would praise her when they managed the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce together. Subsequently, Endless Summer and Wen Yu managed the private faction territories on Star Web together. When Wen Yu became busy, Endless Summer had also been able to pick up the slack and hold down the fort on her own. Lin Yuan had always needed such internal governance talents, but it was not easy to nurture such individuals. In spite of all the years that had passed, there was still no one who could replace Endless Summer. She had heard that Endless Summer had also reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and gained an impressive Divine Kingdom ability. Yet, Lin Yuan would have been willing to leave Endless Summer by Blood Love's side because he knew of their relationship. Lin Yuan had increased Blood Love's power all the way to Pinnacle Spirit Fire. When Blood Love reached Pinnacle Spirit Fire, her bloodline showed signs of evolving. Hence, it would be best to wait for her bloodline to stabilize before continuing to increase her power. Lin Yuan had given Blood Love numerous resources and sent Summer to watch over Blood Love. Hence, he still did not know about the Divine Kingdom ability she had gained. Blood Love believed that her Divine Kingdom ability would be of considerable help to Lin Yuan. Blood Love said with a straight face, "Lin Yuan, I'll go and see Sister Summer myself. I know that your eyes are magical and can see through a life form's abilities and exclusive skills. Can you see my Divine Kingdom ability?" Lin Yuan smiled. He had not expected Blood Love to test him. It was child's play for him to check Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Blood Love. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath. Fey species, Tarantulas/Jade Spider species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 2/10. Fey type, Natural, Light/Blood. Fey quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Execution Sting. Blood and light energy will be injected into the target through the 8-sharp calicity to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Senluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of Light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporarily controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core that can overload attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of Dawn's Light. Take an energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Sunlight Drapery. Activate the stored energy in the body during combat. A jade sundial with the carving of a sun on it will appear behind the Mother of Bloodbath. Every time the energy in its body is used, half of the energy will be taken from the sun. The jade sundial will defend against damage caused by the outside world. Hanging sun net. With the sun at the center, its energy will be used up to activate the sun's energy. The energy from both entities will form a net. The target trapped in the sun net will be restrained temporarily before being released to the surface of the sun. Foundry Day Falling Attack. Use the energy in its body to communicate with celestial bodies and obtain their support. When the energy supplied by the celestial bodies is activated, the target can be attacked from a long distance away. The attacked target will be cleansed and free of impurities. Beautiful Day Condensed Essence. Exclusive skills. Desire Spider Form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed Spider Shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External Blood Bone. The calicity will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Rich Light Trial. When causing damage to a target, the target will also be injected with light elements that will have a deadly purging effect. Sundial Sage. Its bloodline will be used to change other spider species life forms. All spider species Fey, aside from dark type ones, will be protected by the sun. When these spider species Feys provide it with faith power, its bloodline power will be extraordinarily boosted. Application Support. It will be applied to other life forms, and its energy will support the target's attacks and defenses. Its support will not affect the application abilities of other life forms. After the application, the target will gain its bloodline and will be boosted by celestial bodies. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Day Forging Furnace. The spiritual ingredients will be absorbed into its body, and the energy from the celestial bodies will temper the spiritual ingredients. The spiritual ingredients will be transformed into precious instruments through the most appropriate techniques. When flesh life forms are being tempered, the life form's physique will improve rapidly as long as it is able to handle the energy from the furnace. Chapter 2813 Conflict in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Realization spread across Lin Yuan's face. She would only ask him such a question after obtaining a powerful Divine Kingdom ability. It was proven that Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability was indeed powerful. It was irreplaceable in Lin Yuan's team. Day Forging Furnace allowed blood love to use the energy from celestial bodies to temper spiritual ingredients and turn them into the most suitable precious instruments. There was an immense amount of energy in celestial bodies that could create precious instruments quickly. By using the most suitable methods to temper spiritual ingredients, their effectiveness could be magnified to the greatest extent. When Lin Yuan tempered precious instruments in the past, he had to seek the help of the few and far between Class 5 creation masters as well as Begin Lady. It took a very long time for Begin Lady to use her body to temper precious instruments. Begin Lady had spent the past 10 years creating precious instruments but had yet to supply one to every white-clothed follower. With Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability, it would be much easier for Lin Yuan to obtain precious instruments in the future. When Begin Lady used her body to temper precious instruments, her bloodline evolution would be affected. But when Blood Love used her Divine Kingdom ability to tap into the energy within celestial bodies and temper precious instruments, she would not be affected in any way. The relationship between blood love and celestial bodies would also be deepened. After all, Day Forging Furnace could not only temper inanimate items like spiritual ingredients but living entities as well. As long as the entities being tempered could handle the energy in the furnace, Day Forging Furnace would also rapidly strengthen the bodies made of flesh. This energy did not clash with the merciful star peony's tempering effects that made use of moonlight. Although the two abilities were similar, without the merciful star peony to temper his body, Lin Yuan's body might be unable to handle being tempered by the energy in celestial bodies. The merciful star peony's tempering improved the fundamentals of Lin Yuan's body. When Blood Love used her Divine Kingdom ability to temper Lin Yuan's body, his body composition could improve rapidly. Day Forging Furnace could not only improve his body fundamentally but also help others to strengthen their bodies using the energy from within the celestial bodies. This would also give Sky City's other key members the chance to improve their bodies through Day Forging Furnace. Foundry Day Falling Attack allowed Blood Love to use the energy in her body to communicate with celestial bodies and gain their support. In other environments, she would naturally form links to the celestial bodies there and use them to strengthen herself. Foundry Day Falling Attack would allow the celestial bodies to inject their energy into her body to enable her to attack targets across a far distance. This long-distance combat technique allowed Blood Love to hunt and kill without revealing her face. Since Blood Love was using the energy within celestial bodies, she would be able to roll grades to fight. Beautiful Day Condensed Essence allowed Blood Love to use her bloodline to temporarily fuse with celestial bodies and utilize the energy in them to boost herself. It would thus be provided with a sea of energy. This was a pure support type ability. The energy in celestial bodies was gargantuan. When the energy was injected into a target, there was a high chance that the target would not be able to handle it. Luckily, Beautiful Day Condensed Essence would help to deflect this and prevent the target from suffering too much damage from the energy in the celestial bodies. Lin Yuan had many functional type feys. Once Blood Love boosted them, they would be able to excel with flying colors. Compared to these abilities, Blood Love's two new exclusive skills were undoubtedly stronger. Sundial Sage allowed Blood Love to use her bloodline to change other spider species life forms. This would enable all spider species life forms apart from dark type ones to receive the protection of celestial bodies. These life forms would provide Blood Love with faith. When Blood Love received the faith from the spider species life forms, her faith power would be significantly boosted. This boosting would allow Blood Love to elevate her Divine Kingdom even faster. For any life form, any ability or exclusive skill that could quickly raise their Divine Kingdom was extremely precious. The other exclusive skill, Application Support, was rather similar to Beautiful Day Condensed Essence. Yet, while one harnessed the energy emanating from celestial bodies to target, the other utilized her own spiritual form to enhance the combat and defensive capabilities of other life forms, channeling her energy to the target without affecting other life forms. If Blood Love used Application Support on Lin Yuan, he could still merge with Dark Blue and the Abyss Red Lotus. This was enough to show Application Support's might. As Blood Love grew stronger, Application Support's boosting effects would also be raised. Additionally, once Application Support was used on a target, the target would also receive the same bloodline and be boosted by celestial bodies. Lin Yuan was well aware of the effects of being boosted by celestial bodies. When Blood Love was applied to a target, she would only be able to boost the target to a small extent compared to the boost from a celestial body. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gave Blood Love a thumbs up before saying with a smile, "Blood Love, you will probably be making many precious instruments, strengthening my body, and boosting me in the future. I also want to know what it feels like to receive your bloodline and experience being adored by celestial bodies." Lin Yuan's words caused surprise to bloom on Blood Love's face. Blood Love knew that Lin Yuan could see a feys exclusive skills and abilities. However, she did not know whether he could also see the new abilities she gained after her evolution. She was stronger than Lin Yuan. He was currently a pinnacle spirit fire expert, while she had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Blood Love raised an eyebrow before saying with a smile, "There's nothing difficult about allowing you to experience my bloodline." Blood Love used application support on Lin Yuan. Blood Love's body turned into a golden red ray of light and enveloped Lin Yuan. His body was thus draped in a golden red glow. Then, a radiant sun appeared above Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan could sense that the power in his body had amplified in an instant. As for the increase in his defensive abilities, Lin Yuan could not immediately be sure of the effects. At first, Lin Yuan had to tilt his head to look at the sun hanging above him. Now, he could feel himself being cared for by the sun. Warmth slowly spilled over him and provided his body with power. Lin Yuan could sense that if he just tried to call out to the sun, ribbons of energy would immediately descend from the sun. This feeling made Lin Yuan feel safe and secure. At that moment, Lin Yuan was standing in the shoes of a heavenly family fey to comprehend the world. It was a mystical feeling that could even be called addicting. Once Lin Yuan was done sensing all this, he said, "Blood Love, since you say that you want to see Endless Summer, go now. Endless Summer is also waiting for you to make your decision." Blood Love did not delay and immediately left for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was managing and allocating all the resources in the world, and Listen badly needed his partner, Endless Summer. After being nurtured all these years, Qin Yu's capabilities were just as strong as Endless Summer's. However, Listen still felt more comfortable with Endless Summer. Qin Yu was ambitious, but this did not mean that he was disloyal. In a complex environment like Sky City, having ambition was a virtue. However, Listen did not like to work with ambitious people. Firstly, it was challenging to make friends with them. Secondly, Qin Yu's growth also put pressure on Listen. Upon arriving at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Blood Love saw Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu in the midst of a discussion for a new batch of resources. Lin Yuan would provide the main world with one final batch of resources before he left. Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu's opinions were split on how to allocate this batch of resources. Listen felt that the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent were Lin Yuan's base camps, so most of the resources should go to them. As for the other continents, they were all functioning steadily and could receive token amounts of resources. Endless Summer felt that the amount of resources that the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent could absorb had reached their limit. If they received more resources, the factions would only store them away instead of utilizing them immediately. Hence, it would be better to give these resources to the other continents to raise the happiness level and power of the main world as a whole. After all, now that Lin Yuan was about to leave the main world, there was no need for the spotlight to shine too brightly on the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Qin Yu felt that since this was the final batch of resources, the best course of action would be to distribute it evenly so that every corner of the main world could receive a fair amount of Lin Yuan's grace. When Lin Yuan provided this batch of resources, he only said he would be giving it to the main world. He had not specified that it had to go to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. If Lin Yuan only wanted to provide resources to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent, he could have made this clear. When Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu walked in and saw Blood Love, Endless Summer waved to Blood Love with a smile. Since Blood Love was there, it meant she had decided to accompany Lin Yuan. This meant that Endless Summer would be set off for the sky beyond the clouds soon as well. Unlike Blood Love, Endless Summer did not have parents or a new family in the Heavenly Family Cottage in the main world. The only ties Endless Summer had in the main world were with Blood Love and Lin Yuan, who had saved her. From a personal standpoint, it would be better for Endless Summer's development if she went to the sky beyond the clouds with Lin Yuan. Hence, Endless Summer had hoped that Blood Love would choose to follow Lin Yuan. Listen and Qin Yu walked forward quickly to bow to Blood Love. In Sky City, Blood Love's status was that of the City Lord's Path Protector. In terms of rank, Blood Love was only below the Moon Empress. She could be considered Lin Yuan's senior. Regardless of how strong Blood Love was, members of Sky City like Listen and Qin Yu were very respectful toward her. In such matters, Blood Love would not make a decision on Listen, Qin Yu, and Endless Summer's behalf. Firstly, this was not her job. She was not as capable as Listen, Qin Yu, and Endless Summer when it came to allocating resources. Secondly, making a decision on their behalf was also disrespectful to the three of them. Blood Love said, "My arrival has disturbed your work. If you can't reach a decision, why don't you ask Lin Yuan about it? He is currently at the return from faraway mansion, speaking to the white-clothed followers through the thoughts letter paper. If you send your questions over, he will reply immediately. Bloodlove shot a look at Endless Summer, and the latter followed her into the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Bloodlove had spoken straightforwardly. It was true that the best way to address a split in their opinions would be to ask Lin Yuan for his opinion. Although Listen was the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's president, the three of them were joint supervisors. The two of them could not take Listen's opinion at face value. This was also how Listen felt. Hence, Listen described and wrote down the three trains of thought on a thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan replied to Listen's message very quickly. Lin Yuan, this batch of resources is meant for all the federations in the main world. I have already prepared the resources meant for the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. You can distribute the resources to all of the main world's federations as you see fit. Make sure that the weak federations won't end up crumbling because of a lack of resources. Lin Yuan had always been a selfish person and ensured that he provided resources to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent before giving out any additional resources he had. These other resources were meant for the weaker federations. Lin Yuan did not want the weaker federations to fall immediately after he left the main world. If that happened, the work he had put into saving them would become meaningless. When Listen and Qin Yu saw Lin Yuan's messages, they realized that Endless Summer's opinion was the most aligned with Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's guest room, Endless Summer hugged Bloodlove. Sister Blood, have you decided to stay with the young master from now on? This is great. Endless Summer's joy was not a pretense. After spending time by Lin Yuan's side and increasing its power, Endless Summer became addicted to the feeling of being by Lin Yuan's side. Endless Summer would never have been able to reach this level if she had been left to her own devices in the wild. Bloodlove reached out its arms and held Endless Summer. Sister Summer, let's continue working hard together in the sky beyond the clouds. When we first arrive at the sky beyond the clouds, there won't be resource allocation tasks like the ones here. How do you plan on developing yourself there? Chapter 2814 Embroidered Flower Form Hearts. Endless Summer knew that Bloodlove was asking these questions because she was concerned about her future. First, he would have to find a suitable place to set up camp before slowly expanding his establishment. This was the most stable and reliable course of action. This principle also applied despite the large establishment atop Sky Sea's back. While Lin Yuan was developing his territory, he could use the demon insects as his eyes to investigate the surroundings and make contact with the other factions in the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, there would be no resource allocation tasks for Endless Summer to attend to in the beginning. After a moment of silence, Endless Summer said, Qin Yu is much more suited to internal management than I am. He and Wen Yu also have good chemistry. It's likely that once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, Qin Yu will become Wen Yu's assistant and handle the tasks assigned to him by Wen Yu. He could also be taken in by Lu Ji and be assigned to manage the white-clothed followers. I work well with Listen. Although we occasionally diverge in opinion, we are usually on the same page. There won't be any resource allocation tasks in the beginning, but as the development progresses, we will need to set up channels through which to trade resources. I work well with Listen. Although we occasionally diverge in opinion, we are usually on the same page. There won't be any resource allocation tasks in the beginning, but as the development progresses, we will need to set up channels through which to trade resources. I will still have to work with Listen in the sky beyond the clouds. You know that I've never liked fighting and killing. Moreover, both my exclusive skills and Divine Kingdom ability are functional type. I'll go with you to see Lin Yuan later so I can give him something. I also want to ask him for some resources. Bloodlove nodded. Endless Summer had everything planned out. She knew what she needed and what she needed to do. Endless Summer had always been more mature than Bloodlove and looked after her like an older sister would. Since Endless Summer had a clear plan for herself, there was nothing more for Bloodlove to say. Frankly, Bloodlove would prefer Endless Summer to work with Wen Yu on internal governance rather than handle resource allocation in the sky beyond the clouds. The members of Sky City who stood out and became pivotal cogs in the system were those who were involved in internal governance. Endless Summer smiled and picked up Bloodlove's hand. Sister Blood, rather than you being concerned for me, I care more about whether you've faced your true self. Being a good match for each other doesn't really matter in relationships. All that matters is that both parties are attracted to each other. If the two sides feel the same way about each other, they will naturally stick. If Bloodlove heard this from Endless Summer in the past, she would become filled with melancholy. But now, she felt exceptionally calm. Sister Summer, you didn't become acquainted with Lin Yuan much later than I did. You watched him on his journey, too. Do you think he has ever thought about starting a relationship? His life is much too fulfilling. Aside from his ever-growing responsibilities and goals, he has never paid serious attention to anything. How could I allow myself to become stuck? Regardless of anything, I am his path protector and eternal companion. That's enough. Endless Summer sighed softly. She knew that Blood Love had to have thought things through deeply and carefully before making such a decision. It was true that when it came to someone as spectacular as Lin Yuan, becoming his companion was the most sustainable relationship. Wen Yu was one of them. However, she did a better job of hiding her feelings. Wen Yu might have also made the same decision. Sister Blood, let me go and notify Listen and Qin Yu before I leave with you. I am sure they have asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. Endless Summer was very certain of the decision that Lin Yuan would make. Although Listen had joined Lin Yuan earlier, he spent the majority of his time managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and rarely spent time with Lin Yuan. Hence, he did not have as good of an understanding of Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had wanted to save this batch of resources for the Radiance Federation, he would have given it directly to the Moon Empress or one of the members of royalty so the Radiance Federation could distribute it internally. Listen knew that Lin Yuan loved the Radiance Federation. Still, he did not know Lin Yuan had set his goals beyond becoming a member of the Radiance 100 Sequence or Radiance Envoy long ago. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have distributed resources to the entire main world instead of saving all of them for the Radiance Federation and focused on solely building up the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would definitely tell Listen to divide the resources among all of the federations in the main world and to take special care of the federations that struggled to fend for themselves. However, he would also instruct Listen not to do things too obviously. The quantity of resources was not the issue. The concern was with the equitable distribution of those resources. This issue did not only apply to the human world. It applied to the Fey world as well. It was inevitable for federations that obtained more of Lin Yuan's resources to become the target of resentment from other federations. Given Lin Yuan's intelligence and strategic mind, there was no way he would not have thought of all this. When Endless Summer heard Lin Yuan's answer and confirmed that he had given the response she had expected, she did not say anything to Listen. All she did was smile at him. This was not the first time that this had happened. Each time there was a split in their opinions, she was the one who accurately guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts. Each time, Listen's attitude toward her would change slightly. This time, Listen began to ponder and consider whether her stance was the right one. He was unlike Qin Yu, who stubbornly stuck by his stance. This was what was known as adaptation. Listen and Qin Yu, it won't be long before we have to depart. The two of you should make the arrangements quickly. I need to go and see Lin Yuan about some matters. If you can't handle the workload, I can leave Sister Blood here to help you. Endless Summer spoke honestly and had no intention of elevating her position. In the past, there had been a long period of time when Endless Summer was Sky City's strongest expert. Endless Summer had saved Listen's life once in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's president's office. She had also saved Lin Yuan more than once. Hence, many members of Sky City were extremely respectful toward Endless Summer despite being stronger than her. Back at the return from faraway mansion. When Lin Yuan saw Endless Summer and Blood Love walk in while holding hands, he said with a smile, Lu Ji has gone to fetch ingredients. Wen Yu will be back soon as well. We haven't had a proper gathering in a very long time. Endless Summer, you have worked hard working with Listen all this time. Endless Summer hurriedly waved her hand. Lin Yuan, please don't say that. It makes it sound as though I'm not a member of Sky City. Endless Summer gazed at this young man who had saved her life and changed her fate. He had now grown into a fully fledged man. If she had not been aware of Blood Love's feelings toward Lin Yuan from the beginning, she might have also developed special feelings toward him. Endless Summer did not wait for Lin Yuan to respond. Rather, she took out a pink and purple embroidered flower ball that looked as though it was made of jade and held it out to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, this is a product of my divine kingdom. Do you think it'll be useful to you? There is a fragmented tree core in the flower ball. The tree core has the same effects on plant-type phase as the life-form sacrificial fire because it contains energy from the life-form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan received the embroidered flower ball and used true data to check on Endless Summer. Fey name, Endless Mystical Dream Summer. Fey species, Bunched Flower Species / Hydrangea Species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 4/10. Fey type, Wood / Mind. Fey quality, elementary divine kingdom. Divine kingdom grade, miniature. Abilities. Shooting spears of summer, the flower vines will become shafts, while the flowers will become blades. The spears will be able to pierce armor and targets. Flower sleet, every flower petal can cause damage to targets. The petals can also absorb blood to replenish energy. 3000 shooting spears, 3000 spears will shoot out immediately. When one spear makes contact with a target, the other spears will gather at that spot as well. Midsummer cage, a cage will be created using flowers and vines. Inside the cage will exist a world of its own that endless summer can control. Mind halt, influence a target's mind and cause the target to become instantly confused, preventing the target's mind and soul from working together. Flower tree execution, the roots will grow and form a chain around a target. When the roots pierce a target's body, they will continue to grow and drain the target's energy. The drained energy will be stored as fruits. Willow flower sky cover, release all the energy and vitality inside the body and allow it to grow freely. Willow flowers will grow all over the area. The more flowers that grow, the stronger one will be. The willow flowers can also drain energy from targets. Blooming summer link, its blooming summer energy will nourish the targets in contact with its flower petals. All flora and fauna life forms will begin germinating, and their injuries will be naturally healed. Boosting and healing the flora and fauna will also increase its own energy and recovery. Magical dream finger, the energy in the blooming flora and fauna will be transformed into mind energy and gathered in its finger to supply it to targets. The mind energy's attack on the target will put the target's mind and soul in a dream state. The target can only be awakened through a special method. Dream stealing forced change, it will enter the mind of the affected target, read the target's past to forcefully change the target's circumstances, and alter the target's present. After changing the target's circumstances, it will experience backlash once the target leaves the dream state. Exclusive skills. Flourishing flowers, as powers increase, the number of flowers will also multiply. The flowers can also cause more damage. 1000 openings of the mind, the heart will open 1000 times and increase control over spiritual power. End of summer, change its body into summer and concentrate all the power of summer into one point before finally releasing the attack. Life form shrivel, the flower vines can absorb energy from other life forms. When the absorbed energy reaches its limit, it will present itself as a vest that can defend against attacks. Tree core cycle, its body will take in as many tree cores as possible, forming a cycle in its body. The cycle of tree cores will provide it with an enormous amount of energy and increase the speed of its energy recovery. Thriving summer territory, regardless of the environment, its own energy will be used to trigger and bring forth a thriving summer. Its surroundings will form a thriving summer territory where it will be protected. All targets in the territory will be nourished and boosted by the thriving summer. Divine Kingdom abilities. Embroidered flowers form hearts, its body will take root in the Divine Kingdom. Faith power will be used to trigger the main body and cause flowers to bloom on the main body. The faith power will combine with the flowers to form flower jades that contain tree cores. The tree cores are able to revive plant-type life forms. The revived plant-type life forms will go on to provide it with energy and faith power. Based on Endless Summer's data, Lin Yuan now knew the effects of this jade-like embroidered flower ball. Lin Yuan learned from the description of the Divine Kingdom ability that the tree core could indeed be used in place of the life form sacrificial fire. The life form sacrificial fire was a treasure that had a place on the ranking of precious treasures. It came from the twin red pagoda. The twin red pagoda was a plant that was desired but almost impossible to attain. Even if it was attained, it required a large amount of resources to be nurtured. If Lin Yuan did not have Morbius and the Spirit Lock spatial zone could dissect energy ores to produce exceptionally pure spirit chi for the twin red pagoda to absorb, there was no way it could have produced the life form sacrificial fire within a century. Back then, the twin red pagoda that had been shackled in the dimensional rift had only managed to produce a spark after a few thousand years passed. Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Endless Summer, the tree core in the flower jade you produce using your Divine Kingdom ability can save any plant-type life form. It is extremely precious. You will have to use your faith power to produce them often in the future. However, once the tree cores you produce have saved plant-type life forms, the plant-type life forms will also be able to compensate you and help you obtain faith power. This is also a way for you to quickly increase your power. You can pick a few promising plant-type feys at the sky beyond the clouds and begin working on them." Chapter 2815 Riding the Wind and Setting Off. Lin Yuan was delighted. Endless Summer's abilities and exclusive skills were undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Endless Summer's Divine Kingdom ability allowed him never to worry about the plant-type life forms he nurtured dying unexpectedly while he was caring for them. Many plant-type life forms were extremely fragile. Despite Lin Yuan's possession of pure spirit qi, it was still not easy for him to cultivate some plant-type feys. Endless Summer looked thrilled. She knew that her Divine Kingdom ability could not only save plant-type life forms but would also benefit herself. If Lin Yuan found a few remarkable plant-type life forms and she used embroidered flower form hearts to form links with them, not only would her body benefit, but she would also gain an endless stream of faith power as they evolved toward World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Endless Summer was very enthusiastic about increasing her power. She hoped to increase it as quickly as possible. This would make it easier for her to protect herself and the people she wanted to protect. Additionally, the competitive atmosphere around Lin Yuan was far too intense. The stronger she became, the better chance she had of competing against the rest. Every individual had selfish desires, and Endless Summer was no exception. Lin Yuan, if that's the case, I will do my best to use embroidered flower form hearts to produce as many tree cores as possible. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at Endless Summer before handing her a batch of resources. This batch consisted not only of spirit qi crystals but also of the pupae of the wood-building winged sandflies. The wood-building winged sandflies' pupae contained wood elemental energy and were suitable for Endless Summer to absorb. Lin Yuan had obtained the wood-building winged sandflies from the Moon Empress and had been carefully nurturing them. He rarely used their pupae. Now, there was a mulberry orchard in the Spirit Lock spatial zone where millions of wood-building winged sandflies lived. 2 deposit vegetable pods in human form looked after them, and they would periodically hand Lin Yuan a large batch of them. Because of this, Lin Yuan no longer lacked pure sources of the 4 basic types of elemental energy: wind, water, earth, and fire. When Endless Summer was Sky City's strongest expert, her abilities and exclusive skills had been skewed toward attack, and she possessed exceptional combat abilities. But as she continued to evolve, her abilities and exclusive skills began moving toward support. Blooming Summer Link allowed Endless Summer to enable targets that were in contact with her petals to be nourished by the thriving summer energy. The plants that were nourished by the thriving summer energy would enter the germination stage. The germination stage was the most active phase of a plant-type life form's growth. During this phase, it could recover from injuries very quickly and regrow damaged body parts. This ability would not only allow her to support the plant-type life forms on their side during combat but could also be used to cultivate plant-type life forms on a daily basis, thereby increasing their production volume. The most basic example would be Endless Summer using Blooming Summer Link to link up with the weather-producing plant-type phase on Sky C's back. This would enable the weather-producing plant-type phase to substantially increase their production of weather phenomena. Magical Dream Finger was an extremely effective controlling type ability. In an instant, all the plant-type energy in the thriving summer would be transformed into mind energy that attacked the target's mind. If there was a large number of plant-type life forms around Endless Summer, the mind attack would be powerful, and there was a high probability the target's soul and mind would be put in a dream state. While their soul and mind were in the dream state, their body would be at the mercy of being butchered. Once their body was destroyed, their mind and soul would lose their anchor and naturally disintegrate. It was very difficult to awaken a mind and soul in a dream state. There were only a few Divine Kingdom abilities that could be used to awaken the mind and soul. Magical Dream Finger alone would only be seen as a controlling type ability. But when it was paired with Dream Stealing Forced Change, it became a controlling type prerequisite ability. She would then be able to investigate the target and learn about the target's life. When used on an enemy captive, they would be able to learn all about the enemy's circumstances. Moreover, Dream Stealing Forced Change could also be used to tamper with the target's dreams to alter their experiences. This would affect the target's reality. However, doing this would cause Endless Summer to suffer backlash when she returned to reality. This backlash could cost Endless Summer her life. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would only ask Endless Summer to investigate the target but not alter the target's dream state. Lin Yuan would not recklessly ask his subordinates to undertake dangerous tasks. Aside from these abilities, Endless Summer had also gained 2 new exclusive skills, Tree Core Cycle and Thriving Summer Territory. Endless Summer's original tree core had been destroyed, and the life form Sacrificial Fire had taken its place. She had also absorbed the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. As such, Endless Summer had become a plant-type life form that possessed multiple tree cores. Tree cores were the plant-type life form's energy cores. By possessing 2 tree cores, Endless Summer was akin to a human who possessed 2 hearts. It was an occurrence that seemed to only appear in fairy tales. But with tree core cycle, Endless Summer's body could contain multiple tree cores. The tree cores would form a perfect cycle in her body. The more tree cores she possessed, the more energy Endless Summer's body would receive. These tree cores would speed up the rate at which Endless Summer recovered energy in her body. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like I'll need to find more tree cores for Endless Summer in the sky beyond the clouds. Then, I'll use my resources to help her absorb more tree cores. This will further expand Thriving Summer territory. Thriving Summer territory allowed Endless Summer to use her energy to bring forth a thriving summer regardless of the environment she was in. This would turn her surroundings into a safe haven. Within her safe haven, the effects of blooming summer link on the plant-type life forms would become even stronger. All the plant-type life forms, with the inclusion of Endless Summer, would be nourished and boosted by the thriving summer environment in the safe haven. If Endless Summer only had 2 tree cores, the boosting effects of the exclusive skill would be rather ordinary. Lin Yuan's current perspective and experience were terrifying. He had nurtured far too many excellent feys, and regular exclusive skills could not catch his eye. But if Endless Summer absorbed more tree cores and used the energy in them to activate Thriving Summer territory, the effects would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan looked at his companion who had developed perfectly and was promptly filled with a profound sense of pride. He had a part to play in the growth of all his companions. It was a special and amazing feeling. Once Lu Ji returned, he earnestly prepared a table full of dishes. Bloodlove and Endless Summer had large appetites. Since they were going to eat, they had to eat their fill. When night came, Lin Yuan did not go to sleep. Rather, he stood on the balcony and looked out at the return from faraway mansion at night. In the past 10 years, he had traveled to almost every corner of the main world. But now that he was truly about to leave, Lin Yuan felt rather reluctant. Lin Yuan let out a sigh and summoned Genius and Chimey. Just like him, these two fellows were unrecognizable from their original selves. If someone claimed that Lin Yuan, once labeled a useless cripple, Chimey, a sound bird unable to sing, and Genius, 100 questions beast with matted fur, could reach this level of growth, not even Chu Ci, his closest relative, would have believed it. As Chimey and Genius' strength grew, their intelligence also came to surpass that of regular humans. Both of them knew that Lin Yuan was feeling sentimental. They leaped up onto Lin Yuan's shoulders and silently accompanied him. They also looked in the same direction he was looking, out at the window toward the submerged flood dragon lake in the distance. Neither Genius nor Chimey felt a sense of belonging to the Radiance Federation or the main world. To the two of them, any place with Lin Yuan was their home. This was because they had not felt a shred of warmth before their paths crossed with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan finally looked away and began stroking Genius and Chimey. At that moment, Genius spoke. Yuan, I know what you're thinking. Going to the sky beyond the clouds is the best choice. You are being held back in this world. It won't benefit you to be restricted by this world's world wills. You will only be able to better protect the main world once you leave for the sky beyond the clouds. Fan Lu is able to help hide the aura of the main world's world emperor/divine kingdom experts because he has the protection and support of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. If the day comes that they stop shielding him and he loses his position as a boundary patrol envoy, the main world will once again be exposed to the experts from the sky beyond the clouds. The sky beyond the clouds isn't a peaceful place. Regardless of how careful Fan Lu tries to be, accidents could take place at any time. As Lin Yuan listened to Genius' analysis, he knew that Genius was trying to comfort him. Genius was always warm-hearted like that. Rather than saying that Genius was lucky to have met him, it was more accurate to say that he was lucky that he had been able to save Genius. Chimey was not skilled at comforting others, but while Genius was comforting Lin Yuan, Chimey began singing a soft tune. Any sound produced by Chimey was inexplicably pleasant. Lin Yuan relished the time with Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan did not feel nervous or perplexed in the slightest about going to the sky beyond the clouds. Rather, it filled him with burning enthusiasm. He was done putting his crew together. Once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he would have to strengthen himself while making a name for himself among all the species who lived there. The moonlight at 3 a.m. shone brilliantly. It was currently the height of summer. In another hour, the first rays of sunlight would begin spreading across the sky, putting an end to the brooding and reflective night. Lin Yuan went to the patch of grass that sat next to the main manor. It was there that Lin Yuan, Lu Ji and Wen Yu sat cross-legged all that time ago and decided to set up Sky City together. Lin Yuan bumped into Wen Yu on the first floor of the manor. When Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan, her gaze softened to tenderness. Young master, you can't sleep either? I was about to go out to sit on the grass. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. That's exactly what I was going to do. As the two of them walked out of the main mansion, they saw Lu Ji lying on the grass with his legs crossed. He was staring up at the moonlight-illuminated clouds floating across the night sky. Lu Ji rose when he heard the footsteps behind him. After seeing they belonged to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, he let out two peals of laughter. I didn't think that the two of you would be getting any sleep tonight. You would definitely come to sit here through the night. Lu Ji stood up before sitting back down cross-legged. This sight caused Lin Yuan and Wen Yu to feel sentimental. Back then, the three of them had also sat together in cross-legged positions. They were akin to newly born calves who had just begun learning about the world and were filled with hope. With their solid foundations, none of them had been afraid. This applied even when they established Sky City and had to take on the top faction-connected Beast Park. Now, as they were gathered there again, they had reached the peak of the main world's pyramid and had grown beyond the Radiance Federation. The trio had weathered all storms together, and their relationship had only become stronger and purer. Lin Yuan was not the only one who grew consistently. The same also went for Lu Ji and Wen Yu. The three of them chatted until noon. The sun shone down on them and slowly melted away their shadows. Neither endless summer nor blood love disturbed Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Lu Ji. Blood love had witnessed the development of their relationship as well as their growth. The three of them only began rising up after meeting the Moon Empress. Before Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, he could sense that the Moon Empress had been troubled by something. The Moon Empress also had people in the main world whom she could not bear to leave behind. But now, he could sense that she was relaxed. This meant she had tied up all her loose ends in the main world, including making the necessary goodbyes. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned the kill food sky butterfly, which had recently reached immortal breed. He said with a smile, "Master, you're here. It's time for us to set off." Ever since Lin Yuan evolved Blackie to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, he had not ridden the kill food sky butterfly. He had chosen the kill food sky butterfly today because they had to wait for the white-clothed followers and because he wanted to take one last look at the main world. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from the entrance of the return from faraway mansion. "I didn't believe Leaning Moon when she said you wanted to leave quietly. No one is stopping you from leaving. Aren't you at least going to give us the opportunity to see you off?" Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the elderly man who had spoken was seated in a wheelchair. Xiaoqing pursed her lips and suppressed her emotions as she continued pushing the wheelchair. Every person behind this elderly man was a very familiar face to Lin Yuan. Chapter 2816 Changes to the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Chef Supreme crossed his arms in front of him and looked at Lin Yuan with a tangle of emotions in his gaze. Chef Supreme never denied Lin Yuan's abilities and talent. This outstanding individual was about to leave their world and begin venturing into a wider world. His youngest disciple, Zhongzi, whom he viewed as his grandson, would also be leaving with Lin Yuan. Because of Li Changlin, Chef Supreme had learned about Lin Yuan's existence sooner than the Moon Empress had. Chef Supreme saw Lin Yuan as a junior. However, as Lin Yuan grew, even Chef Supreme, who held the highest position in the Radiance Federation, came to be filled with respect for Lin Yuan. Standing next to Chef Supreme was the Bamboo Monarch, who was holding Wang Fuxiang's hand. The Bamboo Monarch and Wang Fuxiang's love finally bloomed because of the flower pollen that Lin Yuan had given the Bamboo Monarch. The Moon Empress might have delivered the flower pollen to him, but it had come from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was essentially the Bamboo Monarch's savior. Without Lin Yuan, the Bamboo Monarch would have already been killed by the curse. The Bamboo Monarch was grateful to Lin Yuan for saving his life. However, Wang Fuxiang's gratitude exceeded the Bamboo Monarch's. After all, Lin Yuan had helped the pure-hearted Wang Fuxiang safeguard her love. Cicada Song, Iron Prison, Ji Chongdeng and the other members of royalty were standing in an orderly manner. At first, Night Leaning Moon had told the Moon Empress she would not send her off. But now that all the others were there, Night Leaning Moon could not hold back. Night Leaning Moon could not bear to see the Moon Empress leave, but the same went for Lu Ji. Night Leaning Moon had an insipid personality. Once she let someone into her heart, they would remain there forever. Night Leaning Moon would miss Lu Ji but would not worry about him. Being by Lin Yuan's side, he would be able to develop much better than if he stayed with her. Night Leaning Moon could clearly sense that Lu Ji had grown in the past few years. She had taught him everything that she could, while Cold Moon had also imparted significant teachings to him. Now that Lu Ji was stronger than Night Leaning Moon, she felt a great sense of accomplishment as a master. Night-leaning Moon had no idea the Moon Empress had already felt this sense of accomplishment long ago, and that her feelings had been much stronger. Ji Changdeng had his two disciples, and he and Lu Yifan, next to him. Ji Changden's gaze fell on the Moon Empress, and he let out a sigh full of romantic adoration. However, Ji Changdeng could not tear his eyes away from the Moon Empress. And he and Lin Yuan were friends, and close ones at that. Lin Yuan had told he about his intention to head to the sky beyond the clouds, but the latter had chosen to remain in the main world. And he had made the same decision as Gao Feng and Xiaoqing, but their reasons were vastly different. Xiaoqing wanted to carry on her parents' and grandfather's legacy and become the Radiance Federation's protector. It was a noble undertaking. She had been working hard toward this goal for many years. Gao Feng had found the love of his life and wanted to sheath his sword and settle down with his family. The Gao family needed him, a disciple of a member of royalty, to lead them toward glory. As for he, it was due to pure laziness. The conflict between the Radiance and Freedom Federation's younger generation had awakened he's fighting spirit. But now that the conflict was over, his fighting spirit had also been fully quenched. This frustrated Lin Yuan, but he still respected he's decision. Frankly, he's senior brother badly wanted to go to the sky beyond the clouds. Alas, there were no deep ties between Lin Yuan and Lu Yifan. Hence, he could not make such a request. In truth, Lu Yifan longed to head to a wider world to develop himself. Every Radiance envoy had the heart of an expert. This send-off had been initiated by Xiaoqing. She felt that if Lin Yuan, the hero of the main world, was going to leave, he had to be sent off in style. Otherwise, people like Tian Ningning, who had only had shallow ties to Lin Yuan, would not be present. After a moment of stupefaction, Lin Yuan hurriedly smiled and waved. He was taken aback to see so many people here to send him off. It filled his heart with warmth. He was sure he would never forget this scene. What are you saying? It's just that this departure is rushed, and I don't want to waste your time. The Moon Empress' lips curled gently, and she quipped, this is just how little Yuan is. He knows that all of you are busy and doesn't want to disturb you. Chef Supreme chuckled. Moon Empress, little Yuan is afraid of disturbing us, but are you? You are going to a wider world to grow and develop, not to endure suffering. As much as we'll miss you, we're more than happy for you. We hope that your journeys of development will go well. Chef Supreme took out a spatial instrument, approached Lin Yuan, and placed it in his hands. This is filled with excellent ingredients from our world. When you get to the sky beyond the clouds, you will probably come to miss these ingredients. This should be enough to last you for a long time. Once Chef Supreme handed over his gift, the Bamboo Monarch and the rest also held out their goodbye gifts. All of them had grown using the resources that Lin Yuan had supplied. The presents they had prepared for Lin Yuan were not that of seniors to their juniors. Rather, it was a genuine gesture of their feelings toward him. This send-off did not take long. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly proceeded to carry the people leaving this world away from the Radiance Federation. The teary-eyed Li Changlin and Zhang Yingying wanted to chase after the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, but Chef Supreme stopped them. Changlin, regardless of distance, separation is inevitable. You know this. Rather than going as far as you can to send them off, why not stop here? Can't you see that little Yuan and Chu Ci can't bear to leave you behind either? Lin Yuan was filled with bitterness. However, spring, summer, autumn, and winter were delighted to be heading to the sky beyond the clouds. They felt that Lin Yuan had dallied in the main world for too long. If he had spent his time in the sky beyond the clouds instead, he would have been able to gain more rewards. While the Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings, the snow-covered foxes in the North Universe were experiencing problems. This was due to a female fox. This female fox had a captivating appearance and had even been a member of the honor-absent parliament when she lived in the East Universe. However, this was not enough to cause waves among the snow-covered foxes, a species ranked in the top 10 of the species ranking. The issue stemmed from two of the snow-covered fox leaders inexplicably fighting over this alluring fox. The fighting led the alluring fox to declare she would pick the victor. There was no question that this matter was bizarre. The snow-covered fox's dependent species were all aware of the leader's authority. They never cared about whether the dependent species lived or died. There were many dependent species who became curious about this female fox. It was said she was the leader of a fox species. The intelligent dependent species all began racking their brains to come up with a way to form a bond with this species. If this female fox married one of the snow-covered fox leaders, her species would receive that leader's protection and gain incomparable power within the snow-covered foxes. While the dependent species were all envious of Kang Huan's luck, she had yet to come back to her senses after escaping death. It was true that the two snow-covered fox leaders were fighting because of her. However, it was not due to their love for her. She was nothing more than a cover. The real reason was that the two of them had been nursing a grudge against each other for a long time. However, the snow-covered fox elites were forbidden from fighting with each other as it diminished the species' overall strength. Hence, every fight needed to be disguised under a seemingly legitimate reason. Only a faction that had witnessed the true power of the top 10 ranks of the species ranking could properly perceive such a powerful species. Kang Huan's alluring soul bloodline could seduce a snow-covered fox envoy, but it was a far cry from being able to seduce one of the snow-covered fox leaders. Perhaps only the pinnacle alluring soul bloodline or the level above it could earn the affection of such a top expert. This event struck true terror into Kang Huan. The alluring foxes had almost been eliminated. During crucial times, Kang Huan frequently thought about injecting energy into the jade. However, she held herself back each time. Firstly, Winter had given her the jade so she could send reports and relay information. Although he had said she could also inject energy into the jade when she was in trouble, Kang Huan did not believe that Winter could take on the entire snow-covered fox species. Moreover, if she asked Lin Yuan for support without achieving any accomplishments, he would definitely question her abilities. In this world, it was unlikely there was anyone else who could help her to evolve her alluring fox bloodline. Moreover, Lin Yuan possessed an alluring fox bloodline that was stronger than her own. Thus, Kang Huan could not help but feel extremely reliant on Lin Yuan. She had caught the eyes of the leaders because of her bloodline's ability to captivate foxes. She was nothing more than a toy. Toys did not deserve to have any pride. However, she had managed to endure this event. She had no idea how genuine the feelings of this leader who fought for her were. However, at the very least, he was willing to invest effort into her. This meant that the alluring foxes would not be in danger for now. This was enough. If Lin Yuan did not contact her even after a few years had passed, Kang Huan would inject energy into that jade to contact him. Lin Yuan had told her to gain a stable position in the North Universe, and she had achieved this. She had earned the favor of one of the snow-covered fox leaders and managed to become the most outstanding figure among the dependent species. This outstanding result was sufficient for her to report to Lin Yuan. The past few years had been extremely difficult for Kang Huan. Nothing had gone well since arriving in the North Universe. Meanwhile, Fan Lu had received significant resources and spent the past few years basking in happiness. Although he still did not have much of a presence among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he was able to address the leader of the Light Wind Wolves as brother. This was not because the Light Wind Wolf leader held Fan Lu in high regard. In actuality, none of the Light Wind Wolves acknowledged his bloodline. Fan Lu had a lowly and impure bloodline. He only managed to gain a hint of the Light Wind Wolf bloodline from consuming a fruit that contained the bloodline. His bloodline only improved after consuming a drop of the Chaos Wind Demon and Light Wind Wolf's essence blood. It was only with this that his bloodline was finally elevated to a passable level. Aside from Fan Lu's bloodline, the Light Wind Wolves also looked down on him because of his character. Ever since Fengqing began keeping Fan Lu by his side as his assistant, Fan Lu had become extremely full of himself. There were times when he arrived at the Light Wind Wolves meetings later than the elders. This was disrespect of the highest form. It would be fine if Fan Lu had a pure Light Wind Wolf bloodline. The crux was that Fan Lu's bloodline was impure and had inserted himself into the family. However, no one dared to reproach Fan Lu openly on account of his relationship with Fengqing. To top it off, Fan Lu often brazenly brought up his relationship with Fengqing. Hence, the others had no choice but to extend courtesies toward him. It was as though someone had poured out a bucket of swill on the door of their house, yet they had no choice but to praise him. It was true that Fan Lu's hubris had ballooned, but he knew how to keep it in check. Fan Lu knew what needed to be done and ensured to do everything he could to earn Fengqing's favor. Fan Lu, who had suppressed the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, had become Fengqing's most trusted aide. Feng Xian had butted heads with Fan Lu in the past, and Fengqing had punished them. Ever since then, Feng Xian had no choice but to be courteous toward Fan Lu. Fan Lu did his best to curry favor with Fengqing but did not see him as his true master. The only master he acknowledged was Lin Yuan. Fan Lu had personally experienced the power of Lin Yuan's subordinates and knew how much they respected him. The experts under Lin Yuan were all far stronger than Fengqing. On the one hand, Fan Lu curried favor with Fengqing because it was part of the task that Lin Yuan had given him. It helped to make sure that he could hold onto his position as the captain of a boundary patrol team. On the other hand, Fan Lu wanted to use Fengqing to raise his standard of living. One needed to take responsibility for creating the kind of blissful life one wanted. Fan Lu paid close attention to the happenings in the Class 2 world where Lin Yuan lived. Fan Lu found out that every once in a while, a fey from Lin Yuan's world would reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Evolving a fey in a Class 2 world where World Emperor/Divine Kingdom feys should not exist in the first place demanded unimaginable resources. Fan Lu refrained from making any estimates regarding the quantity. Fan Lu looked forward to being contacted by Lin Yuan and receiving a new task. While Fan Lu was imagining a better life for himself, he saw his communication crystal light up. The message was coming from a member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Captain, Honor Absent Palace has sent people to investigate the Boundary Patrol Teams. They have arrived at the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's headquarters. Didn't you say that you were busy today? Xi Fan is already leading the people from Honor Absent Palace in proceeding with the investigation. I'm sending a message to you to check if you are able to return before Honor Absent Palace's people leave. I heard that many captains of boundary patrol teams have bought meals for these people from Honor Absent Palace. All of them have impressive backgrounds, but I haven't been able to find out much about them. Chapter 2817 Teleportation to the Sky Beyond the Clouds. The member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team who had sent the message to Fan Lu to inform him about the situation was one of his close subordinates. He was trustworthy. Fan Lu had invested resources in this member and supported him because he wanted to have a better grasp of the happenings in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. This subordinate did not let him down and immediately informed him of a situation he had just caught wind of. Beads of cold sweat began dripping down Fan Lu's back, and he stared blankly for 5 seconds before asking loudly, "What? Xi Fan is leading the people from Honor Absent Palace in proceeding with the investigation? Why didn't he inform me of something as serious as this?" This member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team could tell that Fan Lu was shocked and afraid. Fan Lu held great authority in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, especially now that he had Fengqing's favor. Given that he had the favor of one of the members of the Honor Absent Parliament and was also serving as that member of Parliament's assistant, it meant that Fan Lu's future was limitless. Xi Fan was one of Fan Lu's close subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the vice-captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Xi Fan believed that as Fengqing continued to favor Fan Lu, he would eventually tire of being the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Xi Fan was determined to take Fan Lu's place. Hence, he was overeager to prove himself whenever the opportunity arose. Xi Fan never anticipated that his actions would displease Fan Lu. Normally, the captain of a boundary patrol team did not leave his post. He had represented Fan Lu without causing the supervisors from Honor Absent Palace to become suspicious. Rather than being angry at him, Fan Lu should be praising him for his work. Fan Lu groaned to himself. He should not have accepted Fengqing's invitation to participate in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves meeting today. He also should not have helped Fengqing to pass on a message after the meeting ended. If another life form in the Class 2 world evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom while Xi Fan was leading the supervisors from Honor Absent Palace, he would have bungled the job that Lin Yuan had given him. If that happened, he could not hope to continue living. With this thought, Fan Lu felt he needed to use the Jade Crystal to contact Winter. He would ask Winter to inform Lin Yuan to hold back on evolving life forms. But it did not take long for Fan Lu to change his mind. Xi Fan had already begun leading the supervisors around. It was too late for him to send a report. It would be pointless to do so now. Acting in hindsight would never please one's superiors. If he contacted Lin Yuan and nothing happened during the investigation, it would lead Lin Yuan to think he was incompetent. After all, with Fan Lu's authority, he would not be able to put a stop to this investigation even if he returned to the 6th Boundary Patrol Team now. Once Fan Lu was back at the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's headquarters, he rushed in to see Xi Fan speaking to a man and a woman. He was bent down on one knee and was in a servile position. The man and woman did not have austere expressions on their faces. Fan Lu let out an internal sigh of relief. The supervisors conducting the surprise investigation of the boundary patrol teams would not be staying with the 6th Boundary Patrol Team for long. It was likely they were only still there because they were waiting for him, the captain, to return before giving him the gift. After thinking for a moment, Fan Lu smiled and approached them. "I'm so sorry. I was helping Lord Fengqing with some matters and was delayed. I'm sure the two of you have finished with your investigation. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened with the universe territories under the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's control. If something had happened, I would have learned my lesson from last time and informed Lord Fengqing immediately so he could send a report to Honor Absent Palace. Fan Lu spoke courteously, and no one could fault his demeanor. However, he mentioned Fengqing, a member of the Honor Absent Parliament, multiple times so he could subversively leverage Fengqing's status to elevate himself. The two supervisors came across this situation often. Half of the Boundary Patrol Team captains had networks and links. It was a cushy job. It was because of this that people often tried to claim more profits through underhanded means. The male supervisor coughed. It's true that nothing unusual was found during the investigation. However, the 6th Boundary Patrol Team had a major issue in the past. Whether there are truly issues is still yet to be decided. We are currently discussing whether there is a need to investigate the territory where the issue took place. Captain Fan, now that you're back, why don't you come with us? Fan Lu relaxed when he heard that. These were nothing more than cursory statements. The two supervisors were carrying heavy responsibilities. If issues were found in the areas they investigated, they would not be able to shirk any of the repercussions. Their words were only meant to give him a warning. If he did not give them benefits, they would make life difficult for him. Fan Lu hurriedly took out the items he had prepared. Of course, taking you there is no issue. But the two of you must be tired from checking on the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. I will send someone to prepare a meal. Please take a layered cloud purple reishi each as my greeting gift to the two of you. The male and female supervisors' eyes lit up when they saw what Fan Lu had taken out. The layered cloud purple reishi grew on mountain peaks. Once it matured, it would gather clouds and mist around it, making it extremely hard to find. The light wind wolves had an easier time attaining the layered cloud purple reishi because of their bloodline skills. Hence, the two supervisors were unsurprised that Fan Lu possessed the layered cloud purple reishi. However, they had not expected him to be willing to give away something so precious. It seemed that the rumors about Fan Lu receiving heavy rewards from Fengqing were true. The female supervisor received the layered cloud purple reishi from Fan Lu before saying, "We won't be having the meal. We still need to check on the other boundary patrol teams. Captain Fan, fate willing, we will be able to meet again. I hope that the 6th Boundary Patrol Team will not have any issues during the next check." The two supervisors from Honor Absent Palace left. Fan Lu pursed his lips. It was unlikely that the two of them would be back to check on them. Honor Absent Palace would never allow the same group of supervisors to check on the same Boundary Patrol Team repeatedly. They were concerned that the team and supervisors would begin colluding. Moreover, it was unlikely there would be another check for a long time after this one. The member of the Boundary Patrol Team who had reported the matter to Fan Lu sensed that something was off about Fan Lu. He did not dare to draw close to Fan Lu and kept his distance. Xi Fan did not know that Fan Lu had been enraged by his behavior. He even believed that he had helped Fan Lu and was anxious to receive rewards for his contribution. "Captain, you weren't around when the supervisors arrived. I started leading them in the investigation first because I didn't want them to wait. Didn't you spend a lot of resources on that territory? I made sure to bring the supervisors there so that they'd be able to sense how serious we are." The two supervisors gave very high ratings. Xi Fan was adept at saying pretty words and made a habit of flattering Fan Lu as well. Otherwise, Fan Lu would not have begun viewing him as a close subordinate and given him so much authority. At first, Fan Lu had been livid. However, unless something happened, Fan Lu had been planning to let Xi Fan go. He had not expected Xi Fan to take the two supervisors to the area he had sternly ordered to be sealed off. Xi Fan's actions were the equivalent of putting Fan Lu's life on the line. Fan Lu's eyes brimmed with a cold and killing intent, and he gently patted Xi Fan's shoulder twice. "Xi Fan, we have worked together for so long. You have worked hard all these years as my second in command. In a few days, the Light Wind Wolves need a few helpers for an operation. If you're able to do things as well as you did this time, I can recommend you to Lord Fengqing. That'll give you the chance to be like me." Xi Fan was overjoyed. He had not noticed the cold glint in Fan Lu's eyes at all. Fan Lu had decided that Xi Fan would die during that operation. Then, he would promote another vice-captain who would report everything to him and listen to him obediently. Fan Lu had promoted Xi Fan in the past out of convenience. But this time, it would be for his peace of mind. Lin Yuan had no idea that this hiccup had taken place. Lin Yuan had not helped another Fey to evolve ever since Dark Blue reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. He also had not caused any other commotion for some time. Once Lin Yuan left, it was unlikely that another life form would be able to evolve on its own. The world wills would suppress the evolution of the native Feys. It was only when a Class 2 world evolved to Class 3 and the world wills transformed that the barrier to evolving to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom would be lowered. The journey took a few days. The immortal kill food Sky Butterfly finally arrived at Epic God Palace. The Moon Empress immediately spotted the towering Four Seasons Mountain. After staring serenely at the Four Seasons Mountain for a moment, the Moon Empress said calmly, "Little Yuan, I remember you telling me about fairies. They are life forms that have evolved from natural formations such as mountains and rivers. This mountain should have the potential to evolve, right?" The Moon Empress had seen Begin Lady and Celestial Sight and was very curious about fairies. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Master, this mountain is called the Four Seasons Mountain. If it's able to evolve into a fairy, it will be of a much higher level than Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. However, we won't be able to help it to evolve before we leave for the sky beyond the clouds. We will need an immense amount of energy to teleport to the sky beyond the clouds. This immense amount of energy will be supplied by the Four Seasons Mountain." The Moon Empress nodded. It seemed that Lin Yuan had already made all the arrangements. Bloodlove frowned slightly. Life forms always had to undertake suffering and risk to evolve. It went without saying that the journey would be even more difficult for natural formations. "Lin Yuan, will the Four Seasons Mountain be affected if we use its energy for the teleportation? Didn't you say that the abyssal beasts are also able to travel from the main world to the sky beyond the clouds?" When Lin Yuan heard that, he immediately understood what Bloodlove was thinking. It was true that abyssal beasts were also able to travel between the main world and sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan could also use the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill to catch and take control of young abyssal beasts. However, using abyssal beasts for travel required a location to be set. They would not be able to reach the sky beyond the clouds if they traveled blindly. Before Lin Yuan spoke, Spring said with utmost seriousness, "You don't have to worry about this. The teleportation will indeed use up the Four Seasons Mountain's energy but won't harm its roots. The energy it depleted can be replenished in the sky beyond the clouds. The Four Seasons Mountain's Four Seasons power is full of potential. It was unable to receive any fate-changing opportunities because it was born in this world. The Four Seasons Mountain is blessed to have met you, young master." Spring, summer, autumn and winter also started addressing Lin Yuan as young master when they were in the presence of others. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to reveal Lin Yuan's identity as the saint to others. Bloodlove smiled when she heard what Summer said. She was used to deciding things through violence and was no saint. Her mindset only started to change after she became a Heavenly Family Fae. Bloodlove had indeed learned a lot during its time in the Heavenly Family Cottage. One of such was empathy for all life forms. The Moon Empress was very satisfied with the change in Bloodlove's attitude. Bloodlove had been too bloodthirsty in the past. It did not benefit Lin Yuan to have such a character by his side. Winter said softly, "Young master, are you going to head to the sky beyond the clouds now or wait for a few days? I am done charging the space tunnel, and it can be used for teleportation at any time. I have counted all your white-clothed followers. Everyone is present." Lin Yuan had stayed in Epic God Palace for a very long time. He had already obtained all the resources he needed, so there was no longer any need for him to continue remaining in Epic God Palace. "Winter, go and make the preparations. Since it will be teleportation, we'll be able to reach the sky beyond the clouds very soon. Let's not dawdle in Epic God Palace. Remember not to harm the Four Seasons Mountain's roots during the teleportation. If you can't guarantee this, I have Spirit Chi crystals that will be able to help." By now, the Four Seasons Mountain already had intelligence and was able to sense its surroundings. When the Four Seasons Mountain heard what Lin Yuan said, it swayed its body in response to Lin Yuan. Wild flowers bloomed at the foot of the mountain, and the plants on the side of the mountain were in full bloom. Further up the mountain was enveloped in the throes of autumn, and red leaves danced in the air. The peak of the mountain was covered with white snow. In an instant, the Four Seasons Mountain seemed to come alive. Chapter 2818 Combat Sequence and Reserve Sequence. This sudden change caused the aura of the Four Seasons to begin circulating. The mountain, thousands of meters tall, began undergoing astonishing changes that stunned all those who were watching. While watching the Four Seasons Mountain, Bloodlove and the others all hoped that it would not change much. This especially applied to Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. Lower-level fairies naturally looked up to and respected higher-level fairies. The first time that Celestial Sight laid eyes on Begin Lady, such emotions were naturally invoked within him because Begin Lady was an intermediate fairy. This was why fairies that did not have any links to each other were able to assimilate and get along well with the other fairies after the establishment of the fairy institution. Based on its roots, Four Seasons Mountain would definitely be a higher fairy once it transformed. Only the wind-speed rapid antelope in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was aware that Lin Yuan was in possession of such a large amount of Spirit Chi crystals. Due to Morbius evolution, the Spirit Lock spatial zone had continuously expanded. Lin Yuan had asked Hu Chuan to set aside the space meant for the Pure Land of Bliss and its extensions. This included the Spirit Pool, which was the second core of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The wind-speed rapid antelope could control wind elements to organize the sea of Spirit Chi crystals. It did not need the help of anyone else. Although Hu Chuan and the other spirit craftsmen were secluding themselves from the real world, and Begin Lady and Celestial Sight spent most of their time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, secrets that needed to be kept hidden should stay that way. Hence, Begin Lady and Celestial Sight felt that the Spirit Chi crystals were extremely precious. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight were also touched that Lin Yuan was willing to use Spirit Chi crystals to prevent the Four Seasons Mountain's roots from becoming injured. It led them to think back to all that Lin Yuan had done for them. As opposed to regular feys, Celestial Sight and Begin Lady were more willing to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Celestial Sight and Begin Lady had sensed the restraints from the world wills long ago. These restraints made it very difficult for them to continue increasing their strength. Given the circumstances, they felt that going to the sky beyond the clouds would be the best choice. When Winter received Lin Yuan's instruction, he hurriedly said, "Young master, just give me 4 hours to prepare. I have gathered all your white-clothed followers. I'll call them over now." Spring, summer, autumn, and winter all had high aptitudes for butlering or stewardship. However, spring was the weakest of the four and could only manage a few of Lin Yuan's personal matters. Summer and autumn did not have a strong talent for managing the lifestyle of factions. Meanwhile, winter had the strongest talent for internal governance. In numerous tasks that winter had been involved in, Lin Yuan could tell how thoughtful and detail-oriented he was. It did not take long for the white-clothed followers to appear in front of Lin Yuan. There were now a total of 500 white-clothed followers. After several rounds of selection over the years, many white-clothed followers had been eliminated. The eliminated white-clothed followers were still members of Sky City, but they were no longer part of Sky City's combat sequence. Rather, they were relegated to Sky City's reserve sequence. The members of the reserve sequence would be assigned to numerous roles in Sky City. They would fill gaps wherever they appeared. Members of Sky City's combat sequence and reserve sequence received different treatments. Although the quota of white-clothed followers remained the same at 500 so that there would be 50 teams of 10, the members were evaluated every 3 years. Those who were eliminated would be replaced by members of the reserve sequence. This structure was very similar to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It was meant to spur positive competition within Sky City and prevent the combat sequence of the white-clothed followers from becoming complacent. This system had been designed by Lu Ji, the manager of the white-clothed followers. When Lu Ji designed this system, his main consideration had not been the complacency of the white-clothed followers' combat sequence. Sky City was in a constant state of rapid development, and every person did their best to increase their power and prove their worth. In such an environment, complacency would lead to elimination. Lu Ji's main consideration for designing this system was the convenience of switching out the members of the 50 teams. Every person had different temperaments. Hence, some people got along better, while others would come to dislike each other. Despite the other party not having done anything, they could not help but feel an increasing loathing for them. This was a common occurrence among the Radiance Federation's large guild clubs. Lu Ji had been part of guild clubs in the past, and this was the reason that eventually caused him to withdraw from them. By giving the members of the 50 teams the opportunity to change their members every 3 years, the white-clothed followers would form stronger bonds with each other. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu approved of Lu Ji's design. In the past, Lu Ji was brave and had some strategic intelligence, but most of his strategy revolved around the design of insect army battles. Now, most of his focus was on managing factions. This allowed Lin Yuan and Lu Ji to see his talent in managing factions. The 500 combat sequence white-clothed followers stood in an orderly formation and looked at Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Wen Yu with bright eyes. 1,500 reserve sequence members stood behind the combat sequence, their fighting spirits just as high. They were all determined to take the place of the combat sequence members 3 years later. Aside from Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Listen, Duan He, Zhou Luo, and the other members of management, there were 2,000 regular members of Sky City. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to have increased the strength of every member in the past 10 years or so. There were 2 captains of every white-clothed follower team. Lin Yuan had evolved the captain's phase to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The captains themselves also possessed Divine Kingdom power. Lin Yuan had evolved the remainder of the white-clothed followers to the Spirit Fire level. He could continue to slowly evolve them once they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. The reserve sequence was going to be assigned to various positions. Hence, they did not have a manager. The members of the reserve sequence had only just reached the birth horoscope level. However, this was sufficiently powerful for the main world. The white-clothed followers did not have a clear understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had also not shared information about it. This was because Lin Yuan had never personally been there. Fan Lu and Kong Huan's knowledge of the sky beyond the clouds was limited. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that as the white-clothed followers continued to increase their power and reached the peak of the main world, it was inevitable for them to become arrogant. Hence, he needed to wait until they had been knocked down a peg by the sky beyond the clouds in order to realize just how dangerous it was and how lacking their strength was. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said loudly, "Later, all the members of Sky City will head to the sky beyond the clouds and begin the conquest there. I believe that everyone has been looking forward to this day. In the past, someone asked me where Sky City's headquarters are and whether it is Thick Soil City. I want to let everyone know that Sky City's headquarters is not in Thick Soil City but here." Lin Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up, only to see the thick clouds floating across the sky. The clouds were clustered together like cotton balls. If those who paid attention to meteorological processes saw such clouds, they would think that rain was about to fall. The white-clothed followers all looked up at the sky. For a moment, they did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest knew that Lin Yuan was referring to Sky Sea. Hu Chuan had not shown his face ever since Lin Yuan had taken him away. It was likely that Hu Chuan was done building Sky City atop Sky Sea. Now that Lin Yuan was about to head to the sky beyond the clouds, it seemed that he was going to inform his faction of Sky Sea's existence. After looking up, the Moon Empress frowned for a few seconds while scanning the sky. She had noticed that something was off about the sky. The Moon Empress had returned the moon to the main world through Forage Moon. She had also left a part of her roots on the moon. Her roots would take control of the energy in the moon and prevent the moon's energy from causing future disasters in the main world, such as tsunamis and the like. The Moon Empress noticed that the moonlight was not piercing through the clouds directly above Lin Yuan. This meant there was definitely something strange about those clouds. If Lin Yuan had not specified the position, the Moon Empress would not have picked up on anything. While everyone was looking at the clouds, the plume of clouds suddenly dissipated, and a giant figure appeared in the sky. It was the figure of an enormous whale that was difficult to describe. The enormous whale slowly moved its wings and was carrying a majestic city on its back. The city was shrouded in various weather phenomena. There was a rainbow across the center of the city, enhancing the city's beauty. Even Wen Yu and Lu Ji could not stop their jaws from dropping. They had not expected Lin Yuan to evolve Sky Sea to such a degree. Given Wen Yu and Lu Ji's reactions, the reactions of the white-clothed followers who were seeing Sky Sea for the first time did not have to be described. The city atop Sky Sea was full of Hu Quan's architectural style. Anyone who was acquainted with Hu Chuan could recognize this with a single glance. Lin Yuan had already used the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill to set up teleportation nodes on Sky Sea's back. When everyone looked away from Sky Sea's back, Lin Yuan said, "Each of you has the tentacle node that I previously distributed. Later, you can use the tentacle node to directly transport yourself to the city in the sky. The city being carried by Sky Sea is Sky City's headquarters." Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, the dissipated clouds gathered together again, hiding Sky Sea's figure. From this, the white-clothed followers knew the clouds hiding Sky Sea's body were also summoned by one of the feys under Lin Yuan's control. In the time that the Moon Empress spent by Lin Yuan's side, she had also changed her mindset as an expert. She still had the heart of an expert now, but she also understood just how much room for growth there was when one looked beyond the main world. The journey of an expert was endless. This delighted someone like her, who had an endless lifespan. This was because she could use her long lifespan to slowly and continuously break through and reach new heights. The Moon Empress did not understand the circumstances in the sky beyond the clouds. She also did not know how abundant the resource availability in the sky beyond the clouds was. However, something like the lifespan mouse was also considered a treasure of the highest level there. Even the most powerful life forms in the sky beyond the clouds would eventually reach the end of their lifespans. It was likely that the only one in the group who did not want to go to the sky beyond the clouds was Kira. When Lin Yuan and Kira first made their deal, he had agreed to allow Kira to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone while they were in the main world. But once they got to the sky beyond the clouds, Kira would have to lead the demon insects in scouting and clearing the surrounding environment. She would no longer be able to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone. It was said that it was easy to transition from frugality to extravagance but not vice versa. Kira was extremely disappointed. However, she knew that Lin Yuan had only allowed her to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone to compensate her for her contribution during the dead spirits crisis. In the past 10-odd years, she had produced almost 10 fetuses that could produce hundreds of demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks. This was sufficient to enable Sky City to develop independently in the sky beyond the clouds. Her nest took up a very large space in the spirit lock spatial zone and got in the way of Hu Quan's constructions. In spite of Kira's disappointment, she had no lack of fighting spirit. Kira was ambitious in accomplishing achievements and racking up success. As long as she could achieve results that benefited Lin Yuan in the sky beyond the clouds, it was likely that he would give her numerous spirit chi crystals that would aid her development. Lin Yuan did not care about what Kira thought. If Lin Yuan had not been so busy in the past few years, he would already have ordered Kira to decrease the size of her nest. As the number of fetuses increased, Kira built more and more irregular structures in the spirit lock spatial zone. Hu Chuan would complain about this to Lin Yuan each time he saw him. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, Wen Yu and Lu Ji, who were Sky City's deputies, spoke. When Lu Ji and Wen Yu were done giving their speeches, Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan wanted her to say a few words. But after pondering for a moment, she shook her head at Lin Yuan. She, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon were supporters who stood behind Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Wen Yu. They were there to watch them grow. The Moon Empress felt that this was the best decision. If the Moon Empress wanted to obtain special treatment and authority in Sky City, she would have already used her title as the City Lord's Master to issue orders. Hu Chuan led Lin Yuan in admiring all of the interior designs and decorations of Sky City. He had spared no expense in the construction of Sky City. With the guarantee that no functions were omitted, the entire Sky City had been constructed as a work of art. All of the walls of Sky City's interior had been carved with the hollowed low-relief technique. Phoebe Jenny's boards that were almost 20 centimeters thick were embedded into the walls and carved using the hollowed low-relief technique. As a result, the carvings all seemed to be animated and full of life. Chapter 2819 Spirit Contractor. Due to Sky C's lashing spirit tail wings, it could naturally gather spirit chi around itself. This allowed the carvings made from jade-textured wood to be nourished by spirit chi and shine with a soft amber glow. Anyone covered by the amber would be put in a state of utmost comfort and relaxation. Everyone looked around their surroundings. It turned out that this was Sky City's headquarters. This was going to be their home from now on. Wen Yu, who managed Sky City, quickly returned to her senses. After spending such a long time by Lin Yuan's side, her shock tolerance had risen significantly from its original level. When she first joined Lin Yuan, she was shocked numerous times daily. But now, she had been with Lin Yuan for almost 20 years. If she was still not used to it by now, it would mean that there was something wrong with her abilities. When you assigned Sky City's 500 combat sequence and 1,500 reserve sequence white-clothed followers to their individual rooms. At first, Hu Chuan was troubled after learning of the number of people who would be staying in Sky City. He was perplexed over how to best construct the 2,000 rooms in a way that would not be cramped. At that time, Hu Chuan had yet to see Sky C's true self. Although he knew of Sky C's existence, he thought of it as nothing more than a larger island whale. But once he saw Sky C's true self, Hu Chuan knew that his worries had been for naught. The over 2,000 members of Sky City could live comfortably on Sky C's back. There was more than enough space on Sky C's spacious back to make each room 200 square meters large. Later, Sky C evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and the size of its back increased again. Hu Chuan decided to turn the Sky City he had constructed previously into the main palace that was open to the public. He then constructed 2 other smaller palaces behind the main palace. They were the Follower City and Reserve City. The Follower City would only house the combat sequence white-clothed followers and came with completed self-care and nutrition facilities. There were also many areas for battling and sparring. The follower city was looked after by 500 deposit vegetable pods in human form. They served as personal butlers to the white-clothed followers. The follower city and reserve city were of a similar size. The reserve city housed the 1,500 reserve sequence members. They did not have any deposit vegetable pods to serve them. However, they had all the same facilities. The difference between the follower city and reserve city was enough to ignite the fighting spirit of the combat sequence and reserve sequence members. The combat sequence white-clothed followers would try hard to preserve their position, while the reserve sequence members tried their best to improve their standing. The spirit craftsman under Hu Chuan had carved many jade-textured wooden materials over the years. Hu Chuan had placed these jade-textured wood carvings in the follower city and reserve city's storage rooms. Wen Yu took out these ornaments that were extremely valuable in the main world and placed them in the rooms of the combat sequence and reserve sequence white-clothed followers. Wen Yu had an extremely strong execution ability and settled everything quickly. The rooms belonging to Lin Yuan and the other main members of Sky City were all in the 4 tall towers that rose above the main structure. From the outside, these 4 towers looked white. The interior could not be seen at all. But from the inside, it seemed transparent. From within the 4 towers, the expansive sky and stars could be seen with utmost clarity. Frankly, most of the main members of Sky City spent the majority of their time in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone continuously grew larger, and Lin Yuan could keep it perfectly hidden. By living in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, they could be ensconced in pure spirit chi. The key members of Sky City could thereby increase their power. However, it went without saying that once one reached the Divine Kingdom level, one needed faith power as well as pure spirit chi to increase their strength. Faith power was what enabled divine kingdoms to evolve. Once they got to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would have to find ways to collect faith power. When it came to collecting faith power, even Lin Yuan had to be envious of Kira. The demon insects that Kira produced were able to supply faith to Kira, regardless of their class of genetic lock. This made it easy for Kira to evolve her divine kingdom rapidly. The evolution of Kira's divine kingdom was related to the size of its demon insect army. Hence, Kira's mind was full of ideas for expanding her insect army. In the main world, Kira's ideas were curbed by Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan intended to allow Kira to go wild once they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Su Yiren and Luolan could not help but gaze out into the distance. The two of them were rulers of federations and had to overcome significant emotional turmoil before deciding to leave with Lin Yuan. For the past tens of years, they had invested all their efforts into governing the Iron Hammer Federation and the Darkness and Sand Island continents. It was only to be expected that they were reluctant. However, it went without saying that aside from reluctance, the feelings of hope for a brighter future were stronger. The two of them intended to have a good talk with Lin Yuan in the sky beyond the clouds to see how they could be of help. Su Yiren and Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds for the sake of their development and did not want to be relegated to the sidelines. Rather, Bei Su felt extremely relaxed. Bei Su never formed many ties. Ever since he was saved by Lin Yuan, the latter became his guiding light. Bei Su's greatest hope was to be able to remain by Lin Yuan's side, and he had accomplished this. Bei Su had a strong urge to grow stronger but was not as lost as Lu Ji had been in the past. He very happy with his step-by-step improvement. Lin Yuan sipped on the 3 treasures tea that Wen Yu had brewed and waited for winter to contact him. Spring, summer, and autumn stood next to him. The 3 of them knew that Lin Yuan would only be able to truly spread his wings once he left the Class 2 world for the sky beyond the clouds. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he called Blood Love over. He told Blood Love to tell Spring, Summer, and Autumn about her Divine Kingdom ability. Next, Lin Yuan summoned the Merciful Star Peony. Spring, Summer, and Autumn immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to use Blood Love and the Merciful Star Peony to temper their bodies. Tempering their bodies was the best way to refine their bodies. Regular tempering techniques did not have much effect on them. However, this method of using the energy of celestial bodies to temper their bodies was extremely effective. Lin Yuan always thought about the rest of them when he obtained resources. Spring, Summer, and Autumn could not help but think back to how they were cultivated by that noble figure many epochs ago. Autumn was the first to speak. Young Master, this method of tempering is useful for all of us. While you're using the Merciful Star Peony's star power to temper us, we can use our bodies to adjust our tolerances and feed back a tolerable amount of star power to you. This way, you'll be able to temper your body without worrying that the star power will damage your body. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. That was great. He could now temper his body sooner than before. While Lin Yuan was interacting with Spring, Summer, and Autumn, Blood Love and the merciful Star Peony obediently sat on chairs next to Lin Yuan. The two of them knew how strong Spring, Summer, and Autumn were. With their powers, Blood Love and merciful Star Peony were extremely respectful to them despite also being Lin Yuan's subordinates. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to receive a message from Winter. The tunnel's setup was done and could be used for teleportation at any moment. Due to the protection from the Four Seasons Mountain, teleportation over such a distance would not cause any discomfort. However, they could not be certain of where they would end up after the teleportation. Lin Yuan immediately sent out the order for Winter to begin the teleportation. Prior to the teleportation, Lin Yuan summoned Grey and Dark Blue back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This would reduce some of the energy depletion required for the teleportation. Soon, Lin Yuan sensed an energy enveloping Sky Sea. He felt Sky Sea shake a few times. It did not take long before Lin Yuan felt the concentration of Spirit Chi on Sky Sea's back increase substantially. The glow of the fully jade-textured wooden materials also intensified. Lin Yuan knew that he was headed to the sky beyond the clouds. Sky Sea's lashing spirit tail wings automatically gathered all the Spirit Chi in the environment. With the increase of Spirit Chi in the environment, the concentration of Spirit Chi on Sky Sea's back naturally rose as well. Spring released her own aura before saying softly, "Young Master, the area we've been transported to is very quiet. It's not within the territory of any species. However, there are some random fish. Should I go and ask them about the area or remove them?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he knew that the random fish that Spring spoke of had discovered Sky Sea. If Lin Yuan wanted to hide Sky Sea's tracks, he would have to seal their lips. Otherwise, it was inevitable for information to leak, regardless of how closed off the environment was. However, they had only just arrived, and Lin Yuan felt that scouting out the area would be a better option than unleashing a massacre. "Spring, bring them over here. I'll ask them about the situation myself. We can learn about the area from them, and it'll make it easier for me to decide where to move Sky Sea that will best suit our development." Spring bowed to Lin Yuan before her figure disappeared. Soon, she brought three back with her as she reappeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed the three figures and noticed that none of them had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The strongest of them had only just reached Eternal. Based on Fan Lu and Kong Huan's introduction of the universes in the sky beyond the clouds, eternal life forms were seen as outstanding in Class 1 and 2 worlds but were considered mediocre in the sky beyond the clouds. At that moment, the three figures were staring at Lin Yuan timidly. Although the three of them were not considered strong, they could tell who called the shots. Spring had not employed any overly threatening methods, yet she had managed to scare the three of them. They now knew that this group of people could easily put an end to their lives. The three of them had never seen such interior design before. It was far too opulent. Lin Yuan gently knocked the table twice, and his pleasant voice rang out in the three figures' ears, "It looks like the three of you have been living here all this time. You must have an understanding of the environment here. I would like you to tell me all about this place." The three of them looked startled when they heard what Lin Yuan said. It was clear that they did not understand what he had said. Lin Yuan attempted to speak to them in the language of the alluring foxes but received the same reaction. Lin Yuan had learned the East Universe's lingua franca from Kong Huan and Fan Lu. Fan Lu did not carry the legacy of any species. Kong Huan was an alluring fox, and Lin Yuan had taken the opportunity to learn the alluring fox's language. However, neither of the two languages worked on the three of them. Given that the three of them did not even know the East Universe's lingua franca, it meant that this was an extremely remote place. Lin Yuan summoned Genius. The three figures watched as Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a cat with 12 tails materialized in his arms. They could not help but gasp simultaneously and begin mumbling something under their breath. Lin Yuan shot a look at Spring to signal her to suppress them. Next, Lin Yuan nodded at Genius. Genius used connected tails to link Lin Yuan and the three figures. Lin Yuan was currently a pinnacle spirit fire expert and was only a step away from reaching the Divine Kingdom level. He was sufficiently powerful to suppress these three native life forms from the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, Lin Yuan could use connected tails to take in all of the knowledge and life experience of these three figures. It did not take long for realization to spread across Lin Yuan's face. The three of them used to live in a village. The village's head would go out to search for homeless life forms to take them in and protect them. However, they needed to worship a stone statue to live in the village. If they failed to provide faith power to the stone statue for more than 10 years, they would be chased out of the village. The three of them had been simultaneously expelled from the village. They then escaped to this place and have been settled here for the past 10 years. The three of them knew very little about this place. Despite being uninhabited, the three of them did not have any trouble filling their bellies. From the perspective of those who laid about and did nothing, the three of them led cushy lives. It seemed that he would have to approach the head of that village in order to glean any information about this place. Given that they needed to supply faith to that stone statue, it meant that the village head was likely under the thumb of a world emperor/divine kingdom expert. Lin Yuan had heard from Kong Huan that many species created storage stones to accumulate faith power. An expert only needed to place their soul imprint on the storage stone to mark the storage stone with their spiritual attribute. They would then be able to extract the faith power in the storage stones to strengthen themselves. The three of them knew very little, but they did enable Lin Yuan to understand some of the common knowledge and norms in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan could now disguise himself and pass for a native of the sky beyond the clouds. Among the common knowledge that he learned, Lin Yuan was most interested in the concept of spirit contractors. Chapter 2820 Scheme Behind the Faith. The three of them had deemed him a spirit contractor after watching him summon genius. Fear, admiration, and respect surfaced in their gazes when they mentioned spirit contractors. This enabled Lin Yuan to understand the significance of the term. From the three individuals' knowledge, Lin Yuan learned that spirit contractors were individuals who could use spiritual energy, soul energy, or bloodline power to take control of other life forms. This concept of spirit contractors caused Lin Yuan to press his lips together. If that was what spirit contractors were, didn't that mean all the spirit chi professionals in the main world could be considered spirit contractors? Why were spirit contractors so rare in the sky beyond the clouds? Lin Yuan looked at spring, summer, autumn, and winter, who were next to him, before instructing Genius to use connected tails on the four of them so he could share the memories he had obtained from the trio. When spring, summer, autumn, and winter learned of their concept of spirit contractors, they did not disagree with the concept. Spring was the first to speak. Young master, the understanding of concepts is related to an entity's level and circumstances. The three of them are at a very low level. Hence, it is almost impossible for them to come into contact with spirit contractors. However, there are a fair number of spirit contractors in the sky beyond the clouds. A few species are born with the ability to use their bloodlines to take control of other life forms. There are many experts whose spiritual energy and souls mutate during the process of increasing their strength. They thus gain the ability to form contracts with other life forms using their spiritual energy and souls. Faith power can also be used to control other life forms. However, using faith power to control other life forms cannot be considered a form of spirit contraction. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Spring said. He agreed with Spring. It was true that these three were weak. With such inferior power, they knew barely anything about this wide world. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was now extremely interested in spirit contractors. Autumn rarely had the opportunity to demonstrate his value to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan did not know about spirit contractors, he could help fill in the gaps. Young master, among the two captives that you later took in, the alluring fox is considered a spirit contractor. However, in a place like the sky beyond the clouds, everyone would rather invest resources in themselves as opposed to targets they had spiritually contracted. Spirit contraction only works on recently born or weak life forms. Hence, it is usually only members of large factions who spiritually contract life forms. That alluring fox has only spiritually contracted newborns that were born with innate power or potential. After Autumn's explanation, Lin Yuan now had an accurate understanding of spirit contractors. In the main world, humans had relatively weak bodies, and it was necessary for them to use feys for combat. However, the sky beyond the clouds experts naturally possessed outstanding combat abilities. Despite being spirit contractors, there was no need for them to contract other life forms to help them in battle. Thus, the sky beyond the clouds spirit contractors no longer relied on spiritually contracting other life forms. If this was truly the case in the sky beyond the clouds, any member of Sky City would be seen as the disciple of a major faction. There were no native humans in the sky beyond the clouds. But this did not matter because the various species in the sky beyond the clouds usually preferred to take human form. This was something that Lin Yuan already knew. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time here. In truth, Lin Yuan could have sent out Kira and used her and her army of insects to scout out the surroundings. It would not take long for Lin Yuan to gain a perfect understanding of the circumstances of this environment and draw up a precise map. However, Lin Yuan did not do this. He knew that once he sent out Kira, the demon insects would sweep through the environment and leave devastation in their wake. That was just the kind of species they lived and evolved by consuming. Connected Tales allowed Lin Yuan to access the three individuals' memories and knowledge. It also allowed him to use the language they understood to communicate with them. I want to know the location of the village from which you escaped. I need you to lead the way. From their memories, Lin Yuan had a general idea of the village's location. He asked them this question because he wanted to give them a chance. If the three of them seized this chance, Lin Yuan would take them in. Lin Yuan would undoubtedly need help if he wanted to begin developing in the sky beyond the clouds. If the three of them lied to him, he would not hesitate to send these three native life forms to the netherworld. Based on their experiences, the three of them could not be considered good people in the traditional sense. Rather, they were life forms that abided by the law of the jungle. When they came across weaker life forms, they would turn into sharks that had caught a whiff of blood. They would never give up until they had their target in their jaws. They had caught and killed countless weaker life forms. When they heard what Lin Yuan said, they did not immediately tell Lin Yuan all that they knew. Rather, they followed their nature and began negotiating. Lord, the village where we used to live is far from here. If we take you there, will you give us any benefits? You are a spirit contractor master who has spiritually contracted beautiful life forms. It shouldn't be difficult for you to give us a little something. The man with rough skin, who had just spoken, began chuckling. The rows of yellow teeth he revealed led Wen Yu, who was sitting next to Lin Yuan, to frown. Bloodlove glared coldly at the rough-skinned man. It was the gaze of someone looking at something that was about to die. Lin Yuan looked away from the three of them and waved at Autumn. Autumn immediately led the three of them away. Autumn knew that Lin Yuan was saying that he no longer wanted to see them. The three of them would no longer have anything to do with Lin Yuan. Hence, Autumn could decide what to do with them. Autumn detested those who did not understand their circumstances. Through connected tales, Autumn had accessed their memories and had a general idea of the village's location. They would need to release their spiritual aura to search for the village's exact location. This meant that the three of them would also need to expend some effort to locate the village. They were unable to pinpoint the village's location accurately, yet they responded as though they had all the answers and even asked Lin Yuan for benefits. Their behavior was unforgivable. The three of them were clearly incapable of saving themselves. Yet, they were still attempting to negotiate. Their greed tainted Lord Saint's sacred years. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to continue living. Autumn used his power to imprison the three of them. With Autumn's power, they did not even have the opportunity to admit their mistake. All they could do was stare at him pleadingly. However, Autumn did not feel a shred of mercy. A young girl they had caught had also looked at them with the same pleading eyes. But they had not given her the chance to continue living. Once Autumn was done dealing with them, he immediately returned to Lin Yuan's side. Autumn did not report what he had done to Lin Yuan, as he felt that there was no need to do so. The three of them had already wasted so much of Lin Yuan's time. If they continued to take up Lin Yuan's time after death, it would only amplify their crime. Autumn knew of Lin Yuan's goal. He began releasing his spiritual aura in the direction he had gleaned from their memories and started the search on Lin Yuan's behalf. Lin Yuan released dark blue and grey from the spirit lock spatial zones so the two of them could hide Sky Sea's movements. Dark blue, grey, and Sky Sea's partnership could be described as sheer perfection. Frankly, it was not necessary for Lin Yuan to find a safe place to develop. Sky Sea was Sky City's core and could be located anywhere. Lin Yuan wanted to establish a territory because the many feys that were part of Sky City and the Divine Kingdom white-clothed followers needed to obtain faith power. The best way was to establish a territory and obtain protection for life forms, thereby attaining faith power from these life forms. Hence, it became necessary for Lin Yuan to establish a territory. Next to Lin Yuan, Summer said seriously, "Young master, once you begin traveling to the village and learn of its exact location, I don't think you should build your territory near that area. You should find an area of fertile land with an abundance of resources. The barrenness of this place exceeds my previous expectations." Lin Yuan nodded. Summer's words were very reasonable to him. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter's strength, Lin Yuan would be able to take any fertile land for himself. However, it was not easy to come across a piece of fertile land. Once winter settled the Four Seasons mountain and helped it replenish its energy, he said seriously, "Young master, don't forget that you still have Fan Lu as a chess piece in the East Universe. You are now in the East Universe and can use him to accomplish many tasks. You will be able to find fertile land by asking Fan Lu about it." Once you find the village's exact location, tell Fan Lu to come to us. It requires too much energy to use the jade I gave Fan Lu. You can give him a thoughts letter paper. That way, you'll be able to find out information from him. When spring, summer, autumn, and winter first joined Lin Yuan, they dared not make any suggestions to him for fear that doing so would displease him. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into changing their mindsets to the current point where they saw themselves as his aides. Rather than serving him, Lin Yuan preferred them to make up for his gaps like seniors would. This would help him to improve continuously and prevent his growth from becoming stunted. It also prevented his ego from being inflated by the constant adulation. Lin Yuan had not forgotten about Fan Lu. Now that he had arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, it was indeed time to contact him. There was no need for Lin Yuan to be overly careful while he was developing in the East universe. He would not go after those who did not cross him. But once someone bared their fangs at him, he would make sure to put an end to them. If any faction laid a hand on Lin Yuan, he would be able to gain notoriety quickly by eliminating them. This would surely send shockwaves through the other factions. The group already had a general location. As Spring continued to search the surroundings, she soon discovered the village. The village was very small. It could be considered the smallest inhabited locale in the sky beyond the clouds. Yet, there were hundreds of millions of life forms living within it. The population of life forms living in the sky beyond the clouds could not be conceptualized by Lin Yuan, who came from the main world. Presently, every single life form in the village was lined up in an orderly formation as they worshipped the sculpture in the middle of the open-air courtyard. A grey-haired elderly man covered in liver spots was leaning on a wooden cane and standing next to the sculpture. He surveyed all the worshippers to ensure that they were injecting a sufficient quantity of faith power into the sculpture. The life forms that did not supply sufficient faith power to the sculpture would be picked out and told to stand off to the side. They would receive special punishment from the elderly man later. Each punishment would be followed by a significant shrinking of the group. Hence, all the life forms in the village were motivated to do their best to supply faith to the sculpture. This was so they could earn the elderly man's protection. The village was surrounded by danger, and ferocious beasts frequently emerged. The elderly man had already protected the village more than once. The sculpture was of a life form hidden under wings. The life form probably had a humanoid form, but the wings prevented discernment of a precise answer. In order to supply faith to a life form whose appearance they could not even see, they needed to use their imagination to persuade themselves to have faith in this life form. Summer studied the situation in the village before sharing her findings with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless with shock when he heard that. It turned out that faith was collected in this manner in the sky beyond the clouds. How was this any different from rearing milk cows and draining them daily? Just like spirit chi, faith power could also be categorized into different levels. This was the lowest level method of collecting faith power. It was unlikely that anyone would be willing to absorb faith power that was filled with so many impurities. Such faith power came with so much negative energy that it could even damage a divine kingdom. Lin Yuan told them of his thoughts. When Winter heard that, he began to explain, "Young master, faith power isn't just used to increase one's power here. It also serves as currency. Experts who are able to use such methods to gather faith power will use such low-quality faith power as currency or give it out as rewards to their subordinates." Spring was silent for a moment before she said, "Based on what we learned from the 3 native life forms, this village has been here for at least a few thousand years. These life forms are slaves. Faith power that is forced out isn't genuine. Young master, if you want to collect faith power, you can consider saving the life forms in this village. Rescuing others is the best way to obtain faith power. It's commonly employed in the sky beyond the clouds." Lin Yuan felt that Spring's suggestion was feasible. Then, a wild idea appeared in his head. Could it be that all incidents of being rescued in the sky beyond the clouds were linked to such a scheme? Chapter 2821 Lin Yuan makes a move. Faith was a one-sided action. The faith that came from being saved would involve the individual being saved having to endure suffering. In the sky beyond the clouds, even the most inferior individual could implicate an enormous entity as long as it involved faith. The elderly man who was overseeing the ritual in the village had to have the support of a world emperor/divine kingdom expert. Hence, the act of saving another came at a large cost. It was not something that anyone would dare to do flippantly. Rather than saving indiscriminately, it might be easier to perform the rescue of a self-manufactured crisis. This would essentially negate the costs. In all the schemes meant to obtain faith power, the weak would have to endure increasing suffering. There was no question about this. Having just arrived, Lin Yuan needed information to begin rolling out his operations. Hence, he needed to make a move on this elderly man. He could easily save hundreds of millions of the sky beyond the clouds' regular life forms. Lin Yuan was willing to do so. Firstly, once he saved them, they would be able to provide him with an endless stream of faith power. Secondly, it also related to his innate personality and character. Summer relayed what she had sensed to Lin Yuan. From what Summer found, Lin Yuan learned that the elderly man had only just reached the spirit fire level, putting him on the same level as Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan was pinnacle spirit fire and could easily overpower the elderly man. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the amber button-shaped source sand landed by his feet. Source sand had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom long ago. However, Lin Yuan had yet to find special metal spiritual ingredients it could absorb through metal consume manifestation. Lin Yuan checked on the source sand. Fey name, source sand, amber button. Fey species, elemental/sand. Fey grade, World Emperor, 1/10. Fey type, Earth. Fey quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Exclusive skills. Sand control, increase the contractor's control toward the source sand and also reduce the spiritual power consumption when controlling the source sand. Metal consume manifestation, consume a type of metal into the source sand and allow the source sand to possess characteristics of the metal that was consumed. At the same time, the source sand can rapidly condense the metal within the gravel, forming a specified form, ferromanganese/chain blade, day and night spirit silver/feathers, red lotus soft gold/trigone strands. Gravel spirit acceptance, the source sand can consume a type of fey or dimensional life form. The consumption will be determined by the life form's energy and genetic model complexity. Overlord sand control, a special type of sand will be produced. It will be the command center of the sea of sand and be able to exert strong control over the sea of sand. The special sand can control a type of metal. Once the metal has been absorbed, the entire sea of sand will be boosted by that specific metal. Sand protection, use the metal attributes under its control to fortify the grains of sand. The grains of sand will form tight shields that will protect targets. The protection of targets can be strengthened, and the energy in the grains of sand will reflect the damage suffered by the target. Reverse sand, the sea of sand will form a reverse whirlpool. The dead or injured target in the sea of sand that passed through the whirlpool will revert the target to the condition it was in before it engaged in combat. Sea of sand tempering, the life form's body will be placed within the sea of sand. The sea of sand will dissect the target's body before gathering and refining the energy. The refined energy can then be used. Divine Kingdom abilities. Sea of Sand Forbidden Fruit, its sand bloodline will be transformed into forbidden fruit in the Sea of Sand. When fed to Earth-type life forms, they will be changed into sand-type and be under the source sand's control. The source sand had always consumed various Earth-type spiritual ingredients and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Currently, it consumed hundreds of Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls daily. It was unlikely there was any other elemental fey in the world that could obtain the same volume of resources. The source sand was an extremely special elemental type fey. It did not come with abilities like other elemental type life forms did. In order to form a contract with it, 2 willpower runes had been needed. However, compared to elemental type life forms that came with abilities, the source sand's exclusive skills were much more versatile. In the process of its evolution to World Emperor, the source sand had gained 3 new exclusive skills and a Divine Kingdom ability. Sand protection was the source sand's new elemental ability. Being at the Divine Kingdom level, the source sand could absorb metal-type spiritual ingredients of extremely high levels and in enormous quantities. Lin Yuan had not picked metal-type spiritual ingredients from the main world for the source sand to absorb because it was very tedious to swap out the metal-type spiritual ingredients that were absorbed through metal consume manifestation. It would be better to wait until they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds before picking the high-grade spiritual ingredients from there. Once the source sand absorbed a large amount of high-grade metal-type spiritual ingredients, the metal attributes under the source sand's control would be unimaginably powerful. When the metal attributes were activated to protect targets, the protection could extend to damage caused by rolled grade attacks. The source sand's defensive abilities were already excellent when it was protecting others. But when the source sand used sand protection to protect Lin Yuan, the defensive abilities could even be strengthened and enhanced. It would even be able to reflect the damage inflicted on the target. Those who attacked Lin Yuan would be killed without Lin Yuan having to use his attacks. Compared to sand protection, Sea of Sand tempering had a stronger focus on function. Reverse Sand was a timed ability. Targets in the Sea of Sand that died or were injured would be reverted to the same state they were in before combat. Once the source sand used it and there was sufficient aid prepared for the battle, it could eliminate all casualties. For example, the life forms formed through metal consume manifestation that were killed could be swallowed by the Sea of Sand and enter the whirlpool before being reverted to their complete states. They would then be able to continue battling. Compared to reverse sand, the effects of Sea of Sand tempering were not bad at all. Sea of Sand tempering gave Lin Yuan an extremely good method of dealing with corpses. The source sand would dissect the energy of the corpses. The energy in corpses was related to the type of energy controlled by the corpse. It could be elemental energy, spirit chi, or death aura. Lin Yuan had no lack of such energy. However, World Emperor/Divine Kingdom life forms that were dissected and refined would produce a large amount of faith power. Once the faith power was refined, the source sand could either absorb the faith power itself or give it to Lin Yuan to use. This would be unrelated to the source sand's Divine Kingdom ability. Sea of Sand forbidden fruit transformed earth-type life forms into sand-type life forms, which would still supply faith power to the source sand. Sea of Sand forbidden fruit was considered a production-type Divine Kingdom ability, the most valuable type. However, its actual value was not extremely high. In Lin Yuan's arsenal, this Divine Kingdom ability was only considered mid-range. He felt that it was less valuable than Sea of Sand tempering. Lin Yuan knew that he had this impression because his standards were rising. After being summoned by Lin Yuan, the source sand did not immediately sink underground and begin creating sand like it usually did. The source sand currently had the intelligence of an adult and could communicate on a normal level. However, the source sand did not like to speak much and was rather closed off. Despite having the appearance of a fresh and beautiful girl, it had the personality of a dignified and haughty gentleman. Since Lin Yuan had not given the source sand any new metal-type spiritual ingredients to absorb, his wings were still made of the day and night spirit silver. Lin Yuan injected energy into his wings, and they immediately turned pure white. The influence from the spirit chi caused the wings to glow. Lin Yuan rose into the sky and began flying toward the statue. Lin Yuan was wearing a moon-white robe. He resembled a godly being when paired with the 12 flapping wings on his back. Lin Yuan did not retract his aura. Hence, all the villagers and the elderly man on the ground noticed his presence. A panicked expression appeared on the elderly man's face when he saw Lin Yuan. He had been in this village for a long time and oversaw everything within it. However, he was not as uncultured as the rest of the villagers. Every once in a while, the elderly man would offer some of the faith power stored within the sculpture to that lord. That lord's aura caused the elderly man's knees to buckle. However, this young man with 6 pairs of white wings did not give the elderly man that same feeling. This meant that this young man was much weaker than that lord. Nonetheless, the elderly man knew that he was still no match for this young man. After a momentary shock, the elderly man calmed down. With his position, the elderly man could not appear weak in front of the life forms from which he was harvesting faith. Once he came off as weak, his image of being infallible would crumble, and the amount of faith they supplied to the sculpture would undoubtedly fall. Recently, the Lord had been displeased with the amount of faith power he had been receiving. He had reproached the elderly man for offering a decreasing amount of faith power. If the elderly man continued to supply such a low amount of faith power, he was at high risk of being swapped out. The elderly man enjoyed the power he wielded in the village. Thus, he would raise the quantity of faith power even if it meant utilizing radical methods. After all, the Lord had never been bothered by the purity of the faith power. Hence, despite knowing that Lin Yuan was stronger than him, the elderly man still rose to the sky and walked toward Lin Yuan before saying sternly, "I do not know where you come from, but this village is under the protection of the Quiet Rain Evil Crows. The Quiet Rain Evil Crows have more than one Divine Kingdom member. You better think your actions through before enacting them." The elderly man spoke sternly to preserve his pride. However, he was only brave enough to threaten Lin Yuan but would not actually employ force to chase Lin Yuan away. The elderly man's source of support was the life form represented on the sculpture. If Lin Yuan tried to kill him, the sculpture would be triggered instantly, and Lin Yuan would find himself face to face with the Quiet Rain Evil Crow's Divine Kingdom experts. In a small village like this, there was nothing that could catch the eye of this 12-winged expert. There were plenty of villages like this in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. He was unbothered by the elderly man's threat. He had many Divine Kingdom life forms under him as well as 4 individuals who were above the Divine Kingdom level. The quiet rain evil crows were considered a small species. Lin Yuan checked on the living conditions of the life forms living in the village. After an extended period of servitude without proper nourishment, the life forms' eyes were cloudy, and their skin yellow. Lin Yuan had not expected food to also be a scarce resource that needed to be fought for in the sky beyond the clouds. But after thinking about it, Lin Yuan understood why this was. As Lin Yuan's power grew, his ingestion of energy also increased. Hence, the quality of his food also improved. The low-level resources in the sky beyond the clouds could fill one's stomach but could not provide the energy one needed. Lin Yuan felt that the three escapees had had a better quality of life than these villagers. Lin Yuan laughed coldly. The quiet rain evil crows instructed you to absorb faith power using the sculpture made of storage stone. That is despicable behavior. The quiet rain evil crow experts have yet to show up, but your actions of forcing these living life forms to give their faith to a sculpture are incorrigible. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, he waved his hand, and the perfect touch wisteria appeared in front of him. 3 vines trapped the elderly man in midair. Green vine was the first of Lin Yuan's phase to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Restraining a spirit fire life form was like taking candy from a baby. When Lin Yuan summoned the life form that was even more powerful than himself with a wave of his hand, the elderly man realized that Lin Yuan was far from weak. The elderly man had come across spirit contractors in the past. There was a spirit contractor among the quiet rain evil crows. However, this was the first time the elderly man was seeing a spirit contractor who could contract a life form that was stronger than he was. The aura of this girl who could control vines was similar to that of the quiet rain evil crow with whom he was in contact. It was no wonder that his intimidation attempt had been ineffective. It turned out that this young man could not care less about the quiet rain evil crows. The life forms who had been waiting to continue supplying their faith to the sculpture looked excited when they saw all that had just unfolded. However, the older life forms in the village had terrified expressions. They had experienced similar scenarios in the past. It was likely that ownership of the village would be changing hands today. Still, having a different owner was not always a good thing. Chapter 28-22 North of the Lonely River. Each time the village leader changed, the village would have to change its faith. In a village of this size and level, no big shot would truly be willing to guide and enact change in the village. They would be more likely to do what was happening now, which was to send their subordinates to forcefully collect faith. The older individuals had heard that a village like this, comprising hundreds of millions of life forms, was traded around like objects. If a life form wanted to supply faith power to a sculpture, it would need to continuously lie to itself to change its mindset and self-hypnotize. Otherwise, the faith power would never be generated. How could anyone naturally have faith in a sculpture? The elderly man had never given any explanation of the life form that the sculpture represented. All he did was address this sculpture using various terms for gods and celestial beings. They could only hope that once there was a change in the village's ownership, their lives would become less agonizing. It was torturous to have their food so strictly restricted. The villagers who did not provide sufficient faith would have to suffer violent punishment from the elderly man, while those who were able to provide sufficient faith would have their supply of food cut down. Only the villagers who were able to provide more faith power than was expected of them would not have their supply of food reduced and receive meager rewards. This elderly man was currently a beginner spirit fire expert and was much weaker than Lin Yuan. However, he was slightly stronger than Genius. If Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tails on the elderly man and the elderly man put up resistance, Genius would be harmed. Lin Yuan would never want to see Genius harmed. Lin Yuan lifted his hand, and the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom released a large amount of spores. The spores entered the elderly man's body, and Lin Yuan shot a look at Green Vine. Green Vine's vines formed a treehouse in the sky, where Lin Yuan interrogated the elderly man. First, he wanted to know the exact coordinates of his place. Next, he also wanted to learn about the quiet rain evil crows. This would allow him to make preparations in advance if they possessed a certain level of power. The elderly man had begun a new round of offerings today. He had instructed the villagers to begin worshipping the stone statue. The elderly man had not been collecting faith power for long, but the faith power in the storage stones had been less than expected. The World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Quiet Rain Evil Crow would be able to sense this and eventually come to investigate the situation. Lin Yuan did not need to act personally to obtain information from this elderly man. Lin Yuan released the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom in human form, and it demonstrated professional interrogation techniques. The elderly man spilled all the information that he possessed. They were currently located in an area known as North of the Lonely River. This was the most remote region of the East universe. However, this did not mean that this area was barren. It was actually the opposite, as north of the Lonely River was filled with resources. No faction had crossed the Lonely River and broken ground on north of the Lonely River because there were many powerful aquatic species residing in the Lonely River. These aquatic species not only occupied the waters of the Lonely River but the air above it as well. They only respected a faction like Honor Absent Palace, who were the rulers of the East universe. A few of the experts from the species living in the Lonely River were also members of the Honor Absent Parliament. Honor Absent Palace had thought of venturing into north of the Lonely River, but it would require them to cross the Lonely River. The species living in the Lonely River might not obstruct the people from Honor Absent Palace, but they would definitely charge a high fee for each crossing of the Lonely River. In the end, the costs exceeded the potential benefits. Hence, Honor Absent Palace lost interest in developing north of the Lonely River. Since no one had begun harvesting the resources from north of the Lonely River, the area was extremely impoverished. The elderly man had accidentally ended up joining the Quiet Rain Evil Crows a few thousand years ago. He was not a true member and did not have a good grasp of the Quiet Rain Evil Crow's circumstances. All he knew was that the two Quiet Rain Evil Crows he usually interacted with had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. It was a level that he could only dream of reaching. Once Lin Yuan gleaned the information he wanted, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom looked at him. It was clear that it wanted to know what Lin Yuan wanted to do with this elderly man. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom had been molded by Lin Yuan. He could not say that it was kind, but it had an objectively decent character. At that moment, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom was filled with killing intent toward the elderly man. He had misused his power for profit and committed too many wicked acts. Lin Yuan sighed and nodded at the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. It was true that the elderly man deserved to die. However, killing the elderly man would not be able to save all the life forms that had died at his hand over the years. The number of life forms that had been killed for failing to provide sufficient faith power was greater than the current population of the village. Once it received Lin Yuan's signal, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom used thought-separating flames to burn the elderly man to ashes. Lin Yuan left the treehouse that Green Vine created out of its vines. The life forms in the village dared not move about carelessly and remained timidly rooted to the spot. Lin Yuan was aware of how the elderly man maintained order in the village and knew that the villagers were all starving and undernourished. Lin Yuan summoned 5 of the deposit vegetable pods in human form. They then began distributing the soldier ration radish's leaves and vines. The soldier ration radish was a life form that Chef Supreme had accidentally cultivated. When life forms from the main world consumed them, a small quantity would be enough to fill their stomachs. The same went for the life forms in the sky beyond the clouds. When Lin Yuan summoned Green Vine, the villagers realized that he was a spirit contractor. Normally, spirit contractors did not contract many entities, as it required resources to nurture each contracted entity. If they contracted too many, they would be overstrained. The villagers also saw the 5 deposit vegetable pods Lin Yuan summoned as entities he had contracted. The deposit vegetable pods continued to distribute the soldier ration radishes and urged the villagers to consume as much as they wanted. The deposit vegetable pods had only just been summoned by Lin Yuan and could not speak in the sky beyond the clouds language. However, they could use signing and gesturing to convey their meaning. The villagers had never eaten anything like the soldier ration radish. But they were so hungry that it was difficult for them to stay on guard. Under the stress of starvation, the villagers who had been failing to supply sufficient faith power to the sculpture stuffed the soldier ration radish's leaves into their mouths. With the first chew of the soldier ration radish, the villagers felt vitality flowing through their bodies. It did not take long for them to feel full. This feeling of fullness took the villagers by astonishment. This was an extremely precious feeling to them. They had almost forgotten the last time they felt this way. The villagers who had consumed and were experiencing the benefits of the soldier ration radish looked up at the 12-winged Lin Yuan. They instinctively felt reliant on him. In a place like the sky beyond the clouds, the weak life forms lived arduous lives akin to that of insects. But weak life forms also had a way of pursuing survival. This was done by seeking the protection of stronger experts. The villagers now saw Lin Yuan as a source of protection. The instant these villagers placed their hope in Lin Yuan, he could distinctly sense that many weak dots of light had appeared in his fountain of faith. These dots of light represented the life forms that were present. It was just as Summer had said. Saving them was the best way of obtaining faith power. However, generating the glowing dots of faith power was vastly different from receiving a constant stream of faith power. In order to receive a constant stream of faith power from these targets, he would have to maintain the protection he offered them. But it would take a large amount of resources to deepen their faith in him and raise their happiness levels. This was why so many experts in the sky beyond the clouds chose not to protect the weaker life forms and enable them to become a stable supply of high-quality faith power despite being clearly capable of doing so. Lin Yuan had been thinking about one thing ever since he heard all about north of the lonely river from the elderly man. He contemplated whether this was the place to develop his faction. Once he developed his faction to a certain extent, he would then be able to cross the lonely river and extend his enterprise to other areas. Lin Yuan was never the type to be reckless. He intended to wait for Fan Lu to arrive so he could ask him about the allocation of resources in north of the lonely river. It would be best if he could obtain the resource allocation plan for north of the lonely river. It would not be too late for Lin Yuan to make his decision after he gained an understanding of the resource allocation there. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter had been watching over Lin Yuan from the shadows. The four of them were not surprised when they saw Lin Yuan put a clean end to the elderly man's life. Lin Yuan was in a constant state of rapid growth. The four of them had been with Lin Yuan all these years, and at each milestone, they could not help but be amazed at his growth. Once the starving villagers had their fill of the soldier ration radish, those who had been able to supply above-average quantities of faith power to the sculpture and had not had their food allowance reduced got their first taste of the soldier ration radish. No one was exempt from group mentality, especially when benefits were involved. Once Lin Yuan saw that almost all the villagers had consumed the soldier ration radish, he said in a low voice, "Rather than supplying your faith to a sculpture from an unknown source, why don't you decide for yourselves who you give your faith to?" The entire village has been consuming the sour fruits growing outside the village as well as wild beasts that you catch with traps. The number of beasts you'll be able to catch varies day by day. It's impossible that all of you will get to eat meat every day. However, the sour fruits grow in large quantities. I will send people to harvest the sour fruits later. The sour fruits will make up most of your daily diet, while the beast meat will be distributed fairly. If any of you has a larger appetite and needs more to feel full, you can submit a request for the soldier ration radishes. Lin Yuan was not using the sky beyond the clouds lingua franca. Since the three escapees had not been able to understand this language, it was unlikely that these villagers would be different. The best way to become closer to these villagers would be to use the language they were familiar with. Lin Yuan was not making empty promises when he told the villagers to decide for themselves to whom they gave their faith. Lin Yuan did not dictate that they offer their faith to him. Sky City had many main members. Regardless of whom the villagers offered their faith to, they would be able to strengthen Sky City's overall power. In the main world, Sky City only followed the most excellent path of development. Given the current circumstances, they would have to gather life forms in large quantities to develop Sky City in the sky beyond the clouds. They would simultaneously protect these life forms while receiving faith power from them. Thus, Sky City needed to build a massive faction that was akin to a kingdom in the sky beyond the clouds. In this kingdom, Sky City's main members would be able to steadily increase their strength. It went without saying that this was just an idea Lin Yuan had. He would have to have a discussion with the Moon Empress, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest before he decided whether he would put this idea into action. Su Yiren and Luolan had been rulers of federations in the main world. They would be of great help to Lin Yuan when it came to managing an enormous kingdom. Lin Yuan's words caused disbelief to spread across the villagers' faces. But it did not take long before the villagers started to hoop loudly with joy. Lin Yuan could sense that the glowing dots of faith in the fountain of faith were now much brighter. Winter moved over to Lin Yuan's side and said, "Young master, I have contacted Fan Lu and informed him of our location. He said that he will find the opportunity to slip away from his current master and meet up with you." Winter had expressed his displeasure toward Fan Lu. In Winter's eyes, Fan Lu was no different from an ant. Yet, someone like him dared to make Lin wait. This was over the line. However, Lin Yuan did not find anything wrong with this. After meeting with Lin Yuan, Fan Lu would have to go back to his master. It was crucial for him to maintain a positive relationship with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf, a member of the honor-absent parliament, to fulfill the tasks assigned by Lin Yuan. Additionally, he had to leverage his position as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team to safeguard the main world. "Winter, we're not in a rush. We can wait here for Fan Lu. There should be many other similar villagers around the area. Go and send word to Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Su Yiren, Luolan, and the rest. They have reached the Divine Kingdom level, and it's unlikely that anything in this area will be able to pose a threat to them. Tell them to lead a team of white-clothed followers each to save the villagers and collect as much faith as possible." Winter bowed to Lin Yuan before relaying Lin Yuan's message. Winter knew that Lin Yuan wanted to give the people around him the opportunity to collect faith power. If Lin Yuan was greedier, he could collect all the faith power for himself and increase his own power first. Chapter 2823 The Bloodlines Plan. After spending considerable time by Lin Yuan's side, Winter knew that Lin Yuan was not a greedy person. As the leader of a faction, Lin Yuan would prioritize his own power. However, unlike other faction leaders, Lin Yuan would also consider other members apart from prioritizing his own power. It was a blessing to be under such a ruler, as one would not have to worry about being tripped by obstacles. There would also be plenty of opportunities available. Every person under Lin Yuan, including Wen Yu and Lu Ji, was only able to accomplish their current achievements because they had been nurtured by Lin Yuan. Without his nurturing, they would never have been able to leave the main world to come to the sky beyond the clouds. Once they received Lin Yuan's instruction, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Su Yiren, Luo Lan, Bei Su, Listen, Qin Yu, and the rest of Sky City's members who had reached the Divine Kingdom level all led teams and headed out. This was a precious chance for all of them. They all knew the importance of faith power in increasing their strength. Faith power was a requirement for their strength enhancement. On the one hand, all of them cherished this opportunity from Lin Yuan. On the other hand, this was an event that would require them to compete among themselves. They needed to enable a life form to generate faith before finding a way to sustain the supply of faith power. Hence, every member of Sky City picked their team of white-clothed followers and started to do their best in this task. Lin Yuan liked to facilitate such positive competition within Sky City because it would spur their fighting spirits. All of them were of similar ages and held high positions in Sky City. They needed to develop together to raise the overall power of Sky City's main members. Lin Yuan did not only advocate for combat power. The members' mindsets and thought processes were equally important. Sky City's main members, picked by Lin Yuan, were all extremely intelligent. While Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest were out carrying out their task, Fan Lu, enjoying the benefits of his position among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, had a stunned expression on his face. Fan Lu had been waiting for Lin Yuan to summon him, but he was also afraid of being summoned by Lin Yuan. His fear was that being summoned by Lin Yuan would lead to unbearable changes that harmed his future development. If Lin Yuan told him to leave the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and Fengqing, he would be in no position to say no. Fan Lu was very happy with his current life. With his position, he had people pandering to him wherever he went. All of them were trying to benefit from his power and influence. However, only those who had truly experienced the benefits of being bootlicked would understand the feeling. Nonetheless, Fan Lu adored this feeling. If Fan Lu could decide for himself, he would prefer to break free from Lin Yuan and continue enjoying such a life by Fengqing's side. But despite thinking this way, Fan Lu knew it was impossible. He was only able to receive recognition from Fengqing because of Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had not made those arrangements and enabled him to receive the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' protection, he would have been killed by Fengqing long ago. Fengqing was very nice to those who were close to him, but he was obsessive and paranoid. Fan Lu knew how arrogant Fengqing was. Kong Huan's arrogance emerged through her control over her subordinates. However, most of Fengqing's arrogance came from his own obsessive confidence. It would be understandable if Fengqing's obsessive arrogance came from his own outstanding power. But in actuality, it came from the Bloodlines' support of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Bloodlines had their motives for supporting the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Over the years, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had also supplied a fair share of resources to the Bloodlines. In exchange, the Bloodlines supported the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves when it came to key matters. Given that Fengqing's overwhelming confidence came from having the protection of a stronger species rather than his power, Fan Lu felt that Fengqing's confidence was a mirage. It was because Fengqing was not a traditional expert that he needed to be affirmed. This made it easier for Fan Lu to curry favor with and become more valuable to Fengqing. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves next to Fan Lu noticed that he was acting strangely. Luckily, the meeting was over, and Fan Lu came up with an excuse before leaving the meeting room. He went to an empty space and took out the round white jade. North of the Lonely River was extremely far from Fan Lu's current location. It was not impossible for him to travel there, but he would have to come up with a legitimate reason to do so. Feng Xian already resented him for stealing Fengqing's favor, so Fan Lu did not want to give him any reason to trip him up. Luckily, Lin Yuan needed him to keep his position as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. He could use this excuse to ask Lin Yuan to give him some time. Fan Lu was not trying to negotiate with Lin Yuan but doing his best to fulfill Lin Yuan's task. Fan Lu was very smart and knew that Lin Yuan cared more about his position as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team than keeping him by Feng Qing's side. He needed to protect the base. As long as he could protect Lin Yuan's base, the latter would not toss him aside. Feng Qing thought back to how Feng Qing had just mentioned wanting to trade with the dark pufferfish for a potion that could deter the mermaids. Once the dark pufferfish contaminated a body of water with their venom, the mermaids would no longer be able to use their bloodlines to control that body of water. The bloodlines did not want their movements to be tracked by the mermaids. Hence, they asked the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to help them with this. There was no question that the bloodlines wanted to accomplish this matter successfully. However, none of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were willing to make such a long-distance trip. In the sky beyond the clouds, going on a long-distance trip put one at risk of being targeted or falling into danger. Moreover, the dark pufferfish were very overbearing. They would have to spend some resources to trade with them. At first, Fan Lu had also been unwilling to participate in this matter. He had a cushy life. Only those with something wrong with their brains would decide to leave such a life for a desolate place like the lonely river. If he was away from Feng Qing for too long, it would also give Feng Xian the chance to take his space. But now, Fan Lu felt he could agree to this matter that no one else wanted to touch. He could use the excuse of wanting to share the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's burden. Lin Yuan had ordered him to head to the lonely river. This was something he absolutely needed to do. It would be better if he could also use this method to improve Feng Qing's impression of him. He would not only help Feng Qing but the bloodlines as well. This would not only elevate his position in Feng Qing's eyes but would also give him the opportunity to receive rewards from the bloodlines. Most importantly, Fan Lu wanted to obtain the leadership position of the team that would be heading to the lonely river. Once he obtained the leadership position, it would be easy for him to meet up with Lin Yuan. If Feng Qing arranged for a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf to lead the trip, he would have to interact with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf if he wanted to step away from the team. If his request to leave was rejected, he would have wasted Lin Yuan's time. After making his decision, Fan Lu quickly made his way to Feng Qing's bedchamber. Given Fan Lu's position, he did not need to send word in advance to enter Feng Qing's bedchamber. Not even Feng Xian had been afforded such generosity at the height of his favor as Feng Qing's aide. When Fan Lu entered Feng Qing's bedchamber, he saw Feng Qing conversing with Feng Xian with a grave expression on his face. Fan Lu heard Feng Qing and Feng Xian speaking about the matter of helping the bloodlines to head to the lonely river to trade with the dark pufferfish. Normally, Feng Qing had a light-hearted expression and a small smile on his lips. He only frowned when he was being rebuked or if someone turned him down. It seemed that Feng Qing wanted Feng Xian to head to the lonely river, but the latter was unwilling to do so. Fan Lu could understand where Feng Xian was coming from. Feng Xian had a decent background and was considered a direct Chaos Wind Demon Wolf descendant. After catching Feng Qing's eye, his position among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves skyrocketed. Although he did not receive as much favor from Feng Qing as before, his life was still comfortable. As an outsider, Fan Lu could not be considered Feng Xian's equal. Fan Lu thought, this is my chance. If I agree to this operation, it will come off as my helping Feng Qing out of a sticky situation. Currently, Feng Qing needed someone he trusted to take on this matter. Fan Lu could tell that Feng Qing trusted him. When Feng Qing saw Fan Lu walking in, he waved at him to gesture at him to come nearer. Feng Qing saw Fan Lu as someone who could bring him luck. Hence, he did not want to let Fan Lu leave his side. Alas, the only other person he could trust and who was competent enough to accomplish this matter was Fan Lu. Feng Qing believed that Fan Lu was also unwilling to take on this task. There were no upsides to this task, only risks. Fan Lu had done a good job of being his assistant and managed everything well. Feng Qing felt affection for Fan Lu. However, to Feng Qing, bloodline was more important than feelings. If Feng Xian was unwilling and he forced Feng Xian to go, it would stir up debate within the species. Feng Qing did not want his reputation among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to be affected. Before Feng Qing could speak, Fan Lu beat him to the punch and said, Lord Feng Qing, based on what you just said, you haven't decided on who to send on the lonely river matter. If you don't mind, I am willing to make the trip for you. I will definitely do a good job for your sake. Fan Lu spoke gallantly, and passion shone in his eyes. He looked fully as though he genuinely wanted to alleviate Feng Qing's troubles. With this juxtaposition, Feng Qing felt disappointed in Feng Xian. Feng Qing was happy that Fan Lu wanted to share his burdens. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Feng Qing would keep Fan Lu with him. However, Feng Qing had no choice but to think about the bloodlines. They had given this task to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves some time ago. If they did not send someone soon, the bloodlines would definitely become displeased. Fan Lu, since you've taken the initiative, you can go on this trip. Don't worry. I will definitely send sufficient support to ensure your safety. I will also assign a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Abyssal Beast for you to use for transportation. This will allow you to return as soon as possible. If you have any other requests, just let me know. Fan Lu was delighted. Now that he had helped Feng Qing with a pressing issue, he had met his goal and would immediately receive benefits from Feng Qing. Fan Lu did not have any resource needs. Even if he did, he would not tell Feng Qing about them, as it would cause him to come across as manipulative and scheming after those resources. Feng Qing came across as magnanimous but was actually extremely selfish. Lin Yuan wanted to see Fan Lu to learn more about north of the Lonely River. He would have to provide as many details as possible. With this thought, Fan Lu said, "Lord Feng Qing, I am more than happy to work for you. How could I ever have other requests? However, I am unfamiliar with the Lonely River. Do you happen to have a map of the north area? I would like to search the north area for resources for you once I'm done trading with the dark pufferfish." Feng Xian's eyes had been flaring with rage ever since Fan Lu entered. But he had failed to catch an error in Fan Lu's words. Fan Lu's actions were also impeccable. However, Feng Xian did not understand why Fan Lu would put his life in danger for this task. Was he really not after any benefits from Feng Qing? If Fan Lu made a request at this moment, Feng Qing would definitely agree. Feng Xian believed that if he were in Fan Lu's shoes, he would definitely seize the opportunity to obtain more benefits for himself. Fan Lu asked for the map and said that he wanted to gather more resources from north of the Lonely River for Feng Qing. This was essentially increasing his own workload. Could it be that Fan Lu truly admired Feng Qing and had become loyal to him? If that were the case, there would be no need for Feng Xian to continue competing with Fan Lu in the future. Feng Xian did not want to put himself second when he worked for Feng Qing. Rather than waiting for Feng Qing to hand resources to him, it would be better for him to work hard and earn his own resources. Feng Xian felt defeated. Feng Qing patted Fan Lu's shoulder forcefully. "I don't have a map of the Lonely River's surroundings, but I can ask for one from the bloodlines. Make sure to stay safe during this operation. Don't think too much about the resources. All you need to do is trade with the dark pufferfish for the venom that the bloodlines need. Once you're back, I'll personally inject the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf Essence blood into your body so that your bloodline will be able to evolve to that of a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf." Chapter 2824 Meeting with Fan Lu. If Fan Lu had obtained this promise from Feng Qing before joining Lin Yuan, he would have definitely been thrilled. In the past, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline was the strongest that Fan Lu had ever come into contact with. However, now that he had witnessed the resources and power that Lin Yuan possessed, Fan Lu no longer held the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline in such high regard. Despite the thoughts running through Fan Lu's mind, he still vocalized his gratitude. "Lord Feng Qing, thank you for rewarding me by enabling my ordinary bloodline to evolve. Does this mean that once you inject the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline into my body, I will henceforth be considered a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf?" Fan Lu knew when to be humble and when to pander to Feng Qing. Feng Qing cared a lot about his own bloodline. If he rejected the bloodline Feng Qing was offering as a reward, it would be seen as him looking down on the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, immediately causing Feng Qing to fly into a rage. He needed to show his excitement and use his flattery skills to make Feng Qing happier. Feng Qing had promised that despite the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves not having a map of the area near the Lonely River, he would ask for one from the bloodlines. The bloodlines were a powerful faction that had set their sights on the Lonely River in the past, so they definitely had a map. Fan Lu would be able to prove his worth to Lin Yuan better with that map. Fan Lu was certain of his goal for his operation. All he needed to do was obtain the venom from the dark pufferfish. The dark pufferfish were the ruling species of the Lonely River. They did not even have to be courteous to the bloodlines. It went without saying they did not have to give someone as trivial as him the time of day. However, Fan Lu was not concerned that he would not be able to accomplish the task. All he needed to do was tell Lin Yuan what he needed, and Lin Yuan would definitely help him to resolve the issue. Feng Qing was very happy with Fan Lu's response. When he was in need of someone, Fan Lu stepped up. There was no better subordinate than this. Moreover, Fan Lu also had exceptional abilities and always did his best in the tasks he was given. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves warriors will be working with the bloodlines in a joint operation soon. But for your sake, I will assign the Forbidden Wolf team, who are currently training outside, to protect you. I will also give you authority among the Light Wind Wolves. You can pick the Light Wind Wolf experts you want to go with you. Fan Lu and Feng Xian looked shocked when they heard what Feng Qing said. Fan Lu never expected Feng Qing to assign the Forbidden Wolf team to him. There were a total of 16 members in the Forbidden Wolf team. It was said that every one of them had World Emperor/Divine Kingdom power and had the authentic Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline. All of them had also received a portion of the Moon-worshipping Wolf legacy. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had departed from the Moon-worshipping Wolves and did not possess much of their legacy. Only the true core members could receive the legacy. If everything went well with this operation, it seemed that Feng Qing would truly promote and support him. Once his shock passed, Feng Xian looked deeply into Fan Lu's eyes. Could it be that this piece of trash was going to enter the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' inner circle? Normally, only the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves with the authentic bloodline could be part of the inner circle. However, it was not impossible for Fan Lu to become part of the inner circle if he had Feng Qing's support. With this thought, Feng Xian suddenly felt that he had been too reckless trying to compete with Fan Lu all this time. Feng Qing's mood improved tremendously, but he did not keep Fan Lu back for long. Before Fan Lu left, Feng Qing gave him numerous resources and a piece of fertile land that he could manage as he saw fit. Fan Lu had received many benefits, but Feng Xian had not received anything. Fan Lu sensed that Feng Xian had something on his mind, and based on Feng Xian's personality, he anticipated another argument. However, Fan Lu was not in the mood for it at all. The risks he would have to undertake on this trip to the Lonely River would not be removed just by having the Forbidden Wolf team and the Light Wind Wolf experts by his side. The star pirates that traversed the 4 universes all possessed fearsome strength. Even a large species like the bloodlines would have to send out their strongest experts to avoid casualties. Fan Lu used to work under Kong Huan. The alluring foxes used to be much more formidable. They had deteriorated so severely because they had encountered a notorious stat pirate group while traveling in the outskirts. This encounter had cost them 6 Divine Kingdom experts. If the alluring foxes had not suffered such a blow, the honor-absent parliament member's role would not have gone to Kong Huan. Given that he could not even guarantee his own survival, Fan Lu did not want to squabble with a petty character like Feng Xian. He had Lin Yuan's support. As long as he did a good job on the tasks Lin Yuan gave him, his future development would be limitless. Just as Fan Lu was about to visit the Light Wind Wolves to recruit their World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts to accompany him on the journey to the Lonely River, Feng Xian blocked his way. Feng Xian said seriously, "Fan Lu, I would like to congratulate you in advance on joining the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and becoming a pure-blooded Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. If Lord Feng Qing is willing to help you, your bloodline will definitely be able to evolve successfully." Fan Lu raised an eyebrow but did not respond. He looked at Feng Xian in this manner to signal to him to continue speaking. Fan Lu already knew that Feng Xian had said this because he knew that he was about to become Feng Qing's true right-hand man and wanted to ameliorate their relationship. Hence, he was using this opportunity to mend the bridge between them and flatter him. Fan Lu had also done similar actions in the past. When one lacked power and a solid foundation, one did not have the luxury of acting recklessly. Every step one took had to be calculated. Ever since Fan Lu joined Lin Yuan, he stopped seeing Feng Xian as his enemy. He did not think Feng Xian deserved to be his rival. Fan Lu never intentionally made things difficult for Feng Xian. Rather than relying on Feng Qing's rewards and trying to knock down a direct Chaos Wind Demon Wolf descendant, it would be better for him to use his chance to improve his relationship with Feng Qing. However, he would not be the one to extend the olive branch. It had to be initiated by Feng Xian because Fan Lu needed to maintain the upper hand over him in the future. When Feng Xian saw that Fan Lu had not reciprocated his gesture, he felt slighted. Luckily, Fan Lu's expression was not one of scorn. Feng Xian gnashed his teeth and continued. "Fan Lu, we used to be rivals. Now, you have emerged victorious over me. I won't be competing with you in the future. I think that we have developed an understanding after working together for so long. Let's stop being rivals. We are more suited to collaborating as allies. I will still be staying by Lord Feng Qing's side. Our collaboration will also be beneficial to you." Feng Xian thought that Fan Lu would put him on the spot once he was done speaking. Contrary to his expectations, Fan Lu reached out his hand. In the beginning, you were the one who recommended me and gave me the chance to join Lord Fengqing. I will never forget that. Rather than saying that we'll be collaborating, let's become friends instead. If this matter goes well, I will also become a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. If it doesn't go well, I won't be able to continue serving Lord Fengqing. You will have to serve him in my place. I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay here any longer to chat. I will ask you out for a drink once I'm back from the Lonely River. Fan Lu's words caused Feng Xian's expression to falter. Once Fan Lu was out of Feng Xian's line of vision, all the sincerity vanished from Fan Lu's eyes. Fan Lu did not know if Feng Xian was familiar with Feng Qing's habits. He knew that Feng Qing had a habit of monitoring his subordinates' every move. Normally, Fan Lu would not be able to sense Feng Qing watching him. But the jade that Winter had given him had the ability to detect it. Based on the jade's reaction, Feng Qing was currently listening in on their exchange. Hence, he did not mind using this opportunity to properly show off in front of Feng Qing. When Fan Lu arrived at the Light Wind Wolves' headquarters, it was like he had returned home. He then picked the 4-World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Light Wind Wolves. All he needed to do was wait for the Forbidden Wolf team to arrive and for Feng Qing to pass him the map of the area surrounding the Lonely River. Fan Lu would soon be ready to set off. Lin Yuan was currently in a remote area known as the Lonely River. Sky City's main members had already saved almost 240 villages. Lu Ji was the fastest among them. He used the army of insects to surround each village before saving the villagers. This method caused the proportion of faith power he received to be very small. However, Lu Ji was very stable and calm. After all, every life form in the village would have to give up their faith. Even if they did not give it to him, it made no difference, even if they gave it to other members of Sky City. Wen Yu was the slowest among them, but the proportion of faith power she received was the largest. It was even larger than the proportion that Lin Yuan received. As such, Lin Yuan discovered a new talent that Wen Yu had. The villagers from the various villages could not gather together quickly. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Once Lin Yuan confirmed the location of this area, it would make it easier for him to gather the villagers in the area. At that point, he could send people to govern the villages. Lin Yuan looked at Su Yiren's report before telling her with a smile, "Yiren, you don't have to be humble when it comes to governing federations. You have always done better than Wen Yu in this regard. You and Luolan also have a perfect partnership when it comes to managing federations. That is an advantage that the two of you have. I believe that you will continue to shine and grow this advantage. You don't have to worry about what Wen Yu thinks. She's not the intolerable type. It's actually the opposite because she's the one who suggested that you come up with this report. If you need any resources, just let me know. I will tell Wen Yu and listen to deliver the resources to you immediately so they will be of use and take effect as soon as possible." From what Lin Yuan said, Su Yiren could sense the admiration, trust, and acknowledgement that he felt toward her. Apart from her happiness, Su Yiren also felt the heavy weight of pressure. The sky beyond the clouds was a new environment that Su Yiren was unfamiliar with. Sky City's exploration of the sky beyond the clouds had only just begun. Su Yiren was worried she would make a mistake that would harm Lin Yuan's future endeavors. But since Lin Yuan had given her this task, she would do her best to accomplish this task. In spite of her humility, Su Yiren knew how capable she was when it came to management. Su Yiren was not the type to fear a challenge. The more challenging the task, the more motivated she would be to accomplish it. Luolan had been longing to prove herself. When she heard the important task that Lin Yuan had just given the two of them, Su Yiren could only imagine how happy Luolan would be. Normally, she could tell Listen about any resources she needed, and he would tell Wen Yu about it so she could make a decision. Once Wen Yu gave her approval, Listen would dispense the resources immediately. For a faction, this was an extremely quick process of obtaining resources. Now, Lin Yuan told her to let him know if she needed any resources. This was proof of how important the task was to him. Although Lin Yuan had said that, Su Yiren would not bother him over such a trivial matter. Listen and Wen Yu got along swimmingly with Su Yiren and Luolan. She trusted that they would not shortchange her when it came to resources. Still, if such problems truly arose, she could just tell Lin Yuan about it. "Young master, since you've assigned this task to Luolan and me, we will definitely do our best to manage the many villages to the best of our abilities. At first, managing these villages will require numerous resources to set up the base. I will ask Listen directly for the resources. If we encounter issues that we can't come to an agreement on, I will have to bother you for an intervention." Su Yiren really liked interacting with Lin Yuan. After all the time she had spent by Lin Yuan's side, Su Yiren knew he was the busiest member of Sky City. Wen Yu only called the shots when it came to small matters. She always sought Lin Yuan's opinion about serious matters. Lin Yuan also ensured that he had a handle on all of Sky City's affairs, big or small. Even if a member of the reserve sequence met with an injustice, he would ask about it and handle the issue. Lin Yuan's power was not the only reason he was able to gain the respect of all of Sky City's members. It was also because of his character and approach to handling matters. As Su Yiren left Lin Yuan's room and before he had the chance to relax, Winter walked in. When no one else was around, Winter still preferred to address Lin Yuan as Lord Saint. Lord Saint, Fan Lu is already on his way to the Lonely River. He is on a mission for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and will only be able to meet with you in 2 days. Chapter 2825. The Dark Pufferfish's Instigation. Winter's expression was extremely sour during the entire conversation. Fan Lu had already kept Lin Yuan waiting for so long, but now he wanted Lin Yuan to wait even longer. This was despite him having already arrived at the Lonely River. Winter did not care about Fan Lu's task from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. He was displeased solely because of his respect for Lin Yuan. But with Winter's strategic intelligence, he understood Fan Lu's value. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Fan Lu sure is smart." Apart from resolving the issue he had and telling him which parts of the Lonely River were abundant with resources, Fan Lu also intended to obtain benefits for him. It was clear that it would not be easy to accomplish this task and would require Fan Lu to put significant thought into it. Since Lin Yuan could help Fan Lu with this, he was willing to do so. He would also be able to gain an understanding of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' movements by learning about their needs. Winter, Fan Lu should have mentioned what his task is, right? Winter had not intended to bring up the task. It was true that Fan Lu had mentioned the matter in his report. However, Winter did not feel telling Lin Yuan about the task was necessary. But now that Lin Yuan had asked about it, Winter answered honestly, "Lord Saint, Fan Lu has come to this place as a representative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of the Blue Dians. He needs to trade for poison from a species called the Dark Pufferfish. The Dark Pufferfish's unique poison is able to contaminate a body of water and affect the aquatic life form's control over water elemental energy. Based on what I learned from Fan Lu, the Blue Dians intend to use the poison to make a move on the mermaids." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. When he obtained the new Thearchus Scales legacy in the water world, he also glimpsed the clash between the Blue Dians and mermaids. It had been full of bloodshed. Such a conflict would only end once one side had been fully eliminated. If the Dark Pufferfish's poison was able to contaminate water and the Blue Dians used it to target the mermaids, the latter were in deep trouble. When Lin Yuan found out about this, he did not feel any compassion or intend to help the mermaids. Lin Yuan currently had many bloodlines in his body, and the mermaid bloodline was only one of them. If he really made a comparison, his Blue Dian bloodline was just as strong as his mermaid bloodline, as he had recently been focusing on nurturing the Bloodian's bloodline. Dark Blue needed to take control of many mermaids to increase its power. Lin Yuan needed to find a highly populated place with mermaids and take control of that place. This was Lin Yuan's first time there, and it was difficult for him to search for the mermaids. However, the Blue Dians would be able to help him with the search. Based on the tone Winter used when he mentioned the Dark Pufferfish, they were either a species that only emerged in the recent epoch or had an insignificant presence at the time that Winter left the sky beyond the clouds, so he did not know anything about them. Fan Lu had not hidden anything from Lin Yuan and reported everything about his mission. He had made contact with the Dark Pufferfish before giving his report to Winter. The Dark Pufferfish were exceptionally arrogant and did not think much of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, even though they had a member of the honor-absent parliament among them. It was only after Fan Lu mentioned the Blue Dians that the Dark Pufferfish did away with their arrogance and began communicating with him. The Dark Pufferfish knew that the Blue Dians wanted their poison. The Blue Dians had given Fan Lu the resources meant for the trade. Normally, all Fan Lu needed to do was hand over these resources. Fan Lu had not expected the Dark Pufferfish to raise the price abruptly and to an astronomical extent. The resources the Blue Dians had provided were utterly insufficient to purchase the volume of poison they wanted. Even if Fan Lu gave all of the resources to the Dark Pufferfish, he would only be able to obtain 1/3 of the volume of poison the Blue Dians had in mind. He was there on behalf of the Blue Dians, only to encounter such an issue. The Blue Dians would definitely be enraged if he returned with only 1/3 of the expected volume. The Bloodian's rage would be mostly directed at the Dark Pufferfish, but he would also receive some of the blowback. The dark pufferfish were far too arrogant. Even if he tried to negotiate, it was unlikely they would be willing to make the trade based on the original price. Once this matter was settled, Fan Lu's future would be blindingly bright. But if he bungled the matter, he would not be able to survive the Bloodlines' rage. How could a puny character like him handle their wrath? Given that Fan Lu could not handle the situation on his own, he had no choice but to turn to Lin Yuan for help. Every member of the Forbidden Wolf team was one of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' main members. Due to Feng Qing's high regard for Fan Lu, the members of the Forbidden Wolf team were very courteous toward Fan Lu. None of them wanted to offend someone like Fan Lu, who had so much of Feng Qing's favor. Had Fan Lu not been as important to Feng Qing as he was, he would not have sent them to accompany him on this mission. The Forbidden Wolf team's captain, Feng Niu, said, "Fan Lu, even if this deal falls through, it won't be your fault. The entire Forbidden Wolf team will vouch for you, so you don't have to be too worried. The dark pufferfish's request is ridiculous. It's not difficult for them to produce the poison. I'm sure that the Bloodlines won't be able to forgive them for their crazy demand." Fan Lu looked at Feng Niu with a troubled gaze. In the past, Fan Lu only regarded Feng Niu as a rather stiff individual with an inflexible way of thinking and doing things. But after hearing that, he now saw Feng Niu as naive. The dark pufferfish had the audacity to state such a price because they were not bothered by the Bloodlines. The Lonely River's water was very turbid, and it was difficult for spirit-related means to penetrate the surface of the water. The dark pufferfish could move around freely in the Lonely River and did not have to fear the Bloodlines. Fan Lu did not know if the Bloodlines would be able to forgive the dark pufferfish, but they would definitely not forgive him for messing up this operation. So what if the Forbidden Wolf team could vouch for him? They would also have to suffer blame and punishment. Fan Lu saw Feng Niu as naive but did not express this thought. Fan Lu hated fools like this. However, he believed it was necessary to lay out the truth of the matter to Feng Niu due to the current circumstances. This would motivate Feng Niu to cooperate with him. Fan Lu spent close to 2 hours explaining the situation to Feng Niu. At first, Feng Niu appeared apathetic. But the longer that Fan Lu spoke, the deeper Feng Niu's brow furrowed. Now, he finally understood the current situation. Feng Niu had relied on his power to become the Forbidden Wolf team's captain. He was lacking when it came to analytical thinking. "Fan Lu, what should we do if things are truly as you say? We're in a bad state whether we make the trade or not. Are we just going to continue wasting time here interacting with the dark pufferfish?" Fan Lu could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing that. Would he still be there doing nothing if he knew what to do? "Lord Feng Qing gave me a map of the area around the Lonely River. I'm going to share it with you. We will work separately for the next few days and search for a few spots where resources can be harvested. North of the Lonely River will be our base point. This will allow us to check if the locations on the map are accurate as well as accumulate resources. We can bring the resources back for Lord Feng Qing or use them in the trade with the dark pufferfish." Fan Lu was panicking internally. If this were the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's internal matter, the worst punishment he would receive for messing it up would be a few reproachful words from Feng Qing. But it would not affect his position. This matter concerned the Bloodlines. If they wanted to come after him, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would not be able to protect him. Hence, when Fan Lu laid out a plan of action, Feng Niu was extremely willing to cooperate. Now, Feng Niu already saw Fan Lu as his hope for survival. Fan Lu would have to shoulder the bulk of the responsibility if something went wrong with this operation. Feng Niu was willing to lead the Forbidden Wolf team in cooperating with Fan Lu's plan. "Okay. You can tell me which areas you want the Forbidden Wolf team to search. Since you're the 6th Boundary Patrol team's captain, searching for resources must be your forte. You should keep the Light Wind Wolves with you to ensure your safety." Now that Fan Lu had Feng Niu in the palm of his hand, the dark pufferfish experts were passably courteous to him during his next meeting with them. However, they refused to budge on their demands. The dark pufferfish had already confirmed that the Bloodlines required their poison's support to move on the mermaids. The mermaids and Bloodlines were old enemies. Although the Bloodlines had emerged victorious in past conflicts, they had not escaped unscathed either. Each clash with the mermaids would end with the Bloodlines losing many members. It was very easy for them to produce their poison, and it was not overly precious to them. However, it was extremely useful to the Bloodlines and would reduce their casualties in their clashes with the mermaids. The dark pufferfish dared to demand such an astronomical asking price because they were well aware of this. "So what if we already agreed on a price with the Bloodlines? This trade is happening because the bloodlines asked for it. If you're unwilling to trade, I will leave now and won't be meeting with you again. Fan Lu looked at this elderly dark pufferfish who was putting on airs. In spite of his boiling rage and frustration, there was nothing he could do. Why don't we do this? Give us some time to think it over, and I'll give you a response later. You have already witnessed the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's attitude toward the dark pufferfish. The elders specially prepared these gifts with the hopes of establishing friendly relations with the dark pufferfish. Fan Lu spoke sincerely, but this could not be further from how he truly felt. The two sides had already reached such a state over this trade. What friendly relations could there be to speak of? Fan Lu did not mean what he said, and the elderly dark pufferfish did not believe him either. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's territory was very far from the Lonely River. It was impossible for both sides to maintain contact after this matter. The dark pufferfish ruled over the Lonely River as they pleased and would never need to ask anything of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. These greeting gifts were only meant to smoothen the process of the trade. But rather than gunning for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' resources, it would be better for the dark pufferfish to aim for the other resources that the bloodlines possessed. Nonetheless, it went without saying that the dark pufferfish would not turn away the gifts that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were offering of their own accord. Of course, you can have time to think it over. Come and see me whenever you're done thinking. However, the dark pufferfish also have our limits. If you drag this on for too long, we will just reject your request to trade. At that time, we will only continue communications with a bloodline. Fan Lu gnashed his teeth as he watched the elderly dark pufferfish leave. Even if Fan Lu was extremely good-natured, he would not be able to stop himself from forcefully slamming his fist down on a nearby table. Regardless of how Fan Lu examined the issue, he could not come up with a solution. Any changes would only be made possible after he met with Lin Yuan. Fan Lu intended to complain about these troubles to Lin Yuan immediately upon meeting him. He would ask Lin Yuan to help him to solve this problem. With how important the Class 2 world was to Lin Yuan, Fan Lu believed that he would help him. In Fan Lu's mind, Lin Yuan possessed plenty of resources, and losing this amount was trivial to him. One had to know that the Lonely River both protected and restricted the dark pufferfish. The concentration of spirit chi in the Lonely River was low, while the river's earth elemental energy and water elemental energy were also filled with impurities. If the dark pufferfish wanted to escape this environment's effects, they would have to temper their bodies using pure spirit chi, earth elemental energy, and water elemental energy. What the dark pufferfish needed Lin Yuan had given to Fan Lu and Kong Huan as rewards in spades of hundreds and thousands. Fan Lu possessed resources that could satisfy the dark pufferfish. But he did not want to use them. Once he used these resources, the Forbidden Wolf team would definitely find out about it. Fan Lu would not be able to come up with an acceptable excuse if they reported the matter to Feng Qing. Furthermore, Fan Lu wanted to use these resources for himself to increase his power. Once he gave them away, he was unsure when he could obtain more from Lin Yuan. The next day, Fan Lu shared the map with the Forbidden Wolf team and the Light Wind Wolves who had come with him. Fan Lu assigned areas to the Forbidden Wolf team before doing the same to the Light Wind Wolves. He did not keep the Light Wind Wolves by his side. Since Fan Lu was going to see Lin Yuan, he would have to be on his own. Chapter 2826. Secret uncovered. In truth, Fan Lu could have kept the Light Wind Wolves with him. If he brought these Light Wind Wolves, who were stronger than him, to meet Lin Yuan, he would kill them. Then, Fan Lu would act surprised, and no one would see through him. He was completely out of his comfort zone in the Lonely River and was incapable of laying a hand on the Light Wind Wolves, who were stronger than him. However, logic convinced Fan Lu not to do this because he was afraid it would anger Lin Yuan. If his actions angered Lin Yuan, everything would be for naught. The dark pufferfish wanted to obtain more benefits from Fan Lu. Hence, they would give him sufficient time to ruminate and ensure that his group was safe while they were in the Lonely River. The dark pufferfish knew that Fan Lu and his group had docked on land and were exploring the barren area known as north of the Lonely River. The dark pufferfish did not try to stop them. Firstly, the dark pufferfish could not leave water for long periods as it would affect their power. Additionally, the resources in north of the Lonely River were far and few. There were only a few resources to be found in the bone-corroding valley of the western region. The King Blood Jackals ruled over the bone-corroding valley. Their bloodline had the ability of retrospective tracing and had been fearsome since ancient times. There were very few King Blood Jackals, but all of them were obsessed with wealth and would never allow anyone to touch the sea of resources they controlled. Hence, there were almost no resources in north of the Lonely River that were worth harvesting. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolf group was definitely unaware of this. Otherwise, they would not have docked and begun searching the area. Although resources were scarce in north of the Lonely River, there were a fair number of species. The species controlled numerous villages and collected extremely inferior faith power. The dark pufferfish felt that these terrestrial species would never be able to prosper. The map that Fan Lu had was one that Feng Qing had asked from the bloodlines. Hence, he was aware of the King Blood Jackal's existence. During his meeting with Lin Yuan, Fan Lu also intended to use the map as evidence of his accomplishments. The bloodlines were an elite species and had an extremely high quality of life. They were also very skilled at attacking and combat. Hence, they paid close attention to the details of their maps. However, this map drawn up by the bloodlines stopped at the bone-corroding valley, which was under the King Blood Jackal's control. This meant that the bloodlines had failed to break into the King Blood Jackal's territory and continue exploring the area beyond. Jackal species had similar bloodlines to wolf species. The King Blood Jackal's bloodline was much nobler than that of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves came from the moon-worshipping wolves, but their bloodline had mutated. The mutation was like a shackle that limited them and prevented them from ever being able to reach the same level as the moon-worshipping wolves. Once the King Blood Jackal's bloodline reached a certain level, they would be able to transform into the Emperor Blood Jackals. If the King Blood Jackals did not have such a small population, located in such a remote area, and were so uninterested in conflict, they would definitely have made it onto the species ranking. Before Feng Qing injected the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline into Fan Lu, his bloodline was extremely inferior. He could swap out his bloodline for a higher level one, but attaining the King Blood Jackal bloodline was an impossibility. If he obtained the King Blood Jackal bloodline, he would not be able to answer to Feng Qing when he returned. If he did not have the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline, he would not be considered a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. Regardless of how much Feng Qing trusted him, he would never rely on him again. Nonetheless, everything would be determined by Lin Yuan's plans for him. Everything about him was contingent on the decisions that Lin Yuan made. As a world emperor/divine kingdom expert, Fan Lu could travel extremely quickly when he used his full effort. Fan Lu followed the guide and arrived at a valley just outside of a village. A curious expression appeared on Fan Lu's face. This was the location he and Lin Yuan had agreed on. The jade in his hand had also led him here. Was a big shot like Lin Yuan truly living in that nearby village? It did not suit his identity at all. At that moment, Fan Lu sensed an energy fluctuation from the sky. The energy fluctuation had been intentionally released by Winter. There was no need for Winter to hide and be sneaky when he was dealing with someone as weak as Fan Lu. After releasing his aura and getting Fan Lu to notice him, he would begin guiding Fan Lu as per Lin Yuan's instructions. The moment that Fan Lu saw Winter, he could not stop terror from surfacing on his face. However, the terrified expression soon changed to one of suspicion and respect. Fan Lu would never be able to forget how Winter had stopped Kong Huan's massacre atop the abyssal beast's back by just lifting his hand. Technically, Winter was his savior. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Kong Huan that day. However, Fan Lu could not bring himself to feel thankful to Winter. Fan Lu had not expected Winter to appear in the sky. He could not see anything in the sky that Winter could land on. Apart from his fear, Fan Lu was extremely respectful toward Winter because he was an expert by Lin Yuan's side. Lord Winter, I'm glad to see you again. At the end of the day, visitors needed to be treated with respect. Winter's serene eyes swept over Fan Lu before he raised his hand and pointed at Fan Lu. Fan Lu was completely incapable of resisting as Winter picked his body up from the ground, and the two began soaring through the air together. From the moment that Fan Lu touched the clouds, he sensed that something was different about these clouds. It did not take long for a majestic scene to appear before Fan Lu's eyes. Fan Lu felt himself being enveloped by spirit chi that was even purer than what was in the external space. As the captain of a boundary patrol team under Honor Absent Palace, Fan Lu's bloodline did not particularly stand out. However, he did have a wealth of experience and insight. Nonetheless, he had never seen such a paradise before. He had visited Honor Absent Palace's main palace before. It was spectacular. That was undeniable. However, the decoration in Honor Absent Palace had been far from the level of exquisite opulence atop this giant whale. Fan Lu had made guesses about Lin Yuan's background many times. But the more he learned about Lin Yuan, the more Fan Lu realized that his understanding was lacking. Fan Lu racked his brain but still failed to hypothesize where Lin Yuan came from. Winter walked over to Lin Yuan and stood next to him. Lin Yuan sensed Fan Lu's state before saying with a smile, "Many years have passed since we parted. You look like you are in a good state and haven't suffered in the past few years." Lin Yuan raised his hand and pointed at a nearby chair. "Sit. The tea is still steaming, so have it while it's hot." Fan Lu could tell that Lin Yuan was treating him graciously, but he was also aware of his identity. He was a servant whose soul was in Lin Yuan's control. Under no circumstances could he sit in front of Lin Yuan as though they were equals. Even an expert like Winter was standing behind Lin Yuan. Fan Lu would never dare to compare himself with Winter, nor would he dare to put on airs when Winter was present. "Master, I'm okay with talking while standing. Thanks to the arrangements you made for me, I am now the most favored individual in Fengqing, a member of the honor-absent Parliament's circle. This time, I specially asked him to ask the bloodlines for a map of the area around the Lonely River." Fan Lu took out the map and held it out before bowing as a means of offering it up to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fan Lu. He received the map and saw that there were locations that were clearly marked out. It could be said that with this map, Lin Yuan's reason for asking Fan Lu to come had been fulfilled. Knowing that Fan Lu could think this far and make requests to Fengqing for his sake improved Lin Yuan's impression of him. "This map is proof of your intentions. I will send people to verify the contents of this map." While Lin Yuan spoke, he took out a brocade sack and tossed it at Fan Lu. It contained exactly 100 spirit chi crystals. These spirit chi crystals filled with pure spirit chi were exactly the rare resource that Fan Lu needed to increase his power. With a raise of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned Genius. Lin Yuan had never summoned a fey in front of Fan Lu until now. Hence, Fan Lu had been unaware that Lin Yuan was a spirit contractor. Yet, Fan Lu was not surprised to learn that Lin Yuan was a spirit contractor. He was curious to know the reason for Lin Yuan summoning his fey. Lin Yuan did not want Fan Lu to report every single detail he had access to. Firstly, Lin Yuan did not know what had happened to Fan Lu or how his experiences had played out. Secondly, asking him questions would waste a lot of Lin Yuan's time. It would be far easier to use Genius connected tales to understand his experiences. Genius will be using an ability on you. Do not use your spiritual energy or soul energy to put up a block. Fan Lu nodded with half understanding. The moment Genius used connected tales to link up with Fan Lu, the latter immediately understood the ability that Lin Yuan had mentioned. All the hair on Fan Lu's body stood up. He had never expected such a thing to happen. Fan Lu had not done anything wrong. He had done his best to assist Lin Yuan in safeguarding the secret that was the Class 2 world. However, because there were times he needed to carry out tasks for Fengqing as his subordinate, he could not pay constant attention to the Class 2 world. This sudden evaluation had been Fan Lu's nightmare. Regardless of how perfect of a job he had done, it was still a nightmare that had tormented him for a very long time. He was terrified of Lin Yuan finding out about this. Given the circumstances, it seemed that Lin Yuan already knew. When all the hair on Fan Lu's body stood up, Winter's eyes landed on him. Lin Yuan's expression changed multiple times as well. He thought, "It's a good thing I didn't help more experts or feys to evolve before I left the main world. Otherwise, this sudden inspection would definitely have resulted in the main world catching the attention of the sky beyond the clouds experts." This discovery shocked and angered Lin Yuan. But from Fan Lu's memory, Lin Yuan knew that Fan Lu had indeed done his best to carry out the task he had been given. There was no way that Fan Lu could have predicted this unexpected situation, so there was no need to blame him for it. Now that Lin Yuan was in the sky beyond the clouds, he could use his power to protect the main world. When Genius severed the connection of connected tales, Fan Lu fell to his knees and began begging Lin Yuan for mercy. Lin Yuan looked down at Fan Lu, who had terror written all over his face and tears streaming down his face. He knew that Fan Lu truly felt guilty and was not putting on a pretense of begging for his life. Lin Yuan was not angry that Fan Lu had failed to be present during the sudden inspection. Another reason for Fan Lu remaining by Fengqing's side was so he could secure his position as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Without Fengqing supporting Fan Lu would not be able to hold on to his position. Lin Yuan was angry that Fan Lu had not notified him immediately when the matter happened. If Fan Lu had notified Winter immediately through the Jade Crystal, he could have learned of the situation in advance. Although Lin Yuan did not blame Fan Lu, necessary punishment needed to be doled out. When Fan Lu noticed that Lin Yuan had not responded to his pleas, he became even more alarmed. Just as Fan Lu was about to climb toward Lin Yuan's leg and continue begging fervently, he heard Lin Yuan say, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Lin Yuan did not give Fan Lu the chance to reply before he continued. "You erred by failing to notify me immediately. You have to remember that I can find out anything about your experiences at any time. I won't forget your contributions and will give you a bright future. I hope that going forward, you will get rid of any unsavory thoughts. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to swap you out. There are many people in the sky beyond the clouds who can take your place." Fan Lu froze when he heard that. Lin Yuan's tone was strict, but Fan Lu could tell that Lin Yuan had forgiven him. Fan Lu hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. From now on, I will report every matter to you, big or small." Lin Yuan took another 2 sips of the tea that had yet to go cold before saying softly, "Stand up to speak. Hold on to this paper. Once you leave, you can experiment with communicating with me through this piece of paper. If you are able to communicate with me through this paper, you won't need to use Winter's jade crystal anymore. You can keep the jade crystal and use it when you are in danger." Lin Yuan was giving Fan Lu a thoughts letter paper. In the main world, the thoughts letter paper was the best tool used among Lin Yuan's subordinates. It would be just as useful in the sky beyond the clouds. However, Lin Yuan was unsure of the scope that the thoughts letter paper could cover. The sky beyond the clouds was much larger than the main world. Although the elemental paper had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan was unsure if he would be able to communicate with Fan Lu while he was here in north of the Lonely River. Lin Yuan intended to use Fan Lu to test the thoughts letter paper. If he could communicate with Fan Lu through the thoughts letter paper, it could become a key tool. Fan Lu did not think much when he received the paper from Lin Yuan. There were many treasures for transmission. Fan Lu would not be at all surprised if Lin Yuan could produce any of such treasures. Fan Lu cared most about the part where Lin Yuan said that the jade crystal would be able to protect him. Chapter 2827 Sky City's Lonely River. In the sky beyond the clouds, even a big shot like Feng Qing trod on thin ice in everything that they did. Feng Qing would never communicate as freely with the bloodlines as he did with the alluring foxes. Since even someone of Feng Qing's status acted that way, it went without saying that the same went for someone like Fan Lu. Fan Lu was the most afraid of death. Since the jade crystal could protect Fan Lu, he could not help but feel a sense of security. From what Lin Yuan said, Fan Lu also noticed the fundamental difference between Lin Yuan and the other superiors he had served in the past. The other superiors would never care if a small fry like him lived or died. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely do a good job in this matter." Fan Lu paused before continuing. "This time, Feng Qing sent me on a mission. It's because of this opportunity that I managed to find the reason to bring the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves with me to the Lonely River. But with my current capabilities, I don't think I can accomplish this mission." Remaining in Feng Qing's good books and receiving his praise was also a very important part of him helping Lin Yuan. Now that Fan Lu was encountering an issue he could not solve, he decided to turn directly to Lin Yuan for help. Not only was Lin Yuan not turned off by Fan Lu's request for help, but he also admired Fan Lu's choice. When Lin Yuan decided to nurture Fan Lu, he only viewed Fan Lu as a set of eyes he could use. He had not been banking on using Fan Lu's capabilities to solve his issues. If Fan Lu came to him for help when he encountered issues, it would prevent Fan Lu from affecting the operation with his hesitation. "It goes without saying that I'll help if you are encountering issues. But before that, I need to know what the bloodlines need from the Lonely River." Despite having the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Abyssal Beast, it still took Fan Lu close to a month to arrive at the Lonely River. This deal had to be extremely important to the bloodlines for Feng Qing to send Fan Lu on such a long-haul journey. Fan Lu had wanted to tell Lin Yuan about this but eventually decided against it because he was afraid that Lin Yuan would be uninterested. But now that Lin Yuan seemed interested in this matter, Fan Lu began giving a detailed report. "Master, you are well aware of the bloodlines' situation. They consume the blood of other life forms and are constantly hunting other species. The bloodlines are the mermaids' sworn enemies and want to attack the other mermaid tribes in the East universe. They will be sending many of their best and brightest warriors. However, the mermaids are very strong, and every clash with them results in the bloodlines suffering heavy casualties. The bloodlines elite doesn't want the species to suffer such giant losses. In recent years, the bloodlines' birth rate has been falling. If they lose too many of their pure-blooded members, their population will be affected. Hence, the bloodlines decided to gear up before beginning the attack. The poison secreted by the dark pufferfish that live in the Lonely River will contaminate water. The poison will not only lower the mermaid's ability to control water but also harm the mermaids' bodies and reduce their defenses. This will make it easier for the bloodlines to pass through their bodies and use their blood enchantments to control the blood in the mermaids' bodies. They will then rip apart the mermaid's scales that seem soft but are actually very tough. Fan Lu added, if the bloodlines successfully trade with the dark pufferfish and obtain a large amount of their poison, the attack on the mermaids will definitely cause a commotion in the East universe. The mermaids have ties to many other sea species. But the bloodlines also have many allies. This war will involve many of the species in the East universe and could cause some species to be permanently erased from the species ranking. A few species that have never appeared on the species ranking will thus be able to make an appearance on the species ranking. Lin Yuan ignored Fan Lu's lamentation. The mermaids had always been part of the top 100 of the species ranking. It was only to be expected that a savage war between two species would involve other species. Ever since he awakened his body of all spirits, Lin Yuan's feelings toward the mermaids had changed. With numerous bloodlines coexisting in his body, Lin Yuan was no longer affected by bloodlines and would not show favor toward any particular species. Morbius had told Lin Yuan with the utmost seriousness that the body of all spirits was not infallible. Its weakness was that once a certain bloodline energy in the body exceeded that of other bloodlines, the bloodline energy would affect the possessor's emotions. In the past, Lin Yuan only had the mermaid bloodline. Hence, he inevitably showed favor to the mermaids. But now, Lin Yuan would no longer be misguided by his bloodlines as he had been continuously strengthening them. Even if the bloodlines obtained the dark pufferfish's poison, declaring war on the mermaids was an enormous issue and would not be initiated recklessly. Some time for preparation would be needed. Lin Yuan felt that he stood to benefit from the bloodlines' attack on the mermaids. Fan Lu, once you return, try your best to become involved in the bloodlines' vendetta against the mermaids. Do you know how strong the dark pufferfish are? Lin Yuan would help Fan Lu to complete his trade with the dark pufferfish. However, there were many ways to accomplish the trade, and he did not necessarily have to use above-board methods to meet the dark pufferfish's request. For the dark pufferfish to have the audacity to make such demands of the bloodlines, it meant they were substantially powerful in their own regard. However, based on what Fan Lu said, Lin Yuan knew that he had the wrong idea. When Fan Lu mentioned the dark pufferfish, scorn and disdain were written all over his face. Master, the strongest dark pufferfish isn't even as strong as Kong Huan. They are able to dominate the lonely river because of the poison in their bodies. Additionally, the original species that dominated the lonely river all left after the dark pufferfish contaminated the water. They all moved to areas outside of the lonely river and continued their development there. Most of the species that remain in the lonely river aren't able to relocate. The dark pufferfish are acting so unreasonably toward the bloodlines and are trying to take advantage of them through this trade because the bloodlines can't consume poisonous species. This means they can't eat the dark pufferfish. Even if the bloodlines are being taken advantage of, they won't come to the lonely river personally because they don't stand to benefit. This is the upper hand that the dark pufferfish hold. Lin Yuan did not reply to Fan Lu immediately. Instead, he spread out the map that Fan Lu had given him. After examining it for a moment, Lin Yuan was certain that there were sufficient resources north of the lonely river. He told Fan Lu with a smile, leave soon. If you're gone for too long, people will become suspicious. Go and tell the dark pufferfish that the bloodlines will send a big shot to facilitate the trade. Ask them to have as many members present at the trade as possible. Fan Lu was stunned when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He could guess what Lin Yuan was trying to do. Lin Yuan had to find out from Fan Lu about the trade between the bloodlines and the dark pufferfish. He was definitely unrelated to the bloodlines. The bloodlines were not going to send someone here. Lin Yuan said this because he wanted to deceive the dark pufferfish. If Fan Lu deceived the dark pufferfish on his own, he would be unsuccessful. Fan Lu wondered, can it be that he plans on attacking the dark pufferfish? When this thought appeared, Fan Lu did not feel any worry or fear. Rather, he felt confident. Subordinates liked it when the superiors they served put on strong fronts. When they put on strong fronts, their subordinates would feel a sense of pride and security. This was exactly how Fan Lu felt. Master, I will go back and do as you say. If a big shot from the bloodlines arrives, the dark pufferfish will definitely take the matter seriously. I will say that the bloodlines want to trade for a very large volume of poison. This will definitely cause the dark pufferfish to ask the bloodlines for even more resources. There is no limit to the dark pufferfish's greed. Fan Lu was able to assimilate perfectly into the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. He would definitely be able to pull the wool over the dark pufferfish's eyes as well. Moreover, given the circumstances, there was no reason for the dark pufferfish to doubt what Fan Lu said. In the eyes of the dark pufferfish, Fan Lu was nothing more than a distant relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, who were being supported by the bloodlines. How could the servant of a servant have the courage to lie to a superior? Once Fan Lu left, Winter said seriously, "Lord Saint, if you intend to make a move on the dark pufferfish, what do you think about sending Autumn and me to take control of the species in the Lonely River? That way, the entire Lonely River will become our eyes. We can then set up camp in the Lonely River and develop rapidly outwards from north of the Lonely River." I took a look at the map. The King Blood Jackals mentioned on the map have extremely high evolution potential. If you take control of the King Blood Jackals, it will be worth investing a large amount of resources into them. The King Blood Jackals are very intelligent. They might be obsessed with riches, but they will do well at management tasks. If you send them to work under Su Yiran and Luolan, the two of them will have an easier time. Once you have many villages under your control, they will be grouped into tribes and subsequently kingdoms. At that point, it won't be as easy to govern that establishment as it is to govern the human federations in the Class 2 world you came from. The people under you all have their own talents and deserve to obtain faith power. In such a situation, the faith will become disorganized if you don't have sufficient manpower to sort out the disputes. Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He strongly agreed with what Winter said. The sky beyond the clouds was not the same as the main world. It was not a fair comparison at all. Su Yiran and Luolan needed to slowly become accustomed to the style of governance in the sky beyond the clouds. They needed to go through the process of learning and improving. Start with the dark pufferfish. Once we have control over the dark pufferfish, it will make it easier for us to conquer the entire Lonely River and extend our control over the other species in the Lonely River. If we go in and make a huge ruckus, the news will spread, and many factions will begin paying attention to the Lonely River. Almost all the fertile territories marked out on the map are under the control of the King Blood Jackals. I am going to make the King Blood Jackals territory my main area of development. The meeting with Fan Lu had allowed Lin Yuan to gain an understanding of the circumstances. He now had a clear direction for his future development. All he needed to do now was follow it. When Fan Lu returned, the Forbidden Wolf team and Light Wind Wolves had yet to arrive. Fan Lu knew that it was impossible for the Forbidden Wolf team or Light Wind Wolves to turn up anything in their search. North of the Lonely River was desolate and impoverished. The Forbidden Wolf team and Light Wind Wolves also did not have the courage to provoke the King Blood Jackals. Moreover, they were on a mission and could not venture that far in their search. Fan Lu did not have to wait for long before the two groups returned. Fan Lu put on an act of asking about their results. With the Forbidden Wolf team around, the Light Wind Wolves did not have any authority to speak. Feng Niu started to complain, just how isolated and poor is the Lonely River? Not only does it not have any high-quality resources, but there aren't even any decent spiritual resources to be found. After searching for such a long time, we didn't manage to find anything. However, we did stumble upon a few villages. The villages seem to be in good condition. If we were able to stay here longer, we could collect some faith from the villages. Fan Lu did not respond to Feng Niu's complaints. Normally, the villages scattered around such regions were extremely chaotic. Since Feng Niu said that the villages were in good shape, it meant that Lin Yuan had to be involved. He was about to lie to the dark pufferfish that a big shot from the bloodlines was about to arrive. He could not allow the Forbidden Wolf team or Light Wind Wolves to find out about this. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself to Feng Qing when he returned. The Forbidden Wolf team would definitely report the situation to Feng Qing. Fan Lu's brain was running at high speed as he tried to come up with a way to accomplish this task. While he was thinking, he heard Feng Niu say miserably, "Fan Lu, you might not have the pure Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline, but you have Lord Feng Qing's favor and can be considered one of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. This task isn't an easy one. Me and the Forbidden Wolf team are only in charge of ensuring your safety. If this matter isn't successful, we will all be blamed and punished. You need to think about the current privilege that you have. Regardless of what happens, you need to make sure to satisfy Lord Feng Qing." Feng Niu spoke with a heavy tone that carried a hint of a warning. Fan Lu knew that Feng Niu was trying to enforce a sense of pressure on him. Feng Niu had to be extremely low-spirited now as he begrudged his bad luck of having to be involved in such a troublesome mission. Fan Lu could use this chance to carry out his plan. Chapter 2828 Genius finally breaks through. Senior Feng Niu, Thank you for your reminder. I am well aware of the importance of this operation. I will try my best to complete the trade with the dark pufferfish. However, you know that the dark pufferfish's demands are unreasonable. I will need some time to think about completing this trade successfully. Fan Lu knew that Feng Niu was worried about the consequences he would face if the plan failed. Additionally, he wanted to clarify their responsibilities, hoping that Fan Lu would shoulder all of the liabilities. If Fan Lu had not had Lin Yuan's support and had made it this far on his own, he would definitely have been unwilling to take on any responsibility. Feng Niu and the rest were indeed there to protect him. But at the same time, they were also responsible for assisting him in completing the trade. But now, the trade with the dark pufferfish was no longer an issue for Fan Lu. Hence, Fan Lu did not mind putting on an act for Feng Niu and the Light Wind Wolves. Feng Niu and the Light Wind Wolves did not protest when Fan Lu voluntarily took on full responsibility. Feng Niu and the rest had also been present in the previous meetings with the dark pufferfish. The dark pufferfish's attitude was one of complete unresponsiveness. Regardless of how capable Fan Lu was or how silver his tongue was, he would never persuade them. The dark pufferfish were only after practical resources. These were resources that Fan Lu could not supply. On the first day, Fan Lu acted extremely anxious and restless in front of the Forbidden Wolf team. Fan Lu's fidgety demeanor gave the Forbidden Wolf team a headache, thinking of him as spineless while also pitying him. He should have thought his capabilities through. How could he have attempted to involve himself in such a mission? A trivial character who used to follow Kong Huan was now following Feng Qing and had fortuitously managed to earn Feng Qing's favor. But his time in the sun had not lasted long before he came up against such a situation. What a poor fellow! Fan Lu did not know what the Forbidden Wolf team and Light Wind Wolves were thinking of him. But even if he did know, he would not care in the slightest. On the second day, Fan Lu met with the dark pufferfish expert with whom he had previously interacted. Previously, this dark pufferfish went to the abyssal beast where Fan Lu and the rest were residing. This time, Fan Lu leaped into the lonely river and entered the dark pufferfish's territory. The dark pufferfish expert did not at all care about Fan Lu's gesture of coming to see him. He had already predicted that Fan Lu would soon be coming to meet him for a discussion in the hopes of convincing them to lower their demands. The dark pufferfish would not budge on the amount of resources they had requested. In fact, they might even ask for more. Rather, the dark pufferfish wanted to make things as difficult for Fan Lu as possible to attract the Blue Dians there so they could discuss the trade directly with them. However, this dark pufferfish expert had not expected a Blue Dian to be arriving so soon. When Fan Lu said that the Blue Dian Big Shot would arrive in 2 days to talk about the trade with the dark pufferfish, this expert was taken aback. The Blue Dians had always been arrogant. Since when did they start being so proactive? The dark pufferfish had made such unreasonable demands because they knew how badly the Blue Dians needed their poison. But this did not mean that the dark pufferfish dared to act in an overbearing manner toward the Blue Dians. This dark pufferfish expert said seriously, "I will inform the other members of my species immediately. When the time comes, we will send people to receive that honored guest." At this point, the expert looked directly into Fan Lu's eyes and punctuated each word as he said, "Telling my species about this matter means that it is of utmost importance. If a Blue Dian doesn't arrive in 2 days, you will have to answer for the consequences. Lying to the dark pufferfish will only lead to death." Fan Lu was not at all terrified when he heard the threat. The dark pufferfish would soon be under Lord Lin Yuan's control. In the future, they would be Lin Yuan's servants just like he was or be exterminated. As high and mighty as they were now, they would soon be just as pathetic. The dark pufferfish were only capable in the lonely river. But once they were conquered, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would have any use for them. Of course. I wouldn't come up with such lies unless I had real information. If I did that, the dark pufferfish wouldn't be the only ones coming after me. The Blue Dians and all the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would never let me off, either. Don't you know that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are under the Blue Dians? However, the person the Blue Dians are sending is no ordinary character. I hope that all the members of the dark pufferfish will be present." Fan Lu's words caused the expert's expression to change. Before he could speak, Fan Lu continued. "Those words aren't coming from me, but the Blue Dians. You can decide for yourselves if you want to cooperate. I only hope that you won't be lacking in courtesy if a high-ranking Blue Dian appears." Once Fan Lu was done speaking, he excused himself and returned to the abyssal beast's back. Fan Lu knew that he would definitely be unable to force all the dark pufferfish to appear. He could only coax them to appear by using his words. The words he used had been enough. If he said any more, the dark pufferfish would become suspicious. Now that Fan Lu had accomplished this matter, he immediately sent a message to Lin Yuan through the thoughts letter paper. When Lin Yuan received Fan Lu's message, he thought, it looks like I'll have to act like a high-ranking Blue Dian in 2 days. For the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had been with Genius. From the moment Genius arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, it had been preparing for its evolution. If Genius wanted to evolve and was capable of doing so, it went without saying that Lin Yuan would give it the greatest support. Yuan, you don't have to worry about me. I have already saved up enough tails and can use them to escape if I'm in any danger. You don't have to worry that I will suffer backlash from the world wills. Spring, who had been with Lin Yuan all this time, said seriously, Lord Saint, if your Fey encounters any problems during the evolution, I will step in to solve the issue. Not even world wills will be able to harm your Feys. Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard what Genius and Spring said. Among all of his Feys, Lin Yuan had the deepest relationship with Genius and Chimey. After all, they had been with him for the longest time and were the 2 rays of light that shone even during his darkest times. Lin Yuan could not imagine how he would have been able to endure all those tough times if they had not been there for him. Lin Yuan reached out and stroked Genius' small head. He looked at Genius' billowing tails and could not help but give it a final piece of advice. Genius, your situation is special. Please don't force yourself and end up injuring yourself. Among all of Lin Yuan's Feys, Genius and Chimey had the lowest levels. It was not because Lin Yuan did not want to provide them with the resources to evolve. In fact, he wanted to wait until they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds before increasing their strength because he wanted to give them even more chances. Chimey needed to form links with the energy in celestial bodies to evolve. She would then produce a son that was suitable for this world. On the other hand, Genius needed to communicate with world wills and connect with them. In order for Chimey to evolve, it needed to wait for Lin Yuan to arrive at the sky beyond the clouds, where he could obtain flames that were of an even higher level than top-grade strange flames. In the meantime, Genius could go first. Genius nudged Lin Yuan's hand with its face before turning its Amazonite-colored eyes toward the sky. Its long tails turned into ribbons of light that seemed to fuse with the surroundings. A mystical ripple of energy rose from Genius' body. It did not take long for the world wills to begin rapidly gathering above Genius' head. However, these world wills were different from the ones that gathered when the Feys evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The previous world wills had an air of judgment, but these ones were communicating with Genius. But regardless, Genius would have to endure the trial of world creation to evolve from Suzerain X/Myth 3 to Creation Breed. In truth, Creation Breed was a level that was considered mediocre in the sky beyond the clouds. It was not anything to be impressed by. Genius evolution went much smoother than Lin Yuan had imagined. It had not been as tumultuous as the previous ones. Genius also did not need to use Tail Trigger to sacrifice its additional tails. As such, Genius naturally managed to evolve while communicating with the world wills. Spring did not allow the trial of world creation to hit Genius. She raised her hand and helped Genius overcome the trial of world creation. After the trial of world creation descended, the creation world ley lines that descended were the same as the ones in the main world. Hence, the strength of the creation world ley lines was the same. Genius' appearance had not changed significantly. However, the feeling that it gave Lin Yuan was much more lively than before. Its tails were much more slender and billowy than before. Once the number of tails reached 12, it no longer increased despite the rise in its life rank. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Genius. Fey name, highest access fate knowing beast. Fey species, fantasy cat genus/fantasy cat species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, spiritual/soul. Fey quality, creation eye. Abilities. Memory deduction, when recalling something, it will be able to remember every minuscule detail. From this, it will be able to organize the information and infer the truth. Crowded cat, if it can control cat species Feys and convince the cats to crowd around it, it will be able to become affiliated with all of the cat species Feys elements and bodies. Every time the cat species Feys crowd around, it will be weak for some time. Spiritual energy expansion, transfer the spiritual energy into an emergency bank for the contractor. Even though the contractor cannot willfully use spiritual energy expansion to increase his own store of spiritual energy, he can use it to defend himself against spiritual energy damage. Master of Cats, as the new leader of cat species Feys, it can use spiritual energy to form contracts with other cat species Feys, control their lives, and share in their spiritual power. Soul permutation, use and change different spiritual energies into soul power. Tail trigger, when using soul power, a tail can be sacrificed to increase the soul power. The spiritual energy inside the body can also be condensed to produce replacement tails to be used when there are no longer any tails left and tail trigger cannot be used. True knowledge analysis, use spiritual energy to envelop an entity, and the composition of the entity will be analyzed. Entities that have been combined will be analyzed separately. After the analysis, there will be a confirmation from the heavenly will to ascertain accuracy. Exclusive skills. Tool transformation, capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Tail of fate. 1 connected tails, according to the number of tails, lives can be connected. The connected lives can share thinking and intention. 2 highest access tail, combine all the tails into one. If it craves for knowledge enough, it can sacrifice its spiritual energy to communicate with the heavens and request an answer. Sky fate attachment, the affiliation with heavenly will be deepened, and the fate of the heavenly will be attached to it to elevate its chances of success when concocting spirit fluids or when performing other actions. Linked fate protection, link the fate of the cat species life forms under its control with fortune. A network will be formed that will protect all the cat species life forms. When the cat species life forms under its protection evolve, its spiritual energy will increase, and its store of spiritual energy will increase as well. Genius had only just reached creation breed. It would be some time before it evolved from suzerain to sovereign. Lin Yuan felt that genius creation breed exclusive skill could stand toe-to-toe with the divine kingdom abilities of world emperor/divine kingdom feys. Lin Yuan's evaluation of linked fate protection was not at all exaggerated. It was an extremely well-rounded ability. Chapter 2829 Lin Yuan becomes a Blue Dian. When genius used linked fate protection, it could link its own fate and the fate of the cat species life forms controlled by Master of Cats with fortune. Even the life form with the best fortune would only have slightly more luck than other life forms. Lin Yuan's death demon concubine beast had the ability to gather fortune. He could use merciful soul to sense the fortunes of other life forms. This was proven during the sensing. As genius continued to evolve, the number of cat species feys it could control using Master of Cats also increased. After linking the fates and fortunes of so many cat species life forms, it would form a network that protected genius and all the cat species life forms. It was very difficult to use regular methods to break through such protection over fates and fortunes. Moreover, under the protection of such a network of fate and fortune, the cat life forms' conditions would be improved. The cat species life forms would even condense their fate into spiritual energy and channel it back into genius as a means of increasing its store of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the base of all of genius abilities. When genius' store of spiritual energy increased, memory deduction, spiritual energy expansion, soul permutation, and true knowledge analysis would all improve. Tail of fate would also become stronger. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with genius evolution. Newly evolved, genius meowed and leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Genius snuggled up to Lin Yuan for a moment before turning its blue eyes to him and saying in a childlike voice, "Yuan, now that my grade and quality have increased, I can also strengthen the entire army of 100 questions beasts and all the cat species feys. In your words, I might need to go into seclusion for some time. After this evolution, the army of 100 questions beasts will be able to enormously increase their production and quality of resources." Lin Yuan reached out and massaged Genius' small head. Without them noticing, Genius' establishment had grown larger and larger. It no longer clung to him like it used to when it was young. Rather, it did its best to produce resources and increase its power. It went without saying that everything that Genius did was for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan had watched all of Genius' changes. As a result of these changes and continuous growth, it was now able to stand on its own 2 feet. Lin Yuan felt both glad and troubled by Genius' changes. "Go, Genius. If you have any needs, let me know immediately. Remember not to be too rushed or forceful while you're nurturing the army of 100 questions beasts and cats. Give them some space to grow on their own. Yuan, speaking of needs, there is something I need. All the knowledge I had in the past was related to the main world. This knowledge isn't enough to help me make accurate judgments in the sky beyond the clouds. I need a large system from which I can absorb knowledge about the sky beyond the clouds and perfect my knowledge bank of its structure." In truth, even without Genius saying this, Lin Yuan knew this from the moment he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan, an ordinary individual, owed his success in passing the Creation Master tests and attaining the status of a Class 2 Creation Master to genius, ultimately capturing the attention of the Moon Empress. When he first arrived at the Marsh world and began exploring it, it was also through genius that he gained an understanding of the Marsh world's situation. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would use genius ability to take control of the knowledge in the sky beyond the clouds. Once genius gained the knowledge, it would be equivalent to all of Sky City's members gaining the knowledge. Genius, once I take control of the Lonely River, I will bring you all the documents and literature available here so you can use connected tales to acquire the memories of all the experts. The same will go for the species in the barren land. The king blood jackals should have gathered a fair amount of documents and literature. Many of the species in the sky beyond the clouds were highly intelligent, and they always kept records. Nonetheless, the most comprehensive set of historical records would undoubtedly come from Honor Absent Palace. Going forward, Lin Yuan would try to find a way to obtain a systematic collection of knowledge from Honor Absent Palace. After he returned genius to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan received a message from the Moon Empress. Culture was important in the sky beyond the clouds. It was possible that mechanical civilizations had lived there tens of epochs ago. But now, any trace of such a civilization had long vanished. The sky beyond the clouds did not have anything that resembled a phone. Items that could be used for communication were not common in the sky beyond the clouds. They were only attainable by life forms that had reached a certain level. In terms of the means of information transfer, the sky beyond the clouds was rather behind the times. However, the life forms in the sky beyond the clouds all had different abilities, exclusive skills, and divine kingdom abilities. This was what made this world defined by martial force exceptionally beautiful. The life forms that had transmission abilities were all recruited by various factions and enjoyed decent lives. However, information that was transmitted by life forms or feys that were used as tools did not have the same level of secrecy and information security that the elemental paper had. Moon Empress, Little Yuan, there are now over 500 villages under Sky City's control. The total population is close to 200 million. These people are all in similar states to the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes. However, the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes were all worshipping the Snow Celestial Mountain. But that's not the case for these tribes. Their faith is very messy. Moon Empress, I think that we should try to find a way to channel all the villagers' faith towards a common target rather than trying to manage them systematically. I have thought it through, and I still think that it isn't a good idea to gather the villagers together and direct their faith toward different targets. Moon Empress, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it would require too high of a cost and manpower. Sky City doesn't have so many people to spare. It was said that older people had more experience and capabilities. The Moon Empress had taken over the Radiance Federation right before the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. She had managed to keep the Radiance Federation running in perfect order even during the most perilous times. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, the Moon Empress, who started from running the Radiance Federation, began managing and saving the entire main world. The Moon Empress abilities were not something that Su Yiren and Wen Yu could replicate or compete with. The Moon Empress rarely approached him about issues with development. Once she did, it meant that she had noticed issues with the present strategies. Lin Yuan carefully ruminated over the Moon Empress' words. It did not take him long to realize the problem with his plan. Faith was a very personal matter and was highly exclusive. The Moon Empress had used the Iron Hammer Federation as an example and mentioned that its tribes had dedicated their faith to the Snow Celestial Mountain's magical spirit. Their shared faith prevented them from fighting each other to the death even when resources were lacking. If there had been 2 or 3 targets for faith in the Iron Hammer Federation, the Federation would have devolved into chaos long ago. The population of these hundreds of villages could not be compared to the population of the Iron Hammer Federation. It was only the equivalent of the population of a few platinum tribes. However, Sky City had too many members who had the abilities and the right to obtain faith power. If faith power was disorganized, it would not lead to issues immediately but was a ticking bomb. Lin Yuan, Master, it's true that I didn't think things through properly. Since that's the case, what do you think about me gathering the tribes together before dividing them up again? Each tribe will then be ruled by one of Sky City's main members. Then, the entire tribe will dedicate their faith power to Sky City's representative members. Lin Yuan had come up with a similar idea in the past, but he had been unwilling to send out all of Sky City's main members. He preferred to keep them close to Sky City. But now, it seemed he needed to dispatch everyone. It was not to be said that there were no upsides to sending out all of Sky City's main members. Doing so would train their capabilities. After all, With the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, the main members could all return to Sky City's headquarters with ease. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's reply, she knew that he had taken her advice and understood her deeper meaning. Moon Empress, little Yuan, we have only just arrived at the sky beyond the clouds and are still in the exploratory phase. We don't have to be afraid of making mistakes early on. We can just fix them later. Since you've made your decision, why don't you tell little Yu and little G to collect more villages since they don't have much to do? Otherwise, there won't be enough people in each tribe. Lin Yuan was very glad that the Moon Empress had been willing to come with him to the sky beyond the clouds. With her there, he did not have to worry about anything he did. After Lin Yuan sent out this order, he called for Su Yiren and Luolan and explained the situation to them. Su Yiren and Luolan both expressed their agreement after Lin Yuan explained the new arrangement to them. This arrangement would make it much easier for them to carry out their management roles in the future. While Lin Yuan was planning out Sky City's affairs, the dark pufferfish were holding a meeting in response to Fan Lu's news. A big shot from the Blue Dians was about to visit the dark pufferfish. This was highly important to them. Moreover, it was highly likely that that Blue Dian was no ordinary member but a high-ranked one. A visit from a high-ranked Blue Dian meant that this trade was extremely important to the Blue Dians. The dark pufferfish were not afraid of the Blue Dians. So what if a high-ranked Blue Dian arrived? Would they dare to attack all the dark pufferfish in the Lonely River? If they did, the Blue Dians would fail to obtain the dark pufferfish's poison. After all, their poison could only be secreted by living dark pufferfish. The Blue Dians always placed their pride above everything. Since they had sent the dark pufferfish an advance notice of a visit, the dark pufferfish could extend the necessary courtesies to them. They would all be present to greet the visiting Blue Dian. Naturally, they jumped into action as they waited for Lin Yuan's visit. At the agreed upon time, Lin Yuan used the body of all spirits to combine the Blue Dian bloodline with his own. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes and hair turned bloody red. Among the Blue Dians, red hair and red eyes were revered. Only members with extremely high-level bloodlines possessed such hair and eye color. A high-ranking Blue Dian had to be a higher Divine Kingdom expert at the very least. With Lin Yuan's current aura, he was slightly lacking to pass for a high-ranking Blue Dian. But he could pass for an elite Blue Dian. Lin Yuan did not know about the lie that Fan Lu had told the dark pufferfish, but there was no need for him to know. When Lin Yuan appeared and confirmed that all the dark pufferfish had gathered, Autumn and Winter would immediately step in to take control of all the dark pufferfish. At that point, he could do whatever he wanted with them. After taking control of them and gaining an understanding of the Lonely River's circumstances, Lin Yuan could swiftly take control of the entire Lonely River. Although Lin Yuan had time and Sky City was in no rush to developing Sky City rapidly upon their arrival would undoubtedly boost the members' morale. While Lin Yuan headed to the Lonely River, Spring and Summer made their way to the King Blood Jackal's territory. Spring and Summer would first take control of the King Blood Jackals. Once Lin Yuan had full control of the Lonely River, he could move Sky Sea into the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin Yuan quickly brought Autumn and Winter with him to the location where they agreed to meet Fan Lu. Fan Lu was the only one waiting for Lin Yuan. The Forbidden Wolf team and Light Wind Wolves were still completely unaware and feeling stressed as they thought about how Fan Lu could possibly complete the trade. When Fan Lu saw Lin Yuan looking like a genuine Blue Dian, he was astonished. With the posture of a servant, Fan Lu led Lin Yuan to the dark pufferfish's palace where he would meet with their experts. The Lonely River's water was turbid, and there was a large amount of mud and plants in the water. The dark pufferfish's palace was rooted in the mud and appeared rather bare. However, based on the decoration, Lin Yuan knew that the dark pufferfish had invested a lot of effort into building this palace. The pearls of the large clams hidden among the rocks at the bottom of the river and colorful stones were used to decorate this palace. At the door of the palace stood two lavishly dressed humanoid life forms. Lin Yuan frowned slightly when he saw them. Chapter 2830 I'm sure you understand words. This strapping young man with red hair and eyes had a dignified air about him. Indeed, he possessed the traits of an authentic Blue Dian. However, bloodline level was one matter, while power was another. Based on the aura of this young man, it was clear that he was unrelated to a high-ranked Blue Dian. Did that illegitimate wolf give them false news? That illegitimate wolf would never be brave enough to do so. If the information was false, it had to be the work of the Blue Dians. This matter was extremely important to the dark pufferfish. It was understandable for all the dark pufferfish to gather to receive a high-ranked Blue Dian. But there was no need to do so for a young, pure-blooded Blue Dian. This was an insult to the dark pufferfish, If the dark pufferfish let this matter go and the bloodlines spread the news, the dark pufferfish would become the laughingstock of the entire East universe. A dark pufferfish elder took 2 steps forward and asked Lin Yuan with annoyance, "Are you the guest the bloodlines sent to visit the lonely river? Didn't the bloodlines tell their subordinate to inform us that a high-ranking bloodline would be coming?" Lin Yuan could hear the displeasure in his voice. But amidst the displeasure, there was also a hint of biding his time. Lin Yuan did not immediately respond to the dark pufferfish elder's question. Instead, he asked loudly, "Since we've already sent word, that must mean all the dark pufferfish have gathered, right?" The dark pufferfish elder expected this young bloodline to provide him with an explanation after being told off. He had not anticipated this young bloodline to respond with a question of his own. Was it possible that this was just an advance guard sent by the bloodlines and that the high-ranking bloodline was arriving later? If that was not the case, the dark pufferfish elder could not understand how this young bloodline could summon up such audacity. The dark pufferfish always put up a strong front and were not easy to get along with. The dark pufferfish elder frowned and said, "That's right. All the dark pufferfish have gathered. If a high-ranking bloodline isn't coming and you've lied to us, we will keep you here. The dark pufferfish aren't." Lin Yuan did not allow this dark pufferfish elder to finish his sentence before waving his hands. Autumn and winter's auras burst out, forming a cage around the dark pufferfish's palace. They also enveloped a 1,500-meter radius around the palace. Autumn and winter had locked the auras of all the life forms in this water territory. However, the life forms were completely unaware of this. This was unlike the dark pufferfish in the palace, who felt as though they had sunk into mud. Despite being in the water, they found breathing incredibly difficult. The dark pufferfish elder looked at Winter and Autumn with astonishment. Could it be that these 2 experts were bloodlines? If the bloodlines had such power, why didn't they send such experts to the dark pufferfish's territory and force them to agree to their requests? Alternatively, they could just conquer the peace-loving mermaids without trading for the dark pufferfish's poison. The bloodlines believed that power came before everything. Regardless of how elite this young bloodline's bloodline was, he could not use his bloodline alone to take control of such experts. While the dark pufferfish elder was shocked by Lin Yuan's status, he watched as this red-haired and red-eyed young man began to transform. He turned into a spirited young man with black hair and eyes. This young man had a natural serenity about him. But in the eyes of the dark pufferfish elder, Lin Yuan was like a demon who controlled the lives of all the dark pufferfish. Lin Yuan walked past the dark pufferfish elder and the other experts standing by the entrance of the palace. He walked deeper into the palace and sat on the dark green throne at the back of the hall. Autumn and Winter stood by his sides, and Autumn said softly, "Young master, this old dark pufferfish isn't lying. All the dark pufferfish have truly gathered. There are no dark pufferfish in a 1,500-meter radius." Lin Yuan nodded before giving them instructions. "Autumn and Winter, gather all the managers in the hall. The regular members can arrange themselves in an orderly fashion outside the hall. The dark pufferfish better be obedient. Otherwise, no dark pufferfish will ever be seen in the lonely river in the future. There will be no need for the dark pufferfish to exist." Lin Yuan's voice was extremely loud. Autumn and Winter were not the only ones who heard this. All the dark pufferfish could hear what he said as well. Lin Yuan first wanted to inform the dark pufferfish of their predicament so they would not make any impulsive or erroneous choices. Autumn and Winter released their auras, and the dark pufferfish were no longer immobilized. Autumn and Winter used their souls to relay Lin Yuan's instructions to all the dark pufferfish. They instructed them to line up in orderly formations in the next 10 minutes, per Lin Yuan's instruction. Many dark pufferfish chose to flee after being released by Autumn and Winter. Soon, they found themselves squeezed by a powerful force before they were crushed in the water. Their blood stained the water around the palace. A powerful dark pufferfish's flesh was extremely nutritious for aquatic life forms. But due to Autumn and Winter's auras, no aquatic life form dared to swim into the palace's vicinity. The dark pufferfish, who had immediately fled after being released, were extremely rebellious and would be the most difficult to keep on a leash. By eliminating them, the dark pufferfish would be shocked into being obedient. With so many dark pufferfish killed to set an example, even the most disobedient manager eventually walked into the hall while the regular members lined up outside the hall. This matter caused every dark pufferfish to become disconcerted. They did not know what was in store for their future. Lin Yuan sensed the dark pufferfish's bloodline. He believed that there was no need to use the body of all spirits to take control of this bloodline. There was nothing exceptional about it. Their poison was the best part of their bloodline. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to use his body to produce poison. Young master, there are no powerful species in the entire Lonely River. That's why the dark pufferfish are able to rule over the Lonely River. If there are any life forms more powerful than World Emperor/Divine Kingdom or have even reached the Holy Spirit realm, the dark pufferfish's poison would not have been able to affect the life forms in the Lonely River. The strongest life forms in the Lonely River have reached the higher Divine Kingdom level. Rather than wasting time, why don't we take control of these life forms? With Autumn here to protect you, you will be safe. Winter always thought for Lin Yuan's sake and put his needs first. If Autumn was not enough to protect Lin Yuan, Winter would never have made such a suggestion. Autumn smiled when he heard what Winter said. If Winter went to take control of the other species in the Lonely River, he could stay there to protect Lin Yuan on his own. He did not have many opportunities to protect Lin Yuan on his own. Autumn really wanted to prove himself to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he would become the least important of Lin Yuan's 4 followers. Lin Yuan nodded at Winter. It would indeed save Lin Yuan a lot of time if Winter went to take control of the other aquatic life forms in the Lonely River. Moreover, with Winter's abilities, nothing would go wrong with him handling this matter. Go ahead, Winter. You don't have to think about anything else while you're taking control of the other species in the Lonely River who can stand toe-to-toe with the dark pufferfish. Then, bring those species here. While replying to Winter, Lin Yuan was thinking of a way to take control of the dark pufferfish. It would be troublesome for Lin Yuan to use the Fountain of Faith in the Divine Kingdom to take control of the dark pufferfish's faith. But if he used other methods, he would not be able to guarantee their loyalty. Autumn could guess what Lin Yuan was thinking and hurriedly said, "Young master, it is easy for you to take control of all the dark pufferfish. There is a special life form in the sky beyond the clouds known as the Faith Tree. The dark pufferfish have a habit of taking control of other aquatic species. They definitely have a sprout of the Faith Tree. All you need to do is form a contract with a Faith Tree and have the dark pufferfish form contracts with the Faith Tree's fruits. The Faith Tree's fruits will form a link between the source of these dark pufferfish's faith power. If any dark pufferfish has traitorous thoughts, the Faith Tree's fruit they have a contract with will rot. The decay will contaminate the source of faith power. The more species you control using the Faith Tree, the more faith power you will be able to collect. A few superior members of factions gain most of their faith power from the species they control using faith trees." Autumn's words gave Lin Yuan a sudden sense of enlightenment. He felt as though doors had been opened. It turned out that there were such benefits to taking control of species. However, it was not easy to use a faith tree to take control of a species. It required the support of enormous power. An immense pressure needed to weigh down on the entire species so that none of the members dared to have any thoughts of disobedience. Otherwise, even if a faith tree was used to take control of the species, the faith tree's fruits would go rotten extremely quickly. Lin Yuan swept his gaze across all the dark pufferfish, and not a single one of them dared to meet his eyes. Fan Lu had been standing behind Lin Yuan and was the epitome of obedience. At that moment, his excitement was causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Fan Lu had followed numerous experts in his time. But he had never felt as exhilarated as this. The haughty dark pufferfish were now reduced to sniveling weaklings. They were no longer as high and mighty as they used to be. Fan Lu believed that if he went over now to slap every single dark pufferfish, they would not utter even a single word. But Fan Lu did not do this. It went without saying that doing so would displease Lin Yuan. Fan Lu wanted to continue remaining by Lin Yuan's side and reaping the associated benefits. The dark pufferfish should have a faith tree, right? Which one of you is the leader? Bring the faith tree to me. Lin Yuan's words did not cause anyone to stand up immediately. He said coldly, "The dark pufferfish are the ruling species in the Lonely River. Is your leader a coward? I don't like tedium and will only say things once. If no one stands up, I don't mind picking one of you to become the dark pufferfish's leader." Lin Yuan used his hand to gently knock on the throne's armrest, mimicking thudding noises that sounded like a countdown to death. A frail and elderly dark pufferfish walked out from the crowd and clasped his hands together in front of Lin Yuan. "Lord, my name is Inkthorn. I am the leader of the dark pufferfish. Greetings, Lord. I wish you well." Inkthorn had no choice but to reveal himself. Inkthorn did not doubt Lin Yuan's words at all. He indeed had such abilities. It was obvious that this young man did not intend to annihilate the dark pufferfish. Otherwise, he would not have asked them to give him the faith tree or used so much effort to gather them. If he wanted to eliminate the dark pufferfish, he could have sent the 2 experts behind him to do so. If this young man picked a random dark pufferfish to become the new leader, he would be turned into a joke as the original leader. He would also never be able to regain his status in the future while the dark pufferfish were under Lin Yuan's control. Now that it was a fact that the dark pufferfish were under Lin Yuan's control, Inkthorn needed to protect his authority. The dark pufferfish were indeed nurturing their own faith tree sprout, and they wanted to dominate the lonely river. However, as the leader, Inkthorn found it difficult to hand over the faith tree sprout to Lin Yuan. When Autumn saw that Inkthorn only greeted Lin Yuan without showing any signs of following his orders, he scoffed. 1408. An aura enveloped Inkthorn and broke through the defenses he was so proud of. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from Inkthorn's mouth. As the leader of the dark pufferfish, I'm sure you understand words. Chapter 2831 Four Overlords of Lonely River. Are all the dark pufferfish disobedient, or does this only apply to your leader? Given the current situation, Inkthorn dared not go against Lin Yuan's instructions. Inkthorn was strongly inclined to rebel. If Winter were in Lin Yuan's place, he would not have given Inkthorn any chances and would have killed him immediately. However, doing so would only cause the problem of inciting infighting among the dark pufferfish as the main members fought over becoming the new leader. Even if Lin Yuan forcefully suppressed the main members and assigned a new leader, it would be difficult for this new leader to assume control and maintain order right off the bat. Lin Yuan frowned at Inkthorn and paused mid-knocking on the throne's armrest. The continuous thudding stopped. Inkthorn froze and dragged his body, severely injured by Autumn's aura, over to Lin Yuan before bowing. He said, "Lord, it is the dark pufferfish's honor to be taken in by you. I will go and fetch the faith tree's sprout for you now. The sprout will definitely be able to grow strong as long as it can absorb a large amount of pure spirit chi. In the entire Lonely River, only the sprout nurtured by the dark pufferfish is capable of reaching such a level. The wise are those who understand their circumstances." Inkthorn understood his circumstances and made the best judgment based on them. However, Inkthorn did not know if this young man was put off by his previous actions and would order his subordinate to kill him because of it. If there was any hope of leading the dark pufferfish in resistance against this enemy, Inkthorn would not hesitate to do so for the sake of the dark pufferfish's pride and future development. After all, the dark pufferfish are currently a free species. Once Lin Yuan took control of the faith tree, the future generations of dark pufferfish would only be able to serve and wait upon Lin Yuan and his descendants. The faith tree could be inherited through bloodline. A direct descendant's bloodline could inherit the faith tree. It was not a case of servants being released once the faith tree's current master died. In order to express his respect, Inkthorn slammed his head heavily onto the ground in a kowtow. The dark pufferfish's authoritative might dissipated with every slam and eventually vanished. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Since Inkthorn was now obedient, there was no need to cause a large fuss. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time there. Soon, Winter would lead the other species in the Lonely River there. The faith tree was enough for him to take control of the dark pufferfish. Once Lin Yuan took control of the powerful species in the Lonely River, he would allow them to compete and share power. Martial force was not sufficient for him to subdue all the species in the Lonely River. He needed to extend kindness as well as discipline. Once he controlled the species using his power, he would use his means to win their hearts, thereby gaining a large supply of faith from these life forms. That was Lin Yuan's main goal. Inkthorn carried a light blue jade pot and slowly walked over. There was a light gold tree sprout growing in the jade pot. It was almost 2 meters tall. The tree sprout's leaves were heart-shaped and did not have any patterns on them. They glowed with a faint light. Autumn had already explained to Lin Yuan how he could take control of the faith tree sprout. The faith tree's roots needed to be planted in the fountain of faith to take control of the sprout. The faith power in the fountain of faith would then seep into the sprout. This process took up a large amount of faith power. But once the faith power in the fountain of faith fully entered the faith tree, it would be ready to help its contractor take control of other species. If the amount of faith power in the fountain of faith was low, it would immediately be drained dry by the sprout. Only the experts of a few species were unable to contract faith tree sprouts but did so by force. As a result, their divine kingdoms were damaged. Based on his level of power, Inkthorn was unable to form a contract with the faith tree. Lin Yuan was weaker than Inkthorn. But due to the special characteristics of his divine kingdom, he had more than enough faith power in his divine kingdom to contract 3 to 5 faith tree sprouts. Inkthorn placed the faith tree sprout by Lin Yuan's feet before taking a few steps back. Inkthorn thought that Autumn would be the one forming a contract with the faith tree. He never expected Lin Yuan to be the one to plant the sprout in his divine kingdom. Astonishment appeared on Inkthorn's face. A damaged divine kingdom couldn't be healed. Was this young man not afraid of hurting his divine kingdom? Even if this young man was not afraid of damaging his divine kingdom, the experts by his side should be warning him. Inkthorn was afraid that Lin Yuan would become angry once his divine kingdom was damaged and that the rage would be turned onto him. That would spell doom for him. Time ticked by, and what Inkthorn was worried about did not happen. Suddenly, the fluctuations of faith power began radiating from Lin Yuan. A golden tree that is tens of meters tall appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Every single one of these golden trees' golden leaves shines with orange gold light. The orange gold light pierced through the heart-shaped leaves like flying birds. It was clear that Lin Yuan had used the faith power in his divine kingdom to form a contract with the faith tree. Moreover, he had fully matured the faith tree and cultivated it until it thrived fully. While Inkthorn and the other dark pufferfish were shocked, Lin Yuan's heart ached. The faith tree sprout had absorbed far more faith power than he had expected. Luckily, Lin Yuan had accumulated sufficient faith power. Otherwise, the amount of faith power that the faith tree sprout drained might have affected the divine kingdom's subsequent derivation. It might have caused the derivation to slow down. Okay. You will now inject faith into the faith tree and link it with your divine kingdoms. I always treat the people under me very well. When you work for me in the future, you will be able to receive generous rewards if you do well. Lin Yuan took out a diamond fey storage box and placed it in Autumn's hands. Next, he told the dark pufferfish, once all of you link your divine kingdoms to the faith tree and it produces fruits, you will be able to obtain a spirit chi crystal each from Autumn. The spirit chi crystal contains pure spirit chi and can strengthen your bloodlines. The dark pufferfish looked shocked once again. Spirit chi had to be of a certain purity for it to be used to strengthen bloodlines. Lin Yuan used martial force to take control of the dark pufferfish. There was no need for a superior to lie to a subordinate. However, it was difficult to imagine one providing such a large amount of pure spirit chi. Every life form that lived in the sky beyond the clouds knew how precious pure spirit chi was. Instead of keeping it for himself, Lin Yuan was giving away the spirit chi as a reward. This meant that he had no lack of pure spirit that could strengthen bloodlines. Inkthorn could not begin to dream of the faction that Lin Yuan came from. It might not be bad for the dark pufferfish to become the servants of such a powerful faction. Inkthorn was the first to step forward to inject faith power into Lin Yuan's faith tree. Once the faith tree was familiar with his faith, it formed a link with his divine kingdom. The moment Inkthorn sensed that his divine kingdom was linked with the faith tree, a golden fruit the size of a thumb grew beneath a heart-shaped leaf. By providing the faith tree with his faith power, he was also aiding its growth. Because of his faith, the faith tree grew many new leaves. Inkthorn had initially prepared this faith tree for himself. But now, it was being used to take control of him instead. Before Inkthorn could rue his predicament, he received a spirit chi crystal from Autumn. Inkthorn carefully crushed the spirit chi crystal, and spirit chi beyond Inkthorn's imagination entered his body, nourishing him. His bloodline began circulating under the nourishment of the pure spirit chi. This comfort caused Inkthorn to let out a soft sigh. The way that Inkthorn looked at Lin Yuan changed. The spirit chi that Lin Yuan gave to the dark pufferfish could do more than just trigger bloodlines. The spirit chi was sufficient to activate his genetic model. Inkthorn had never had the right to come into contact with such resources. By now, this black-haired and black-eyed young man no longer had the aura of a Blue Dian. Inkthorn could not be certain of Lin Yuan's identity. But at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed far superior to a high-ranking Blue Dian. With the Bloodian's foundation, even if they could produce such pure spirit chi, they would not be able to produce much of it, much less give it to every dark pufferfish. The logic behind Lin Yuan's actions was simple. He wanted to offer a mix of positive and negative consequences. However, the positive consequence that Lin Yuan offered was better than anything that the dark pufferfish had ever experienced. Lin Yuan had not expected this. Currently, Lin Yuan did not have a complete understanding of the degree of poverty in the sky beyond the clouds. But it would not take long before he came to understand this. This was because once Lin Yuan had control over all the species in the Lonely River, he would pick 100 life forms with whom genius could connect using connected tails. This would allow Lin Yuan to gain a complete understanding of the circumstances of the Lonely River and, by extension, the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was fully focused on growing the faith tree. There were now thousands of glittering golden fruits growing on the faith tree. At first, the faith tree had only been a few tens of meters tall. But now, it was more than 500 meters tall. Luckily, the dark pufferfish's palace was sufficiently grand. Otherwise, the faith tree would have broken through the roof. The dark pufferfish managers all received spirit chi crystals. Soon, the regular dark pufferfish began dedicating their faith to the faith tree. The spirit chi crystals were a reward for the dark pufferfish managers. The regular dark pufferfish received water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as a reward. Even if the quality of the rewards fell, the regular dark pufferfish would still be more than satisfied. It was not long before news came from Winter. Winter had taken control of the hidden fog turtles, mantis stone crabs, and shadow-hunting stingrays. These 4 species were known as the 4 species overlords of Lonely River. They were the strongest species in the Lonely River. Fan Lu had already introduced them to Lin Yuan. Winter needed time to bring these 3 species to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used this opportunity to summon Genius and used Genius to investigate the dark pufferfish's memories so it could vividly describe the past few thousand years of events that had taken place in the Lonely River. The Lonely River was an unimpressive place compared to the rest of the sky beyond the clouds. Nonetheless, its development had been an exciting one. Lin Yuan watched the rise and death of hundreds of species. In spite of the thousands of species that had gone extinct in the Lonely River in the past few thousand years, there were always new species entering the Lonely River and joining the fray. The dark pufferfish, hidden fog turtles, shadow-hunting stingrays, and mantis stone crabs could dominate the Lonely River because they each had their own competencies. The dark pufferfish could contaminate water with the poison in their bodies. Once one was afflicted with the dark pufferfish's poison, one would lose the ability to control water elements. The hidden fog turtles mainly controlled the upper section of the Lonely River and produced a large amount of fog on the river's surface. When flying feys crossed the Lonely River, the hidden fog turtles would shoot out jets of water to attack them. The hidden fog turtles were not strong at doing combat in water. They were one of the 4 species overlords of Lonely River because they had extremely strong defensive abilities. Not even the mantis stone crab's giant pincers could break past the hidden fog turtles' defenses. The mantis stone crabs used their bodies in battle. While they were attacking, they utilized both thunder elements and fire elements. When coupled with their extremely strong defensive abilities, they were able to stand above the dark pufferfish, hidden fog turtles, and shadow-hunting stingrays. The other 3 species members could not compete with the mantis stone crab's members. The shadow-hunting stingrays were the most mysterious of the 4 species overlords of Lonely River. All of them were like assassins in the Lonely River. Their concealment and hunting abilities were unmatched in the Lonely River. None of the species in the Lonely River wanted to make an enemy out of the shadow-hunting stingrays. When the shadow-hunting stingrays robbed them of their resources, they usually chose to accept the short-term loss and would not begrudge the shadow-hunting stingrays over it. If the shadow-hunting stingrays did not lack ambition and had a small number of members who were not united, they would likely have already conquered the Lonely River. The dark pufferfish's unreasonable demands of the bloodlines were related to the shadow-hunting stingrays to a certain extent. The dark pufferfish had lost too much in their fights with the shadow-hunting stingrays and were in urgent need of a large amount of resources to bolster their store of resources. Chapter 2832 Master of the Lonely River. It was precisely because of this that the dark pufferfish attempted to corner the bloodlines and acquire a significant amount of resources from them. However, it was also easy to take control of the shadow-hunting stingrays, who were akin to water assassins. Winter was much more decisive than autumn when it came to execution. Winter had already eliminated the disobedient members of the 3 species. If he brought the disobedient members to Lin Yuan, it would be an insult to Lin Yuan, and it was unlikely that the rebellious members could be straightened out using martial force. Lin Yuan would not be focusing on the Lonely River. Winter did not want the 3 species he took in to cause problems in the future and lead Lin Yuan to think that he was incompetent. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all Lin Yuan's followers and had spent many epochs together. Before they found him, they had been each other's closest companions. But after finding him, their relationship changed from that of companions to rivals who competed for Lin Yuan's favor. Winter did not want Lin Yuan to stop relying on him. The dark pufferfish's leader, Inkthorn, mantis stone crab's leader, Mantis Age, hidden fog turtle leader, Booming Fog, and shadow-hunting stingray's leader, Hunting Tracks, were old friends. The 4 species had sparred and collaborated countless times during their time living in the Lonely River. They had schemed against each other in the past. This especially applied to Mantis Age and Booming Fog. In a few tens of thousands of years, the 2 sides became bitter enemies. The hidden fog turtle, mantis stone crab, and shadow-hunting stingray's leaders were all in shock and disbelief. They remained frozen with astonishment up to the point that winter brought them to Lin Yuan. But in spite of their shock, the three of them were well aware that this black-haired and black-eyed young man was not someone they could fight back against. The species members who had tried to rebel had all paid horrible prices. This price could not be afforded by mantis age, booming fog, and hunting tracks. If many of their members died, their combat power would fall by at least 1/5. This would undoubtedly affect their future development. In the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful faction, the three of them did not mind allowing this faction to take control of their species. Many of the species on the East Universe's species ranking were supported by factions. However, the three of them were still unsure of the kind of person that Lin Yuan was. But regardless of Lin Yuan's character and whether he was going to treat the Lonely River's 4 species overlords as toys, they would definitely be leading their members in dedicating their faith to his faith tree. Clearly, Inkthorn had led the dark pufferfish to become loyal to this young man. The three of them turned their gazes to Inkthorn to try and discern something from his expression. This black-haired and black-eyed young man had 2 experts under him with immeasurable power. With such power, they need not come up with any ways to scheme and take down the dark pufferfish. Hence, it was likely that the dark pufferfish fell under this young man's control one by one. Having lost his freedom, Inkthorn should be downcast. However, Mantis Age and the rest could not see any solemnness on Inkthorn's face. Rather, he looked shocked and even happy. This emotion should not be present on his face now. At that moment, the three of them heard Lin Yuan say, "Inkthorn, you should be familiar with the three of them. Explain to them clearly what I just told you." Inkthorn was surprised to hear Lin Yuan's instruction. Inkthorn felt as though he had gotten close to Lin Yuan, and the latter was now relying on him. This was an amazing feeling. Inkthorn hoped to become Lin Yuan's point of contact in the Lonely River. However, he knew that Lin Yuan wanted power in the Lonely River to be shared equally and would not give him such an opportunity. There were many times when being prepared was not enough to receive opportunities. He and the rest were insignificant in the eyes of this young man. It was unlikely they would even have the opportunity to interact with Lin Yuan's 2 servants. Inkthorn had guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts exactly. Lin Yuan used martial force to compel the 4 major species in the Lonely River to become loyal to him. He did not believe that the 4 species who had been forced to give up their faith to him would be willing to work wholeheartedly for his sake. In the entire Sky City, Bei Su needed the most training. He lacked an avenue from which he could receive training. The Lonely River would be the best place for Bei Su to train. With the Lonely River's 4 species overlords under his control, there was nothing that could pose a danger to Bei Su in the Lonely River. By having Bei Su manage the Lonely River, it would be able to develop rapidly. Otherwise, as time went on and Bei Su lagged further and further behind the other members of Sky City, he would sink deeper into self-doubt. Lin Yuan could already clearly sense that the pressure was causing Bei Su to lose his usual talkative liveliness. While Bei Su was managing the Lonely River, Lin Yuan would send Endless Summer to support Bei Su for some time. Endless Summer had come to Lin Yuan and told him that she wanted to work with Listen on resource allocation related tasks in the future. Lin Yuan agreed with Endless Summer's future plan for Listen. That was where her talents lay. However, they had only just arrived at the sky beyond the clouds and decided on a territory. They had yet to build channels for trade. Listen and Endless Summer did not currently have anything to do. But neither Endless Summer nor Listen could sit still and be idle. After helping Lin Yuan to take over the King Blood Jackal's territory, Listen would manage the resources in the King Blood Jackal's territory. Endless Summer could also help Lin Yuan to organize the resources in the Lonely River while she was supporting Bei Su. She would then be able to distribute the Lonely River's resources. From then on, the Lonely River would become the moat of Sky City's territory. Inkthorn told Mantis Age, Hunting Tracks, and Booming Fog about Lin Yuan's requests and rewards. Once the 3 of them heard these, they felt exactly the same way that Inkthorn did. They were floored. The 3 of them had not expected Lin Yuan to give such an abundance of resources as rewards to the species he had only recently taken control of. It was clear that their existence did not matter much to Lin Yuan. Yet, he was willing to give them such impressive resources. This just meant that Lin Yuan possessed a quantity of resources beyond their imaginations. Their species would only be able to walk toward brighter futures by following such a person. By the time Lin Yuan left the Lonely River, his faith tree was already 3,000 meters tall. He could sense that it was currently supplying him with an endless stream of faith. Although it was not a large quantity, it was sufficiently pure. The faith tree was able to increase the purity of faith power. But it was this reason that made it come across as useless. How could life forms that obtained the faith tree be as capable as Lin Yuan when it came to taking control of other life forms? The Lonely River had a new ruler now. The 4 species overlords would continue to compete among themselves, but they now had a common master. It could be said that the Lonely River had fully entered a new era. When Fan Lu followed Lin Yuan around, he had almost no chance to speak. However, as an observer, Fan Lu had a clearer understanding of Lin Yuan's process of taking over the Lonely River. The dark pufferfish were not the only ones under Lin Yuan's control. The other 3 overlord species, just as powerful as the dark pufferfish, had also become Lin Yuan's servants. This revelation gave Fan Lu a completely new understanding of Lin Yuan's power. Lin Yuan had not employed any schemes to take control of the 3 species. Winter had just made a suggestion that Lin Yuan happened to find feasible. Soon after, the 3 species were all subdued. His mission was successfully accomplished. All this was done almost unknowingly. The Forbidden Wolf team and Light Wind Wolves on the Abyssal Beast's back were completely unaware of this. Later, all he needed to do was work with the dark pufferfish and put on a show in front of Feng Niu. Even if Lin Yuan did not issue orders to the dark pufferfish, they would undoubtedly be willing to cooperate with him because he had come with Lin Yuan. Fan Luo had been standing by Lin Yuan's side all this time. It was clear that he was much closer to Lin Yuan than they were. Lin Yuan stood on the shore of the Lonely River, a river of emotions washing over him. Luckily, he was the reincarnation of the saint and had spring, summer, autumn, and winter following him. Otherwise, after defeating Tower Cannon and somehow escaping Crimson's assassination attempt, he would be severely injured and might not have time to recover before facing an invasion from the sky beyond the clouds. By that time, Lin Yuan had already possessed World Emperor/Divine Kingdom power. With his few World Emperor/Divine Kingdom feys, even if he had managed to defeat Fan Lu, he would never have managed to emerge victorious over an expert of Kong Huan's level. At that point, he would not have been the one taking control of Kong Huan but would have instead ended up in the palm of her hand. Lin Yuan felt it was unlikely that Kong Huan would have killed him. Rather, she would have taken him to the sky beyond the clouds and kept him as a pet. Hence, fate was a marvelous thing. But even if Kong Huan had captured him, Lin Yuan would never reveal his secrets. He would bide his time and grow before attempting to fight back against Kong Huan. However, he would not be able to protect himself in such a situation, much less safeguard the world. Lin Yuan found it difficult to imagine what would become of the main world then. Kong Huan was docile and humble in front of Lin Yuan because he possessed the pinnacle alluring soul bloodline and had control over her divine kingdom. In truth, Kong Huan was extremely selfish and violent. Almost none of her subordinates could vouch for her with words of positivity. If Lin Yuan had not coincidentally taken control of Fan Lu, the latter would also have been killed by Kong Huan. In this colossal world, fate was sewn into every passing second and minute. Lin Yuan really liked this feeling of living on the edge of the knife. Fan Lu, go back. When you're trading for the poison with the dark pufferfish, you can take another 500,000 honor absent dollars from them. Tell Inkthorn that I'm the one telling him to pay you. He won't hold back. Honor absent dollars were the currency used in the East universe. It was produced and distributed by Honor Absent Palace. However, given that various resources had undeterminable values, resources were usually used for bartering. Alternatively, spirit chi or faith power of a certain power were used. After all, one spiritual ingredient held different values for different species. Nonetheless, honor absent dollars could indeed be used for purchasing goods. They could be used to buy various rare resources directly from Honor Absent Palace. Lin Yuan had given Fan Lu sufficient rewards. As the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, Fan Lu was normally paid less than 700,000 honor absent dollars a year. One reward from Lin Yuan was already worth 6 months of his annual compensation. The key point was that Fan Lu had not even done that much. All that he had done for Lin Yuan had also been for his benefit. Fan Lu seriously knelt in front of Lin Yuan with his hands clasped together into fists as he said, "Lord, thank you for your generous reward. I will do my best to carry out all the tasks you give me. Do you have any other instructions for me?" Lin Yuan said seriously, "Next, I need you to pay attention to the Bloodlines' movements. Observe how they plan on attacking the mermaids, then report what you find to me. It'll be best if you use the paper I gave you. But if you can't, you can continue communicating with me through that jade crystal. Remember that the Bloodlines' activities are very important to me." Lin Yuan was not paying attention to the conflict between the Bloodlines and mermaids because he pitied the mermaids. He was concerned that the Bloodlines' declaration of war would cause the mermaids to vanish from the East universe. If that happened, he would not be able to use the mermaids to nurture dark blue and increase its power. Lin Yuan needed to think for the sake of his feys. Additionally, Lin Yuan sensed the benefits of the Bloodline bloodline. Apart from using spirit qi, the best method was to absorb the high-grade bloodlines of the same species. Lin Yuan needed to make contact with the Bloodlines. While he did this, he would continuously obtain the high-grade Bloodline bloodlines to strengthen his own bloodline and combat power of his body. Fan Lu felt immense pressure on his shoulders when he heard Lin Yuan's instructions. He was favored by Fengqing and did not have any links to the Bloodlines. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves stood between him and the Bloodlines. There were many species, like the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, who were working with the Bloodlines. The latter were only considered upper middle of the group. It was impossible for him to go over the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' heads to communicate with the Bloodlines. Even if he became 10 times more outstanding than he was now, he would never catch the eye of the Bloodlines. Fengqing would never have agreed if he had encouraged him to approach the Bloodlines for more information. Instead, Fengqing would become repulsed by him and think that he had ulterior motives. He was completely reliant on Fengqing and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. But since Lin Yuan had spoken, he could not say that he could not achieve it. While Fan Lu was struggling, Lin Yuan added, "I understand your concerns. Since this is something I'm assigning to you, I won't make it too difficult for you. The dark pufferfish will take the initiative to create an opportunity for you to make contact with the Bloodlines." Chapter 2833 Frigid's Opportunity. Lin Yuan was aware of Fan Lu's capabilities. Lin Yuan used Fan Lu because he wanted Fan Lu to work for him. As long as Fan Lu worked for him, Lin Yuan would give him benefits and would not make his life unnecessarily difficult. Even if Fan Lu made a mistake, he could just eliminate him. Fan Lu's worries were unnecessary. If Lin Yuan wanted Fan Lu to complete a task, he would do his best to pave the way for him. The dark pufferfish would not trade their poison to the Bloodlines in a one-time deal. When Fan Lu returned, there would be 2 dark pufferfish going with him. These 2 dark pufferfish experts would interact with the Bloodlines and name Fan Lu as the liaison to the dark pufferfish. This way, Fan Lu would be able to successfully become acquainted with the Bloodlines and would also become more important to Fengqing. Based on Fan Lu's memories, Lin Yuan understood that Fengqing was very pragmatic and believed in luck. Fengqing felt that his luck had taken a turn for the better ever since Fan Lu appeared and that it was Fan Lu who had brought him significant benefits. It was for all these reasons that he heavily favored Fan Lu. This time, Fan Lu had not only done a good job with Fengqing's task but had also brought him significant benefits. The dark pufferfish were even stronger than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fengqing would be delighted to be approached by a strong species. His position among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would be elevated as a result. Just like how Kong Huan had to contend with rivals among the alluring foxes, Fengqing also had rivals among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fengqing's rivals were not weak, and his position had been shaken in an incident a few years ago. Fan Lu was unaware of all of this, but it did not prevent him from realizing, based on Lin Yuan's words, the benefits that he would be receiving. Fan Lu could not contain his joy. Before this operation, Fan Lu only thought about completing Lin Yuan's task and preserving his own life. He never expected Lin Yuan to give him such a major opportunity. Lin Yuan gave Fan Lu 500,000 honor absent dollars and numerous spirit qi crystals. These resources caused Fan Lu to be overcome with elation. But Fan Lu was actually after the elevation of his status. Once his status was raised, he would be able to enjoy the comforts of the upper class. In the past, Fan Lu could only wield his power and indulge in luxury among the Light Wind Wolves. He needed to walk on eggshells when it came to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. After this operation, he would not even have to continue keeping his guard up among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Moreover, once he caught the Bloodline's attention, he would be able to slowly wean himself off his reliance on Fengqing. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Fan Lu's head. As long as he did his best under Lin Yuan, he might be able to turn the tables on Fengqing and become someone whom Fengqing needed to rely on. Unlike other superiors he had served in the past, Lin Yuan did not wait for Fan Lu to express his unending gratitude. All Lin Yuan did was calmly turn his gaze to Fan Lu. "I like people who know their place. All you need to do is work hard at the tasks you are given." Lin Yuan did not give Fan Lu many instructions or words of encouragement. Fan Lu made sure to take his words to heart. Lin Yuan then used node transportation to return to Sky Sea's back. Spring and summer had sent messages. They informed him that the king blood jackals were much stronger than expected but were not a big issue for the two of them. They were easily able to take control of the king blood jackals. The king blood jackal's current queen was close to reaching Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. With experts of such power present in the remote area north of the Lonely River, it was no wonder that the king blood jackals were able to occupy such a large proportion of the resources and deter other species from the area. It was impossible to achieve this without ferocious power. But taking control of them was one matter, as the king blood jackals had violent tempers, and it was very difficult to tame them through regular means. The king blood jackal queen had not stopped resisting violently. Spring and summer did not do anything else. Rather, they waited for Lin Yuan to arrive so he could decide what to do. In regular fights among species, the most time and effort-saving method was to kill the stubborn king blood jackal queen. But now, Lin Yuan urgently needed help. Once the king blood jackal queen gave up her loyalty, he would essentially gain a competent general. The king blood jackals were not considered one of the ruling species in the sky beyond the clouds and had been under the control of another powerful species in the past. In order to gain the loyalty of the king blood jackal queen, benefits apart from martial force and intimidation were necessary. The king blood jackal bloodline could strengthen explosive abilities and was of an acceptable standard for Lin Yuan to absorb through the body of all spirits. As Summer looked at the golden-haired female warrior who was continuing to thrash and wail despite being chained up, she shook her head in frustration. This blonde sure was stubborn. But a personality as stubborn as this would become exceptionally loyal once she was tamed. For an expert like the king blood jackal queen, who had her own unique bloodline, the most attractive bait was the prospect of strengthening her bloodline. The king blood jackal queen's bloodline had reached the peak of its current level. Hence, Lin Yuan would easily be able to trigger a bloodline transformation in her. The king blood jackal queen's bloodline was akin to a bottle that was fully filled. When Lin Yuan used the body of all spirits to evolve the king blood jackal queen's bloodline, he would essentially be pouring more water into the bottle. The bottle would eventually crack under the pressure from the water. This was the strength of the body of all spirits. Once Lin Yuan received the messages from Spring and Summer, he decided to ride Sky Sea to the sky above the king blood jackal's territory. For a species like the king blood jackals that Lin Yuan intended to take control of, he did not mind them finding out about Sky Sea's existence. This was because he would eventually have stronger control over them than he did the Lonely River's 4 species overlords. Sky Sea moved extremely quickly, and the villages under Wen Yu, Lu Ji and the rest would never be able to keep up. Moreover, it would not be suitable to relocate the villages in such a large-scale migration. Once Lin Yuan had fully cleared out the king blood jackal's territory, he would arrange for the villages to be relocated to areas with an abundance of resources. The life forms in the villages would be given citizenship and take up residence in the territories. They could use their labor and contributions to trade for resources and improve their quality of life. From then on, they would not need to wait to be fed. This would not only give them pride but also set the goal of improving their standard of living. Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress of this situation, and she could not help but express her amazement. Lin Yuan's development in the sky beyond the clouds was progressing extremely differently from her expectations. After arriving in a higher-level world, Lin Yuan did not struggle to survive. Rather, he immediately began thriving. She could no longer help him in terms of martial force. Rather, she now needed him to protect her. But when it came to managing territories, she was still able to be of help to her disciple. Besides the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan also told Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Su Yiren and the other main members of Sky City about the situation. Lin Yuan did not need to invest too much effort into managing his territories. Truthfully, in the faction known as Sky City, Lin Yuan never saw himself as a trailblazer but as a producer. He would only be able to increase his own value by producing as many resources as possible. This was an ability that no other member of Sky City could replicate and was the foundation of Sky City itself. Otherwise, even if Sky City had its current lineup, it would not have sufficient resources. Even the most talented and resourceful people were unable to accomplish anything without the necessary materials. Sky City would never have been able to develop to its current extent. The king blood jackals had to have many feys or special resources that could be nurtured in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Almost all of the resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone came from the main world. They would need to be overhauled and upgraded now that they were in the sky beyond the clouds. In truth, Lin Yuan had been bothered by something before coming to the sky beyond the clouds. He was worried about whether he would be able to continue obtaining spirit chi crystals by helping feys evolve like he did in the past. This was why Lin Yuan had been doing his best to gather and stock up on as many spirit chi crystals as he could back in the main world. But once Lin Yuan arrived at the sky beyond the clouds and witnessed the small villages, he knew that he had been overly concerned. It was far easier to obtain spirit chi crystals in the sky beyond the clouds than in the main world. While collecting the spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan could even help the life forms who had reached the necessary grade to overcome their world cleansings as a form of rewarding them. Over the past few days, numerous life forms in the villages evolved. The sky beyond the clouds world wills were much stronger than those of the main world. Hence, it was also 2 to 3 times more challenging to evolve life forms here than in the main world. However, the life forms did not differ greatly in power. It was because it was 2 to 3 times more difficult that many life forms lost their lives in the process. The life forms in the sky beyond the clouds who did not have anyone to support them did not dare to carelessly attempt evolutions. It was the greatest gift to any faction if one could help them successfully complete their evolutions. Lin Yuan had obtained a few types of special strange water from the dark pufferfish. The strange water was much stronger than the special grade strange water found in the Class 5 water world dimensional rifts of the main world. Lin Yuan had learned from hunting tracks that such strange water was produced in large quantities in the Lonely River. Each time the strange water appeared, brawls would take place in the Lonely River. Strange water was often produced in the large rivers and lakes in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan only needed to put his mind to it, and he would be able to obtain an endless stream of strange water. Dark blue was not the only one who needed the strange water. It would also have wondrous effects on Frigid. Frigid needed to absorb a large amount of attributes from strange water to evolve. Sky Sea would take some time before arriving at the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin Yuan could use this opportunity to use the strange water to nurture Frigid. Lin Yuan had not paid attention to Frigid in a very long time. But even if top-grade strange water could not significantly evolve Frigid, Lin Yuan had not stopped supplying resources to it. Frigid was currently sovereign/creation. If not for his fear of cutting off Frigid's evolution potential, Lin Yuan could have already evolved Frigid to immortal breed when he was in the main world. Lin Yuan lifted his hand and summoned Frigid. Frigid had a calm personality and did not like to interact with others. This was a trait it shared with its contractor, Lin Yuan. A group of strange fish accompanied Frigid. They were covered with a thick layer of bone-like scales. The reflection off of the bones filled the space with coldness. These fish were Frigid's poisonous magic, and they were called the cold season poisonous fishes. This was one of Frigid's combat techniques. Compared to barren beasts and demons, the sea demon's abilities mostly involved boosting precious instruments. With Frigid's current power, it could easily boost a 10 stars precious instrument past 12 stars to reach a new level. The sky beyond the clouds ingredients and materials were far better than what Lin Yuan had access to in the main world. Hence, Lin Yuan would definitely be forging new precious instruments. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Frigid and the cold season poisonous fishes. Fey name, Purple Frigid Sea Demon Emperor. Fey species, Sea Demon Emperor species/Sea Demon species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 5/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Creation breed. Life water. Purple Frigid Heavy Water, Jellyfish. When it absorbs water, the water sprite will start to grow until it reaches its limit. At its limit, every drop of water in the water sprite will be as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces and flow out in all directions. Once it comes into contact with a friendly target, the frigidity in the water will gather on the surface of the target and increase its defense. When it comes into contact with an enemy target, the frigidity and curse will cause the part of the target that it comes into contact with to freeze and be injured. The curse in the frozen target can explode and attack the target's soul, causing it to become frozen forever. It will then become a cold frost soul that has the ability to boost soul power. It is in the midst of evolving into the Independent Sea. Once the evolution is successful, the water sprite and Independent Sea can swap between each other. Life Poisonous Magic. Cold Season Poisonous Fish, School of Fish. The School of Fish will place a curse on a life form in the area. Every subsequent year that the life form stays alive, a cold curse will accumulate in it. Every layer of the cold curse will slow down the circulation of its blood, spiritual power, spiritual energy, and soul power. After it uses its tail to pierce the cursed target, the accumulated curse in the target's body will explode. This will not only harm the target but also allow the cold season poisonous fish to absorb the cold season power that accumulates alongside each additional layer of the cold curse. Every additional cold season poisonous fish that appears will increase the amount of cold season absorbed by 20%. Once there is a sufficient amount of the cold season power, the sea demon's bloodline power can be used to substantially boost a precious instrument. After checking on them, Lin Yuan said, "Frigid, you have always wanted to evolve into the independent sea. You never wanted to remain as a water life form. Your chance is here." Chapter 2834 The Attacking Alluring Foxes. Frigid was rather obstinate. Lin Yuan knew that he had affected it mentally by limiting its evolution all this time. As a result, Frigid felt that it was not important to him. "In the past, I didn't allow you to evolve because the level of strange water I had access to was too low. But now that we're in the sky beyond the clouds, its natural environment produces extremely high-quality strange water. If you evolve now, the independent sea you transform into will be able to absorb even more attributes. Dark blue is grown up now. Once you transform into the independent sea, you will be able to work with dark blue and help each other." As obstinate as Frigid was, it knew that Lin Yuan was doing this in its best interests. Frigid was not the type to be ungratefully ignorant. Frigid had always been on good terms with dark blue. In the beginning, Lin Yuan kept both of them in the same body of water. The mermaid bloodline was attractive to the sea demon bloodline. Hence, Frigid felt naturally close to dark blue. Now, there were many mermaids living in the spirit lock spatial zone, and Frigid was very happy living there. Once it was able to transform into the independent sea, the mermaids would be able to live in its body. But as of now, Lin Yuan was still in no rush to evolve Frigid into the independent sea. He would continue to allow Frigid to absorb even more water elemental attributes. It went without saying that there was a limit to the number of attributes it could control. It was only when it could no longer absorb any more water elemental attributes into its body and doing so would harm its body that Frigid would be ready to transform into the independent sea. Lin Yuan gave the strange water that contained special attributes to Frigid so it could absorb them. Rather than evolving Frigid, Lin Yuan was more interested in evolving the cold season poisonous fishes. The cold season poisonous fishes had yet to show signs of further evolution ever since they evolved into a school of fish. As Frigid's poisonous magic, the cold season poisonous fishes were linked to the strength of Frigid's bloodline. Once its bloodline evolved, the cold season poisonous fishes would definitely evolve further. As fast as Sky Sea was, north of the Lonely River was so large that they were still some distance away from the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to nurture some feys that could travel rapidly to cross this barren land. It would be best if these feys could ferry a large number of people. Otherwise, it would take an extremely long time to relocate all the villages. However, Lin Yuan still had no idea where to find such feys. Lin Yuan needed to speed up his exploration of the sky beyond the clouds to discover new feys. Fan Lu had already met with Inkthorn as Lin Yuan's representative. At Fan Lu's level, he did not have the right to meet with Inkthorn, the dark pufferfish's leader. Yet, Inkthorn was treating Fan Lu like he was a valued guest. Once again, Fan Lu felt the benefits of being by Lin Yuan's side. When had he ever been as distinguished as this? "Lord Inkthorn, Lord Lin Yuan has asked you to provide me with 500,000 honor absent dollars. You are to go with me to speak to the Bloodlines so that the Bloodlines will begin paying attention to me and taking me seriously. I'm sure that, with your partnership with the Bloodlines, this won't be difficult to achieve." Inkthorn deserved to be addressed in such a way by Fan Lu. Even if the dark pufferfish were already under Lin Yuan's control, the power they wielded was undeniable. But for Fan Lu to address him as Lord, followed by Lin Yuan in the same manner, Inkthorn could not accept being addressed in such a way. He was terrified that news of his inappropriate behavior would reach Lin Yuan and displease him. Even if Lin Yuan could act as though he did not care about this, his two servants would not be able to let it slide. From Inkthorn's interactions with Lin Yuan, he could tell how protective his two servants were of his reputation and authority. Inkthorn knew that Fan Lu said this because he was trying to take the initiative and handle matters. It was indeed necessary for Inkthorn to try and get on the good side of Fan Lu, Lin Yuan's aide. However, he could not bear to address Fan Lu as Lord. If this is Lord Lin Yuan's request, 500,000 honor absent dollars won't be a problem. It is fate that has brought us together. I am very willing to offer 200,000 honor absent dollars as a token of our budding friendship. Inkthorn was not concerned about Fan Lu lying to him. If Lin Yuan had any other instructions in the future, he would deliver them to him directly. Lin Yuan had given him, mantis age, hunting tracks, and the rest of the paper that they could use for communication. This made it extremely easy for them to communicate with each other. Even if Lin Yuan did not issue orders to him directly, Inkthorn could ask Lin Yuan about this interaction with Fan Lu. The more they communicated, the better their relationship would become. It was clear that Fan Lu, who was trying to put on airs and keep him in check, was nothing more than a petty, trivial figure. Fan Lu's behavior told Inkthorn everything about the kind of person he was. With such a person, money was enough for them to establish a relationship. Inkthorn did not hope that Fan Lu would speak favorably of him to Lin Yuan. It would be enough as long as he did not try to harm the dark pufferfish. If Fan Lu wanted to maintain a stable relationship with the bloodlines, he would also need to rely on the dark pufferfish. Fan Lu had no thoughts of obtaining extra resources from Inkthorn. Still, he could not be happier if Inkthorn was willing to voluntarily provide him with more resources. Your Excellency, I can tell that you are easy to get along with. I hope that we will have a happy partnership going forward. I will be sure to tell Lord Lin Yuan about the dark pufferfish's contributions. Later, please send a dark pufferfish expert to put on a show with me in front of the Forbidden Wolf team. But the moment that Fan Lu mentioned the Forbidden Wolf team, a flash of disdain caused Inkthorn to frown. Inkthorn was unaware of Fan Lu's situation and saw him as another member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Compared to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Fan Lu's Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline was relatively faint. It was an enormous blessing for someone like him to be employed by his species. But not only was Fan Lu not looking out for his species, but he was taking such an attitude toward them. This caused Inkthorn to feel sickened by Fan Lu. Someone like Fan Lu would not only bring any benefits to his species but could even lead them to their doom. If ever the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to toss aside the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and use them as his springboard. Inkthorn forcefully concealed his revulsion of Fan Lu. Inkthorn could tell that Fan Lu was a sensitive person. If he displayed his aversion, Fan Lu would definitely pick up on it. If that happened, his previous gestures of building an amicable relationship with him would be for naught. That goes without saying. I will tell the member who received you to maintain contact with you. The two of you can discuss the details of what you are going to do. Inkthorn put all thoughts of strengthening his relationship with Fan Lu out of his mind and left the dark pufferfish's palace. He was going to accept Hunting Track's invitation to a joint discussion on the management and organization of the entire Lonely River. If Lin Yuan had not taken control of the Lonely River and the 4 species overlords, he, Hunting Tracks, Mantis Age, and the rest would never gather together like this to work for a common cause. Fan Lu did not know that his actions had already greatly put off Inkthorn. Frankly, even if Fan Lu knew, he would not care. He and Inkthorn belonged to different worlds, and Inkthorn would never be able to understand him. If Inkthorn had started out in life in the same lowly position he did, with a bloodline that was virtually worthless, Inkthorn would never be able to attain his current status. Suddenly, Kong Huan came to Fan Lu's mind. Fan Lu and Kong Huan could be considered old friends. When he had been her subordinate, he would spend every day in fear and walking on eggshells. Both he and Kong Huan had joined Lin Yuan at the same time. But now, he was the one meeting with Lin Yuan in the East Universe. Meanwhile, Kong Huan had gone to the North Universe. How was she doing now? It was unlikely that she was having an easier time than he was. Even with Fan Lu's limited experience and knowledge, he could guess that a powerful species like the snow-covered foxes would never act too kindly toward a new dependent species. Even if the alluring fox bloodline was extremely attractive to fox species life forms, there were other powerful fox species in the East Universe. The evil flaming tail foxes did not flourish in the East Universe the same way that the snow-covered foxes did, but they had made it onto the top 100 of the East Universe's species ranking numerous times in the past. The evil flaming tail foxes had interacted with the alluring foxes in the past and had been extremely friendly to them but had not offered them any benefits. If the evil flaming tail foxes had protected the alluring foxes, Feng Qing would never have dared to cause trouble for the alluring foxes. Fan Lu did not know how much stronger Kong Huan's ability to mesmerize fox species life forms became after her bloodline evolved. Kong Huan had encountered significant hurdles since relocating the alluring foxes to the North Universe. But ever since she gained the protection of one of the snow-covered fox leaders, she gained a platform of development. Kong Huan knew that by coming to the North Universe, the alluring foxes had lost all of their roots in the East Universe. Roots were the most important part of any development. Apart from laying down their roots, she also needed to build a good relationship with the snow-covered fox's other dependent species. The snow-covered foxes were adept at management, and almost every member had extremely strong business capabilities. Moreover, the snow-covered fox's bloodline characteristics stood out from that of other fox species. As the alluring foxes continued expanding their business subsidiaries, Kong Huan remained prudent throughout the developments. She gave more than half of the profits to the leader whose protection she was under. Normally, according to the rules for dependent species, Kong Huan only needed to give up 20% to 30% of her profits. But she had exceeded that quota because she wanted to improve the leader's impression of her. It was not at all easy to curry favor with a snow-covered fox leader. Moreover, Kong Huan did not dare to give the resources that Lin Yuan had given her to the other alluring foxes. She was afraid that the news might leak. Hence, she did not give them to the snow-covered fox leader either. This was because she could not explain how she came into possession of resources of such a level. Kong Huan used her own means to gain the favor of a snow-covered fox leader, and he assigned a large territory to the alluring foxes where they would be able to develop freely. This was a giant honor and reward to the alluring foxes. More importantly, this reward was proof to the other dependent species that the alluring foxes were important to this snow-covered fox leader. Regardless of how displeased the other dependent species were with the alluring foxes, they would never dare to touch them. The leaders of many dependent species tried the same method that Kong Huan used but failed to achieve the same level of success. While interacting with the snow-covered fox leader, Kong Huan learned how to leverage her alluring bone bloodline appropriately to please the leader. Kong Huan was doing a good job of leading the alluring foxes, but she still yearned for Lin Yuan to get in contact with her. Even a few morsels of information about him would be fine as well. When she found out that Lin Yuan possessed the alluring soul bloodline, she began seeing him as her spiritual leader. There was no question that relying on this snow-covered fox leader was not a sustainable way of improving the alluring fox's development. Unless she evolved her bloodline again, she would be nothing more than a toy to this leader. This snow-covered fox leader had a fair number of female fox species life forms by his side. At best, she was a new and shiny toy who did not have anything that allowed her to stand out. Lin Yuan was the only one who would be able to help the alluring foxes to transform. Regardless, until Lin Yuan got in contact with her, she would continue leading the alluring foxes in developing stably. The snow-covered foxes had too many species, and their internal strife was brutal. They also continued to recruit other fox species from the other universes. Every once in a while, a dependent species would be destroyed. They either offended the leader whose protection they were under, were punished by other leaders, or fell to the internal competition among the dependent species. Kong Huan felt rather melancholy. If she had known that joining the snow-covered foxes would eventually lead to such an outcome, would she have made the same choice? In spite of her lamentation, Kong Huan did not feel any pity. Rather, she would join in the sabotage of the weaker fox species because this was the only way she could increase the supply of resources that the alluring foxes needed for survival. Inkthorn carefully instructed the dark pufferfish who would be putting on the act with Fan Lu. He emphasized doing his best to work with Fan Lu so as not to give Fan Lu anything that he could complain to Lin Yuan about. Although the dark pufferfish, mantis stone crabs, shadow-hunting stingrays and hidden fog turtles would no longer cause large commotions in the lonely river, their rivalry was more intense than ever. All of them had the thoughts letter paper, meaning they all had the chance to interact with Lin Yuan. On the surface, everything appeared calm. But beneath the surface, they were trying to undermine each other. The current situation of the four species overlords sharing equal power would not persist forever. Eventually, one species would receive a reward from Lin Yuan and gain the opportunity to lead the pack. Chapter 2835 Chance to evolve to Major Satan. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the sky beyond the clouds was far more expansive than the main world. Sky Sea, Grey, and Dark Blue all adored this carefreeness. Sky City had not been developing slowly at all. While carrying out their tasks, Sky City's main members never stopped learning more about the sky beyond the clouds and increasing the rate at which Sky City assimilated into it. While nurturing Frigid, Lin Yuan thought of the flower calamity Beautiful Devil, who had been remaining with Begin Lady in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Ever since Lin Yuan contracted the flower calamity Beautiful Devil, it evolved quickly from a higher devil to Satan and gained fearsome abilities. The greatest value of the flower calamity Beautiful Devil was that Lin Yuan could still fuse with it even after triggering another bloodline in his body. When he fused with Dark Blue in the past, the flower calamity Beautiful Devil would be applied to him, and this substantially raised his combat abilities. In the past decade, Lin Yuan had not stopped supplying the flower calamity Beautiful Devil with resources. As Morbius continued to evolve, the element well's production capabilities rose as well. Lin Yuan gave the flower calamity Beautiful Devil permission to use as much of the element well's water as it wanted to produce elements. Lin Yuan summoned the flower calamity Beautiful Devil. The long black horns on the flower calamity Beautiful Devil's head folded into a tall crown. The crown was as black as ink and had an air of evil, mystery, and danger. But perched on the flower calamity Beautiful Devil's head, the crown came off as majestic and dignified. The black mountain goat skulls in the flower calamity beautiful devil's crimson red eyes spun slowly. Long black hair draped over its beautiful robes. Every inch of its beautiful robes had multicolored flowers embroidered on it. The robes stretched out in a 5 square meter radius around the flower calamity beautiful devil. It was holding a staff the same color as its crown, and above it were petals of flowers formed from pure elemental energy. The flower calamity beautiful devil's devil tattoos moved from its face to the back of its ear, then to its neck as they made their way to its collarbone. The flower calamity beautiful devil's tail, proof of its being a Satan, was hidden under its robes. The flower calamity beautiful devil was much more beautiful than Lin Yuan had remembered. It was truly a Satan species / beautiful evil god species. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the flower calamity beautiful devil. Fey species, Satan species / beautiful evil god species. Fey type, natural. Fey quality, immortal 4. Satanic abilities. Calamity judgment, according to the elemental energy that the target wields, a calamity flower will bloom on the target. Every time the target uses elemental energy, the calamity flower will absorb the elemental energy and store it. When the calamity flower is exploded, the target will suffer a backlash from the stored elemental energy. Calamity flower toying with life, the calamity flower will fall from the flower basket of calamity and become hidden. When a life form of the same type as the calamity flower comes into contact with the calamity flower, it will be compared with the purity of the elemental energy within the calamity flower. If it is purer than the elemental energy in the calamity flower will give the target a boost. If the elemental energy is less pure than the elemental energy within the calamity flower will rob the target of its elemental energy and use an about to die effect on the target. Before the about to die effect ends and the target is not reimbursed with elemental energy, the target will die. If the elemental energy is of the same purity as the elemental energy in the calamity flower, it can decide whether to boost the target or steal its elemental energy and place the about to die effect on it. Misfortune for all the creatures in the area will form a net of karma linked by misfortune. 2 types of calamities will be compared, and the weaker one will automatically sacrifice half of its calamity to the stronger party before entering a temporary state of feebleness. Calamity territory flower puppet, when faced with life forms that also have the devil bloodline, it can suppress its target according to its bloodline and rob the usage of the satanic abilities of inferior devils. After the inferior devil is killed, the inferior life form will become a flower puppet in the sea of flowers. The flower puppet and sea of flowers will inherit the satanic abilities of the dead devil and a portion of the flower calamity beautiful devil's own abilities. When faced with life forms that do not have the devil bloodline, the calamity territory can be opened. When the target enters the calamity territory, 3 calamity flowers will automatically bloom on the target. When the calamity territory is opened, the flower calamity beautiful devil will not be able to move, and the toil of using other satanic abilities will be magnified. Lin Yuan saw that the flower calamity beautiful devil had evolved to sovereign v/immortal 4. However, the flower calamity beautiful devil's satanic abilities were only related to its bloodline. It would only be able to gain more satanic abilities by transforming into a major Satan and evolving its bloodline. Although its satanic abilities had not increased from the evolution of its grade and quality, the current strength of the abilities could not be compared to what they previously were. Lin Yuan had estimated that the flower calamity beautiful devil would only be able to evolve to major Satan once its calamity flowers increased from 11 to 12. This was impossible to achieve in the main world. The flower calamity beautiful devil needed to absorb different types of elemental energy to produce more calamity flowers. Having found 11 types of elemental energy in the main world, he had reached the limit. There was no way for the flower calamity beautiful devil to continue evolving its bloodline in the main world. The flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline would only be able to transform again in the sky beyond the clouds. After remaining quiet for more than 10 years, the flower calamity beautiful devil's personality had changed drastically. It stood quietly by Lin Yuan's side, and there was wronged sadness on its innocent face. Of all the feys he had contracted, Lin Yuan had shown the least concern for the flower calamity beautiful devil. At first, the flower calamity beautiful devil only wanted resources from Lin Yuan. But once it realized that it was completely bound to him, it began hoping it could receive Lin Yuan's affection like his other feys did. Lin Yuan sensed the flower calamity beautiful devil's sadness, and he now knew how it felt about him. Lin Yuan had shown the least concern for the flower calamity beautiful devil because he saw it as extremely selfish and calculative. He assumed that it felt no genuine emotion. However, Lin Yuan forgot that devils only targeted their schemes toward life forms of the same level. When a life form's level was higher than that of the devil, the devil would realize that its schemes would not bring it any benefits. At that point, the devil would begin investing in genuine emotions. Flower calamity beautiful devil, you were unable to evolve your bloodline in the main world. Now that you're in the sky beyond the clouds, your bloodline will be able to continue evolving. If I encounter special elements or life forms that can produce special elements, I will bring them to you. I summoned you because I want to tell you to try your best to suppress your grade. Try not to evolve to eternal breed. There will definitely be higher level bloodlines above Major Satan. If you evolve to eternal at the same time that you evolve to Major Satan, you will have the chance to evolve past Major Satan when you reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and gain your own Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan's advice caused surprised happiness to spread across the flower calamity beautiful devil's face. It saw this as Lin Yuan showing concern for it. Lin Yuan had promised that he would help it to evolve. Major Satan seemed like an unattainable level to the flower calamity beautiful devil. If not for Lin Yuan, a higher devil would probably be the highest level it would ever attain. Due to its resource needs, no one had wanted to contract it. The flower calamity beautiful devil was well aware of that. Now, not only did it have the opportunity to evolve to Major Satan, but it might also be able to evolve past Major Satan. The flower calamity beautiful devil was far more interested in evolving its bloodline than evolving its grade. Lin Yuan had heard from Spring that devils existed in the sky beyond the clouds as well. However, they were less united than the other species. The devils were on guard against each other, and every one of them lived for themselves. In the sky beyond the clouds, even life forms with the strongest bloodline potential would find it difficult to make a name for themselves on their own. Hence, devils were not well respected by the species of the sky beyond the clouds. However, the devils served as aids in some species. With the devils' innate capabilities, it was difficult for them to gain the chance to increase their strength to great heights. The flower calamity beautiful devil was a highly intelligent life form, and Lin Yuan intended to keep it in Sky City. It might have talent in internal governance. Lin Yuan had not given the flower calamity beautiful devil many opportunities and did not know what talents it had. But he knew that devils were skilled at misleading and leading others astray. The flower calamity beautiful devil's existence would be of great help to Lin Yuan in his endeavor to collect faith in the sky beyond the clouds. After flying for a few days, Sky Sea finally arrived at the King Blood Jackal's territory. If Spring and Summer had not already taken control of the King Blood Jackals, the latter would definitely have violently attacked Lin Yuan for arriving at their territory. Just passing over the territory of a species could be seen as an act of provocation. Sky Sea remained in the sky above the King Blood Jackal's territory. At that moment, not even a peep could be heard in their territory. Even before Sky Sea arrived, Spring and Summer were already prepared to welcome Lin Yuan. Spring went over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lord Saint, Summer and I have taken full control of the King Blood Jackals. However, the Queen is obstinate and refuses to surrender. Are you willing to educate her?" Spring and Summer were perceptive and had a good grasp of the situation. If Lin Yuan did not show an interest in the King Blood Jackal Queen, Spring and Summer would try to take control of her again. If that still did not work, they would hesitate to kill her. The King Blood Jackals had other members who were deserving and had the ability to become queens. A new queen could be assigned to lead them. Even after giving such a report to Lin Yuan, Spring and Summer wanted to give the King Blood Jackal Queen another opportunity because she had outstanding potential. Once they lost her, there was no telling when they would be able to find another talent worth nurturing. "Let's go. Take me to see just how strong-headed the King Blood Jackal Queen is." Lin Yuan was very interested in someone so highly recommended by Spring and Summer. However, this would all depend on how cooperative the King Blood Jackal Queen was. If she was extremely uncooperative, Lin Yuan would not waste too much time and effort on her, much less mourn her loss. Lin Yuan would not mind even if he lost all the King Blood Jackals. There were many powerful species in the sky beyond the clouds. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter's strength, Lin Yuan could easily take in the species they apprehended. Even after being a superior for so long, Lin Yuan's character had yet to change. However, his mindset and approach to matters had changed. It might seem as though Sky City's development was going swimmingly, but this was no child's play. It was a ruthless battle for dominance. If he continued maintaining a heart of gold while leading Sky City in its development in the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would be doing a disservice to all of Sky City's members. Lin Yuan was such an irresponsible person. The King Blood Jackals had been living in this barren land for an extremely long time, and their palace was very grand. Based on the decorations in the palace, Lin Yuan could tell that the king blood jackals were partial to the color gold. The entire palace was built with pure gold, stone, and metals. In this territory, Lin Yuan could see many servants who were not king blood jackals sustaining the upkeep of the territory. They were all outstanding members of the king blood jackals dependent species and were extremely intelligent. If they were slightly dumber or lacked perception, they would already have been eliminated. Spring and summer had imprisoned all the king blood jackals in the palace. The servants knew that the territory had just undergone a drastic change and that these people who had just entered the territory were the new owners. When the servants saw Lin Yuan, they hurriedly lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Their actions told Lin Yuan that the king blood jackals highly valued status. Those of different stations were subjected to different treatments and wielded different levels of power in the territory. The king blood jackal queen stood right on the top of the pyramid. After becoming accustomed to her lofty heights, her haughtiness needed to be utterly shattered in order for her to surrender willingly. That was the only way to subdue the proud queen. Being one step away from reaching Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit in this desolate land did indeed give her cause to be as proud as she was. After entering the palace, Lin Yuan came upon the dashing king blood jackals dressed in gold armor. They were all lined up in neat rows. Chapter 2836 The King Blood Jackals 2 Royals. Most of the king blood jackals were male, but all the female members had higher statuses than the male members. This was evident based on the sequence of the formations. There were only 2 male king blood jackal captains, making up less than 1/3 of the total number. The king blood jackals were a matriarchy, so this situation was unsurprising. The 2 male king blood jackals had to be excellent for them to be selected over female king blood jackals. When the king blood jackals spotted Spring and Summer, their bodies trembled in obvious fear. Spring and Summer must have done something to strike such terror into them. The king blood jackals were not as strong-headed as their queen. From the way that the king blood jackals were standing there, it meant that they had already been tamed. When Summer saw that the king blood jackals did not move or respond to Lin Yuan's arrival, she scoffed. Only a few hours have passed since you were last taught a lesson. Have you forgotten what I told you? I have already eliminated the disobedient king blood jackals. You only deserve to stand here because you were obedient. How dare you not greet the Lord? Kneeling was also the highest form of respect in the sky beyond the clouds. Normally, in a species, only superiors with the best bloodlines received such greetings from their subordinates. The rules and significance surrounding kneeling were much stricter and more solemn than they were in the main world. When the king blood jackals heard what Summer said, they hurriedly bowed in greeting. This was the clearest way of demonstrating their subservience. The stubborn king blood jackals had already been killed, and their bloodlines extracted, essentially draining the final value of their existence. The king blood jackals who survived all had their heads bowed. They definitely did not want to meet the same end. Even their queen, the pillar of the king blood jackals, had been subdued by the enemy and was completely unable to fight back. The other king blood jackals, who were weaker than her, knew that any resistance was futile. If the enemy wanted to stomp out the king blood jackals, most of them would fight back. But as things stood, the enemy did not have such an intention. Rather, they wanted to turn the king blood jackals into servants, just like the king blood jackals had done with other species. The king blood jackals did not treat their servants extremely well but still enabled them to develop and grow. They also gave their servants benefits to keep their loyal service. When Lin Yuan saw the king blood jackals kneeling in front of him, he thought, any task I give to spring, summer, autumn, and winter is always done to perfection. The king blood jackals will become Sky City's dependent species from today onward. Every king blood jackal will become a manager in Sky City's territory and will be in charge of the operations and development in the territory. Immediately upon arrival, this superior started assigning the king blood jackals to become managers. He was placing a lot of value and trust in them. This was the first time that the king blood jackals were hearing of the faction known as Sky City. There was no way that Sky City was a native faction of north of the Lonely River. One of the female king blood jackals asked, Lord, where is Sky City's territory? Tell us the location of the territory so we can allocate tasks and do our best to accomplish this mission you've given us. Lin Yuan looked seriously into the eyes of the king blood jackal, who had spoken. Given that she dared to speak to him directly, that king blood jackal had to have a brazen personality. This made her suitable to be a leader. It also meant that she held a high position among the king blood jackals. Otherwise, regardless of how brazen she would never dare to be the first king blood jackal to speak in such circumstances. The king blood jackals prioritized bloodlines just as highly as the blue Dians and mermaids did. Lin Yuan did not falter at all when he was posed this question. Currently, Sky City is planning on developing in north of the Lonely River. The entire north of the Lonely River is part of Sky City's territory. You will be in charge of the area where you are currently located. Subsequently, your responsibilities will expand outward from this area. You are familiar with this area that you have been occupying all this time. You should be able to do a good job of managing it for me. You will continue to manage the servant species that are already under your control. If your queen chooses to submit to me, I will continue allowing her to rule over the king blood jackals. If your queen chooses to be stupidly stubborn, I will select a male and female king blood jackal to receive the queen's bloodline. They will then jointly rule over the king blood jackals. A new king blood jackal ruler was only chosen once the previous ruler passed. The king blood jackal queen was in the prime of her life. Under the king blood jackal's rule, none of the other king blood jackals had the opportunity to lead the species. Lin Yuan's words were somewhat of a promise to the king blood jackals. If Lin Yuan killed the king blood jackal queen outright, he would definitely displease the other king blood jackals. But if, after he killed the queen, he extracted her bloodline and gave it out as a reward, the king blood jackals would feel as though they had hope of becoming one of the new rulers of the species. As a result, they would definitely do their best to manage the area to prove their capabilities to Lin Yuan. Picking a male and female king blood jackal as joint rulers meant that Lin Yuan wanted them to keep each other in check. When Lin Yuan nurtured the two king blood jackals, he would definitely try to encourage the two to compete and balance each other. While investigating the king blood jackal's territory, Spring and Summer discovered that there were just as many male king blood jackals as females. However, the males had all been sent out to guard the territory. The male king blood jackals were loyal to the queen and would serve her unquestioningly. Even if she asked them to sacrifice themselves, they would do so. However, the male king blood jackals would not offer such unconditional loyalty to a fellow male. In the past, there were instances of rebellions led by male king blood jackals. They were a result of the males receiving unfair treatment in the species. If the king blood jackal queen had not used force to quell the uprisings, the king blood jackals might have already split into multiple species, just as what had happened to the moon-worshipping wolves. By selecting a male king blood jackal as one of the rulers, Lin Yuan would remove the hostility and resentment brewing among the male king blood jackals. This would help in establishing and maintaining peace among the species. The king blood jackals were his tools. Lin Yuan was interested in the king blood jackal's power and management talent. He did not want his tools to turn against him and cause chaos in the territory. Lin Yuan's words caused a stir among the king blood jackals. The eyes of the female king blood jackals standing at the front of the rows glinted. However, the most excited ones were the two male king blood jackals. Now that this new ruler was there, such an opportunity had arisen. For the male king blood jackals, this opportunity was beyond their wildest dreams. When they heard the voices of the king blood jackals growing stronger, the managing king blood jackals at the front immediately quelled the noise. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Speaking to intelligent people always saved time and effort. It was clear that the king blood jackals understood his meaning. Based on the actions of the managing king blood jackals, it was possible that the managers standing at the front were not as loyal to their queen as they seemed. As Lin Yuan walked into the main hall, the king blood jackals remained kneeling. They would stay in this state until there was a conclusion regarding the queen. Regardless of whether their queen surrendered, the king blood jackals would be ushering in a new era. Spring and Summer had only told Lin Yuan about the king blood jackals. They had not provided him with any strategic suggestions. Lin Yuan used this method to take full control of the king blood jackals. Even if he eliminated the king blood jackal queen, it would not affect his control over them. As he walked deeper into the hall, Lin Yuan saw a golden-haired figure in a crumpled and shrunken heap on the ground. Her hands and legs were chained to the throne. This figure, who should be seated on the throne, was now chained to it. Nonetheless, the prisoner tried to keep her back as straight as possible, and her aura remained sharp and cutting. The moment Lin Yuan walked through the door, her red golden eyes snapped at him. Lin Yuan was witnessing the demeanor of a pinnacle divine kingdom expert who was the ruler of a powerful species. Lin Yuan was extremely impressed by the king blood jackal queen. He smiled and said, "You don't know me, but I'm sure you know why I'm here. I'm not here to encourage you to welcome death. I'm here to allow you to make your own decision." Lin Yuan told the queen everything he had just told the other king blood jackals. The king blood jackal queen's eyes flashed. The gears in her head had to be turning rapidly. When Lin Yuan interacted with the female king blood jackal elites, he could tell that all of them were ambitious. The queen had to be aware of this as well. Given that the queen gave such enormous authority to the female king blood jackals, it meant that she wanted to cultivate their ambitiousness. Ambition was the best driving force. The king blood jackal queen had her power and was not afraid of the female king blood jackal's ambition weakening her position. But now, the king blood jackal queen had no choice but to grapple with the female king blood jackals and the ambition she had cultivated. Lin Yuan's words immediately hit the king blood jackal queen's pain point. She had no choice but to approach him cordially. "What are your intentions for the king blood jackals?" Lin Yuan smiled. He did not respond to her but asked instead, "What is the king blood jackal's intention for keeping so many dependent species in this desolate area? We have forcefully taken control of the king blood jackals. I want you to understand that this isn't because we have a vendetta against you. Rather, we want to use pure power to maintain absolute control over the king blood jackals. So, you don't have the right to negotiate terms with me. But if you become my subordinate, you can obtain some benefits for yourself. The benefits will involve evolving your bloodline and helping you become a Holy Spirit expert. The first portion of Lin Yuan's words continuously stoked the flames of the king blood jackal queen's rage. But the latter part of what he said caused shock and interest to appear on her face. At the same time, she began to think carefully about Lin Yuan's suggestion of becoming his subordinate. If she chose not to submit, there was no question that he would kill her and give her bloodline as a reward to the other king blood jackals. Although doing so would cause her to lose her pride as an expert and she would no longer be able to uphold the promise she made to her seniors of safeguarding the king blood jackals, she would be able to evolve her bloodline and grade. If she could evolve her bloodline and reach the Holy Spirit level, she would truly be able to leave her mark on the sky beyond the clouds. Even if the king blood jackals became servants, they would still be able to make great strides in the species ranking and obtain a decent ranking with a ruler of her power. The king blood jackals could act as they pleased in north of the Lonely River, but this was not because the resources here met their needs. Rather, once they left this barren land and began exploring other areas, the king blood jackals might end up in great danger. The king blood jackal queen dared not take such a risk before she reached the Holy Spirit level. If they followed this young man, the king blood jackals would definitely be able to leave north of the Lonely River. If this young man could give her such an opportunity, it would be her blessing to give her loyalty to him. Chapter 2837 Crimson Heaven Godly Falcons. The king blood jackal queen finally bent her back and stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan as she asked seriously, "Lord, my name is Connie. I am willing to trust the promise you've just given me. From now on, I will listen to your orders." If Lin Yuan promised to evolve her bloodline and advance her to the Holy Spirit level, there was no way that Connie could ignore such benefits. Even if she managed to resist the temptation, she could not escape Lin Yuan's grasp. Just like he said, his arrival was her final ultimatum. He was not there to negotiate with her. In order to encourage the king blood jackals to compete with each other and work together for the sake of developing the species, Connie had cultivated their ambitious natures. The close aides under her were likely hoping that she would put up a fight so they could obtain rewards from Lin Yuan. When they heard Connie's choice, Spring and Summer looked at her approvingly. When one lived in the sky beyond the clouds and had to lead a species, being aware of one's circumstances was more important than possessing power. In the future, Connie would definitely be relieved and glad for the choice she had made. Lin Yuan raised his hand and released his Divine Kingdom's aura. He looked at Connie and said, "Link your fountain of faith to my Divine Kingdom. The king blood jackals will remain under your control, and your authority won't be affected by my presence. You might even have the chance to take control of and rule over more species in the future." Since Connie had chosen to become loyal to Lin Yuan, she did not feel any hesitation to merge her fountain of faith with his Divine Kingdom and allowed him to take full control of her. However, the moment that she sensed Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom's aura, Connie's body froze. Just like Kong Huan, Connie sensed Truth's aura in Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom. She now began viewing him as a Holy Spirit expert. Connie was unaware of Spring and Summer's exact level of power, but they were definitely beyond the Divine Kingdom level as well. Otherwise, there was no way that they would be able to use force to take control of the king blood jackals immediately and shackle her to her own throne without giving her any opportunity to fight back. Lin Yuan's power delighted Connie. Rather than being controlled by a weak Holy Spirit expert, Connie preferred to be controlled by a strong Holy Spirit expert. Life forms who abided by the law of the jungle usually admired the strong. Lin Yuan had only used the faith tree to take control of Inkthorn, Mantis Age, and the rest. But he used his divine kingdom to take control of Connie. Clearly, he had different attitudes toward different subordinates. Lin Yuan would supply resources to the dark pufferfish, shadow hunting stingrays, and the rest, but would not give them the opportunity to expand and develop beyond the lonely river. Spring and Summer saw Connie's shocked expression and felt she was making too big of a fuss. In the coming days, she would be shocked almost daily as she remained by Lin Yuan's side. At that moment, Lin Yuan walked over to Connie and helped her to remove her cuffs before grabbing her wrists. The king blood jackals were liberal, and Connie had hundreds of male partners. Connie preferred rough and manly males. Using the body of all spirits to evolve bloodlines took a large toll on Lin Yuan. For now, apart from participating in strategizing, Lin Yuan was unable to do anything else. 2 months later, once the Bloodlines obtained the dark pufferfish's poison, the operation would begin. At that point, Lin Yuan would have to focus on the Bloodlines operation and would not have extra energy that he could use to nurture Connie. Once Connie heard what Lin Yuan said, she felt waves of shock and delight wash over her repeatedly. She never expected an opportunity to come her way so soon. However, she could not help but be worried about this opportunity she was given. When Connie evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, she had been grievously injured by the cleansing from the world wills and had almost lost her life. It was only after she recovered and her power broke through that the other king blood jackals were able to evolve under safer circumstances. When she evolved to Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit, it would be much more dangerous than when she evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. One misstep and the world cleansing would reduce her to ashes. Connie could not help but feel anxious about that. She could not pass on such an opportunity, but taking it would put her at enormous risk. Spring and Summer could tell that Connie was worried but decided not to assuage her concerns. Rather, they waited for her to express her worries to Lin Yuan so he could dispel them. This would inadvertently cause Connie to feel reliant on Lin Yuan. Otherwise, given Connie's way of doing things, she would not consult Lin Yuan often in the future while she was leading the king blood jackals in managing his territory. As the one who made the decisions and managed Sky City, Lin Yuan needed managers who were insightful and could think critically. However, these managers also needed to run all key decisions past Lin Yuan. If the managers were given too much leeway, it would not be beneficial for the organization of Sky City's growing establishment. After hesitating for a moment, Connie told Lin Yuan about her concerns. "Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But before evolving, I need to make sufficient preparations. When I evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, I was almost killed by the world wills. I need to accumulate more power just in case." Lin Yuan looked at Spring and Summer. When they nodded, he told Connie, "Since I'm going to help you to evolve, I will definitely consider the safety aspect of the process. Spring and Summer will both be able to protect you, so you don't have to worry. I don't think anyone knows this place better than you do. Why don't you tell me about this area so I can gain a clear understanding of the circumstances? I am very curious to find out why the king blood jackals never expanded your territory. There is a fair amount of resources in the east." Lin Yuan could only think of one possibility for this, which was that there was a species just as strong as the king blood jackals in the mountain in the east. This was the only explanation for such an occurrence. Lin Yuan's words dissolved all of Connie's concerns. Since her safety was ensured, Connie was more than willing to increase her power as soon as possible. In response to Lin Yuan's question, Connie said seriously, "Master, the mountain is called the White Falcon Mountain. The name comes from the spinning wings white falcons, a dependent species of the Crimson Heaven falcons. The Crimson Heaven falcons are the true rulers of the lonely river. If not for their dislike of the weather here and the preference to live in lush forests and towering mountains, we would never dare to occupy this area." At that point, an awkward expression appeared on Connie's face. However, she could not hide anything from Lin Yuan. She knew that if Lin Yuan found out that she was hiding anything from him or lying to him, he would not only stop using her but would also punish her. Lin Yuan had given her such an opportunity so soon after taking her in. She knew that this opportunity meant that he valued her. By hook or by crook, she was not going to let this chance slip by. When Lin Yuan did not say anything after her explanation, Connie added, "The spinning wings white falcons had a holy spirit expert 600 years ago. However, he still hasn't been able to break through to Domain Mountain class. The Crimson Heaven falcons must be much more powerful than the spinning wings white falcons in order to make them their dependent species. All I know about the Crimson Heaven falcons are rumors, so I can't guarantee the accuracy. But there seems to be a lot of stock in one of the rumors. The Crimson Heaven Falcons have the power to make it to the top few ranks of the species ranking. Although there aren't many members, they still have the power to conquer many species. The reason they decided not to enter the species ranking is that they've been holding out for an opportunity and can't compete with all the species. Since the Crimson Heaven Falcons haven't left north of the Lonely River, it must mean that that opportunity has yet to arrive. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. He never expected Connie to be unaware of even such details about the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Chapter 2838 The Demon Insects Restarted. But this also proved just how powerful the Crimson Heaven Falcons were. Even the Crimson Heaven Falcons' dependent species, the Spinning Wings White Falcons, were stronger than the King Blood Jackals. Hence, it was unlikely that the Crimson Heaven Falcons would take notice of the King Blood Jackals. Normally, a powerful species liked to protect life forms with the same type of bloodline they had. The King Blood Jackals did not qualify. Spring said from the side, "Young master, should we make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons? If you think we should, I can immediately get in touch with the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Alternatively, I can go ahead and take control of them directly. If the Crimson Heaven Falcons are truly staying here because they are holding out for an opportunity, this opportunity must be extremely important to them. This opportunity might be useful for us. The Crimson Heaven Falcons should be the descendants of a branch bloodline of an ancient bloodline. I never heard of the Crimson Heaven Falcons in the past." Spring and Summer were not at all concerned about the Crimson Heaven Falcons, who supported the Spinning Wings White Falcons. They were merely Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. Such power was merely Tier 1 in the East universe. Spring and Summer felt that they were undeserving of being taken seriously. Spring had only made an example suggestion to Lin Yuan. However, her suggestion frightened Connie. Connie thought that once she mentioned the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the Crimson Heaven Falcons who supported them, Lin Yuan would definitely take them seriously. Yet, Spring and Summer could not be less bothered by them. It would be understandable if they had such an attitude towards the Spinning Wings White Falcons. After all, they only gained their first Holy Spirit Realm expert a few centuries ago. It was highly likely that the expert had not reached Domain Mountain. However, it was arrogant to act that way toward the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were very domineering. This could be seen from the Spinning Wings White Falcons. She did not have the Crimson Heaven Falcons' power. Spring and Summer only learned about the Crimson Heaven Falcons from her. Even she was unaware of their power, much less Spring and Summer. Was Spring not concerned that she would end up tripping and falling while trying to make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons? The Crimson Heaven Falcons were very domineering. This could be seen from the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Connie did not know if she should give Lin Yuan a reminder. The Crimson Heaven Falcons' bloodline did not have as long of a legacy as the King Blood Jackals, but almost 2 epochs had passed since they reached their prime. They could be considered an established species in the sky beyond the clouds. Was it certain that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were the descendants of the branch bloodline of an ancient bloodline just because Spring had never heard of them? Connie found Spring rather arrogant but did not dare to upset her. Firstly, it was clear that Spring and Lin Yuan were much closer than she and Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not react after hearing what Spring said, meaning that he agreed with what she said. Spring did not know what Connie was thinking, but if she did, she would not mind demonstrating her power to Connie. Spring did not want to be looked down on by an inferior life form, especially an inferior life form who would be following Lin Yuan in the future. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter were all dedicating their faith and loyalty to Lin Yuan. However, they felt uncontrollably superior to other life forms. Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and the Moon Empress, who were more sensitive than others, realized this early on in their interactions with the 4 of them. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter's attitudes only started changing slowly once they understood how Lin Yuan thought of them. Spring, the King Blood Jackals still have a pile of tasks to attend to. You can go and make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons after the villages have settled into the area around the King Blood Jackal's territory and Sky City's kingdom and supply of faith are built up. It will be difficult for us to manage all of them if we take on such an enormous operation at once. Lin Yuan had already decided that he would focus on developing the King Blood Jackal's territory for now. On the way there, Sky Sea had passed many villages. Every weak species controlled a few villages. Lin Yuan intended to take control of all of these villages. As for the weak species, the King Blood Jackals could take those with potential as servants. Those without potential would be given a stable environment where they could continue developing. Once the trade chain was built, these species would be able to participate in trade with Listen. With the network of trade, all the species connected to it would be able to lead better lives. With a successful trade chain, it would also be easier for Sky City to gather resources. In order to achieve this, Lin Yuan would need at least 10 years. Hence, Lin Yuan was not in a rush to begin working on too many activities. While Sky City was developing stably in north of the Lonely River, Lin Yuan would explore the East Universe's main area. Lin Yuan wanted to see how long it would take for information to travel out from north of the Lonely River. When Connie saw the wild and bold manner in which Lin Yuan and his group acted, she never expected him to be so careful when it came to developing his commercial business. This was good news to her. Master, I will invite all the King Blood Jackals to a meeting later. Do you have any suggestions in terms of management? If you do, I will definitely act as per your instructions. Spring and Summer were very satisfied with Connie's actions. Lin Yuan had given her all the authority with regard to managing the King Blood Jackals, but they were still serving Sky City. Otherwise, there was no need for Lin Yuan to invest so much resources into nurturing the King Blood Jackals. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before saying to Connie, in the future, you might be spending more time traveling with me than staying with the King Blood Jackals. So I hope that you will be able to nurture a few trustworthy managers who will truly be able to manage the King Blood Jackals as opposed to tools who will only listen to orders but are unable to make any decisions of their own. You will only be able to grow stronger if you stick by my side. Once you evolve to Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit, you will be the King Blood Jackal's ruler forever. Connie never expected Lin Yuan to be willing to keep her by his side and take her out with him to train. This was an extremely rare opportunity for her. If she was frequently by Lin Yuan's side, she would become his close aide. With Lin Yuan's generosity, there were many benefits to being his close aide. Now that Connie had dedicated her loyalty to Lin Yuan, she would work hard for his sake. With her fountain of faith under his divine kingdom's control, it was impossible for her to break free from him. However, this did not mean that she should stop trying to gain as many benefits as she could from him. The part of becoming loyal to Lin Yuan that Connie looked forward to the most was not increasing her own power but the bright future that was in store for the King Blood Jackals once her power was increased. After thinking for a moment, Connie said, Master, I think your suggestion of having 2 rulers is a good one. I will select 2 outstanding King Blood Jackals and nurture them. They will take over the yoke of authority and oversee the King Blood Jackals. I will also assign 4 guards to each of these 2 King Blood Jackals. The 8 King Blood Jackals will all be male. This will elevate the status of the male King Blood Jackals. Master, what do you think of my suggestion? When Lin Yuan made the suggestion of the 2 rulers to Connie, he had intended to pick a male and a female. But now, she was going to pick 2 female rulers. This could be seen as trying to skew Lin Yuan's plans. However, Connie had insisted on this because she was the ruler of a matriarchy and looked down on the male King Blood Jackals. She did not want them to have the authority to rule over the King Blood Jackals. Allowing them to be the 2 female King Blood Jackal rulers' guards was the biggest compromise she was willing to make. She was worried that Lin Yuan would reject her suggestion. Hence, she even changed her original plan of having 4 male and 4 female guards to 8 male guards. Lin Yuan could see through Connie's intentions. After pondering over it, he agreed to her plan. A species that had been developing for all this time had to have its own unspoken norms and customs. Lin Yuan did not want to change these norms and customs unnecessarily, especially if it was something that Connie was strongly opposed to. By having 8 King Blood Jackals guarding the 2 new rulers, the male King Blood Jackal's status among the King Blood Jackals would already be elevated. Connie, you can call the shots on this matter. But I don't want there to be any more rebellions from the male King Blood Jackals while they are under your charge. The King Blood Jackals will be responsible for the operations in the territory, and someone will get in contact with you. All the King Blood Jackals are outside the hall. Go and see them. Don't allow anyone else to enter the inner palace before I leave. Connie performed a servant's most respectful act towards Lin Yuan before leaving to reorganize the King Blood Jackals. She would smooth out all the kinks that could possibly destabilize the King Blood Jackals. There was one thing that Connie did not tell Lin Yuan and would not be telling him, which was that she was the one who instigated the male King Blood Jackal's rebellion. Ripples like that were like waves that rolled across her peaceful life. They allowed her to nurture the best King Blood Jackals and remove those she did not like. However, this ripple caused all of Connie's playfulness to vanish because she realized that in the face of real problems, the ambition of the King Blood Jackals she had cultivated would end up seriously affecting her life. Connie did not know what Lin Yuan saw in her that made him willing to nurture her. If he did not see something in her but was interested in other King Blood Jackals instead, the other king blood jackals would not try to plead for mercy for her. Rather, they would gleefully push her towards her doom. After Connie left, she intentionally stationed 2 trusted aides by the palace's entrance to prevent anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. Connie did not want to think of herself as incompetent and unable to settle even something like this. Once Connie left, Lin Yuan released Kira. Kira was completely different from what she used to be. Previously, she protected her one and only batch of insect eggs and held back in everything she did. As badly as she wanted to get on Lin Yuan's good side, she never dared to use up the entire batch. But now, she had hatched all of her insect eggs, accumulated 30 more batches, and had specially evolved many demon insects. These demon insects all had extremely strong functional abilities. Kira felt that she could not compete with the demon insect queens in the West universe now, but once she unleashed her accumulated power, she would rapidly be able to reach their level. Kira had been pleading with Lin Yuan and hoping that he would set her free to develop herself. The demon insects' development did not just depend on spirit chi. They also needed to absorb various life forms and their genes. They would then use the genes to produce more types of life forms. After being released by Lin Yuan, Kira once again began pleading with him. She was delighted that this time, he did not turn her down. Instead, he gave her a real opportunity. Kira, I have been restraining you because the time wasn't right. But the time is right now. The demon insects shouldn't exist for destruction. I told you this long ago. The demon insects also made a huge contribution to defending the main world during the Dead Spirits crisis. You also helped to rebuild the main world afterward. This version of the demon insects is the one that will be helpful to Sky City. As a ruler and leader, you must agree with what I'm saying. If the demon insects can only develop themselves through destruction, you will be nothing but tools forever. Kira was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. But she soon nodded. This was not the first time that he was telling her this. At first, she did not agree with what he said. Rapid destruction and plundering were the demon insects' way of life. If they did not do that, their development would be significantly hindered. In an unfamiliar environment, this did not benefit the demon insects. But Kira slowly came to understand that the demon insects were dependent on Lin Yuan. They would never be able to obtain the same resources he provided them on their own. Hence, the demon insects needed to cooperate with Lin Yuan's plan. This was the reason for them being by Lin Yuan's side. Reality proved that Lin Yuan had enabled the demon insects to develop faster than Kira had anticipated. As such, Kira was very willing to work with Lin Yuan. Master, if you have any requests, just let me know. You don't have to worry about the tasks you leave in my hand. I will carry them out carefully and properly. Chapter 2839 Crimson Heaven Godly Falcons. The King Blood Jackal Queen finally bent her back and stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan as she asked seriously, Lord, my name is Connie. I am willing to trust the promise you've just given me. From now on, I will listen to your orders. Connie was strong-headed, but she was also smart. She knew when she had to be flexible and admit defeat. If Lin Yuan promised to evolve her bloodline and advance her to the Holy Spirit level, there was no way that Connie could ignore such benefits. Even if she managed to resist the temptation, she could not escape Lin Yuan's grasp. Just like he said, his arrival was her final ultimatum. He was not there to negotiate with her. In order to encourage the King Blood Jackals to compete with each other and work together for the sake of developing the species, Connie had cultivated their ambitious natures. The close aides under her were likely hoping that she would put up a fight so they could obtain rewards from Lin Yuan. When they heard Connie's choice, Spring and Summer looked at her approvingly. When one lived in the sky beyond the clouds and had to lead a species, being aware of one's circumstances was more important than possessing power. In the future, Connie would definitely be relieved and glad for the choice she had made. Lin Yuan raised his hand and released his Divine Kingdom's aura. He looked at Connie and said, Link your fountain of faith to my Divine Kingdom. The King Blood Jackals will remain under your control, and your authority won't be affected by my presence. You might even have the chance to take control of and rule over more species in the future. Since Connie had chosen to become loyal to Lin Yuan, she did not feel any hesitation to merge her fountain of faith with his Divine Kingdom and allowed him to take full control of her. However, the moment that she sensed Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom's aura, Connie's body froze. Just like Kong Huan, Connie sensed Truth's aura in Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom. She now began viewing him as a Holy Spirit expert. Connie was unaware of Spring and Summer's exact level of power, but they were definitely beyond the Divine Kingdom level as well. Otherwise, there was no way that they would be able to use force to take control of the king blood jackals immediately and shackle her to her own throne without giving her any opportunity to fight back. Lin Yuan's power delighted Connie. Rather than being controlled by a weak Holy Spirit expert, Connie preferred to be controlled by a strong Holy Spirit expert. Life forms who abided by the law of the jungle usually admired the strong. Lin Yuan had only used the faith tree to take control of Inkthorn, Mantis Age, and the rest. But he used his divine kingdom to take control of Connie. Clearly, he had different attitudes toward different subordinates. Lin Yuan had taken control of the 4 species overlords because he wanted to use them to take control of the Lonely River. Lin Yuan would supply resources to the dark pufferfish, shadow-hunting stingrays, and the rest but would not give them the opportunity to expand and develop beyond the Lonely River. However, there was a high chance that he would keep Connie by his side. Spring and Summer saw Connie's shocked expression and felt she was making too big of a fuss. In the coming days, she would be shocked almost daily as she remained by Lin Yuan's side. At that moment, Lin Yuan walked over to Connie and helped her to remove her cuffs before grabbing her wrists. The king blood jackals were liberal, and Connie had hundreds of male partners. Connie preferred rough and manly males. Using the body of all spirits to evolve bloodlines took a large toll on Lin Yuan. For now, apart from participating in strategizing, Lin Yuan was unable to do anything else. 2 months later, once the blue Dians obtained the dark pufferfish's poison, the operation would begin. At that point, Lin Yuan would have to focus on the Bloodian's operation and would not have extra energy that he could use to nurture Connie. Once Connie heard what Lin Yuan said, she felt waves of shock and delight wash over her repeatedly. She never expected an opportunity to come her way so soon. However, she could not help but be worried about this opportunity she was given. When Connie evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, she had been grievously injured by the cleansing from the world wills and had almost lost her life. It was only after she recovered and her power broke through that the other king blood jackals were able to evolve under safer circumstances. When she evolved to Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit, it would be much more dangerous than when she evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. One misstep in the world cleansing would reduce her to ashes. Connie could not help but feel anxious about that. She could not pass on such an opportunity, but taking it would put her at enormous risk. Spring and Summer could tell that Connie was worried but decided not to assuage her concerns. Rather, they waited for her to express her worries to Lin Yuan so he could dispel them. This would inadvertently cause Connie to feel reliant on Lin Yuan. Otherwise, given Connie's way of doing things, she would not consult Lin Yuan often in the future while she was leading the king blood jackals in managing his territory. As the one who made the decisions and managed Sky City, Lin Yuan needed managers who were insightful and could think critically. However, these managers also needed to run all key decisions past Lin Yuan. If the managers were given too much leeway, it would not be beneficial for the organization of Sky City's growing establishment. After hesitating for a moment, Connie told Lin Yuan about her concerns. "Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But before evolving, I need to make sufficient preparations. When I evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, I was almost killed by the world wills. I need to accumulate more power just in case." Lin Yuan looked at Spring and Summer. When they nodded, he told Connie, "Since I'm going to help you to evolve, I will definitely consider the safety aspect of the process. Spring and Summer will both be able to protect you, so you don't have to worry. I don't think anyone knows this place better than you do. Why don't you tell me about this area so I can gain a clear understanding of the circumstances? I am very curious to find out why the king blood jackals never expanded your territory. There is a fair amount of resources in the east." Before coming to see Connie, Lin Yuan had looked through a map of the king blood jackals' territory. This discovery had piqued his curiosity. It did not fit with the king blood jackals' style to know about the presence of resources but not expand their territory to harvest them. Lin Yuan could only think of one possibility for this, which was that there was a species just as strong as the king blood jackals in the mountain in the east. This was the only explanation for such an occurrence. Lin Yuan's words dissolved all of Connie's concerns. Since her safety was ensured, Connie was more than willing to increase her power as soon as possible. In response to Lin Yuan's question, Connie said seriously, "Master, the mountain is called the White Falcon Mountain. The name comes from the spinning wings white falcons, a dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The Crimson Heaven Falcons are the true rulers of the Lonely River. If not for their dislike of the weather here and the preference to live in lush forests and towering mountains, we would never dare to occupy this area." At that point, an awkward expression appeared on Connie's face. However, she could not hide anything from Lin Yuan. She knew that if Lin Yuan found out that she was hiding anything from him or lying to him, he would not only stop using her but would also punish her. Lin Yuan had given her such an opportunity so soon after taking her in. She knew that this opportunity meant that he valued her. By hook or by crook, she was not going to let this chance slip by. When Lin Yuan did not say anything after her explanation, Connie added, "The Spinning Wings White Falcons had a Holy Spirit expert 600 years ago. However, he still hasn't been able to break through to Domain Mountain class. The Crimson Heaven Falcons must be much more powerful than the Spinning Wings White Falcons in order to make them their dependent species. All I know about the Crimson Heaven Falcons are rumors, so I can't guarantee the accuracy. But there seems to be a lot of stock in one of the rumors. The Crimson Heaven Falcons have the power to make it to the top few ranks of the species ranking. Although there aren't many members, they still have the power to conquer many species. The reason they decided not to enter the species ranking is that they've been holding out for an opportunity and can't compete with all the species. Since the Crimson Heaven Falcons haven't left north of the Lonely River, it must mean that that opportunity has yet to arrive." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. He never expected Connie to be unaware of even such details about the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Chapter 2840 The Demon Insects restarted. But this also proved just how powerful the Crimson Heaven Falcons were. Even the Crimson Heaven Falcons' dependent species, the Spinning Wings White Falcons, were stronger than the King Blood Jackals. Hence, it was unlikely that the Crimson Heaven Falcons would take notice of the King Blood Jackals. Normally, a powerful species liked to protect life forms with the same type of bloodline they had. The King Blood Jackals did not qualify. Spring said from the side, "Young master, should we make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons? If you think we should, I can immediately get in touch with the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Alternatively, I can go ahead and take control of them directly. If the Crimson Heaven Falcons are truly staying here because they are holding out for an opportunity, this opportunity must be extremely important to them. This opportunity might be useful for us. The Crimson Heaven Falcons should be the descendants of a branch bloodline of an ancient bloodline. I never heard of the Crimson Heaven Falcons in the past." Spring and Summer were not at all concerned about the Crimson Heaven Falcons, who supported the Spinning Wings White Falcons. They were merely Domain Mountain / Holy Spirit. Such power was merely Tier 1 in the East universe. Spring and Summer felt that they were undeserving of being taken seriously. Spring had only made an example suggestion to Lin Yuan. However, her suggestion frightened Connie. Connie thought that once she mentioned the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the Crimson Heaven Falcons who supported them, Lin Yuan would definitely take them seriously. Yet, Spring and Summer could not be less bothered by them. It would be understandable if they had such an attitude towards the Spinning Wings White Falcons. After all, they only gained their first Holy Spirit Realm expert a few centuries ago. It was highly likely that the expert had not reached Domain Mountain. However, it was arrogant to act that way toward the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were very domineering. This could be seen from the Spinning Wings White Falcons. She did not have the Crimson Heaven Falcons' power. Spring and Summer only learned about the Crimson Heaven Falcons from her. Even she was unaware of their power, much less Spring and Summer. Was Spring not concerned that she would end up tripping and falling while trying to make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons? The Crimson Heaven Falcons were very domineering. This could be seen from the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Connie did not know if she should give Lin Yuan a reminder. The Crimson Heaven Falcons' bloodline did not have as long of a legacy as the King Blood Jackals, but almost 2 epochs had passed since they reached their prime. They could be considered an established species in the sky beyond the clouds. Was it certain that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were the descendants of the branch bloodline of an ancient bloodline just because Spring had never heard of them? Connie found Spring rather arrogant but did not dare to upset her. Firstly, it was clear that Spring and Lin Yuan were much closer than she and Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not react after hearing what Spring said, meaning that he agreed with what she said. Spring did not know what Connie was thinking, but if she did, she would not mind demonstrating her power to Connie. Spring did not want to be looked down on by an inferior life form, especially an inferior life form who would be following Lin Yuan in the future. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter were all dedicating their faith and loyalty to Lin Yuan. However, they felt uncontrollably superior to other life forms. Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and the Moon Empress, who were more sensitive than others, realized this early on in their interactions with the 4 of them. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter's attitudes only started changing slowly once they understood how Lin Yuan thought of them. Spring, the King Blood Jackals still have a pile of tasks to attend to. You can go and make contact with the Crimson Heaven Falcons after the villages have settled into the area around the King Blood Jackals' territory and Sky City's kingdom, and supply of faith are built up. It will be difficult for us to manage all of them if we take on such an enormous operation at once. Lin Yuan had already decided that he would focus on developing the King Blood Jackals' territory for now. On the way there, Sky Sea had passed many villages. Every weak species controlled a few villages. Lin Yuan intended to take control of all of these villages. As for the weak species, the King Blood Jackals could take those with potential as servants. Those without potential would be given a stable environment where they could continue developing. Once the trade chain was built, these species would be able to participate in trade with Listen. With the network of trade, all the species connected to it would be able to lead better lives. With a successful trade chain, it would also be easier for Sky City to gather resources. In order to achieve this, Lin Yuan would need at least 10 years. Hence, Lin Yuan was not in a rush to begin working on too many activities. While Sky City was developing stably in north of the Lonely River, Lin Yuan would explore the East Universe's main area. Lin Yuan wanted to see how long it would take for information to travel out from north of the Lonely River. When Connie saw the wild and bold manner in which Lin Yuan and his group acted, she never expected him to be so careful when it came to developing his commercial business. This was good news to her. Master, I will invite all the King Blood Jackals to a meeting later. Do you have any suggestions in terms of management? If you do, I will definitely act as per your instructions. Spring and Summer were very satisfied with Connie's actions. Lin Yuan had given her all the authority with regard to managing the King Blood Jackals, but they were still serving Sky City. Otherwise, there was no need for Lin Yuan to invest so much resources into nurturing the King Blood Jackals. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before saying to Connie, in the future, you might be spending more time traveling with me than staying with the King Blood Jackals. So I hope that you will be able to nurture a few trustworthy managers who will truly be able to manage the King Blood Jackals as opposed to tools who will only listen to orders but are unable to make any decisions of their own. You will only be able to grow stronger if you stick by my side. Once you evolve to Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit, you will be the King Blood Jackals ruler forever. Connie never expected Lin Yuan to be willing to keep her by his side and take her out with him to train. This was an extremely rare opportunity for her. If she was frequently by Lin Yuan's side, she would become his close aide. With Lin Yuan's generosity, there were many benefits to being his close aide. Now that Connie had dedicated her loyalty to Lin Yuan, she would work hard for his sake. With her fountain of faith under his divine kingdom's control, it was impossible for her to break free from him. However, this did not mean that she should stop trying to gain as many benefits as she could from him. The part of becoming loyal to Lin Yuan that Connie looked forward to the most was not increasing her own power but the bright future that was in store for the King Blood Jackals once her power was increased. After thinking for a moment, Connie said, Master, I think your suggestion of having 2 rulers is a good one. I will select 2 outstanding King Blood Jackals and nurture them. They will take over the yoke of authority and oversee the King Blood Jackals. I will also assign 4 guards to each of these 2 King Blood Jackals. The 8 King Blood Jackals will all be male. This will elevate the status of the male King Blood Jackals. Master, what do you think of my suggestion? When Lin Yuan made the suggestion of the 2 rulers to Connie, he had intended to pick a male and a female. But now, she was going to pick 2 female rulers. This could be seen as trying to skew Lin Yuan's plans. However, Connie had insisted on this because she was the ruler of a matriarchy and looked down on the male King Blood Jackals. She did not want them to have the authority to rule over the King Blood Jackals. Allowing them to be the 2 female King Blood Jackal rulers' guards was the biggest compromise she was willing to make. She was worried that Lin Yuan would reject her suggestion. Hence, she even changed her original plan of having 4 male and 4 female guards to 8 male guards. Lin Yuan could see through Connie's intentions. After pondering over it, he agreed to her plan. A species that had been developing for all this time had to have its own unspoken norms and customs. Lin Yuan did not want to change these norms and customs unnecessarily, especially if it was something that Connie was strongly opposed to. By having 8 King Blood Jackals guarding the 2 new rulers, the male King Blood Jackal's status among the King Blood Jackals would already be elevated. Connie, you can call the shots on this matter. But I don't want there to be any more rebellions from the male King Blood Jackals while they are under your charge. The King Blood Jackals will be responsible for the operations in the territory, and someone will get in contact with you. All the King Blood Jackals are outside the hall. Go and see them. Don't allow anyone else to enter the inner palace before I leave. Connie performed a servant's most respectful act towards Lin Yuan before leaving to reorganize the king blood jackals. She would smooth out all the kinks that could possibly destabilize the king blood jackals. There was one thing that Connie did not tell Lin Yuan and would not be telling him, which was that she was the one who instigated the male king blood jackals rebellion. Ripples like that were like waves that rolled across her peaceful life. They allowed her to nurture the best king blood jackals and remove those she did not like. However, this ripple caused all of Connie's playfulness to vanish because she realized that in the face of real problems, the ambition of the king blood jackals she had cultivated would end up seriously affecting her life. Connie did not know what Lin Yuan saw in her that made him willing to nurture her. If he did not see something in her but was interested in other king blood jackals instead, the other king blood jackals would not try to plead for mercy for her. Rather, they would gleefully push her towards her doom. After Connie left, she intentionally stationed 2 trusted aides by the palace's entrance to prevent anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. Connie did not want to think of herself as incompetent and unable to settle even something like this. Once Connie left, Lin Yuan released Kira. Kira was completely different from what she used to be. Previously, she protected her one and only batch of insect eggs and held back in everything she did. As badly as she wanted to get on Lin Yuan's good side, she never dared to use up the entire batch. But now, she had hatched all of her insect eggs, accumulated 30 more batches, and had specially evolved many demon insects. These demon insects all had extremely strong functional abilities. Kira felt that she could not compete with the demon insect queens in the West universe now, but once she unleashed her accumulated power, she would rapidly be able to reach their level. Kira had been pleading with Lin Yuan and hoping that he would set her free to develop herself. The demon insects' development did not just depend on spirit chi. They also needed to absorb various life forms and their genes. They would then use the genes to produce more types of life forms. After being released by Lin Yuan, Kira once again began pleading with him. She was delighted that this time, he did not turn her down. Instead, he gave her a real opportunity. Kira, I have been restraining you because the time wasn't right. But the time is right now. The demon insects shouldn't exist for destruction. I told you this long ago. The demon insects also made a huge contribution to defending the main world during the Dead Spirits crisis. You also helped to rebuild the main world afterward. This version of the demon insects is the one that will be helpful to Sky City. As a ruler and leader, you must agree with what I'm saying. If the demon insects can only develop themselves through destruction, you will be nothing but tools forever. Kira was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. But she soon nodded. This was not the first time that he was telling her this. At first, she did not agree with what he said. Rapid destruction and plundering were the demon insects' way of life. If they did not do that, their development would be significantly hindered. In an unfamiliar environment, this did not benefit the demon insects. But Kira slowly came to understand that the demon insects were dependent on Lin Yuan. They would never be able to obtain the same resources he provided them on their own. Hence, the demon insects needed to cooperate with Lin Yuan's plan. This was the reason for them being by Lin Yuan's side. Reality proved that Lin Yuan had enabled the demon insects to develop faster than Kira had anticipated. As such, Kira was very willing to work with Lin Yuan. Master, if you have any requests, just let me know. You don't have to worry about the tasks you leave in my hand. I will carry them out carefully and properly. Chapter 2841 All the members in attendance. Regardless of how much wealth Tale amassed in Thick Soil City, he would never have a better quality of life than the life forms who went to the sky beyond the clouds and continuously evolved their life rank. Before coming to the sky beyond the clouds, no one had a frame of reference for what they could encounter there. Not even Lin Yuan knew what the sky beyond the clouds would be like. But ever since arriving at the sky beyond the clouds and being exposed to this wide world filled with such exquisite spirit chi, Bai Qinghuan felt as though she were given a new lease on life. Bai Qinghuan did not envy the strong. Rather, now that she was in this wider world, she wanted to use her own capabilities to change this world. She believed that Lin Yuan would be willing to give her the opportunity to do so. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji shared the same ambitions as Bai Qinghuan. Lin Yuan looked at Sky City's main members, whose eyes were blazing with ambition, and said with a smile, "We haven't had a proper meeting in a long time. We have gained our footing in the sky beyond the clouds and need to begin our development. During this meeting, you will be given individual responsibilities, and we can discuss how you'll carry out these responsibilities." While Lin Yuan was giving out his orders, he emanated the aura of a superior. Lin Yuan never intended to discuss the responsibilities of Sky City's members with them. Rather, he would make the decisions on his own. Firstly, as Sky City's leader, Lin Yuan was aware of each of their abilities and knew which direction would be best for them. For some of them, like Su Yiren and Luo Lan, Lin Yuan had already communicated his plans to them. But there were a few members whose roles had yet to be set. Lin Yuan was going to use this meeting to confirm their roles. Wen Yu spoke first. Young master, you should be the one to decide all our directions and responsibilities. In the past, you gave us space to make our own decisions. But if you have any requests, just let us know, and all of us will do our best to fulfill them. Wen Yu's words immediately garnered a response from the group. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Wen Yu, you will continue to serve as my assistant and help with Sky City's overall tasks. If anyone encounters any issues in the future, continue to inform Wen Yu of them. Wen Yu will collate the information before giving me a report on them. I will be leaving Sky City soon and might not be returning for some time. During that time, all of you will be working under Wen Yu's management. Lin Yuan's words demonstrated Wen Yu's importance, and once again, the group was reminded of her status in Sky City. Recently, all of Sky City's main members had obtained substantial power and authority. All of them competed fairly for faith power, and it was easy for them to forget the authority that Wen Yu held in Sky City. This would not benefit Wen Yu when she began managing Sky City in Lin Yuan's stead. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to say these things before he left. All of their expressions froze momentarily before they began looking at Wen Yu differently. Now that Wen Yu's role had been declared, Lin Yuan hurriedly went on to address the plan for Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you will continue to manage the white-clothed followers and oversee all of the reserve and combat sequence members. Duan He and Zhou Luo will be your assistants and help you manage the white-clothed followers. Big Brother Lu, I suggest that you spend more time increasing your power. You are no longer restricted by the limited number of Firefly Demon fetuses and will be able to turn all the carcinoma feys into fairies in a short time before beginning to nurture these fairies. I will give you all the resources you'll need before I leave. As the leader of the white-clothed followers, increasing your power is a priority for you. Lin Yuan's affection for Lu Ji shone through in his words, and his arrangement for Lu Ji cemented the latter's position in Sky City. Lu Ji had an unshakable hold on the third-place position in Sky City, and he had status equal to Wen Yu. The two of them and Lin Yuan made up the triangular pinnacle of Sky City's pyramid. Listen, Beisu, Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and the rest were all well aware of Lu Ji's position. Lu Ji had always presented himself as Lin Yuan's retainer, but it was easy for others to underestimate him because he never undertook any of Sky City's management tasks. Lu Ji had spent some time learning from Bai Qinghuan, and the latter had looked down on him. She never expressed this view, but this was how she saw him. To her, he was all bravery but no strategic mind. This did not refer to Lu Ji's combat strategies. As the heart of insect swarm that was acknowledged by the entire Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Ji's combat strategies were not lacking, and he could command the army of insects to perfection. The strategy that Bai Qinghuan was referring to was the management of Sky City's internal affairs. Lin Yuan assigned Lu Ji to manage the white-clothed followers and Duan He and Zhou Luo to assist him. This made Lu Ji's job extremely simple. Zhou Luo and Duan He had joined Lin Yuan earlier than Bai Qinghuan did, and they were both very respectful toward Lu Ji. They would never cause any issues while they were assisting him. Bai Qinghuan hoped that Lin Yuan would allow her to participate in large-scale battles in the future. Large-scale battles would definitely require the support of Lu Ji, who led the white-clothed followers. Thus, Bai Qinghuan intended to find the opportunity to improve her relationship with Lu Ji properly. None of Sky City's members lacked resources, but they would not think of themselves as having too many resources, either. Lin Yuan had asked Lu Ji to turn all of the insect species carcinoma feys into fairies. Before leaving for the sky beyond the clouds, Lu Ji had searched the entire main world for insect species carcinoma feys, and he had brought almost all of them to the sky beyond the clouds. Lu Ji possessed more than 1,000 insect species carcinoma feys and had nurtured all of them into fairies. With the exclusion of Lin Yuan, Lu Ji was now the strongest member of Sky City and required an unimaginable amount of resources. This knowledge affected Lu Ji as well. He never expected Lin Yuan to use such a luxurious method to increase his power. Lu Ji knew that Lin Yuan had to have thought the matter through carefully and deeply before making such an arrangement. With a serious expression, Lu Ji said, "Young master, I will nurture every fairy and will not let down the trust you have in me." Duan He and Zhou Luo were very anxious about their circumstances. Both of them felt that they only managed to become Sky City's main members because they became acquainted with Lin Yuan the earliest. Zhou Luo was the first white-clothed follower Lin Yuan recruited, while Duan he was Sky City's emperor-class expert. But now, that advantage had been nullified. Now that Lin Yuan had given the two of them roles similar to what they had held in the past, Zhou Luo and Duan he relaxed fully. Next, Lin Yuan moved on to Luo Lan and Su Yiren. Su Yiren's abilities were stronger than Luo Lan's. Hence, Su Yiren took the lead when it came to governing the kingdom, while Luo Lan assisted her. All of Sky City's main members expected this, and Luo Lan agreed as well. Even now, there were many things that Luo Lan could learn from Su Yiren. Luo Lan had been growing rapidly, and Su Yiren had been teaching and guiding her because of the friendship they shared. The two of them were like teacher and student but were also sisters. After settling Luo Lan and Su Yiren, Lin Yuan moved on to Listen and Endless Summer. Lin Yuan mulled for a moment before he looked at Qin Yu and asked, "Qin Yu, I am now going to give you a choice. Are you going to manage the Lonely River as a means of training yourself like Bei Su is going to do, or will you join Listen and Endless Summer in building the trading network?" The trading network is linked to Sky City's assimilation into the sky beyond the clouds. It will enable Sky City to have a stable source of the sky beyond the clouds' native resources. I will be giving a lot of support to the building of the trading network. Qin Yu used to work with Listen and Endless Summer. The three of them always butted heads over planning decisions. Most of the time, they would end up following Listen's decision. Occasionally, they could go with Endless Summer's decision. Qin Yu did not feel like he was making much of a contribution, and he did not like that feeling. Hence, despite Lin Yuan emphasizing the importance of the trading network and committing to investing numerous resources in this endeavor, Qin Yu did not intend to continue working with Listen and Endless Summer. Firstly, it was difficult for him to stand out when he worked with them. Secondly, he shared Bei Su's preference for managing factions. Previously, Qin Yu had only spent a short time learning from Jin Kyungsun. Nonetheless, he had managed to organize Thick Soil City well, and there had been many things that Tale needed to rely on Qin Yu for. However, ever since managing Thick Soil City, Qin Yu had never had the chance to manage another faction or area. Now that Lin Yuan was giving him the chance to choose, Qin Yu preferred to fight for his passions. Qin Yu said firmly, "Young master, just like Bei Su, I would like to share your burdens. My talent for trading is mediocre, and I caused a lot of issues for Big Brother Listen and Big Sister Summer. I have always felt bad for that." Listen and Endless Summer had been working with Qin Yu for more than 10 years and knew what troubled him. It was true that he had made errors regarding planning for resource allocation, but his talent was not as lacking as he made it out to seem. The talent to manage factions could also be translated to the allocation of resources. Qin Yu might not have done as good of a job as Bei Su, but he was not bad either. The two of them wished Qin Yu a future that he would be satisfied with. During this meeting, Lin Yuan would decide the development direction for all of Sky City's key members, and this would essentially be permanent. Lin Yuan approved of Qin Yu's bravery in fighting for his future. "Okay. Since you're interested in and have the determination to manage factions, you will assist Su Yiren and Luo Lan until a suitable territory for you to manage emerges." Qin Yu's eyes filled with gratitude when he heard what Lin Yuan said. By sending him to work with Su Yiren and Luo Lan, it was clear that Lin Yuan wanted him to work with them. When it came to management, Qin Yu had only ever learned such skills from Jin Kyungsun, who was very conservative and did not show any burning passion or determination for anything. All the skills that Qin Yu had learned were superficial. Su Yiren and Luo Lan were more capable than Jin Kyungsun when it came to this area. If he were able to learn from them, he would definitely be able to improve his ability to manage factions in the future. Qin Yu was on relatively good terms with both of them, and they were not considered rivals. He believed that they would be willing to teach him. As Lin Yuan's path protector, blood love would remain by Lin Yuan's side in his future training and journeys. There was no need for him to make any arrangements for her. Zhong Ziyi and Gulang were part of Sky City now, but he had yet to assign them tasks that were related to Sky City. Instead, he had told them to spend time learning and gaining an understanding of Sky City. After spending such a long time learning, both of them had to have come up with their own thoughts and opinions. "Zhong Ziyi and Gulang, which direction do the two of you want to take? Will you join the building of the trading network or work with Qin Yu in managing the faction?" Gulang always had a clear plan for his life. He had been prepared from the moment he decided to follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. "City Lord, I hope to work with Listen and Endless Summer in establishing the trading network. That is where my skills lie. As a newcomer, I will take on a learner's mindset when working with Listen and Endless Summer. Gulang's tone was very humble, but he was not trying to come across in such a way. This was just his plan. He needed to understand Listen and Endless Summer's styles and rhythms before he could coordinate with them. The three of them would become a tight-knit and well-oiled team. After hearing that Qin Yu experienced numerous issues working with Listen and Endless Summer, Gulang would try his best to avoid encountering such problems. Gulang always admired Listen. When Gulang first became acquainted with Lin Yuan, Listen had only been the manager of a small chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan never stopped providing Listen with opportunities that would enable any chamber of commerce to rise in prominence. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, Listen used his abilities to form a trading network with all the main world's federations. Even the Bamboo Monarch could not help but sing praises of Listen. Gulang was very willing to work with such an outstanding figure because this was the only way he would be able to continuously improve. Given Gulang's understanding of Zhongzi, the latter would be uninterested in managing factions and building a trading network. Even without his curse, Zhongzi was a fighter through and through. Chapter 2842 Hu Quan's Ambitions. Zhongzi would not invest effort in roles he was uninterested in. Hence, he would definitely ask Lin Yuan for roles related to combat and fighting. This was exactly what happened. Zhongzi told Lin Yuan straightforwardly, "City Lord, do you have any sectors related to combat that will allow me to train? I have always been skilled at combat." When I opened a chamber of commerce with Gulang, he handled most of the management responsibilities. I wasn't any help at all. If I have to manage something or work with someone in such a role, I will become useless and have nothing to do. Zhongzi was very aware of his abilities and was unwilling to do anything he did not want to do. He detested being an inconvenience to others. Otherwise, he could have insisted on being assigned the same role as Gulang and sat back while Gulang did all the work. After all, given his relationship with Gulang, the latter would never resent him for acting this way. Lin Yuan had thought about Zhongzi's situation and had come up with an arrangement for him. Even if Zhongzi had not brought this up, Lin Yuan would not have sent Zhongzi to do something he was not skilled at doing. Truthfully, aside from combat, Zhongzi was also skilled at the organization that came after a battle. Lin Yuan had discovered this while developing in the abyssal world alongside Zhongzi. Before leaving the main world, Chef Supreme had intentionally visited Lin Yuan and told him all about Zhongzi. Chef Supreme had watched Zhongzi grow up, and they became especially close after Li Changlin refused to receive Chef Supreme's teachings. Moreover, Chef Supreme's second disciple, Xia Chen, was fully focused on running the kitchen fragrance palace. Hence, Chef Supreme had lavished all his love and affection on Zhongzi. Chef Supreme had also told Lin Yuan about Zhongzi's battle organization and planning talents. Chef Supreme knew that Zhongzi did not like to brag about himself. If Lin Yuan was unobservant, Chef Supreme was certain that Zhongzi's talents would go unnoticed for a long time. Telling Lin Yuan about all this was the final thing he could do for Zhongzi as his master. Lin Yuan had begun making preparations for Zhongzi long ago. "Zhongzi, I previously asked you to communicate with the demon insects. You must be very aware of the demon insects' circumstances. I will be asking Kira and the demon insects to help with the migration of the villagers. Why don't you stay with her and help with this task? Once the migration of the villages is completed, Kira will send the demon insects all over the territory to collect and take control of the other species. I'm sure you're interested in this job as well." Zhongzi's eyes lit up. He was not very interested in helping Kira with the migration of the villages, but he was far more interested in going with the demon insects to take over other species. This direction perfectly aligned with Zhongzi's adventurous spirit. Zhongzi was not the only one whose eyes lit up when he heard Lin Yuan's arrangements. Bai Qinghuan's eyes lit up as well. Bai Qinghuan was also interested in such a direction, but Lin Yuan had yet to assign a role to her. This caused her to feel rather disappointed. Previously, she was the one who had made an error. Bai Qinghuan did not know if Lin Yuan was still angry with her. Just like Zhongzi, Bai Qinghuan was also very willing to fight for her own opportunities. She mustered her courage and said, "City Lord, I would also like to go with Kira. With my talents, I will definitely be able to help her. Kira isn't human, and the way she comprehends things differs from humans in certain ways. With me around, I will be able to prevent her from making the wrong choices. Please give me this opportunity. I won't make the same mistake again." While Bai Qinghuan was begging Lin Yuan, she essentially put on a presentation, clearly describing her skills. She also expressed that she had learned from her previous actions, showing Lin Yuan that she had grown. Bai Qinghuan was very enthusiastic. Her ability to deliver such a speech indicates not only her loyalty but also her sincere desire to contribute to the development of Sky City. This commitment goes beyond personal growth, highlighting her dedication to the city's progress. Given that she had learned from her mistake, Lin Yuan was willing to give her a chance. Unlike Return to Ruins, Kira was unaware of Lin Yuan's attitude toward Bai Qinghuan and would not leverage this to bully her. Kira was also able to communicate with Lin Yuan anytime she wanted and only listened to Lin Yuan's orders. Without direct orders from Lin Yuan, not even Lu Ji, Wen Yu, or the Moon Empress could get Kira to do anything. Wen Yu and Lu Ji needed to contact Lin Yuan each time they needed help from the demon insects. If Bai Qinghuan had not learned from her mistake and continued doing whatever she wanted, Kira would give Bai Qinghuan a rude wake-up call. Bai Qinghuan's abilities were still formidable. Once she arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, her abilities elevated significantly from the level they were at in the main world. But none of these were the reasons Lin Yuan was giving her another chance. If Bai Qinghuan didn't grasp the lesson from her previous experience, Lin Yuan would kick her out of Sky City's group of main members and relegate her to the ranks of the white-clothed followers reserve sequence. Okay. Since you've admitted and reflected on your previous mistake, you can work with Kira and Zhongzi in the future. Now, among all of Sky City's main members, Hu Chuan was the only one who did not have a plan laid out for him. Hu Chuan had been working doggedly by Lin Yuan's side for the past few years. He and his disciples had worked tirelessly to build Sky City and infrastructure in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Even a regular person who had contracted the vitality sloth would not work themselves to such a degree. First, Lin Yuan acknowledged Hu Quan's contributions to Sky City before asking him, "Hu Chuan, you are still Sky City's head designer and are in charge of construction. What plans do you have for your future development?" Lin Yuan was showing Hu Chuan the greatest respect by asking him such a question at this meeting. Hu Chuan hurriedly stood up before bowing to Lin Yuan. "City Lord, please don't say that. For years, you provided me with precious resources that I have never even seen before in my life and enabled my spirit craftsman class to rise continuously. This is enough for you to recruit all the spirit craftsmen in the world. You also allowed me to contract the lifespan mouse and obtain an endless lifespan. Now, I don't have to worry about falling sick and old and eventually dying. I am able to endlessly challenge my spirit craftsman class. You have given me the life I always wanted. So please don't be so polite or courteous to me." Hu Chuan also wanted to say that Lin Yuan's ideas were the spark for many of his inspirations. But after thinking about it, Hu Chuan decided not to say that. If he said that, the other members of Sky City would think that he was trying to flatter Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was not a spirit craftsman. However, to Hu Chuan, this was the truth. Now that Hu Chuan had said all that he wanted to say, he began describing his plan for the future. As a workaholic, Hu Chuan had carefully analyzed his future direction from the moment he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. He knew that his decisions affected not only himself but also the disciples who followed him and devoted themselves to him over the years. He now possessed all the spirit craftsman techniques in the main world. He had surpassed all other spirit craftsmen in the main world. Nonetheless, Hu Chuan felt that this was not enough if he wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side. There were many beautiful structures in the sky beyond the clouds. Take the King Blood Jackal's castle as an example. It had a rough beauty and looked as though it had not been carved or sculpted with care. But on the inside, one would immediately realize that this castle was filled with details. Hu Chuan honestly laid out his requests. "City Lord, if it's possible, I hope that you can assign a few experts to me who will accompany me to train. We will learn about the techniques of building the various species structures and buildings. I will do my best to pick and incorporate the best aspects while filtering out the useless ones. If you happen across any native spirit craftsmen in the sky beyond the clouds, please bring them here so I can spar and learn from them." Lin Yuan smiled when he heard what Hu Chuan said. Hu Quan's plan was exceptionally clear, and Lin Yuan did not need to worry about him. It would be easy for him to assign a few experts to Hu Chuan to accompany him in his travels. As for whether Lin Yuan would be able to find native spirit craftsmen from the sky beyond the clouds with whom Hu Chuan would be able to interact, he would try his best, as Hu Chuan had specially mentioned it. "Uncle Hu, the spirit craftsmen under you might not have reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom like you have, but all of them are indisputable birth horoscope experts. The increase in their spiritual power will allow them to contract more feys." Hu Chuan hurriedly said, "City Lord, that is exactly what I have in mind. So far, we have only contracted native feys from the main world. Even if we pick up some of the architectural techniques from the sky beyond the clouds, we won't be able to execute them without the proper feys. If we can form contracts with feys from the sky beyond the clouds, the spirit craftsman will definitely be able to renovate Sky City into a better version in the future. Lin Yuan said seriously, Uncle Hu, I will look carefully for such feys while I am on my journeys. However, the most important part will be waiting for you to deepen your understanding of the sky beyond the clouds so you can choose the feys yourself. Once Lin Yuan and Hu Chuan were done speaking, the meeting of Sky City's main members officially came to an end. Technically, Sky City had another main member, Chu Ci. It was Chu Ci's own decision not to participate in this meeting. After speaking with Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and the rest, Chu Ci realized just how lacking her abilities were. She had only managed to reach the same level as the rest of them because Lin Yuan had nurtured her. But when it came to intelligence and strategizing, she was a far cry from the rest. This was related to her talent as well as the education she had received. In their youth, Chu Ci and Lin Yuan faced the challenge of survival. Chu Ci had dedicated herself to her school lessons, driven by a dual purpose, to bring happiness to Lin Yuan through her academic success and to secure scholarships that could alleviate Lin Yuan's financial struggles. Chu Ci had held on to that mindset for 16 years. But in the first 16 years of Luo Lan, Su Yiren, Gu Lang, and the rest's lives, they had received only the best education. They had been taught not just the knowledge that regular spirit chi professionals needed to know but also knowledge pertaining to management and business. This gave them an enormous advantage that Chu Ci did not have. In the past 20-odd years, Chu Ci had concentrated on improving her combat skills and battle strategies. If she had to fight Zhongzi or Gu Lang, she would stand a good chance of winning. But in terms of managing trade and governance abilities, she could not hold a candle to Zhongzi, Gu Lang, Su Yiren, and Luo Lan. Chu Ci intended to spend some time learning these skills from Cold Moon and Mystic Moon. If she took on tasks on Sky City's behalf without gaining any skills, she would make blunders or embarrass Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was surprised by Chu Ci's attitude. He felt that Chu Ci was always anxious to prove herself. Yet, when the opportunity arose, she lacked confidence and decided to work on her failings instead. In the future, she would be able to gain a fresh perspective on management and participate in meetings with Sky City's other main members. When the meeting ended, Lin Yuan returned to his room on Sky City's back and began nurturing the King Blood Jackal bloodline he had absorbed into his body. New chapters are published on N.O.V.L.IR.N.T. While he evolved the bloodline, he attempted to merge it with his body. In an instant, his eyes turned golden red, and a ravaging bloodlust erupted from his body. Lin Yuan's facial features started changing, and his muscles expanded. When Blood Love, who was in Lin Yuan's hair, saw what was happening to him, her heart began pounding like a drum. At that moment, he could not be more attractive to her. This erupting wildness was on a completely different level from the oppressed male king blood jackals. Connie's aura was similar to Lin Yuan's current one. However, from the moment Blood Love became acquainted with Connie, the latter was a prisoner. Connie was fully under Spring and Summer's thumb. She did not have the formidability of the queen of the king blood jackals at all. Lin Yuan did not notice the change in his appearance. His golden hair fell past his ears and tickled his ears. The king blood jackal bloodline caused Lin Yuan's hair to become much stronger than before. Lin Yuan now felt that his body was full of explosive energy and sensed that he was now even able to control metals. Chapter 2843 Advancement of the King Blood. Every time Lin Yuan acquired a different bloodline, he felt that he had improved to a different extent. This made him understand how powerful his body of all spirits was. As Lin Yuan absorbed more and more bloodlines through the body of all spirits, he was able to apply the best method to deal with any circumstances. As time passed day by day, Blood Love could feel that Lin Yuan's aura was becoming unusually cheerful. Lin Yuan was expending a large amount of resources to nurture the King Blood Jackal bloodline in his body. His peak King Blood Jackal bloodline was gradually improving. Lin Yuan's aura underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation as his golden hair extended to his back. His golden hair stood on end, emanating a much stronger aura. A dark gold hue manifested in Lin Yuan's reddish gold eyes, intensifying his cold-blooded appearance. This aura frightened Blood Love. However, Blood Love quickly came back to her senses and exclaimed, "Lin Yuan, did you upgrade the King Blood Jackal bloodline to the Emperor Blood grade? I feel that the pressure of your bloodline is at least 10 times stronger than before." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. The king blood jackal bloodline in his body could be said to be the highest level of bloodline stored in the body of all spirits. Compared to the mermaid emperor bloodline, the alluring fox bloodline was of a higher level. However, the bloodline that he had spent more than 20 days carefully strengthening was soon going to be provided to the king blood jackal queen, Connie. If he provided Connie with the emperor bloodline he had nurtured, it would become the seed for the advancement of Connie's bloodline. It would induce Connie's bloodline grade to transform from king blood to emperor blood grade. When that time came, there would be a domain mountain/holy spirit expert under Lin Yuan's command. After spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Sky City finally had a person who could take charge. This made Lin Yuan's investment meaningful. If the emperor bloodline was provided to Connie and she still did not manage to advance, there would really be no need for Lin Yuan to waste his resources. During the process of nurturing the king blood jackal bloodline, Lin Yuan had been learning about Sky City's recent development through the Thoughts letter paper. After Lin Yuan sent out Kira, the mobilization speed of the insect swarm was extremely fast. In less than half a day, Kira had created teams that could support the village's migration with the Class 2 genetic lock demon insects American Samoa the core according to Lin Yuan's request. Then, these teams would be put into use. A Class 2 genetic lock demon insect possessed an extremely high IQ. However, regardless of how high its IQ was, a Class 2 genetic lock demon insect could not handle everything alone. Owing to Lin Yuan's request to Kira, each team was equipped with 3 to 5 Class 3 genetic lock demon insects. As a result, the genetic lock demon insects did not cause any trouble during the past 20 days. Zhong Ziyi and Bai Qinghuan had already arrived beside Kira. The two of them had already known that the swarm led by Kira was extremely powerful. They had helped humans resist the nest of dead spirits in the main world and had never been at a disadvantage in the battle against the tide of dead spirits. Zhong Ziyi and Bai Qinghuan had overestimated the demon insects. However, when they actually came into contact with them, they realized that the demon and alien insects were completely different. The power of the demon insects was not something alien insects could compare to. The demon insects were no less intelligent than humans. In fact, in some large-scale operations, the demon insects knew how to listen to orders better than humans. Zhong Ziyi and Bai Qinghuan did not focus on the demon insects management. The demon insects were fully managed by Kira, their queen. If Zhong Ziyi and Bai Qinghuan focused on managing the demon insects, it would be equivalent to threatening Kira's status. This would fundamentally break off the cooperation between the three. The source of this content, S. L. Re. Et. Zhong Ziyi knew his strengths very well. Zhong Ziyi asked Kira for 10 demon insect squads and instructed them to clean the original infrastructure of those villages. He then gathered all the useful resources and got the demon insects to erase all traces of life in these villages. This was to prevent any faction from crossing the Lonely River one day and discovering the situation in north of the Lonely River. This kingdom, with the king blood jackal's territory as its core, had just been established. Bai Qinghuan didn't give Kira any opinions during the demon insect squad's village migration process. Bai Qinghuan's mind was on the demon insects spreading in the wilderness of north of the Lonely River and controlling the battles of the other species. Only when that time came would she be able to display her intelligence. Bai Qinghuan was extremely happy that Lin Yuan had arranged for Zhong Ziyi to work with her. More than 10 years ago, Bai Qinghuan had been at the lowest point of her life. Back then, Bai Qinghuan had been taught a lesson by Return to Ruins. She had almost thought that Lin Yuan was prepared to abandon her and not put her in an important position. At that time, Bai Qinghuan met Zhong Ziyi by chance. Zhong Ziyi had heard about Bai Qinghuan's strong strategic sense, prompting him to seek a conversation with her. Following a deep discussion, he extended an invitation for her to join him at the intersection of the main world and the dimensional rift, where they trained together for nearly 2 years. Subsequently, Bai Qinghuan found herself admiring Zhong Ziyi. For individuals dedicated to pursuing their values, love wasn't deemed a mandatory life choice. Thus, Bai Qinghuan concealed her admiration, recognizing the similarity between herself and Zhong Ziyi. They both fervently pursued their values. Now, with the opportunity to collaborate, she anticipated more frequent interactions with Zhong Ziyi than in the past. Even if she didn't have a future with Zhong Ziyi, she could still derive a lot of pleasure from their interactions. Listen was already familiar with planning trade routes. In the beginning, Listen had been managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the Radiance Federation, and the chamber's route had been confirmed long ago. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's original accumulation process mainly relied on cooperation with Hu Quan's Heavenly Craft Pavilion. Lin displayed his talent in managing the listening heron chamber of commerce. It was on his way to the startling lines continent that Lin first set out to build a trade route. At first, the trade route was limited to the Divine Wood Federation, but Lin Yuan gradually gave Lin a wider platform. The startling lines continent's 3 federations were all under Lin Yuan's control. Lin had completely connected the 3 federations' trade lines and revived the startling lines continent's economy, making it rich. Taking advantage of the dead spirits crisis, Lin also helped the Radiance Federation perfect the trade chain. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had set up 3-figure branches in every big city. There were thousands of branches in the Radiance Federation so that the more remote prefectures and counties in the various large cities would not have to worry about obtaining resources. This allowed outstanding spirit chi professionals to appear in the remote prefectures and counties in the Radiance Federation. With the Radiance Federation as the core, Lin structured the entire world's trade system and received the Moon Empress's great recognition. Lin's ability allowed him to sort out the trade chains within the King Blood Jackals in just 20 days. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was reopened in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin had asked Lin Yuan about the Chamber of Commerce's name. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was Lin's obsession, but he was afraid that Lin Yuan would have a problem with this name now. Lin Yuan did not change the name of the Chamber of Commerce. First of all, the name was of no great matter. No matter how far this Chamber of Commerce developed in the future, it would be managed by Sky City. Secondly, Lin Yuan found the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's name very intimate. Lin could be considered a veteran figure in Sky City. Apart from Lu Ji and Wen Yu, Lin had been by Lin Yuan's side the longest. Lin Yuan would give Lin absolute freedom over such a small matter. Endless Summer and Gulang did not participate in the construction of the Chamber of Commerce's trade chain. The two of them began to travel around the King Blood Jackal's territory. They wanted to see if there were any resources worth developing and nurturing. Lin was not in a hurry to take out the many resources brought by the main world. They would be stored in the intermediate spatial equipment without any losses. Even if these resources were sold, they could only be exchanged for resources that could be collected in the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin suddenly had an idea. If he really wanted to open the trade chain, he could not only trade with the species in the King Blood Jackal's territory. Allowing these communities to interact with resources was no different from opening a grocery store in an intermediate district. What Lin needed was the trade of supplies in the King Blood Jackal's territory with external supplies. Then, they would earn a lot of profits from the trade with external supplies. Lin wanted to cooperate with Bei Su after Lin Yuan expressed that he wanted to trade the supplies produced by the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River in the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin Yuan agreed with Lin's idea. However, the most important thing now was to build the trade chain in the territory. Lin Yuan told Lin to wait until the trade chain in the King Blood Jackal's territory was completed and circulated smoothly. He would get Bei Su to bring Lin and the leaders of the Lonely River's 4 species overlords together to discuss trade matters. Lin was pleasantly surprised when he received Lin Yuan's reply. He was a very ambitious person, especially since he had already successfully experienced the feeling of strategizing. Now that he was in the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan was still willing to give himself space to showcase his ambitions. The Moon Empress and Wen Yu were in charge of Sky City's situation. This meant that Lin Yuan only needed to make decisions for many things. Wen Yu had always been self-aware of her abilities. Back at the main world, she had been mainly responsible for helping Lin Yuan gather information. Sky City's other members did not send messages to Lin Yuan much, so Wen Yu could handle it by herself. But now, everything was in a state of waiting in the sky beyond the clouds. There was too much news rushing to him every day. If not for the Moon Empress' help, Wen Yu would not have been able to handle it. Wen Yu was extremely grateful to the Moon Empress and became even more respectful toward her. After all, she had learned a lot from the Moon Empress. During her time with the Moon Empress, Wen Yu was able to notice her improvement every day. Lin Yuan returned to the King Blood Jackal's palace. Connie was standing in front of Lin Yuan with an expectant and nervous expression. According to the previous agreement, Lin Yuan was there to help her improve her bloodline. This was the closest she had ever been to the Emperor blood grade. Connie hoped to seize this opportunity no matter what. Lin Yuan sensed Connie's nervousness and spoke very seriously. Whether you can improve this time is indeed very important, but it doesn't mean that you won't have another chance to improve after you can't improve this time. All you have to do is grab as much as you can. Haven't you always been looking forward to the Emperor blood grade? I'll give you the Emperor bloodline now. Lin Yuan activated his body of all spirits and released the Emperor bloodline that he had nurtured. Feeling the bloodline pressure, Connie subconsciously knelt on the ground with admiration in her eyes. Upon seeing Connie's expression, Lin Yuan knew that it was because of the bloodline worship. This king blood jackal bloodline worship was not inferior to the mermaid bloodline worship. It might even be stronger. Otherwise, there was no need for Connie, the king blood jackal queen, to immediately lower herself after sensing the emperor bloodline. The moment Connie recovered from the bloodline worship, she could not hide her astonishment. Connie had never expected that Lin Yuan would extract a portion of her bloodline and transform it in just 20 days. How shocking was that? Connie had indeed heard from Lin Yuan that he wanted to nurture the bloodline she provided. However, she had never thought that Lin Yuan could raise her bloodline to this level. If she injected fresh emperor bloodline into her body, with the strength of her current bloodline, her bloodline transformation could be said to be a sure bet. Moreover, this emperor bloodline was nurtured with her own bloodline. Implanting it into her body would not cause much rejection and pose a threat to her safety. Master, thank you for nurturing me. When my bloodline advances, I will definitely do my best to repay Master's kindness. Lin Yuan waved his hand. As long as you work hard for me in the future, your current advancement is only the beginning. You'll have more opportunities in the future. Lin Yuan could not help but think of Whitespeak as he looked at Connie. Whitespeak had always been working for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan originally wanted to bring Whitespeak to the sky beyond the clouds, but Whitespeak wanted to stay in the main world. Previously, when Lin Yuan asked his subordinates for their opinions, Whitespeak had hesitantly explained his decision to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had not forced Whitespeak to stay in the main world. Just like the Samsara realm dictators in the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan did not take any of them with him. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to take them away, but these Samsara realm dictators all belonged to the power of the main world. Taking them away would greatly affect the main world's strength. Even if there would be a conflict between humans and dimensional life forms in the main world sooner or later, Lin Yuan still hoped to use these Samsara realm dictators under his control to exchange for tens of thousands of years of peace between humans and dimensional life forms. Although Lin Yuan had not left the main world for long, he was already starting to miss his hometown. Chapter 2844 Divine Kingdom Ability, Jackal Devouring Purgatory. It was only the Radiance Federation's experts, dimensional worlds dictators, the Heavenly Family Cottage, the Vast Sea Labyrinth, and other top factions that were aware of what Lin Yuan had done for the main world. However, these people did not know everything. This included Whitespeak and Eternal Source, who had been Lin Yuan's subordinates for a long time. Whitespeak wanted to stay in the main world. Eternal Source wanted to follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had taken away the mermaids, leaving only the sea beasts and sea clans in the water world. However, many life forms in the marsh world had adapted very well to life in the sea. The marsh world itself was an environment where the ratio of water to swamp was 5 times that of land. In the marsh world, the water was divided into shallow and deep pools. The shallow pools could reach a depth between 50 and 300 meters. Meanwhile, the deep pools were like a bottomless abyss, tens of thousands of meters deep. The salt in the sea was nothing to swamp life forms. The marsh crocodiles had lived in the sea for a period of time, and they had begun to treat the salt in the sea as their source of energy. Among the marsh dictators, Eternal Source was the strongest. If Lin Yuan had not left Eternal Source in the main world, he would not have been at ease. Once the life forms in the marsh world were unable to be in harmony with the sea clans, there would be a conflict. Even if both sides suppressed the dispute in the beginning, there would inevitably be problems in the long run. If the problem surfaced under long-term suppression, it would likely trigger a war between the sea clans and the dimensional life forms of the marsh world. By that time, the entire main world would be involved. Lin Yuan hoped that Connie would be by his side in the future and would be able to replace Whitespeak and Eternal Source perfectly. Connie, continue sensing the Emperor Blood's aura first. When your body has adapted to the aura and is no longer easily influenced by it, proceed to absorb the Emperor Bloodline into your body. By that time, I'll use a large amount of pure spirit chi to help you break through. You don't have to concern yourself with resources or resisting the world wills. Your sole focus should be on fusing the bloodline. Connie felt an indescribable warmth in her heart when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Connie was not born as the queen of the king blood jackals. Instead, she was just like most female king blood jackals. She had to take one step at a time and experience countless changes and opportunities, narrowly escaping death to reach her current position. The king blood jackals had abnormally cold-blooded tendencies. Female king blood jackals would be directly dealt with by the queen if they overstepped their boundaries. Their bloodlines would be given as a reward to the other king blood jackals who performed relatively well. Living in such an environment, the king blood jackals naturally hoped that someone from their species would offend the queen. That way, an opportunity would arise for them to enhance their bloodlines. Connie had only ever received warmth from her mother when she was still a young jackal. However, Lin Yuan attended to her more attentively than her mother had in the past. He only needed her to put her whole focus on enhancing her bloodline. Connie found this to be the most gentle form of protection. Previously, Connie had only felt submissive toward Lin Yuan, but she now felt a deeper dependence on him. Connie suddenly realized that she had a target she could rely on in the future. Connie calmed down, quietly felt the aura, and discovered that the Emperor bloodline, which should have been extremely violent, emitted a refreshing and gentle smell instead. The smell was very similar to the aura that Lin Yuan exuded. This was probably because the Emperor bloodline was brewing in Lin Yuan's body and was tainted by his aura. Lin Yuan absorbed the King Blood Jackal bloodline that she had given him and transformed it into Emperor blood grade in just 20 days. Connie had no idea what method Lin Yuan had used. However, Connie was certain that Lin Yuan's bloodline was much more advanced than hers. If not for the fact that the upper bloodline nurtured the lower bloodline, it would be impossible for the lower bloodline to undergo a rapid transformation. Connie had always been proud of her bloodline, but the current situation forced her to accept the fact that her bloodline was inferior to Lin Yuan. It took Connie nearly half a day to reach a point where she was minimally affected by the Emperor bloodline's aura. Connie tried to absorb the Emperor bloodline into her body. The moment it entered her body, Connie felt like she was in a huge furnace. She could feel her skin and flesh melting under the intense heat of the furnace. Connie guarded her mind and circulated the Peak King Blood Jackal bloodline in her body to contain and absorb the Emperor bloodline. The bloodline came from the same source, so the absorption speed was not slow. However, absorbing the Emperor bloodline required Connie to expend a large amount of energy. Based on the current energy consumption, the energy in her body might be exhausted in less than 10 minutes. Once the energy was exhausted, the Emperor bloodline that had yet to be absorbed would wreak havoc in her body. Her body would be riddled with gaping wounds in an extremely short period. At that moment, Connie saw Lin Yuan bring out a few wooden boxes made of completely jade-textured wood. Fully jade-textured wood in the sky beyond the clouds was considered a luxury commodity. In a pure spirit chi environment, wood attaining a fully jade-like texture would absorb spirit chi. Absorbing it meant that it would cause the loss of spirit chi. Those factions with pure spirit chi would not be willing to spend it on nurturing completely jade-textured wood. When Lin Yuan opened the wooden box, Connie was completely stunned by the scene before her. These wooden boxes were densely packed with spirit chi crystals. There were probably more than 10,000 spirit chi crystals in each wooden box. Lin Yuan took out these spirit chi crystals in front of him. Clearly, these spirit chi crystals were used to replenish his energy. The King Blood Jackals had been running this place for nearly 2 eras. It was impossible for Connie to get the King Blood Jackals to take out so many resources. Moreover, if a species wanted to become stronger, hoarding resources was counterproductive. These resources could be immediately converted into strength. The earlier they were utilized, the stronger the species would be. This way, the species could snowball and increase the speed at which they collected resources. The resources of the King Blood Jackals had basically been used up by Connie. In fact, when Connie's bloodline was stuck at the Peak King Blood Jackal bloodline, she had also tried to make a breakthrough in her bloodline. Every attempt would consume a portion of the King Blood Jackal's foundation. Connie had almost exhausted said foundation. Otherwise, when Lin Yuan helped her bloodline break through, Connie would have prepared more resources to express the importance she placed on improving her strength and bloodline. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to use the source sand to crush the spirit chi crystals one after another. The speed at which the spirit chi crystals shattered was comparable to the speed at which Connie absorbed the spirit chi. Lin Yuan placed his palm on Connie's back, and pure spirit chi continuously poured into her body to help her transform her bloodline. Lin Yuan knew very well that helping Connie advance to Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit Realm was not a small project. It would take a long time. Fortunately, Lin Yuan could divert his attention to deal with Sky City's matters while helping Connie advance. Actually, when Lin Yuan first saw Connie, he had already used Morbius True Data to investigate her. The King Blood Jackal bloodline was abnormally violent. Almost all of Connie's abilities and exclusive skills were geared toward enhancing her offensive abilities. Connie could also use her bloodline to control metals to nurture exclusive weapons compatible with her combat style. This weapon was different from the weapon transformed by a life form's body weaponization in the main world. Weapons nurtured by Connie's bloodline could be mass-produced. Connie herself was an abnormally powerful armory. Among all her skills and exclusive skills, Connie's most eye-catching feature was her Divine Kingdom ability, Jackal Devouring Purgatory. Once Connie's domain-type Divine Kingdom ability was activated, the life forms in the domain would be bitten and devoured by the shadow of a wild jackal comparable to Connie's own strength. This biting and devouring would not end until Connie took the initiative to stop using her Divine Kingdom ability. Moreover, these bites and devouring would not only affect the body but also the mind and soul. Among all the Divine Kingdom abilities that Lin Yuan had seen, this one was the most offensive. None of the Divine Kingdom abilities of the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River could compare to Connie's Divine Kingdom ability. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan was willing to nurture Connie despite spending so much effort and resources. While Lin Yuan was nurturing Connie, Fan Lu had returned to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's palace to report to Feng Qing. Fan Lu was still as respectful to Feng Qing as usual. However, Fan Lu's eyes were filled with deep disdain for Feng Qing. After witnessing Lin Yuan's strength, Feng Qing was no longer worshipped by Fan Lu. As someone close to Lin Yuan, Fan Lu perceived that his status was higher than Feng Qing's. Despite having such thoughts, Fan Lu did not let Feng Qing notice anything amiss. Feng Qing personally welcomed Fan Lu and greeted him in front of his other subordinates. He was very happy that Fan Lu could return safely. After Fan Lu's departure, Feng Xian had returned to Feng Qing's side as his assistant. However, Feng Qing felt that Feng Xian could not compare to Fan Lu in any way. Feng Qing didn't even ask about the details of Fan Lu's trip and helped the latter improve his bloodline. Fan Lu accepted the upgrade of his bloodline with a clear conscience. He knew very well that he would completely become a core member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in the future. Not only that, but he would only establish contact with the Bloodlines after the Dark Pufferfish emissary negotiated with them. By that time, his status would become much higher than it was now. Fan Lu first reported the situation to Feng Qing. If it were in the past, Fan Lu would definitely praise the captain of the Forbidden Wolf team, Feng Niu. However, Fan Lu did not do so this time because he no longer regarded a figure like Feng Niu with any significance. Before heading to the Lonely River, Fan Lu had still paid attention to Feng Xian. However, if Feng Xian were to look for Fan Lu to discuss collaboration now, he would not give him any attention. Feng Xian could no longer threaten him in any way. Feng Qing took the dark pufferfish's venom from Fan Lu. Although there wasn't much of it, it was enough for him to report to the Bloodlines. Feng Qing didn't want the Bloodlines to start a war with the mermaids from the bottom of his heart. Once the Bloodlines started a war with the mermaids, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would most likely be forced to participate. If it were for the benefit of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, it would be fine if they suffered losses. However, the war between the Bloodlines and the mermaids had nothing to do with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves no matter what benefits the Bloodlines obtained. Lord Feng Qing, I spent a great deal of effort finding some Lonely River specialties for you. With that, Fan Lu handed Feng Qing the resources he had prepared in advance. These resources were not much, but they were enough to stir Feng Qing's heart. Fan Lu had always known his limits. After Fan Lu became Lin Yuan's subordinate, they no longer lacked resources. Still, Fan Lu would not prepare too many resources for Feng Qing because of this mission. In the beginning, Feng Qing was undoubtedly happier to receive a large number of resources than now. However, Feng Qing would inevitably have to contemplate it subsequently. If he established connections with the Bloodlines in the future, he would still have to rely on Feng Qing. This was because Lin Yuan thought highly of him. The most important reason was that he had to take care of the Class 2 world. Feng Qing took the resources that Fan Lu had given him. The Lonely River was a remote place. The resources were definitely not as much as the area where the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were located. These resources were nothing to him. The only highlight was the strong exotic charm. However, these resources were not a small sum for Fan Lu. The resources that Fan Lu had obtained could be put into his own pocket. People were really afraid of comparison. In comparison, Fan Lu was much better than Feng Xian. Fan Lu, you did very well this time. If you have anything you want, just tell me. Your contribution to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves is substantial. There's no need to withhold your requests. Fan Lu looked at the expression on Feng Qing's face and knew that Feng Qing was indeed extremely happy because of his actions. Yet, what Feng Qing said now was only casual and was not to be taken seriously at all. If he really dared to demand an exorbitant price because of his contribution this time, even if Fengqing might not immediately sever ties with him, he would definitely have a bad impression of him in the future. If Fan Lu really wanted resources, he could ask Lin Yuan for them. Lin Yuan was many times more generous than Fengqing. Moreover, everything that Lin Yuan gave him was beneficial to him. No matter how much Fengqing valued him, it was impossible for him to provide him with such pure spirit qi. Fan Lu was prepared to take this opportunity to borrow Fengqing's power to control the entire 6th Boundary Patrol team completely. After that, even if the supervisors of Honor Absent Palace carried out a surprise inspection, they could let him know in advance. As a member of the Honor Absent Palace Parliament, Fengqing could do this if he was willing to put in some effort. Lord Fengqing, I do have a request. I've been a Boundary Patrol envoy of the 6th Boundary Patrol team for more than 600 years. I have a deep attachment to my role as a Boundary Patrol envoy. I hope you can help me enhance my authority over the 6th Boundary Patrol team. Let's minimize the interference of the Spacetime Supervisory Council in the management of the 6th Boundary Patrol team. Chapter 2845 The Holy Spirit Divine Kingdom Ability. Fengqing didn't want Fan Lu to ask for too much. Fan Lu had indeed made great contributions to himself and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, taking the initiative to claim credit meant that Fan Lu prioritized his own interests highly. This would imply that Fan Lu had a hidden motive for helping him. If that was the case, no matter how much Fengqing liked Fan Lu, he would not be able to put Fan Lu in an important position. In the sky beyond the clouds, there was no lack of people who would risk their safety to fight for their future. If Fan Lu had been such a person from the start, Fengqing would have rewarded him handsomely. However, Fan Lu's performance had always been different. After hearing Fan Lu's request, Fengqing was relieved as it was extremely normal in his opinion. It was true that Fan Lu was the Boundary Patrol envoy of the 6th Boundary Patrol team. However, Fan Lu only had the authority to command the 6th Boundary Patrol team. In fact, the 6th Boundary Patrol team still had to be supervised by the Spacetime Supervisory Council. The Spacetime Supervisory Council had the right to deploy the members of the 6th Boundary Patrol team freely. This would undoubtedly diminish Fan Lu's authority. To ensure that a Boundary Patrol team would not become the Boundary Patrol envoy's private property, the Spacetime Supervisory Council would often let the members of the Boundary Patrol team move around. In a few decades, the 6th Boundary Patrol team would probably be under Fan Lu's control. Fengqing was very willing to fulfill Fan Lu's wish. After all, his request did not require much effort on Fengqing's part. As a member of the Honor Absent Parliament, Fengqing had a lot of authority in front of the Spacetime Supervisory Council. He only needed to extend a greeting. If Fan Lu's ambition was placed on the 6th Boundary Patrol team, then everything Fan Lu did for him was sincere. Fengqing was extremely satisfied to have such an assistant by his side. I'll personally go and inform the Spacetime Supervisory Council. From now on, you can manage and develop the 6th Boundary Patrol team at will. There's no need to worry that the Spacetime Supervisory Council will send people to investigate the 6th Boundary Patrol team. Participate in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves meeting more during this period. When you gain a firm foothold among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, I can bring you to meet a few big hots in the Spacetime Supervisory Council after the next Honor Absent Parliament meeting. Previously, Fengqing hated his subordinates using him as a springboard, but now, he was even willing to take the initiative to give Fan Lu a chance. Fengxian had never experienced such treatment before. If it were in the past, Fan Lu would definitely be extremely grateful to Fengqing, but now, he no longer cared about Fengqing. Nonetheless, Fan Lu was very willing to befriend the big hots of the Spacetime Supervisory Council. It would be easier for him to help Lin Yuan take care of that Class 2 world if he had a good relationship with such influential figures. Fan Lu was well aware of Fengqing's great reputation. Even if Fengqing seriously introduced him to those big hots, those people would not pay much attention to him. After all, he was, at most, one of Fengqing's subordinates. There were less than 2 months left until the next meeting. In these 2 months, through the maneuvers of the dark pufferfish, he would establish connections with the bloodlines. At that time, even without Fengqing's introduction, the directors of the Spacetime Supervisory Council should be interested in getting to know him. Fengqing didn't say much to Fan Lu. Instead, he took the dark pufferfish venom that Fan Lu had given him to the bloodlines. Fan Lu returned to the 6th Boundary Patrol team and began to reorganize it. He then found an excuse to kick out all the disobedient people. Naturally, he would not give these team members a chance to develop in other Boundary Patrol teams. Instead, he would assign them one last mission. In the mission, these expelled members would all end up dead. These members were all well aware of how mystical the Class 2 world was. While these members were part of the 6th Boundary Patrol team, he could exert control over them. However, if they really went to the other Boundary Patrol teams, it was inevitable that they would divulge information. If he attracted the interest of those with ulterior motives again, he would not be able to report to Lin Yuan. Fan Lu was ruthless enough. It was precisely because of his ruthlessness that he could survive until now with such a lowly background. With Lin Yuan's help, Connie successfully reached the Holy Spirit level. Connie's breakthrough caused a huge commotion. The natural disaster triggered by the world wills really frightened Connie. If Connie were to endure such a world cleansing, she would not be able to pass it successfully. Yet, the two experts beside Lin Yuan supported the sky with one hand and set up a barrier to protect themselves. No matter how the world wills attacked like a tsunami Lin Yuan, the barrier was still intact. The two experts under Lin Yuan were not affected at all. It was as if they were doing something very ordinary. This made Connie re-evaluate Spring and Summer's strength. Spring and Summer's strength completely exceeded Connie's expectations. At that moment, Connie seemed to suddenly comprehend why they looked down on the Spinning Wings White Falcons, and even the Crimson Heaven Falcons behind them. Connie refrained from delving too deeply into her thoughts during the evolving process, for fear that her distraction would affect her evolution. If Lin Yuan did not provide her with sufficient resources, she would not be able to evolve even if she tried her best. Still, it was not to the extent that she would let him down. Now that Lin Yuan had provided her with sufficient resources and ensured her protection, how would she have the face to follow Lin Yuan in the future if she failed to evolve successfully due to her own shortcomings? During the evolution process, Connie returned to her original form. In her true form, Connie was a 3-meter-long, slender but powerful jackal. Its fur was dark red with mottled golden spots. The spots on the back of the spine were dark gold, and the further forward the spots were, the lighter the color. Its sharp fangs were exposed, emitting an intensely bloodthirsty and violent aura that permeated the barrier constructed by Spring and Summer. Connie's body hadn't changed much since her bloodline reached Emperor Blood grade. In terms of changes, the biggest change was probably Connie's fur. It turned from dark red to a light golden color with a red glow, and her dark golden spots turned black. From the outside, Connie was no longer as fierce as before. Instead, she had become more restrained. Not only did her ferocious appearance become restrained, but her aura also became much more subdued. Even with Connie's controlled breathing, Lin Yuan could hardly sense her presence, even when she was in front of him. When Spring saw the puzzled expression on Lin Yuan's face, she spoke softly. "Young master, Connie's situation should be related to her newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability after advancing to the Holy Spirit level." Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to assess Connie's condition. Lin Yuan discovered that Connie had a new Divine Kingdom ability apart from the Jackal Devouring Purgatory. The Divine Kingdom ability was called Nightmare Hunting Shadow. Nightmare Hunting Shadow converts one's killing aura into attack power to enhance one's subsequent attacks. One's breath control and attack power are developed in equal measure. After killing the target, one can temporarily enhance a portion of the target's attack power on one's body. The enhanced attack power will continuously decrease with time. At the same time, one can enhance multiple units that are killed by oneself. The number of units is related to the killing itself and is not limited by one's strength. Lin Yuan was surprised when he saw Connie's newly comprehended Divine Kingdom ability. It could be said that Nightmare Hunting Shadow had completely changed Connie's position in battle. Previously, Connie was a warrior with a strong presence, but now she had become an assassin with almost no presence. Connie was more suitable to be Lin Yuan's follower than before. Sky City once had a core member, which was the invisible demon, Shadow. Lin Yuan had raised Shadow's strength to the World Emperor grade, which was the strongest form of combat power in the main world. Firstly, Lin Yuan needed a powerful demon to suppress Caroline and Carlos. Caroline and Carlos had been affected by the Abyss Red Lotus, so their strength had increased extremely quickly. When Lin Yuan left the main world, Caroline and Carlos had already surpassed Eternal Source. Secondly, Shadow was the only Sky City member that Lin Yuan had left in the main world. If anything happened in the main world, Shadow would use the soul jade left behind by Winter to contact him. Even if Lin Yuan could not help the main world, he should be aware of the situation. After obtaining her new Divine Kingdom ability, Connie's aura concealment ability was much stronger than Shadow's. Apart from the aura concealment ability, the strongest point of Nightmare Hunting Shadow was the increase in attack power for Connie. Connie's aura was abnormally fierce. This aura turned into attack power and augmented Connie's body, allowing her to still have the ability to fight above her level even though she had stepped into the Holy Spirit level. Connie connected with Jackal, devouring purgatory through night-killing shadow hunt, and harvested the lives of other life forms. The attacks of the other life forms would continuously accumulate on Connie, rendering her stronger the more she fought. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when Connie successfully stepped into the Holy Spirit level. Connie's divine kingdom must have undergone earth-shattering changes. Since Lin Yuan controlled Connie's fountain of faith, she had given him a large amount of faith power when she became a Holy Spirit expert. The faith power nourished Lin Yuan's divine kingdom and accelerated its evolution. Lin Yuan could use the fountain of faith to extract the faith power from Connie's divine kingdom, but he did not do so. It wasn't easy for Lin Yuan to help Connie evolve, so he wouldn't cut off her potential. What left Lin Yuan feeling a little regretful was that neither of Connie's divine kingdoms had the ability to accumulate faith power. This led Lin Yuan to understand that Connie would not be able to evolve for a long time after reaching Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. Next, he would guide Connie's evolution from the World Emperor grade to the Domain Mountain class. All that was required was for Connie to consistently absorb spirit chi for accumulation. Lin Yuan communicated with Connie and learned that she would be able to complete her transformation in about 3 months. Lin Yuan did not plan to wait for more than 3 months in north of the Lonely River. Furthermore, compared to letting Connie absorb the spirit chi crystals while simultaneously injecting spirit chi into her body through his body of all spirits, it was better to just let Connie absorb the spirit chi crystals. Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan plan in the King Blood Jackal's territory during this period to help the life forms in the Faith countries evolve. This place served the same purpose as the places around Thick Soil City in the Startling Lines continent. It allowed Lin Yuan to harvest numerous spirit chi crystals. There was no need for him to be afraid of using up all the spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan could continuously use spirit chi crystals to accumulate resources for himself. He looked at Connie and said, "Connie, collect these unused spirit chi crystals. In the future, use them to increase your power. If these spirit chi crystals are used up, you only need to ask from me. I'll provide you with more. I'll give you 10 days to make arrangements for the King Blood Jackal's territory. After 10 days, we'll head east along the Lonely River." Connie, who had just evolved, piously knelt in front of Lin Yuan and fervently expressed her irrepressible admiration and gratitude. Connie inherently possessed a nature that admired strength. After being the queen of a species for so long, Connie's nature was concealed. Now that she had met Lin Yuan, Connie's nature was completely aroused. Moreover, not only was Lin Yuan powerful, but he also had unimaginable resources. If Connie had such a huge amount of pure spirit chi, she would occasionally command it to refine her bloodline. However, Lin Yuan had used such resources to help her increase her strength. It could be said that Lin Yuan did not care about this pure spirit chi at all. Following Lin Yuan was truly a blessing. The King Blood Jackals would have a huge rise in their status in the entire sky beyond the clouds due to the increase in their strength. Connie suddenly thought of something and told Lin Yuan, "Master, I just stepped into the Holy Spirit level and triggered the world wills. This will definitely be noticed by the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Previously, there wasn't a Holy Spirit existence among the King Blood Jackals. Therefore, the Spinning Wings White Falcons did not regard us seriously. From now on, the Spinning Wings White Falcons will have to interact with my King Blood Jackals." Lin Yuan understood what Connie meant. She was afraid that no one would take care of the territory after she left with him. Lin Yuan commanded Spring and Winter to go along with him on his trip this time. Summer and Autumn were left in the territory. As a martial force, he had to help solve a series of problems that could only be solved with martial strength. If the Spinning Wings White Falcons dared to instigate trouble, Summer and Autumn would naturally handle the situation. "Connie, you just have to do your own thing. I have my arrangements for safety. Even if the experts of the Crimson Heaven Falcons come looking for us, there won't be any hidden dangers. You must have met Autumn and Winter during this period. Their strength is not inferior to Spring and Summer." Chapter 2846 Thunder Descending Shadow, Leopard Form. "Although I've taken you away from the King Blood Jackals, there will be people guarding the safety of the entire territory." Connie was shocked when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Only at that moment did Connie comprehend the formidable strength of Lin Yuan's other two subordinates. For a moment, Connie did not know which species Lin Yuan was from. Even the East Universe's Big Hots from Honor Absent Palace were not comparable to Lin Yuan. He not only had several subordinates who were at least at the Holy Spirit level but also had an abundance of high-end resources. Since Lin Yuan had already made arrangements, Connie only needed to make some internal arrangements for the King Blood Jackals. Then, she could proceed to absorb these spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had been busy for more than half a month. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take a good rest, Wen Yu sent him a message through the thoughts letter paper. Wen Yu, young master, listen, Endless Summer and Gulang have been patrolling the King Blood Jackal's territory and discovered a massive thunder zone on the outskirts of the Western Territory. It was formed by rare thunderstorms persisting for a long time. Wen Yu, the King Blood Jackals mentioned that previously, there were no life forms in this thunder zone, but now, some rare thunder elemental type life forms have emerged. Wen Yu, behind this area is a canyon that connects to another territory controlled by the King Blood Jackals. Wen Yu, we need to clear this area. Listen, and the others wanted me to inquire if there's any value in nurturing these thunder elemental type life forms. Elemental type life forms had always been rare. If not for these rare entities, Wen Yu would not have needed to ask Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's message, his initial thoughts were not about these thunder elemental type life forms but rather the thunder zone that was born from the rare thunderstorms. Gray excelled at absorbing all kinds of weather phenomena. Thunderstorm weather was relatively rare in nature. Unless Gray actively sought it out, it would be very difficult for it to absorb such weather from the environment. Since this area was going to be cleared, Lin Yuan felt that he might as well bring Gray over to let Gray absorb the thunderstorm and strengthen its ability related to thunderstorms. Lin Yuan prepared to bring Gray along on this trip to assess whether there was a need to cultivate these thunder elemental type life forms. In the King Blood Jackal's territory, Sky Sea revealing its presence wasn't a problem even without Gray covering it. Doing this enabled the life forms in the territory to witness Sky City on Sky Sea's back and sense its majesty. At the same time, their sense of awe could also facilitate the creation of faith power. Lin Yuan brought Gray to Wen Yu's designated location, and Sky Sea finally revealed its true form. The entire castle of the King Blood Jackals was covered by Sky Sea's massive body. Apart from the King Blood Jackals, the World Emperor/Higher Divine Kingdom experts had long since discovered Sky Sea's existence. Under the integration of Grey, Dark Blue, and Sky Sea, ordinary Divine Kingdom experts would not be able to see Sky Sea's outline through the clouds. Kira led the demon insects for the village's migration, and the first batch had already arrived at the King Blood Jackal's territory. They began to establish routes at the designated locations. Along the way, Bai Qinghuan gave a speech in various villages to inform them of the importance of this migration. After this relocation, each village would not need to relocate again, and they would be protected by a large faction. There wouldn't be any concerns about hidden dangers. During the migration, at least half of the demon insects that paved the way would be left in the villages to guard them in the future. Some of these villages had previously been ruled by various species that exploited them, forcing the villages to offer their faith. They had previously been promised numerous incentives, and at this point, they had become immune to such promises. The reason they believed Bai Qinghuan's words was that Lin Yuan had asked Kira to distribute the soldier ration radish during the migration. Even in the sky beyond the clouds, the soldier ration radish was still the best substitute for food. It had been a long time since the life forms in the villages had experienced the feeling of being full. Since they could consistently experience the satisfaction of a full stomach in the future, the villagers were willing to work hard to offer their faith. In the process of managing the villages, the life forms in these villages had undergone extensive training. Those who were disobedient and unwilling to contribute faith power had long been driven out of the village or killed. Lin Yuan not only ensured that these villages could have enough to eat but also allowed them to build infrastructure in a location and lived in it. In the hearts of the village members, Lin Yuan, the city lord of Sky City, was like a savior. There were also specialized individuals providing medical treatment for the life forms in those villages who were afflicted by serious illnesses. Previously, the life forms in the villages were all under control, and they were obligated to reproduce mechanically to ensure that there were enough descendants to contribute faith power. Now that the problem of food and shelter had been resolved, the life forms in the villages could undergo natural reproduction. The happiness in the villages was no longer limited to individuals but permeated throughout the villages. Lin Yuan did not provide any help to the life forms in the villages when it came to building their infrastructure. Instead, he let them collect the materials themselves. Even though there was a huge difference in the style of the houses in each village, Lin Yuan knew very well that the houses built by these life forms could give them a sense of belonging. Lin Yuan brought a total of 2,000 land imps from the main world. Lin Yuan created a paradise for these land imps at the side of the underground palace that he had just set up, which was an area in the sea of bone lotus flowers. Land imps reproduced very rapidly. Basically, a land imp couple could give birth to a small population of over 100 offspring in 10 years. When the number of these land imps reached a certain scale, the houses built by the life forms in the villages would age with use. By that time, Lin Yuan would be able to build standard infrastructure for each village by distributing benefits because, 10 years later, the life form's sense of belonging in the villages would have nothing to do with those houses. Soon, Lin Yuan brought Gray to the thunder zone. Gray looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky, and its excitement caused the thunderclouds around Lin Yuan to tremble. Gray, feel free to absorb these thunderstorms. These thunderclouds often gather here, either due to the presence of secret treasures here that can cause thunderclouds to form or because of the terrain of this area. Either way, it will provide you with a continuous source of thunderstorms for you to absorb, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Gulang and Endless Summer had already gone to other areas. Listen was waiting at the outskirts of the thunder zone with a team of more than 3,000 demon insects. He was holding a few purple crystals, which were releasing electric arcs from time to time. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Listen waved at him and quickly walked up to him. Meanwhile, the demon insects all prostrated themselves on the ground. This was the highest etiquette of the demon insects, and only Kira and Lin Yuan could be on the receiving end of it. While Lin Yuan and Listen were talking, Gray used its cloud form to envelop the thunderclouds and quickly absorbed the thunder, causing thunderclouds to stop sending down thunderstorms. Listen greeted Lin Yuan before handing the purple crystals to him. Young master, these thunder crystals are the core of the thunder life forms that inhabit this thunder zone. It's obvious that these thunder life forms have only appeared recently. The strongest thunder life forms I've seen are only comparable to a gold fey. However, after my experiments and observations, I only need to provide some spirit chi to these thunder life forms, and they will immediately become stronger. Young master, with just one spirit chi crystal you gave me, I elevated the strength of a thunder elemental type life form, comparable to a gold fey, to the level akin to a diamond fey. In other words, nurturing these thunder elemental type life forms only requires a very small amount of resources. Lin Yuan nodded. Compared to before, Listen was more meticulous in his work, to the point that Lin Yuan did not even need to capture an elemental type thunder life form that had hatched in the thunder zone for investigation. This allowed Lin Yuan to understand the advantages of these elemental type life forms. Listen was not a creation master and did not have abilities like true data. Therefore, Listen's understanding of this thunder elemental type life form was too superficial. Lin Yuan only needed to find a thunder elemental type life form and use Morbius true data to investigate it to find out about its specific abilities and strengths. At that moment, Listen added, Young master, these thunder elemental type life forms are not without flaws. Their intelligence is extremely low, and they are too violent. Once they are controlled, they will instinctively struggle. Ultimately, this will lead to energy depletion, leaving only their elemental core behind. Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress mention it before. Most of the elemental type life forms were related to the inherent characteristics of the elements themselves. It was not difficult to understand why thunder elemental type life forms had such violent traits. However, under normal circumstances, their traits could be restrained as their intelligence increased. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned the perfect touch wisteria. Green Vine, help me catch a few thunder elemental type life forms in this thunder zone. If you discover a few different forms of existence, remember to help me bring them over. Green Vine entered the thunder zone in a flash. Green Vine was a little unhappy that Lin Yuan had kept it in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It was much livelier than Sky Sea and Grey. However, Green Vine knew very well that Lin Yuan wanted it to stay in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to absorb Spirit Chi crystals. Green Vine used its vines to absorb those precious high-grade spiritual ingredients. Ever since it could replace the spiritual ingredients that had fused with the vines, Lin Yuan had helped it equip all 8 vines. It wasn't easy for Lin Yuan to let it out, so Green Vine naturally had to complete the mission that Lin Yuan had given it. The Thunder Zone was not large, and Green Vine gave it a thorough search. Yet, it only brought out one thunder life form that looked like a leopard. Lin Yuan silently thought that there seemed to be only one type of thunder life form in this Thunder Zone. While Green Vine entered the Thunder Zone to capture the thunder life form, Lin Yuan was communicating with Listen. As soon as Listen mentioned the leopard-like thunder life form, Lin Yuan could sense that this beautiful thunder life form was only gold grade. Lin Yuan used Morbius true data to investigate this leopard-like thunder life form. Fey name, Thunder Descending Shadow, Leopard form. Fey species, Elemental species / Elemental genus. Fey grade, Gold, 6/10. Fey type, Thunder. Fey quality, Epic. Abilities. Thunder Light, activates the thunder energy in one's body, transforming oneself into a glowing object that connects to the clouds in the sky and emits the same amount of light along with the clouds. Thunder Roar, rapidly rotates and rubs the thunder energy within oneself, producing a violent roar to stimulate the eardrums. In the presence of condensing clouds, the clouds will also emit a roar of an equivalent degree. Thunder Transformation, allows one's body to absorb the aura of other life forms in the environment, enabling it to simulate the appearance of other life forms. Thunder Appearance, fills the surroundings with thunder energy. Wherever the thunder energy goes, it has a concealment effect. When the thunder energy touches the target, it can detect the target's location before the thunder energy dissipates. Exclusive skill. Thunder Marking, creates a mark on the target using thunder energy. Subsequently, one's damage type abilities will not affect the target with the mark. Lin Yuan learned the specific name of this thunder elemental type life form. It was called the Thunder Descending Shadow, and the reason for its appearance was thunder transformation. The thunder zone was filled with violent thunder energy, making it difficult for flesh life forms to survive. Moreover, all the thunder descending shadows in the entire thunder zone area existed in the form of leopards. This indicated that there was something in the thunder zone that provided this leopard-type aura. Lin Yuan estimated that this thing most likely existed below the thunder zone. It might even be related to the existence of the thunder zone. However, considering the thunder descending shadow's abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan felt that it needed to be nurtured in large quantities to deploy it in multiple villages. For example, Thunder Light was like an enhanced version of a flare. Not only could the thunder descending shadow raise itself into the sky as a glowing object, but it could also attract clouds and make them emit light like him. Once the thunder descending shadow used thunder light in the village, it would be enough to draw the protector's attention to the village and resolve the problems in the village. If thunder light could be used to communicate with the outside world, then thunder roar was akin to sounding an air defense siren to alert the life forms in the village. Chapter 2847 Thunder Flame Suspension. Even with experts like spring, summer, autumn, and winter presiding over the Faith Country, there were still numerous demon insects guarding it. When they encountered these problems, having an ability like Thunder Roar to remind the members of every village helped maximize the safety of these villagers in dealing with emergencies and reduce Lin Yuan's losses. Lin Yuan's goal in establishing the Faith Country was to collect faith. Therefore, every life form in the villages that could provide faith power was an extremely precious treasure. Just based on Thunder Light and Thunder Roar alone, the Thunder Descending Shadow was indeed worth cultivating. Its gold ability, Thunder Appearance, allowed the Thunder Descending Shadow to break through concealment. When imbuing the target with the thunder energy would burst into dazzling thunder light and directly mark the target's location. Unless the target spent a lot of effort to eliminate this thunder energy, they would not be able to escape the detection of the thunder. It did not take much energy for the Thunder Descending Shadow to use Thunder Appearance. Without using other abilities, simply using Thunder Appearance could maintain the constant level of energy in its body. Under such circumstances, the Thunder Descending Shadow could serve as the supervisor in the village. If someone in the village did something bad that could jeopardize the safety of the others in the village, the Thunder Descending Shadow could investigate first and then directly mark the life forms involved and have the demon insects handle the situation upon their arrival. The Thunder Descending Shadow's Thunder Appearance could ensure the highest level of discipline in the village under flexible use. It would prevent the bullies hiding in the village from bullying the weak life forms in the village. This could increase the happiness of the villagers and stabilize the output of faith power. Previously, during the investigation of these villages, Lin Yuan had discovered many instances of bullying and had been pondering how to stop these situations. Now, Lin Yuan finally found a way to completely resolve it. The Thunder Descending Shadow's Thunder Transformation not only confirmed for Lin Yuan that there were powerful Thunder-type leopard species life forms corpse underground, but it also had a very strong effect. If the Thunder Descending Shadow were to be deployed into multiple villages, existing in its leopard form might not be suitable. When the Faith Country was established, every village would have a temple. Statues of Sky City's core members would be placed in the temple. As the supervisor of the village, the best place for the Thunder Descending Shadow to go was to stay in the temple to let the life forms in the village be aware of the authority of the temple. Lin Yuan believed that the most suitable form for the Thunder Descending Shadow should be the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, which wore a priest's robe and looked extremely holy but was a scheming devil in reality. Later, Lin Yuan only needed to let the Thunder Descending Shadow follow the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil for a while, absorbing its aura and transforming it into a simple flower calamity beautiful devil. That way, all the thunder descending shadows in the temple could exist in a specific standard form. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to integrate the villages, it would not affect the beliefs of these villages. When the thunder descending shadows grade continued to increase, it would obtain a powerful offensive ability, and thunder marking would finally be useful by that time. Not only did Lin Yuan have to nurture these thunder descending shadows in large quantities, but he also had to increase their strength. Listen had just mentioned that it was abnormally easy for a thunder descending shadow to increase its grade. One spirit chi crystal was enough to evolve the thunder descending shadow from gold to diamond grade. It had the ability to synthesize thunder energy by itself through pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan only needed to spend a small amount of spirit chi crystals to enhance the thunder descending shadow's strength to a very high level. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan had grown up listening to all kinds of myth stories. Ever since Lin Yuan understood the significance of faith power in improving his strength, his actions were geared toward creating a myth system. To put it bluntly, the core members of Sky City, including the white-clothed followers and even the reserve members of Sky City, were all members of this myth system. As the sacrifice in charge of supervising and delivering divine punishment in the temple, the thunder descending shadow definitely had to be extremely powerful. Green Vine observed the thunder descending shadow in leopard form and said seriously, "Yuan, when I entered the thunder zone just now, I realized that the power of thunder surging in the thunderclouds is nothing. The thunder energy is mainly seeping out of the ground. There must be treasures underground. Do you think we should dig out the treasure?" Lin Yuan knew what Green Vine was thinking. It probably wanted to use the vines to absorb the thunder-type treasure underground. This leopard's corpse that had thunder attributes was linked with the creation of the thunder descending shadow. Lin Yuan would definitely not use the leopard's corpse as a consumable. However, Lin Yuan found it difficult to excavate the corpse. He was afraid that digging the corpse out of the ground would deplete the thunder energy there, making it very likely that there would not be enough thunder energy to produce the thunder descending shadow for a long time. Lin Yuan turned to ask, "Listen, did this thunder zone seriously affect the establishment of the trade chain?" Listen nodded seriously. "Young master, the mountain valley behind this thunder zone is connected to another territory of the King Blood Jackals. Their territory is in the shape of a narrow gourd, with a vast area behind the territory. Furthermore, it contains a lot of resources. It's not practical to use avian-type feys for all trades in the future. If not for that, Endless Summer and Gulang would not have come to this thunder zone to investigate." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before giving orders to Green Vine and the thousands of demon insects around him, "Go and carefully dig out the leopard's corpse in the subterranean area. Remember, don't let this corpse suffer any damage. Also, gather all the thunder descending shadows in this thunder zone and report to me after counting them. These thunder descending shadows are very useful to me. Even if these thunder descending shadows resist violently, don't hurt them." Lin Yuan had never been a hesitant person. Building the trade chain in the territory was the most important thing now. After moving the leopard's corpse away, thunder energy would keep seeping out of it. Sooner or later, another thunder zone would be created. It was really unreasonable to throw such an important resource there. Instead of having to arrange for numerous people to guard this place, it was better to move the leopard's corpse onto Sky C's back. He would let Sky C's flesh fuse with the leopard's corpse and nourish it. Otherwise, the energy in the leopard's corpse would be exhausted sooner or later. Once the thunder zone was formed, there would be many thunderclouds in the sky. Gray's cloud form could perfectly cover the thunderclouds, preventing them from exposing Sky C's whereabouts. Furthermore, this thunder zone was not small, and there were already many thunder descending shadows inside. These thunder descending shadows should be enough for the faith country that was about to be built. Lin Yuan had always been willing to invest resources in Green Vine, and Green Vine was very understanding. Back in the main world, Lin Yuan had given his most precious resources to it. Green Vine would properly supervise these demon insects to complete the mission that Lin Yuan had assigned. Lin Yuan took out a few spirit chi crystals and began to nurture the thunder descending shadow in leopard form. The thunder descending shadow had already begun to go berserk, and the energy in its body was surging violently. If this situation continued, it wouldn't take long for the thunder descending shadow to be left with only the elemental core. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned Begin Lady, who had been staying in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Fairies had an appeasing effect on all elemental life forms. The existence of a fairy represented the protection of nature. Begin Lady enveloped the thunder descending shadow with her aura, and soon, it quieted down. It moved closer to the Begin Lady and greedily absorbed her aura. Lin Yuan was well aware that once the Begin Lady left the Thunder Descending Shadow, it would quickly return to its berserk state. However, when he evolved the Thunder Descending Shadow to Fantasy Breed, its intelligence would be completely awakened. Then, it would no longer be controlled by the elemental skills in its body. Begin Lady was clearly very interested in the Thunder Descending Shadow. She examined it and said, Lin Yuan, elemental-type life forms like the Thunder Descending Shadow only need to absorb a large amount of energy from their birthplace to make it easy for them to comprehend a willpower rune and undergo a transformation. Celestial Sight and I aren't lightning-type fairies, but we can still support these Thunder Descending Shadows with our own auras. Lin Yuan was delighted. If that was the case, he might as well evolve all the Thunder Descending Shadows to Diamond X/Fantasy V. When they reached this level, their intelligence would be no different from a 7 or 8-year-old child. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight could help these Thunder Descending Shadows comprehend willpower runes and help them transform willpower runes into lore runes. When the strength of the Thunder Descending Shadow increased to Suzerain/Myth 3, it could transform into a human form, making it more convenient for them to mimic the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Lin Yuan came to the Thunder Descending Shadow and crushed the Spirit Chi crystals in his hand. As expected, its strength increased rapidly, just as Listen had said. After the Thunder Descending Shadow's evolution, it did not change at all, but the thunder energy inside was much more violent than before. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate the Diamond/Legend Thunder Descending Shadow. Fey name, Thunder Descending Shadow, Leopard form. Fey species, Elemental species/Elemental genus. Fey grade, Diamond, 7/10. Fey type, Thunder. Fey quality, Legend. Abilities. Thunder Light, activates the thunder energy in one's body, transforming oneself into a glowing object that connects to the clouds in the sky and emits the same amount of light along with the clouds. Thunder Roar, rapidly rotates and rubs the thunder energy within oneself, producing a violent roar to stimulate the eardrums. In the presence of condensing clouds, the clouds will also emit a roar of an equivalent degree. Thunder Transformation, allows one's body to absorb the aura of other life forms in the environment, enabling it to simulate the appearance of other life forms. Thunder Appearance, fills the surroundings with thunder energy. Wherever the thunder energy goes, it has a concealment effect. When the thunder energy touches the target, it can detect the target's location before the thunder energy dissipates. Thunder Flame Suspension, the suspended thunder ball pulls the target and attaches the target to the thunder ball. The thunder energy inside the thunder ball, friction at high speeds, activates the fire elements to burn the target attached to the thunder ball. After burning the target's body to ashes, the spirit and soul will be imprisoned in the thunder ball. Annihilation Thundercloud, summons thunderclouds to cover an area. The thunder that descends from the thunderclouds will cause damage to life forms. Initially, it will paralyze the target, and attacking the paralyzed target will double the effectiveness of the attacks. Exclusive skill. Thunder Marking, creates a mark on the target using thunder energy. Afterward, one's damage type abilities will not affect the target with the mark. When Lin Yuan finished using Spirit Chi crystals to nurture the Thunder Descending Shadow, the first batch of Thunder Descending Shadows captured from the Thunder Zone had already been brought out by the demon insects. Lin Yuan realized that most of these Thunder Descending Shadows were bronze grade. Only a few of them were at the silver grade, and even fewer were at the gold grade. However, their abilities were surprisingly identical. Lin Yuan did not appear surprised because he had already received an explanation about this situation from Listen. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have considered nurturing the Thunder Descending Shadows solely based on their abilities. Lin Yuan chose a Thunder Descending Shadow and used the Spirit Chi crystals to increase its strength. He realized that these Thunder Descending Shadows even possessed the same Platinum and Diamond abilities. Their Platinum ability, Thunder Flame Suspension, was not very offensive, and its usage was not simple or direct at all. It could be described as fanciful. However, this ability was very suitable for Lin Yuan's intended role for Thunder Descending Shadow. As a sacrifice guarding the temple, the Thunder Descending Shadow needed some fancy and ritualistic methods. However, Thunder Flame Suspension was not only flashy and ritualistic but also spiritual and soulful. Furthermore, it even carried a strong sense of mystery. Using Thunder Flame Suspension as a method to punish the depraved life forms in the village would definitely serve as an effective warning. Chapter 2848 Star Map Shackle. The spirit and soul imprisoned in the ball of thunder, displayed on the altar in front of the temple, would not only protect the village but also serve as a warning to the villages. While Lin Yuan was nurturing the thunder-descending shadow, Green Vine dug out the corpse from below the thunder zone. The corpse below the thunder zone was completely different from what Lin Yuan had imagined. He had been picturing an enormous creature that was thousands of meters long. Yet, it turned out to be less than even a meter long. It was evident that this was a leopard cub. Lin Yuan would never have expected this thunder zone to be created by the corpse of a leopard cub. He had been expecting to see a powerful thunder-type leopard species life form who had died here sometime in the past few centuries. This corpse was showing clear signs of beginning to skeletonize. For an unknown reason, cracks had appeared on the bones, and the partially crystallized interior was revealed. This was what had created the thunder zone. This leopard that lived many epochs ago definitely came from a powerful species. It would be easy for Lin Yuan to use the Abyss Red Lotus ability to reproduce this life form. The idea bloomed in his head. Lotus creations, its bloodline will be injected into mature lotuses, and the lotus roots will activate bloodline energy based on the injected bloodline. The energy in the lotuses will be sacrificed to turn the activated bloodline and its genes into a replicated life form. The significance of lotus creations was that it could produce reproductions of powerful species that had lived many epochs ago. Lin Yuan intended to ask spring, summer, autumn, and winter to take a look at this leopard and if they knew what it was. Using true data, Lin Yuan had already discovered that this corpse came from a life form called the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard. However, he did not understand the situation in the sky beyond the clouds and did not know what its significance was. The Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's corpse could create the thunder zone and hatch the thunder-descending shadows. All Lin Yuan needed to do was extract some of the marrow from within the crystal and would be able to use the Abyss Red Lotus's young lotuses to create the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard. Green Vine led the demon insects back to Lin Yuan's side and told him seriously, "Yuan, there are 19,677 thunder-descending shadows. None of them were harmed or lost when they were captured, and I have brought all of them to you." Lin Yuan nodded. He was satisfied with the number of thunder-descending shadows in the thunder zone. 19,677 of them were sufficient to meet his initial needs. 19,677 thunder-descending shadows could control 19,677 villages in his faith country. The large villages with a population of more than 10 million would not be combined. However, the villages with populations in the millions would be combined. Every village in the faith country would have a population of more than 10 million. He only needed spirit chi crystals to nurture the thunder-descending shadows. Lin Yuan gave numerous spirit chi crystals to begin Lady and Celestial Sight so they could nurture and manage all of the thunder-descending shadows. Lin Yuan did not want to waste time nurturing the thunder-descending shadows. It would take at least a few months to nurture more than 19,000 of them. Fan Lu had sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper, but Lin Yuan had not received it. The Thoughts letter paper's efficacy in the sky beyond the clouds had already been tried and tested. However, the message had not been delivered because Wenyu's elemental paper's level was too low. If its grade could be evolved, the message would be transmitted successfully. Communication and transmission were of the utmost importance to a faction. However, once Wenyu's power reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it was no longer easy for Lin Yuan to increase her power quickly. After all, faith power needed to be accumulated slowly. Nonetheless, this did not really affect Lin Yuan because Fan Lu could get in contact with him through the soul contact if he really had something he needed to report. Once Lin Yuan moved nearer to the main area of the East Universe and was closer in distance to Fan Lu, they would be able to resume communication through the Thoughts letter paper. It was likely that the dark pufferfish envoy had begun making their way to meet with the Blue Dians. Lin Yuan brought the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's skeletonized bones to Sky Sea's back and called in spring, summer, autumn, and winter so he could ask them the questions he had. The four of them reacted as per Lin Yuan's expectations. They were aware of the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's existence and knew a lot about the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopards. "Lord Saint, I can't believe the corpse of a life form as powerful as the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard was found in a place as barren as north of the Lonely River. As far as I know, by the time we rose in power, the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopards had retreated after being embroiled in internal conflict. Their biggest challenge was reproduction and continuing their legacy. Once internal conflict emerges, it becomes even more difficult for a species to produce offspring. It's almost inevitable that they will start heading toward their doom. This Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard cub's bloodline is rather pure. But based on the degree of skeletonization of the corpse, it has been dead for at least 7 or 8 epochs. From the extreme shock on Spring's face, it was clear that she was flabbergasted at the fact that Lin Yuan had stumbled on the corpse of a raging thunder heavenly leopard. This corpse of an ancient life form was an extremely precious treasure. Spring was aware of the Abyss Red Lotus's abilities. It could enable the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard to reappear in this world. The Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard could create unimaginable value for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had a certain level of understanding of the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopards now. But his biggest concern was whether he would be able to create the Thunder Zone and Thunder Descending Shadows by extracting marrow from the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's corpse. If he could not be certain that he would be able to create the Thunder Descending Shadows, Lin Yuan would prefer to use the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard to create the Thunder Zone. Once the number of Thunder Descending Shadows met his needs, he would then extract marrow from the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard to enable it to reappear in this world. Lin Yuan asked the question that he most wanted an answer to. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were the only ones who could answer this sort of question. Spring began explaining to Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, this Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard might just be a cub, but it still possesses an enormous amount of thunder energy. If you want to create a thunder zone, you can break and expose its crystallized bones. Since the bones have been crystallized, they will be able to regain energy once they are nourished by spirit qi. Young master, you can extract the energy at that point." Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard this. If he could replenish the energy in the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's crystallized bones by using spirit qi crystals, he could let go of all restraints and utilize the bones as he pleased. He could even take out a portion of the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's bones and give them to Green Vine to absorb. This would enable Green Vine to increase its power. When necessary, Green Vine could even use its exclusive skill to summon the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard. "Spring, why don't you help me crush the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's bones? Then, extract some of the crystallized bones." Upon receiving Lin Yuan's instructions, Spring immediately sprang to work and shattered the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's bones. When a large portion of the crystallized bones were exposed, they began to shine with a brilliant bluish-purple light. Spring extracted the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's spine and told Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, if you are going to reawaken the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard, my suggestion is that you use the marrow from the spine as it has the highest concentration of energy and will allow you to awaken the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard in the shortest span of time. Alternatively, you can use your body of all spirits to absorb the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's bloodline. Its bloodline is highly worth nurturing." When Lin Yuan found out that using the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's crystallized bones would not prevent him from using it to create the Thunder Zone, a similar idea had formed in his head. Summer brought the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard's corpse to the location on Sky Sea's back that Lin Yuan had specified. Sky Sea's flesh swallowed the Raging Thunder Heavenly Leopard as though it was mud. This simultaneously nourished the corpse while releasing the energy within it. At this rate, the Thunder Zone would be produced in less than 2 weeks. Lin Yuan had initially intended to take Spring and Summer with him when he left the King Blood Jackal's territory and headed to the East Universe's central area. But an unexpected occurrence forced him to halt his plans. This unexpected occurrence was that the Suzerain X/Myth-3 Merciful Star Peony was finally showing signs of a breakthrough after more than a month of absorbing energy from the stars. Not only was its grade about to evolve, but its bloodline was also poised to transform. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would step in to help the Merciful Star Peony and prevent it from being tripped up at any point of the evolution process. With a raise of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned the Merciful Star Peony. The Merciful Star Peony shone with a faint silver glow. Now that it was about to evolve, the Merciful Star Peony chose not to undergo the process in its human form. Rather, it would undergo the transformation in its original form. The Merciful Star Peony had already reminded Lin Yuan that it needed to be supplied with pure spirit qi. Lin Yuan stood off to the side and instructed Source Sand to crush the spirit qi crystals and replenish spirit qi for the Merciful Star Peony. He also placed his hand on the Merciful Star Peony's leaf and injected a large amount of spirit qi into its body. At this moment, the sky beyond the clouds was filled with stars and an air of lonely vastness. Lin Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. He could clearly sense that the energy from the celestial bodies in the sky was much stronger than what he experienced in the main world. The Merciful Star Peony flexed its petals and made contact with the constellations. The energy from the constellations sunk into the Merciful Star Peony. In less than 2 hours, Lin Yuan noticed that the Merciful Star Peony's petals had grown at least 3 times larger. The singular flower lit up with mottled starlight, and it looked as though maps of stars had been drawn on the petals. The Merciful Star Peony's aura had changed completely. Spring quickly and deftly fought off the world cleansing, and the creation world ley line landed on the Merciful Star Peony. Lin Yuan knew that the merciful star peony had transformed into a suzerain/creation fey. Since the merciful star peony had only just evolved, it needed some time before it could transition from suzerain X to sovereign. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the merciful star peony. Fey name, Star Vastness Peony. Fey species, Buttercup species/peony species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, Wood/Light. Fey quality, Creation Eye. Abilities. Activate light. In a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and be unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item Starlight. When stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve the body's quality. Tempering essence Starlight. In a place with starlight, it will absorb energy from the starlight to temper spiritual energy and increase the strength of the spiritual energy. Condensing spirit Starlight. In a place with starlight, and when its soul is injured, the starlight will nourish its soul and heal it quickly. Starlight robes. The starlight will be directed to a target's body and transform into a robe. While the target is draped in the robe, they will be immune to poison and curses, and the harm suffered from poison and curses will be reduced. Star storing flower Jade. Once the flower petals have absorbed sufficient starlight, they will become jade textured and break away from the flower. The jade textured flower petals can be stored for a long time and will speed up the rate at which starlight tempers the body. Star River Guide. In any environment, it can link its thoughts and the star river to confirm its location. It will also experience blessing effects to raise its luck and turn adversity into fortune. Exclusive skill. Constellation Imprint. Attempt to communicate with the stars. If the communication is successful, a star imprint will appear on the body. The star imprint can help the body take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Star Contraction. It will become deeply bound to a star and be able to use the star's energy to raise its defensive capabilities. The degree to which the defensive capabilities will be raised depends on the strength of the star and the bond with the star. Merciful Stars. 4 stars, containing too much energy will become a negative burden. The hardship of stars will be comprehended, and the energy within the stars will be extracted. The energy from the stars will be used to strengthen the body composition of a target. If the target is forcefully strengthened and is unable to handle the power from the stars, the strengthening will be halted. They will need to take on the additional power from the stars as well as the consequences. Star Map Shackle. It will use the energy of the celestial bodies it is linked to draw a star map that will be applied to a target's body. Regardless of whether it is day or night, the shackle of the star map will prevent the target from strengthening its body and energy. The energy it absorbs will only strengthen the shackle. At night, the effects of the shackle will be amplified. Chapter 2849 Lin Yuan embarks. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched uncontrollably when he saw that. Previously, the Star Vastness Peony's abilities all revolved around Lin Yuan picking a target and tempering that target's body. Now that the Star Vastness Peony had reached creation breed, it had opened a new path for itself. From now on, it could not only temper the targets Lin Yuan selected but could also use the energy from within celestial bodies to shackle targets, thereby taking control of them. Once the target was shackled by the energy of the celestial bodies, it would no longer be able to increase its power or replenish its diminished energy. If it absorbed external energy in an attempt to strengthen itself, the energy would not benefit it in any way. Rather, it would only strengthen the shackle. Each night, when the stars were shining brightly, the effects of the shackle would be amplified. Once Star Vastness Peony used Star Map Shackle on a target, the target would remain under its control for a long time. In the future, it was possible that Lin Yuan would encounter a species he wanted to interact with but who were extremely hostile to him. At that point, he could use Star Map Shackle on one of the young main members of the species. It was possible to tamper with Star Map Shackle, but it was like a tattoo that would be applied to the target. If it was damaged, there was a high likelihood that the target's safety would also be compromised. Lin Yuan continued using his body of all spirits to inject energy into the Star Vastness Peony even after it evolved. It did not take long for the Star Vastness Peony to evolve from suzerain to sovereign. Once again, Lin Yuan took a look at the Star Vastness Peony's data. He saw that its sovereign ability was called Star River Protection. Star River Protection, the celestial bodies it is linked to will be activated. Their energy will be released and start to flow like a river, providing protection from any elemental attacks that involve energy. For a sovereign ability, Star River Protection had a relatively simple description. However, its effects were fearsome. Regular abilities only defended against physical and elemental attacks. However, Star River Protection could defend against any type of energy. There were very few abilities that could defend against faith power. Now that it had successfully evolved, the Star Vastness Peony transformed into human form and happily bowed to Lin Yuan. Its clear eyes were full of gratitude toward Lin Yuan. It knew that it would never have been able to improve its power or grade so quickly without Lin Yuan. All of this came from Lin Yuan, and the Star Vastness Peony wanted to do something for him in return. Yuan, I already used Star Storing Flower Jade to produce more than 10 of the jade-textured flower petals. You can use them when using casted item Starlight and Tempering Essence Starlight to temper your body and spiritual energy. Lin Yuan understood the gesture that the Star Vastness Peony was trying to make and said with a smile, Star Vastness Peony, you will need to absorb starlight for a long time before you are able to evolve your grade and quality again. I never asked you to use merciful stars to help spring, summer, autumn, winter, and I improve our physiques because your grade was rather low. Hence, using an exclusive skill like merciful stars could have negatively affected you. But now that you've reached sovereign, you can withstand the effects of merciful stars. The Star Vastness Peony was greatly looking forward to using merciful stars to help Lin Yuan, spring, summer, autumn, winter, and the rest. Using merciful stars benefited the Star Vastness Peony significantly as well. Yuan, let me make some preparations. From tomorrow, I will be able to use merciful stars to temper a target every week. However, I will need to get a sense of spring, summer, autumn, and winter's bodies first to ensure that nothing will go wrong. The Star Vastness Peony did not say this because it did not trust Lin Yuan's judgment but because it was fully aware of the effects of its ability. It needed to be responsible to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stretched and slept restfully in his room. Each time Lin Yuan helped one of his feys to increase their powers, he would not be able to rest for some time. Although his soul was strong enough that he did not need to sleep as much or use sleep to replenish his spirit and soul, sleeping was still a blissful act for him. When Lin Yuan woke up, he made some preparations before taking spring and winter with him as he left the King Blood Jackal's territory. Lin Yuan was embarking with a goal. He wanted to test the transmission limits of the Thought's letter paper. He would be able to test this by continuously moving east. While he crossed the lonely river, Lin Yuan paid a visit to Beisu. Beisu had grown substantially in the more than 10 years that had passed. He was doing an excellent job of managing the lonely river by himself. At first, Endless Summer had accompanied him and given him a lot of advice that broadened his horizons. However, he was the only one who was truly in charge of the lonely river, and it had not been long before Endless Summer was called away by Listen. As Beisu walked next to Lin Yuan and saw Lin Yuan's approving expression, he felt a sense of accomplishment. With Lin Yuan's acknowledgement, it meant that all his hard work was justified. Young master, based on my investigations, there aren't many resources being produced in the lonely river. So, I don't intend to focus on harvesting resources. I am going to make use of the lonely river's geographical advantage and change it in the same way you did when you built the harbor in the Startling Lines continent. This way, I'll also be able to help if the King Blood Jackal's territory has any resource needs or needs to trade for resources. Listen came to the lonely river a while ago and gave me some guidance. He suggested that I turn the lonely river into a trading hub that connects the King Blood Jackal's territory with the outside world. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "That's a good idea. The lonely river will become an important junction for the exchange of resources between north of the lonely river and the outside world." Lin Yuan had taken control of the King Blood Jackal's territory, but this was not where his focus was. He would eventually have to make contact with the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the Crimson Heaven Falcons who supported them. It would only be after that that he would have the entire north of the lonely river in his possession. At that point, the entire north of the lonely river would become part of his supply of faith. This was the only way that all the faith power needs of Sky City's main members, as well as Lin Yuan himself, would be met. Listen was skilled at communication, and Lin Yuan did not mind Listen giving Beisu advice. By giving him advice, Beisu now owed Listen a favor. In Sky City, even Wen Yu and Lu Ji had owed Listen favors in the past. Beisu not only took in Listen's advice but had many ideas of his own as well. Lin Yuan no longer had to worry. He gave Beisu a reminder, "Beisu, there isn't a rush to change the lonely river, but it is still extremely important. It will be best if you get the 4 species overlords involved. They need to feel like they are participating for them to be willing to help you manage the lonely river in the future. If you need manpower or resources, just let Wen Yu know." The resources that were currently present in the lonely river were far from enough to support the changes that needed to be made. The lonely river's environment had many advantages. The water was sufficiently deep, and island whales could swim in it freely. Whale species were full of development potential. Lin Yuan would continue to nurture the island whales in the sky beyond the clouds and do his best to enable them to become a powerful species. The island whales would be able to live happily and comfortably in the lonely river. The spirit chi and water elemental energy in the lonely river were much purer than that of the main world. Additionally, Lin Yuan was going to inject more resources into the island whales. He had already given these resources to Wen Yu, and she would move the island whales into the lonely river once most of the lonely river's changes had been implemented. Before introducing the island whales, it was necessary to ensure that none of the life forms in the lonely river would cause any harm to the island whales. Aside from nurturing the star vastness peony, Lin Yuan had also made many decisions of late. He really liked the feeling of having a group of highly capable companions and running a faction with them. When he first started developing Sky City, he had to do everything on his own, and it had taken up all of his time. As a result, he had had very little time left over to nurture his feys. In truth, Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone housed a life form that was considered extremely precious in the sky beyond the clouds, the sky plundering beast. Lin Yuan had already nurtured the sky plundering beast. Just like genius when it was young, the sky plundering beast clung to Lin Yuan every chance it had. The sky plundering beast's value lay in its blood, which could block world wills and allow feys that were evolving to fend off the effects of world cleansing. Lin Yuan could not bear to draw blood from the sky plundering beast periodically. Hence, he kept it like a pet. He could sense that after being nurtured by his body of all spirits all this time, the sky plundering beast's bloodline was showing signs of evolving. Bei Su carefully noted down everything that Lin Yuan had said. He truly saw the development of the lonely river as his career, which he needed to dedicate his life to. At first, Bei Su did not understand Tale's perspective. He did not understand why Tale had chosen to remain in the main world to look after Thick Soil City. But slowly, he found himself able to stand in Tale's shoes. When one lacked capabilities and needed to work alongside geniuses, Bei Su knew that his power would not stand out. Hence, if he wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side, he needed to properly develop his governance talents. The lonely river was very important to Lin Yuan, meaning that everything Bei Su did now was very important to Lin Yuan as well. When the leaders of the four species overlords learned of Lin Yuan's arrival, all of them clamored to meet with him. Normally, Lin Yuan would have turned them down. But he did not do so this time. Lin Yuan brought Bei Su with him when he met with the four leaders. He acted very familiar and affectionately toward Bei Su. This was vastly different from his attitude toward Fan Lu. Additionally, he emphasized to the four leaders that they needed to do their best to work with Bei Su and meet his requests. Once they upset Bei Su, they would be swapped out and replaced. At first, Inkthorn, Mantis H, and the rest had not thought much of Bei Su. They saw him as nothing more than an inconsequential child. All of them cooperated with Bei Su and made things easier for Bei Su when issues emerged, but these were all superficial gestures. Everything was going smoothly for Bei Su now because he had yet to affect the four species overlords' benefits. Once their benefits were threatened, Bei Su would find himself facing a lot of opposition. However, it was inevitable that he would eventually have to affect the four species overlords' benefits to change the lonely river and set up the flow of trade. But from now on, the four species overlords' leaders would no longer take the same attitude they previously had toward Bei Su. They had witnessed Lin Yuan's methods, and all of them had their number of members reduced by at least 1/5. The members who had been eliminated were those who had been unwilling to submit to Lin Yuan. If any of them angered Lin Yuan, they would be eliminated as well. Before he left, Lin Yuan patted Bei Su's shoulder. Bei Su, remember not to force yourself regardless of what happens. If you are in any danger, don't hesitate to use the tentacle to transport yourself to Sky City's main city. Lin Yuan only remained in the lonely river for a night before he continued traveling east with spring and winter. During his journey, Lin Yuan saw that the further east he traveled, the more opulent his environment. But in terms of a store of resources, the resources in north of the lonely river were not considered sparse. Rather, most of the resources had been consolidated and were controlled by the powerful species. Slowly, Lin Yuan sensed that the parameters of his communication through the thoughts letter paper were changing, and transmission was abruptly dampened. This meant that the thoughts letter paper could no longer be used as an acceptable tool for communication. Hence, this had to be the limit of its range of use. Based on the map that Fan Lu had given him, he had not traveled far. Thus, Lin Yuan now knew that the Thoughts letter paper could only be used as a tool for communication between north of the Lonely River and Sky City's members. He would not be able to achieve long-distance communication anytime soon. In order to prevent himself from becoming uncontactable to the Moon Empress, Wen Yu, and the rest, Lin Yuan used the Thoughts letter paper to explain the situation to them. While Lin Yuan was storing the Thoughts letter paper, he heard a blood-curdling shriek. Based on the energy fluctuations, the fight that was taking place up ahead involved World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts. This piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Black wings appeared behind his back, and he flew toward the fight. Spring and Winter looked at each other before following closely behind Lin Yuan. They had seen such blood fights many times in the past. Countless life forms in the sky beyond the clouds lost their lives due to various reasons. The two of them had not realized that Lin Yuan was so interested in watching such spectacles. Chapter 2850 Thorny Scale-Tooth Mouse. The battles between the various species were always to the death. During these vicious fights, the weaker members of the small species who were unable to fight would also be eliminated. This reduced the species' drain on resources. This might come across as merciless, but it was the basic way of life for the smaller species in the sky beyond the clouds. Only the powerful species listed in the species ranking had the resources needed to care for the weaker members of their kind, who were unable to engage in combat due to their limited lifespan. In the human world, families looked out for each other and were united, unlike feys, who were always fighting with each other. This was why humans had sufficient resources to positively advance their environment and living conditions. However, this culture did not exist in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was interested in this fight, partially because he was curious and partially because he wanted to collect faith power. Faith power was not a good that could be bought and sold. Once a life form gave their faith to Lin Yuan, they would supply faith power to him continuously as long as their faith did not waver. They could even become stronger sources of faith power if their faith in him grew. Lin Yuan saw bodies littered on the ground even before he arrived at where the main battle was taking place. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the bodies and saw that they were mostly the corpses of rough scale-tooth mice. A few of them were of the thorny scale-tooth mice. Lin Yuan found this curious because it was obvious that the thorny scale and rough scale-tooth mice belonged to the same type of life form. The thorny scale-tooth mouse was the evolved form of the rough scale-tooth mouse, and the two were not in competition with each other. Both the rough scale-tooth and rough scale-tooth mice's heads had been pierced by a long spike. They had been killed in an extremely clean manner. The thorny scale-tooth mice were all suzerain/myth, while the rough scale-tooth mouse were only platinum/diamond. Such power was inconsequential in a place like the sky beyond the clouds. If the two species were truly warring, they would not have allowed so many weak life forms to be sacrificed, as it did not benefit the development of their species. At that moment, Connie, who had been in the Spirit Lock spatial zone all this time attempting to reach Domain Mountain class, sent a message to Lin Yuan. She could sense that she was going to break through in the next few days. At that point, she no longer needed to absorb pure spirit chi. All she needed to do was wait for her grade to evolve on its own. Before Connie began leading the King Blood Jackals in north of the Lonely River, the previous queen had led the King Blood Jackals in their conquests. The previous queen had died in a battle for a piece of fertile territory. If that had not happened, Connie would have had to work and endure for much longer before she became queen of the King Blood Jackals. Yet, the piece of fertile land that had been important to the previous queen was nothing more than a poor and dilapidated land in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan smiled when he found out that Connie was about to reach Domain Mountain class. It meant that all his hard work had not gone to waste. Immediately after being summoned, Connie saw the corpses of the thorny scale and rough scale-tooth mice on the ground, and her expression turned stern. "Master, I can't believe there's a rodent infestation here. This is clearly the edge of the rodent infestation. Given the strength of these rodents, it must be a pinnacle class 2 or even class 3 rodent infestation. All the species in a 30,000 km radius will be affected by the rodent infestation. The powerful species will be able to flee, but the weaker species will be sacrificed and end up bitten to death by these bastardly rodents. Master, I suggest that you take a detour. The further ahead you travel, the more of these rodents you'll encounter. Once you get to the main area, the rodents will be climbing all over each other, forming walls of rodents that are thousands of meters tall." Lin Yuan had felt that these mice species were weak. Yet, Connie immediately declared this to be a disaster. Connie had addressed the mice as bastardly, meaning that she or even all the species in the sky beyond the clouds had a deep hatred for the thorny scale and rough scale-tooth mice. Mice could also cause disasters in the main world, but they only affected regular people. The true calamities that could affect an entire species were those caused by carcinoma feys. But based on Connie's description, the rodent infestation of the thorny scale and rough scale tooth mice was even more destructive than calamities caused by carcinoma feys. The thorny scale and rough scale tooth mice were only around the size of a palm. They never grew longer than a human forearm. It was difficult to imagine how many mice were required to form walls that were thousands of meters tall. It was likely that the mice at the bottom would either be crushed to death or suffocated. When Connie saw that Lin Yuan had not reacted to what she said, she hurriedly tried to urge him again, "Master, these bastardly mice might not seem strong, but as they continue to consume flesh, minerals, and everything else in their path that contains energy, their power will grow. Their power grows much faster than that of regular life forms. They won't attack their own but will devour their dead kin. When they consume their own kind, they will reproduce even quicker. The mice have emperors and empresses. They aren't responsible for reproduction, their only job is to command. The female mice can produce offspring rapidly. Some of these bastardly mice appeared in our territory in the past, and it was only after thousands of years of hard battle that we managed to exterminate all of them. These mice are the bane of all species. Aside from emperors and empresses, there are also kings. The regular mice aren't very intelligent, but once they become kings, they will become intelligent enough to lead other mice into hiding. It took the king blood jackals so long to eliminate the mice because they can hide hundreds of meters underground. They will only return to the surface once their numbers have grown again. This makes it extremely difficult to defend against them. When Lin Yuan heard that, he could not help but think of the demon insects. Based on Connie's description, he believed that these bastardly mice, as Connie called them, were even more capable of reproduction than the demon insects were. However, these mice could not compete with the demon insects' intelligence. Even demon insects with Class 2 genetic locks were much smarter than regular life forms, much less demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks. This was likely why the demon insects were accepted by most species, but the mice were shunned. That said, the mice's appearance solved an issue that had been plaguing Lin Yuan for a long time. Because of the existence of dimensional rifts in the main world, Silver Corona and Red Thorn could evolve their grades and qualities by consuming the waves of dimensional life forms that emerged from the dimensional rifts. But due to the lack of dimensional rifts in the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan had lost his means of evolving Red Thorn and Silver Corona. After all, he could not instruct them to hunt the other species. But now, the appearance of these mice solved this problem that Lin Yuan had been facing. Silver Corona was currently in Sky City's territory and was unable to seize this meal opportunity. As such, Red Thorn was the only one who was available to enjoy this meal. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and Red Thorn appeared in front of him. After going so long without food, Red Thorn was understandably irritated. It had never been deprived of food from the moment Lin Yuan began nurturing it. But in spite of its annoyance, it still clung tightly to Lin Yuan. After being summoned, Red Thorn immediately took a seat on his shoulder. A red thread extended from Red Thorn's green vine-like hair and wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist. This was just like how Lin Yuan used to tie butterfly knots on Red Thorn's vines. Lin Yuan raised his hand before pinching Red Thorn's cheeks and saying with a smile, "Red Thorn, you won't have to go hungry again. Now you can consume as much of these dead mice on the ground as you want. The further we travel, the more corpses there will be. You'll be able to have a fine meal. This rodent infestation might enable you to evolve." Red Thorn was currently Suzerain 8/Myth 3. Of all of Lin Yuan's feys, Red Thorn was the most difficult one to evolve. This was not because of Red Thorn's lacking talent but because it needed far too much energy to evolve. Red Thorn's bloodline had already evolved to 10 wings and had created a new record for the fairies in the main world. Red Thorn's bloodline was also considered extraordinary in the sky beyond the clouds. This was clear from Connie's expression. Connie was obviously shocked when she saw the 5 pairs of wings flapping on Red Thorn's back. Connie's eyes were not fooling him. Connie was indeed astonished by Red Thorn having such a bloodline despite being only Suzerain/Myth. However, Connie was even more floored by Lin Yuan. She knew that Lin Yuan was a spirit contractor. With the resources in his possession, it was expected that he had contracted and was nurturing numerous life forms. However, it was shocking that he had managed to evolve a myth breed fairy to 10 wings. If Lin Yuan was willing to invest in one fey to such a degree, it had to mean that his other feys received the same level of treatment. Fairies had established a faction called Fairy Palace in the previous epoch. They had a presence in all 4 universes. From the moment that Fairy Palace was established in the East universe, they remained in the top 30 of the species ranking. In recent years, they had even climbed up to the top 10. This was evidence of how fearsome Fairy Palace was. Fairy Palace's interior structure was very complex, but authority was determined based on the strength of bloodline. Fairies prioritized their bloodline's legacy, and they were always willing to invest resources into nurturing their young. The young members nurtured by Fairy Palace were also able to reach 10 wings when they were only at myth breed. However, this only happened when Fairy Palace used the best resources and did their best to manifest such an outcome. The fairy sitting on Lin Yuan's shoulder had a bloodline that matched that of the most outstanding young fairies. However, she had no idea of the power that Lin Yuan's 10-winged fairy possessed. Redthorn was never picky when it came to food. It used to consume the corpses of various dimensional life forms. Most of them had already decayed horribly by the time Redthorn got to them. Redthorn would then use the poison in the decaying dimensional life form corpses to speed up its digestion and absorption of them. The thorny scale and rough scale tooth mice were considered weak in the sky beyond the clouds, but they were the best source of food for the suzerain/myth Redthorn. Redthorn did not move while sitting on Lin Yuan's shoulder. All it did was raise its slender hand, and spores immediately materialized before spreading and charging forward. The spores landed on the thorny scale and rough scale tooth mice's bodies and anchored themselves before growing into thick black vines. The vines did not consume the mice they were attached to but instead consumed the mice that did not have vines growing out of them. The mouth on the tips of the vines could gnaw and tear away the mice's hard skin, devouring the mice like a grinder. Soon, the brutal vine ramets on the ground started growing as well, and the special spore cavities began ferociously spewing spores into the air. It did not take long for a sea of flowers to grow and stretch out as far as the eye could see. Every inch covered by the sea of flowers had been cleared by the thorny scale and rough scale tooth mice corpses. The vine's roots were deep in the ground, and Connie could sense that the vines were able to serve as tools for detection. They could accurately locate the mice underground before capturing them and dragging them to the surface to be consumed. The expansive sea of flowers was both fierce and bizarre. The black thicket of vines also had gill-shaped flowers growing on them. The gill-shaped flowers swayed in the wind, and an engorged ball of flesh grew at the center of the clusters. The ball of flesh released a howl that resembled that of a furnace and was like a newly grown sprout that had yet to grow into its final form. Suddenly, Connie was struck by a thought. Was it possible for Lin Yuan's 10-winged fairy to eradicate the calamity caused by these bastardly mice? If you like this novel, and want more videos, like and subscribe.